Are you trying to drive me to my death? Then go ahead and die. That way, your precious son can wear mourning clothes for you. Lu Xiangwan stared ahead and threw a stone into the lake with all her strength. Water splashed, ripples spread, but her heart remained cold and still. Her words were colder than winter snow. She wished that whole family would just disappear forever. You ungrateful girl, I should have ended you when I had the chance. Lu Xiangwan didn't bother listening anymore. Every time her mother called, it was to ask for money for that so-called precious son. And now, she had the nerve to ask for 1,000,000 yuan. Did they think she was an ATM or a fool? Even if she had that kind of money, she'd rather throw it into the lake than give it to that shameless family. Buy a house for Lu Yazong?
Dream on.
She hung up, pulled out the SIM card, snapped it in half, and tossed it into the lake. On the other end, Wang Zhaodi cursed angrily. That ungrateful girl. She's really grown bold, hanging up on me, and even wishing me dead. Mom, did Lu Xiangwan refuse to give you money? If she doesn't, my marriage with Xiaobei will be ruined. Mom, I don't care. I must marry Xiaobei. Even though he was already in his 20s, Lu Yazong still acted like a spoiled child, tugging at his mother's arm. Don't worry, my dear son. I'll make sure you marry her. You're my only boy. Of course I'll take care of you. After comforting her son, Wang Zhaodi turned to her husband, who was squatting nearby smoking. Pack up, we're going to find that girl. No one knew how many times Lu Xiangwan had changed her number. After graduating from college, she replaced all her contact information and moved to her boyfriend's hometown, hoping to cut ties with the past. But somehow, they always managed to find her number. Every time they needed money, they would call. Of course, she never gave them a single cent. She was no longer the helpless little girl who used to be bullied and scolded. Being born into a family that valued sons over daughters wasn't her fault. If she could choose, she would rather not have been born at all. After calming herself, Lu Xiangwan went to a phone shop to get a new SIM card, picked up the cake she had ordered, and took bus number 19 home. To be exact, she was returning to the apartment she shared with Lin Hao, the one they had bought for their future together. She and Lin Hao met in college. During those years, he always took good care of her, so when Lu Xiangwan graduated, Lin Hao confessed his feelings, and she naturally accepted. She had always felt like a drifting leaf, longing for stability. Lin Hao, being such a nearly perfect boyfriend, made her dream of building a home with him. After working for 5 years, she had saved 600,000 yuan and used it to buy an apartment in Nanshi through installments. Lin Hao's family wasn't well off. His parents were often ill, and he had a younger sister still in college. The money he earned over the years mostly went to support his family. Lu Xiangwan felt sorry for him. Since they would be family sooner or later, she put both their names on the property certificate. If everything went as planned, they would get married by the end of the year. She was already 30, not so young anymore. After being together for so many years, it was time for a happy ending. Hello, Dr. Lu, the security guard, Xiao Su, greeted her. Seeing her return at this hour, his expression looked a bit uneasy. There was something he wasn't sure he should tell her. Don't forget to remind your mother to come for her checkup tomorrow, Lu Xiangwan said. Xiao Su's mother had recently undergone surgery for cervical cancer, and Lu had been the lead surgeon. The follow-up appointment was coming soon, and she didn't forget to remind him. I remember, Dr. Lu. Good. Seeing that he took it seriously, she nodded and prepared to leave. Dr. Lu, actually. Xiao Su hesitated, afraid she might think he was trying to stir up trouble between her and her fiancé. But keeping it to himself made him uneasy. What is it? Is your mother still feeling unwell? No, she's fine. She even told me to thank you again. His mother's recovery was thanks to Dr. Lu's excellent skills. Otherwise, things could have been much worse. That's good. I have something to do, so I'll go now. Today was her boyfriend's 31st birthday. She had switched shifts with a colleague just so she could get home early and decorate the place before he returned from work. She had also made up her mind that tonight, she would finally open her heart completely to him. After all, they had been together for so many years, and he had been patient and kind all along. Thinking of this, she smiled. Despite dating for so long, their relationship was still innocent and pure. They had only held hands and shared a few gentle kisses. Lin Hao had always respected her in this matter. Although they lived together, they slept in separate rooms. When she told her friends about it, they didn't believe her, saying that no man could truly stay faithful. But Lu Xiongwan trusted him completely, believing he was different from other men. Forget it. Maybe next time, security guard Xiao Su thought sadly as he watched Dr. Lu walk away. Next time, he told himself, he would definitely remind her. His mother had said that Dr. Lu was a good person, and good people deserved good things. When Lu Xiongwan opened the door to her apartment, she saw clothes scattered all over the floor, shirts, skirts, and other items. She picked them up and realized none of them were hers. Her heart sank. Then she heard voices from her bedroom. "Who do you think is better, her or me?" "Oh, please, stop teasing me," came a man's voice, one she knew all too well. It was Lin Hao. And the woman's voice was also familiar. If she wasn't mistaken, it belonged to her best friend, Wang Chunran. Lu Xiongwan quietly walked to her bedroom door. Hearing her boyfriend of 5 years speak so cruelly about her made her clench her fists in anger. He was the one who had said they should wait until their wedding night. "Then when will you break up with that woman?" "I can't wait any longer," Wang Chunran said. Soon Lin Hao replied, "I've already bought her a big insurance policy. After we get married, I'll find a way to get rid of her. The money from the insurance and this apartment will all be ours." He spoke casually, as if everything had already been decided. He had planned it all long ago. Lin Hao had grown tired of Lu Xiongwan after so many years. If she hadn't still been useful to him, he would have left her long ago. At that moment, Lu Xiongwan was so angry that she wanted to rush in and teach those two a lesson, but she forced herself to calm down. She was just one woman, and she knew she couldn't win against Lin Hao, a grown man. So, without making a sound, she turned on her phone's video recorder, planning to capture the disgusting scene as evidence. "In my room, it would have been fine, but they just had to come to Lu Xiongwan's room," someone muttered. Lu Xiongwan watched the scene before her with a blank expression. After a while, she turned off her phone and quietly left, as if she had never been there. The two people inside were too caught up in their own world to notice that someone had come and gone. When Lu Xiongwan reached the ground floor of the building, she couldn't hold it in anymore and threw up, as if she wanted to empty all the bitterness from her stomach. Crying, she thought, was something only the weak did. She had learned long ago that tears never solved anything. But she would not let those two get away with what they had done. They would pay for it. And if Lin Hao really thought he could pull off something as cruel as harming his wife for money, she would make sure he failed miserably. "Dr. Lu, I need to talk to you," called out Xiao Su, the security guard, as soon as he spotted her from afar. He quickly ran over from the guard booth. "Go ahead," she said flatly. She had no energy left for anything else. The only thought in her mind was how to make those two regret everything. "I've seen your husband being very close with another woman several times and what? And I followed them once. They've been meeting at a hotel many times," he said quietly. His girlfriend worked at that hotel's front desk, so it had been easy for him to find out. "Thank you, Xiao Su." So, those two had been sneaking around behind her back for a long time. 5 years of her life, completely wasted. "Dr. Lu, please don't be sad." "You're a good person," Xiao Su said quickly, worried she might do something rash. "I'm fine. I have something to take care of. Don't tell anyone you saw me today. And thank you, Xiao Su. I'll treat you to a meal sometime. Here, take this cake." With that, Lu Xiongwan hurried away. Celebrate that man's birthday? What a joke. She hailed a taxi by the roadside and called her senior from university, a man deeply devoted to medical research. They agreed to meet at a cafe in the city center. "Here you go." Although he didn't know why she needed this kind of medicine, Sula still handed it to her, reminding her not to use too much at once. It could be dangerous. This was his latest invention, a drug that could temporarily stop a man's physical ability in that area. Simply put, it would make a man completely lose that function. However, it hadn't gone through any clinical trials yet. Even if it passed, it probably wouldn't be sold publicly. Su-lo had created it only to satisfy his curiosity for scientific research. After all, there were too many unfaithful men in the world. Thanks, Senior. Lu Xiongwan took a sip of coffee, looking at the bottle of pills in her hand. Her eyes glimmered with a strange light. If you treat me unfairly, don't blame me for fighting back.
So when are you planning to marry that guy?
Su-lo felt something was off about his junior, but he couldn't tell what it was. Not getting married anymore. What happened? Did that guy hurt you?
Chou le front Ned.
Everyone said Lin Hao was a perfect boyfriend, but Su-lo had never liked that lazy man. He couldn't understand why Lu Xiongwan had fallen for him. She had waited 5 years and still, there was no result. In his opinion, she should just end it. She deserved someone much better than that. He's been seeing someone else. Lu Xiongwan said calmly, as if it had nothing to do with her.
What? Who is she? Chou le stood up angrily.
Wang Chunran. Your so-called best friend? It took Su-lo a moment to remember who that was.
Yes.
Lu Xiongwan said, then played a video she had just recorded. Su-lo took one look and felt disgusted. Unbelievable. That pair is shameless. You treated Wang Chunran so well, and she went behind your back with your boyfriend. And your boyfriend isn't any better. Now Su-lo understood why she had asked him to bring the new drug. If they liked sneaking around so much, she probably wanted to teach them a lesson. Still, Su-lo thought that might be too easy on that man. Lu Xiongwan, you need to stay clear-headed this time. If you do something foolish again, don't say I didn't warn you. He was worried she might soften up. After all, 5 years of feelings weren't easy to let go of. So he reminded her once more. He truly cared for her deep down. They had known each other since high school, and he had seen everything she went through along the way. So, Su-lo sincerely hoped that this silly girl could live a better life. Wang Chunran is pregnant. Seeing his shocked expression, Lu Xiongwan directly told him about Lin Hao's plan to harm his wife for money. Su-lo was furious. He slammed the table and stood up, ready to confront those two terrible people. This was too much. How dare they bully his friend like this? The noise Su-lo made drew everyone's attention in the cafe. Lu Xiongwan quickly apologized to the onlookers and pulled him back, trying hard to calm him down. Finally, Su-lo took a deep breath, though his eyes still showed both pity and anger toward her. You're not still feeling sorry for that guy, are you? After all this, you still want to forgive him and pretend nothing happened? Lu Xiongwan wasn't upset by his sharp words. She knew he was only worried about her, so she told him her plan in detail. After listening, Su Li's frown finally eased. His junior wasn't as naive as he feared. Her plan was clever. It would make those two regret their actions for life. That man would lose everything, and the woman who betrayed her would also face the consequences. Su-lo couldn't help but admire her boldness and even wondered if he had ever offended her himself. I gave you that medicine, make sure you give it to that guy later. Don't worry, it can't be detected. Use it well. Let's make him pay for what he did. Okay, Lu Xiongwan replied softly, then dialed Lin Hao's number. She called again and again until he finally answered. Lin Hao, what are you doing right now? What else? I'm at work. Why, do you miss me already? His voice carried a smug tone. In the past, Lu Xiongwan might have found his words sweet, but now they only made her feel sick. She didn't need to guess what he was really doing on the other end of the line. It was her own fault for being blind and foolish. She had no one else to blame. So, Lin Hao, is Wang Chunran ready to face her revenge? I'll leave work early and go home later. Why so early? Lin Hao's voice on the phone sounded a little nervous when he heard the news. I had surgery today. I'm exhausted and want to rest. You've worked hard, my dear. I'll bring you something tasty when I get home. I'm a bit busy now, so I'll hang up first. Before Lu Xiongwan could reply, Lin Hao had already ended the call. Lu Xiongwan is coming back?
Yes.
Lin Hao moved faster. He gave everything to her. Then he urged Wang Chunran, who was lying weakly on the bed, to leave quickly. He had to clean up the place before Lu Xiongwan returned. If she found out, both of them would be in serious trouble. Although Wang Chunran was reluctant, she knew their relationship couldn't be made public yet. So, unwillingly, she got dressed and left. Men understand each other best. From the sound alone, Sulu already knew what that scoundrel was doing. He had wanted to curse him out earlier, but he held back so as not to ruin his junior's plan. Now he could finally vent, muttering angrily that Lu Xiongwan should make that man pay for what he did. Someone like him didn't deserve any sympathy. "Senior, I'll go now."
See you next time.
Lu Xiongwan picked up her bag, said goodbye, and took a taxi home. When she opened the door, she noticed the house had been cleaned. Looking at the bed in her room, she gave a cold, mocking smile. She sat on the sofa to rest for a moment before hearing the doorbell. When she opened the door, it was the technician she had hired to install surveillance cameras. Lu Xiongwan asked him to place the cameras in discrete spots. Bedroom, living room, bathroom, kitchen, every visible area was covered. She tested them. The footage was crystal clear. No wonder the equipment had cost her so much. Then she ordered food from Lin Hao's favorite restaurant. When the delivery arrived, she opened one of the boxes and quietly poured in the medicine she had gotten from her senior. After that, she sat in the kitchen, waiting for him to come home, while planning her next move. After Lin Hao dropped Wang Chunren off at her home, he couldn't resist her charm and followed her upstairs. After spending a long time together, he finally left once she was satisfied. The car he drove was fully paid for by Lu Xiongwan. As long as he treated her a little better, that foolish woman would be overjoyed. So, Lin Hao deliberately stopped by a flower shop, spent 30 yuan on a bouquet of baby's breath, and then drove home. When Lu Xiongwan heard the sound of the door unlocking, she knew Lin Hao was back. She took a moment to compose herself, and when she turned around, she saw him holding a bouquet of flowers. She felt disgusted. The more she looked at him, the more unpleasant he seemed. She couldn't believe she had once chosen someone like him. What a mistake. But since her plan wasn't complete yet, Lu Xiongwan forced herself to stay calm and invited him to the dining room for dinner. "I bought these on my way home from work. They're your favorite, baby's breath," Lin Hao said. "Thank you, but my favorite is Juliet roses. Did you forget?" Lu Xiongwan replied coldly, her eyes full of mockery as she looked at the cheap bouquet in his hands. He was just being stingy again, trying to please her with the cheapest thing he could find. She used to be too foolish to notice. If she guessed right, he must want something from her. He was always like that.
Really?
"I must have remembered wrong. I'll get them next time," Lin Hao said, feeling that her words carried a hidden edge, as if she had discovered something. But then he thought it was impossible. If she really knew, she would have already made a scene instead of speaking so calmly. She looked gentle on the surface, but after 5 years together, Lin Hao knew she was like a rose with thorns, beautiful but dangerous. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten involved with her best friend.
Come eat.
"The food's getting cold. It's your birthday today, so I ordered from your favorite restaurant," Lu Xiongwan said, not wanting to argue anymore. She pulled out a chair and sat down. Lin Hao quickly placed the flowers on the table, washed his hands, and joined her. "All my favorite dishes," he said, his mouth watering as he looked at the table full of food. It was from a 5-star restaurant in Nanshire, where a single meal usually cost 2,000 or 3,000 yuan. With his monthly salary of only 4,000 or 5,000, he could never afford it. Usually, when he took Lu Xiongwan out, it was to a street stall where a 9 yuan plate of fried noodles was enough to make her smile. "Eat up," Lu Xiongwan urged, then picked up some vegetables and began eating. "Have some meat," Lin Hao said when he saw her only eating vegetables. He placed a piece of meat in her bowl, but she quickly blocked it with her chopsticks. "I'm on a diet. You're not fat. If you get any thinner, I'll feel bad." "Come on, eat more," Lin Hao said, pretending to sound caring. Normally, Lu Xiongwan would have eaten it just to please him. But she had secretly added something to his favorite dish, so there was no way she would taste it herself. She acted stubborn and unreasonable, insisting that he finish the whole plate. Otherwise, she said, she wouldn't talk to him anymore. Her unreasonable attitude made Lin Hao feel disgusted, but since his plan wasn't complete yet, he forced himself to stay patient and coax her. When he finally finished the dish, Lu Xiongwan smiled. Seeing that she was finally in a good mood, Lin Hao quickly said that his father was sick and needed surgery, which would cost a lot of money. He asked if she could lend him some, promising to pay her back later. "Anyway, my money will be yours sooner or later," she said. "Then let your parents come to our hospital. We have the best medical facilities and I can help take care of them," she offered. "They don't want to trouble you. They'll just have the surgery back home." "Traveling back and forth would take too much time," he replied. In truth, his parents weren't sick at all. It was just that Wang Chunran, the woman he was secretly seeing, wanted an expensive designer bag and had been pressuring him to buy it. He was out of money, so he decided to get it from Lu Xiangwan. It wasn't the first time he had asked her for money. Every time he opened his mouth, Lu Xiangwan would give him whatever she had. "You're right. How much does your father's surgery cost?" she asked. He was thrilled inside but kept a sad expression on his face. "About 50,000. Lu Xiangwan sneered inwardly. He was clearly taking her for a fool. He had already taken more than 200,000 or 300,000 from her in bits and pieces, and she hadn't even asked for it back yet. "I don't have that much money right now." "What should I do?" she said. "What do you mean you don't have money?" Lin Hao's tone changed instantly, his voice rising several levels. "Why are you yelling like that?" she asked. Lu Xiangwan pretended to be trembling, as if she had been frightened by him. "Sorry, Xiangwan. I was just too worried about you. There have been too many scams lately, and I was afraid you might get tricked." Realizing he had lost control, Lin Hao quickly adjusted himself and forced a smile. "You're probably the biggest liar of all," she thought. "I already gave the money to Su Le. She's working on a research project and might need some time before she can pay me back. Maybe I should call Chunran. She just got her salary, so she should have some money." Xiangwan opened her phone and found her friend's number, but before she could call, Lin Hao grabbed the phone from her hand. "What are you doing?" Xiangwan frowned, confused. "I'll handle the money myself. No need to bother anyone else." "Really? Maybe I should still ask Chunran for a little help. I can pay her back after I get my salary." "No need," Lin Hao refused without hesitation. "All right then, good luck," Xiangwan said, then went back to her room. But she wasn't going to rest. She started packing. She gathered a few clothes, her ID card, bank cards, and some valuables, put them all in a suitcase, and left the house. The bed was too dirty anyway. She didn't want to stay there. Just as Lin Hao was throwing leftovers into the trash, he turned and saw Xiangwan pulling her suitcase toward the door. "Dr. Wang is on leave, and things are busy at work. The director asked me to stay at the hospital for a while," she said calmly. "I'll walk you out," Lin Hao offered. He didn't suspect anything. After all, doctors were often busy. "No need. You've had a long day. Get some rest. I'll take a taxi." "All right, take care," Lin Hao said, seeing her off at the door. Then he quickly pulled out his phone and called Wang Chunran. Sitting in the taxi, Xiangwan saw this through her phone screen and smiled coldly. She wanted to see what tricks he would play next. She asked the driver to take her to a hotel near her home and checked in for the night. The excuse about being busy at work was just a cover. After washing up and lying on the bed, she opened her phone again. The show had already begun. Wang Chunran was waiting for Lin Hao, dressed up and impatiently urging him to hurry. "Don't rush," Lin Hao said nervously, sweat forming on his forehead. But suddenly, he couldn't continue. Seeing the beautiful woman in front of him but unable to do anything, he felt frustrated. Time passed and Lin Hao still didn't move, looking the same as before. Wang Chunran's earlier emotions had faded, and she muttered, "Useless." Even so, she still felt restless and uncomfortable, shifting around on the bed. Knowing she was pregnant, Lin Hao didn't want to upset her, so he gently set her aside and continued with his work. In the end, he gave up and looked at Wang Chunran with an apologetic expression. Wang Chunran also knew it wasn't good to push him too hard at this moment, so she comforted him, saying it was probably because he had been too tired during the day. Lin Hao thought about it and agreed. He had indeed done too much that day. His legs had felt weak when he brought her home that afternoon. He assumed it was just exhaustion. After all, he was only 30, still young and strong. Lu Xiangwan saw this scene on her phone and sneered, Looks like the medicine from the senior worked faster than expected. But Wang Chunran still felt uncomfortable and kept leaning against Lin Hao. Lin Hao wanted to help but simply couldn't. Lu Xiangwan, disgusted by the scene, rubbed her temples, turned off the light, and went to sleep. She was later awakened by a phone call. The department director informed her that there was an emergency surgery and she needed to be the lead surgeon. Without hesitation, Lu Xiangwan got up, dressed quickly, washed her face with cold water, and took a taxi to the hospital. When she came out of the operating room, she was so hungry and weak that she had to lean against the wall for support, yet she couldn't bring herself to eat anything. The reason was heartbreaking. A mother had suffered severe bleeding during childbirth. The husband's and wife's families argued over whether to save the mother or the baby. Despite Lu Xiangwan's best efforts and repeated requests for them to sign the consent form quickly, it was too late. Both the mother and baby were lost. The baby girl had stopped breathing right after birth. "Doctor, how's my daughter? Doctor, where's my grandson? My son, where's my son?" Recognizing Lu Xiangwan as the lead surgeon, the family members surrounded her, grabbing her arms and asking questions all at once. Fortunately, nurses Song Jiyang and Wang Xiaojing rushed over and helped her out of the crowd. Lu Xiangwan said apologetically, "I'm sorry, we did everything we could. My daughter." Someone heard the news and collapsed to the ground, crying loudly. "What about my son?" "Yes, where's my grandson? Where is he?" It was a girl. Wang Xiaojing couldn't stand it anymore. Since the family had arrived at the hospital, all they talked about was the grandson. They never once asked about the mother's condition. Now the mother was gone, yet they still only cared about the grandson. It was as if they were obsessed, as though there were a royal title waiting to be passed down. "You must have stolen my grandson. Give him back to me." The old woman shouted wildly and rushed toward Lu Xiangwan. Luckily, Lu reacted quickly, and the woman fell to the ground instead. At her age, the fall must have hurt badly, but even in pain, she kept cursing, blaming Lu for her grandson's death. Her harsh words made the people passing by frown. "If you keep this up, I'll call the police," Lu said coldly. Perhaps frightened, the weak husband of the woman who had died finally stepped forward. He helped his mother up and started walking toward the hospital exit. Before leaving, the old woman turned to the mother of the deceased and said, "They weren't even married yet. Your daughter's death has nothing to do with us. She was unlucky, couldn't even give birth properly. It's better this way." Before the grieving mother could respond, the old woman dragged her son away, muttering that she would find him another wife who could give birth to a healthy baby boy. The man, strangely enough, nodded in agreement. Neither of them mentioned the woman who had died giving birth for him, nor did they look back at her. After so many years working in the hospital, Lu had seen life and death countless times, yet she still felt deeply sad. Maybe it was because she blamed herself for not being skilled enough to save the woman, or maybe it was because she pitied the mother and the baby who never got to see the world. Lu couldn't tell. Marriage, she thought, might just be like that. Her boyfriend of 5 years had betrayed her without hesitation, and she no longer believed in love. Her heart had slowly turned to stone. Being alone wasn't so bad after all. But she was determined to take back everything that originally belonged to her. She wouldn't let those two scoundrels get away with it. When Lin Hao woke up that morning, he realized something was wrong. He still couldn't recover his strength. Even when he went to the bathroom, he couldn't manage properly, which made him panic completely. When Wang Chunran tried to comfort him, he pushed her away so hard that she fell to the ground, forgetting completely that she was pregnant. In a rush, he grabbed his phone and car keys and stormed out the door. Furious, Wang Chunran shouted angrily, smashing whatever she could find in the house. In her rage, she suddenly felt pain and noticed she was bleeding. Terrified, she held her stomach and stumbled out of the house, not caring about anything else. Lin Hao drove straight to the First People's Hospital of Nanshur. Just as he was about to register, he spotted his ex-girlfriend. Shocked, he quickly pretended to act normal and walked over to greet her. Lu Xiangwan, of course, knew exactly why he was there, but she ignored him and continued discussing a patient's condition with Dr. Hu. The two of them talked enthusiastically. Feeling left out, Lin Hao grew irritated but forced himself to wait quietly. Still, he decided he wouldn't see a doctor at this hospital. If something really was wrong with him and his plan failed, Lu Xiongwan might break up with him for good. That would be a huge loss. After a long discussion, they finally confirmed the surgery plan. Only then did Lu Xiongwan look up and ask, "Why are you here?" Lin Hao was so annoyed he almost lost his temper. "I've been standing here forever. I was just passing by and thought I'd check on you," he said. "Dr. Lu, your boyfriend's here. I'll leave you two to talk," Dr. Hu said politely before walking away. "Passing by to see me?" Lu Xiongwan looked at him with a mocking smile, clearly not believing a word. "Well, since you're busy, I won't bother you," Lin Hao said, not noticing her expression. His mind was still focused on finding another doctor. He turned to leave. "Wait a second. Give me the car keys before you go," Lu Xiongwan called out. "Car keys?" Lin Hao thought he misheard. After all, she didn't even have a driver's license. "I bought the car. Don't tell me I can't drive it," she said coldly. "You can. Drive your car." "Of course you can," Lin Hao said through gritted teeth. "Hurry up, I still have a surgery later." Lin Hao had no choice but to hand her the car keys, reminding her to drive carefully. Lu Xiongwan took the keys and left right away. When she arrived at the clinic, she immediately cleaned her hands and the car keys with disinfectant. Whenever something felt dirty, Lu Xiongwan would feel uncomfortable. Without his car, Lin Hao had to take a taxi to the nearby Second City Hospital. He registered at the urology department, and after a series of tests, 3 hours had passed. The results wouldn't be ready until after 4 in the afternoon. Even when Wang Chunren called him, he didn't have the heart to answer and hung up directly, sitting anxiously on the hospital bench, waiting for the results. He still couldn't understand it. Everything had been fine that afternoon, so why had things suddenly gone wrong that night? Seeing her call rejected, Wang Chunren angrily threw her phone aside. She clutched her stomach in pain, rolling on the bed, and soon the sheets were stained with blood. Luckily, her roommate noticed something was wrong and quickly called an ambulance to take her to the hospital. The experienced doctor immediately recognized the signs of a pregnancy emergency and called for an obstetrician. Coincidentally, all the other doctors were busy, so only Lu Xiongwan was available and was urgently called in. When Lu Xiongwan arrived, she realized the patient was someone she knew. She couldn't help but feel a bit surprised, but her professional instincts quickly took over. Wang Chunren kept crying out in pain. In her struggle, she caught sight of Lu Xiongwan and suddenly panicked, unsure how to face her. She avoided her gaze nervously. Lu Xiongwan gently comforted her, telling her not to worry and that she would do her best to help her and the baby. Hearing that, Wang Chunren finally relaxed. With Lu Xiongwan's assurance, she believed everything would be fine. When she woke up again, her first instinct was to touch her stomach. At that moment, Lu Xiongwan came in for her rounds. Looking at Wang Chunren on the bed, she said softly, "I'm sorry. The baby couldn't be saved. You're still young. There will be other chances in the future. During the first 3 months of pregnancy, it's important to be careful." The two of them hadn't realized the risks, and with early signs of complications and the added stress, she hadn't made it to the hospital in time. As a result, the baby couldn't be saved.
My
baby is gone." Wang Chunren lowered her head and touched her stomach, lost in thought, her face showing no sadness. Take care of yourself first. You're still young, there'll be other chances." "But the baby's father?" "I don't think you ever mentioned him. The baby's father is a friend of mine." "You don't know him?" "Really?" Lu Xiongwan looked at her with a hint of amusement. She never knew her so-called best friend could act this well. "All right then, get some rest. I have something to do."
With that, she left.
Wang Chunren, on the other hand, looked relieved, as if she had just escaped a disaster. She thought to herself that Lu Xiongwan was still as foolish as ever. She didn't even know her boyfriend had been taken from her, let alone that the lost baby had actually been his. Yet Wang Chunren herself didn't feel sad at all. The baby was gone, so be it. She was still young, and there would be plenty of chances in the future. Just as she was about to take a nap, her phone rang. She looked at the screen. It was Lin Hao. Without thinking, she hung up. This was payback. He had ignored her call earlier, so now she would let him taste the same. On the other end, Lin Hao was furious. If it weren't for the fact that she had been carrying his child, he would have already broken up with her. At 4 o'clock, he had gone to get his medical report, only to receive shocking news. He was told that he would never be able to have children again. His condition made it impossible. The doctor couldn't explain why, and even if he went to a bigger hospital, the result would be the same. That meant the baby Wang Chunran had been carrying was the only child of the Lin family. That was why Lin Hao kept calling her again and again. Finally, Wang Chunran answered the phone, sounding indifferent. "I have something to tell you." Before she could finish, Lin Hao's angry voice came through the line. "Chunran, where are you right now? Listen to me, you must take care of the baby. That child is the only one our family has left. When the baby is born, I'll give you the house, the car, and all the insurance money. Did you hear me?" "I heard you." Wang Chunran had planned to tell him about her miscarriage, but after hearing what he said, she decided it was better to keep it to herself for now. "What were you going to tell me just now?" "That nothing." "Where are you now?" "I'll come to you right away." Wang Chunran couldn't tell him she was in the hospital, so she made up a story, saying she was at her mother's house and being taken care of. When Lin Hao heard that, he softened his tone and told her to take good care of the baby. He said he would send them some money soon so that his child wouldn't be treated poorly, then hung up the phone. After hearing the busy tone, Wang Chunran quickly pressed the call button by her bed and asked the nurse to bring Lu Xiangwan to her. The nurse had no choice but to do as she asked. When Lu Xiangwan arrived, Wang Chunran grabbed her hand and begged her to keep this secret. "I can help you keep it, but what will you do later when you have a baby? Won't the truth come out then?" "That's my problem. Xiangwan, you're my best friend. Please, just help me this one time." Seeing that Lu Xiangwan agreed so easily, Wang Chunran finally relaxed, her eyes darting around as if she were already planning something. Lu Xiangwan, however, was curious to see how Wang Chunran would explain things to her unfaithful ex-boyfriend. She had just received a call from a friend in the urology department at the second hospital, who told her that Lin Hao had a serious health problem that made it nearly impossible for him to have children. The friend even advised her to break up with him as soon as possible. Lu Xiangwan had already decided to end things completely, and she hadn't expected the medicine her senior had given her to work so well. Lin Hao would never be able to have children, and Wang Chunran had already lost hers. So if Wang Chunran wanted her to keep the secret, she must be planning to find another way to get pregnant. That meant she was going to deceive Lin Hao. Interesting. And Lu Xiangwan believed Wang Chunran was definitely capable of doing something like that. Thinking this, she walked out and called a private investigator, paying 15,000 yuan to have him follow Wang Chunran. As for the car she had taken back from Lin Hao, she sold it to a used car dealer for 150,000 yuan. The used car dealer, afraid she might change her mind, quickly transferred the money. As soon as the ownership was completed, he drove the car away. After finishing everything, Lu Xiangwan felt completely exhausted. She even turned down her colleague's dinner invitation and decided to walk back to the hotel to rest. When she passed by the snack street, the delicious smells made her stomach growl, so she stopped and started browsing the food stalls. During the 5 years she dated Lin Hao, she had lived frugally every single day, even hesitating before ordering takeout. All she wanted was to build a home with him as soon as possible. She had spent 250,000 yuan to buy Lin Hao a car, yet she herself squeezed onto crowded buses every morning to get to work. Even her clothes were cheap ones from street stalls. No one would believe that the only money left in her account was the 150,000 yuan she got from selling the car today. After all, she earned more than 20,000 yuan a month, so she should have saved quite a bit over the years, but she had given it all to that unworthy man. Love really makes people foolish, Lu Xiangwan sighed as she finished the last bite of her pastry. She walked along the street, buying stinky tofu, roasted sweet potato slices, candied hawthorns, and grilled squid, her hands full of snacks. When she passed a fortune-telling stall with no customers, it looked so pitiful that she couldn't help but stop. On impulse, she tossed 20 yuan into the box and was about to leave. "Young lady, would you like a reading?" "Sure," she replied, handing over her hand. The blind fortune-teller gently touched her palm, then began to calculate with his fingers, murmuring, "The balance of yin and yang holds endless mysteries. Heaven and earth rest within one's grasp." He continued chanting words she couldn't understand. After a long while, he finally stopped, stroked his beard, and said, "Miss, your destined love does not belong to this world." That was quite accurate. Lu Xiongwan had already decided never to fall in love or marry again. Then the fortune-teller took a small jade pendant from his pocket, about the size of 2 fingernails, and handed it to her. As soon as she held it, she felt a strange pull, and she didn't want to give it back. "Miss, since fate has brought us together, I'll give this to you. May it protect you from harm," he said. Before she could reply, he packed up his things, leaned on his staff, and walked away. Lu Xiongwan came back to her senses and quickly ran after him. She took out all the money from her wallet, about a little over 1,000 yuan in total, and stuffed it into the fortune-teller's hands. "Take this and buy yourself something nice to eat. I really like the gift you gave me," she said before leaving. She played with the jade pendant in her hand under the moonlight. It was clear and smooth, glowing softly. The more she looked at it, the more she liked it. To keep it safe, she went to a jewelry store and spent 50 yuan on a string so she could wear it around her neck. "Next one," Lu Xiongwan said after finishing with her last patient. She stretched lazily, ready to continue. But then she heard a noisy commotion outside the door. She quickly stood up and went out. At the reception desk, someone was causing trouble. When she walked closer, she realized it was her long-estranged family. So they came here because she didn't give them money? That was her first thought, and she felt nothing else. After all, whatever little affection had once existed between them was long gone. Now, calling them enemies wouldn't be an exaggeration. When Lu Yazong saw her standing outside the crowd, he pointed at her and shouted, "That's my sister. I told you Lu Xiongwan is my sister. Let me go. Let go of my son, now." Wang Zhaodi yelled beside him. When she turned and saw Lu Xiongwan, her eyes widened. "Lu Xiongwan, hurry up and tell them to release your brother," she ordered, her tone just as commanding as Lu Xiongwan remembered. Lu Yazong was always treated like a treasure, while she was nothing more than a. "Dr. Lu, are these your family members?" asked the security guard, Wang Disheng. "I don't know them," Lu Xiongwan replied calmly, hands in her pockets, her face expressionless. "Lu Xiongwan, how dare you deny your own parents? Have you no heart?" Lu Yazong shouted angrily, his words full of spite. Even the onlookers couldn't stand it anymore. They looked at the noisy family, with disapproval written all over their faces. "Are you done talking?" Lu Xiongwan stepped forward, her eyes cold as she stared at Lu Yazong, like she was looking at someone already dead. Other than her selfish parents, the person she hated most was the man standing before her, Lu Yazong. No one knew that years ago, Lu Xiongwan had almost been hurt by her own younger brother. What made it worse was that Wang Zhaodi and Lu Guiqing had turned a blind eye to his behavior. He was worse than an animal, and Lu Xiongwan hated herself for not having the courage to stop him completely back then. "Lu Xiongwan, if you know what's good for you, give Mom the money right now. Don't blame us for being rude. Your parents worked hard to raise you," Lu Yazong said, thinking she was scared, and became even more arrogant. "And then what?" she asked coldly. "You ungrateful girl, hand over the money." "Your brother's wedding is coming up," Wang Zhaodi said, grabbing Lu Xiongwan's hand, but Lu Xiongwan shook her off forcefully. "His wedding has nothing to do with me. Am I his parent?" "Lu Xiongwan, don't be so shameless." Before Lu Yazong could finish, Lu Xiongwan slapped him twice across the face. "Your mouth is filthy." "I'm just helping you clean it," she said, giving him 2 more slaps. "You wicked girl. How dare you hit Yazong? I'll teach you a lesson." Seeing her son get hit, Wang Zhaodi was furious. She couldn't find anything to use, so she took off her shoe and rushed at Lu Xiongwan. Lu Guoqing also moved to hold Lu Xiongwan down so his wife could hit her. In his eyes, daughters didn't matter. Only sons did, because sons were supposed to take care of their parents in old age. But Lu Xiongwan wasn't someone to be bullied. She called the hospital security office. When Wang Zhaodi tried to grab her phone, Lu Xiongwan kicked her away, leaving her clutching her stomach and crying out in pain. Lu Xiongwan didn't feel the slightest bit of pity. With her hands in her pockets, she looked down at them calmly. Within 2 minutes, security arrived. "These people are disturbing the hospital and affecting the patients," Lu Xiongwan said, pointing at them. The security guards, all tall and well-trained, quickly carried the 3 troublemakers out as easily as if they were lifting chickens. "Lu Xiongwan, you ungrateful brat. Just you wait. You heartless girl. We should have left you in the mountains when you were born." Even as they were dragged away, Wang Zhaodi and Lu Yaozong kept shouting curses at Lu Xiongwan. "Dr. Lu, are you okay?"
I'm fine.
"Everyone, please go back," Lu Xiongwan said, then returned to her office. The others looked at each other in confusion, but someone had already recorded the whole scene and uploaded it online with a dramatic title, "Is this the twist of human nature or the fall of morality? A doctor in white attacks her own parents." In no time, the video went viral across major platforms. Under the post, countless comments criticized the doctor, who had hit someone. "This kind of person is a disgrace to society. A doctor? She even dares to hit her parents. Who would dare see her for treatment? What if she gets angry at a patient? I strongly suggest the hospital fire her." "Agreed. Her parents raised her, and she turned out so ungrateful. I feel sorry for them." Some bloggers, seeing a chance to gain attention, began leading an online search for this doctor in white. Within 5 hours, netizens had found out that the person in the video was Lu Xiongwan, a gynecologist at Nanshire First People's Hospital. Some even posted her work photo. Soon, people started judging her appearance, saying she looked unpleasant and had a dark heart. A few extreme users even attacked the hospital's website and spread fake news about her. Public figures also joined in, condemning her behavior. Overnight, Lu Xiongwan's name became widely known on the internet, but for all the wrong reasons. At that moment, Lu Xiongwan had no idea what kind of storm awaited her the next day. She was at home, watching the security footage. Lin Hao was in the bedroom, watching a movie, his behavior showing his frustration. Lu Xiongwan smiled coldly. He really refused to accept his fate. But the medicine her senior had developed was no ordinary one. Unless Lin Hao could start life over again, he would never recover. She knew that people like him would only grow more twisted over time. So she was determined to tie him and Wang Chunran together. After all, she couldn't let their gift to her go to waste. As expected, Lin Hao still couldn't do it. He tried many ways, even spent money to hire someone, but when she stood in front of him, he still couldn't manage. He finally accepted that something was wrong with him and, in anger, smashed everything he could at home. Lu Xiongwan couldn't stand it anymore. She turned her phone to airplane mode and fell asleep. Because of that, she didn't know that Su Lo had called her many times. He was so worried that he jumped around in the lab, then tore off his sterile suit and drove straight to her home. But Lu Xiongwan wasn't there. He went to the hospital to look for her, but she wasn't there either. Su Lo thought she might have done something foolish, so he rushed to the police station to report it. The police told him they couldn't file a case until 24 hours had passed. He left the station looking completely defeated. "You silly girl, don't you dare do anything stupid. You still owe me a meal. If you really want to go, at least treat me first," Su Lo muttered, while typing furiously online, defending Lu Xiongwan against criticism. Meanwhile, Lu Xiongwan was sleeping soundly for once. When she woke up and turned on her phone, it was already 8:30. Shocked, she jumped out of bed, threw on her clothes, and caught a taxi downstairs to the hospital. Once she reconnected to the internet, her phone exploded with messages, 288 missed calls from her senior. What's wrong with him, staying up all night like that? She thought, but worried he might need something urgent. She quickly called him back.
Senior.
Lu Xiangwan, you finally called me back. I was worried sick all night. Thought you might have done something terrible. I'm so relieved. Hearing her voice, Su Le burst into tears of joy. She was safe, and his prayers from the night before had worked. Thank goodness, truly. Lu Xiangwan suspected that if her senior were standing in front of her, he would probably be crying and hugging her at the same time. For some reason, the thought made her laugh. Thinking about it carefully, it really did sound like something he would do.
Senior, I'm fine. What could possibly happen to me?
She would never do something foolish like taking her own life over a terrible man. That would be underestimating Lu Xiangwan too much.
You don't know?
Sula stopped crying the moment she heard that. So she had been upset all night for nothing, while this girl acted as if nothing had happened, wasting her tears. What's going on? Lu Xiangwan sensed that something wasn't right. Check your messages.
Look at what I sent you.
Sula hung up and forwarded her the video that had gone viral online. When Lu Xiangwan opened it, she saw a clip from yesterday at the hospital, the part where she had hit someone, but it had been edited to make her look bad. The comments below were full of harsh words against her. After reading a few, she couldn't continue. What a group of so-called kind and righteous people showing off their morals and goodness online while being completely ignorant. Truly impressive. Sula waited a long time without getting a reply and started to worry. Hey, are you okay?
I'm fine. Don't worry.
Really? Sula still sounded doubtful. Really? Relax. If anything happens, call me. I'll stand by you no matter what. Thank you, Senior. After saying that, Lu Xiangwan turned off her phone. When she got out of the car, she saw many reporters with cameras and people holding up their phones crowding around the hospital entrance, blocking the way. Just as she was about to go in, Nurse Song Jiang, who had been waiting for her, stopped her. Dr. Lu, the director asked you to go home for a few days until things calm down. Because of what happened yesterday?
Yes.
You should leave quickly. If they see you, before he could finish, a sharp-eyed reporter spotted her and ran over with a microphone. The others followed immediately, eager to get the first-hand story. At that moment, Lu Xiangwan couldn't even run. She was surrounded, and some people even threw rotten eggs and vegetables at her. There was no way to avoid it. With the smell of rotten eggs in her hair, Lu Xiangwan took out her phone and called the police. Before the police arrive, I have the right to remain silent. You should also be ready to face legal action. If you start an online attack without knowing the truth, none of you will escape responsibility. When Lu Xiangwan said this, some reporters stepped back in fear, but others refused to give up. They kept pushing microphones toward her, insisting she explain everything, as if they wouldn't stop until she cried and apologized on camera. Some even started live streaming, shouting, "Everyone, tap the screen and send gifts." Lu Xiangwan calmly raised her phone and recorded all of them. A while later, the police arrived. Lu Xiangwan told them she was the one who called, saying these people were harassing her. The reporters, unwilling to be accused, quickly defended themselves, claiming they were conducting a legitimate interview and showing their press cards. But I don't agree to be interviewed, Lu Xiangwan said, taking a Swiss Army knife from her pocket, something she always carried for safety. She showed the small blade and said gently, "This knife doesn't know who's who." Then she moved it slightly toward them, making the reporters step back in fear of being hurt. Holding the knife, Lu Xiangwan walked straight to her clinic without anyone stopping her. But before she could even sit down, the hospital director called her in. "Your actions have caused a serious impact on the hospital's reputation," the director said firmly. "You should take a few days off at home. Once things calm down, you can return to work." It was clear this was a final decision. "All right," Lu Xiangwan replied. She had no choice but to agree. In truth, it was more like being suspended indefinitely. She understood the hospital's position, so she said nothing more. She left the director's office, went back to her clinic, packed her things, and prepared to leave. "Dr. Lu, we know you're not that kind of person. We believe in you," her colleague said. They had been there yesterday and knew how rude that family had been. If it were them, they might have reacted even more strongly. They had tried to explain the situation online, but no one believed them. Some people even accused them of being paid supporters hired by Dr. Liu, which made them furious. "I'm fine," Liu Xiongwan said softly. "You all just focus on your work." After Liu Xiongwan finished speaking, she left immediately, heading straight to a law firm. That's right, she was going to sue them. Lawyer Zhang Wei gladly accepted her case and promised to do his best to win it. Liu Xiongwan said she trusted him, then left, letting the situation continue to spread online. As long as her heart stayed strong, no one could shake her. Lin Hao, however, was furious. That fool didn't even realize what he was doing. He called Liu Xiongwan several times, but she didn't answer. In anger, he threw his phone to the ground. Only after breaking it did he realize he didn't have money to buy a new one. He quickly picked it up. The screen was cracked, but it still worked. That same day, Liu Xiongwan created a social media account and posted all the evidence of the abuse she had suffered from the Liu family, along with her medical reports. She also tagged the media outlets and online influencers who had attacked her earlier. Thankfully, she had kept those records years ago, and now they were finally useful. She didn't mind revealing her pain in public. She knew that sometimes showing one's wounds could earn understanding and sympathy. So, these are the so-called innocent parents you talk about? In an instant, public opinion completely changed. Anyone who saw the posts couldn't help but express their anger. The videos showed Liu Yazong's attempted and Wang Zhaodi hitting Liu Xiongwan with a thick stick, burning her with cigarettes, and slapping her. It was heartbreaking to watch. People couldn't imagine how young Liu Xiongwan had survived such cruelty. A few still argued that no matter what, a daughter shouldn't go against her parents, but their voices were quickly drowned out by the majority. Then came an even bigger twist. Someone uploaded the full video of what had happened at the hospital that day. Netizens were shocked that a family could be so cruel, insulting their own daughter in public and demanding she pay for her brother's house. Truly, there was no limit to shamelessness. Now, no one blamed Liu Xiongwan anymore. People flooded her social media to apologize and ask for forgiveness. Media accounts and public figures rushed to delete their earlier posts criticizing her. When an avalanche comes, not a single snowflake is innocent. Unfortunately, it was already too late because they had received a court summons. They had thought Liu Xiongwan was only bluffing, but she was serious. In the end, those who were sued by Liu Xiongwan not only had to make a public apology, but also pay her compensation for emotional distress, totaling 500,000 yuan. While others thought she should be upset, Liu Xiongwan was actually sitting in her hotel room, smiling happily at the balance on her phone. If possible, she wished she could earn money this way more often. Her lawyer, Zhang Wei, was also delighted, as this was his first victory since starting his career. He had finally made his family proud. Lin Hao, on the other hand, was pleased for a different reason. Liu Xiongwan had completely fallen out with her family. He believed that after her death, all her money would be his. Even when she hung up on his calls, he still sent her messages pretending to come for her. But Liu Xiongwan didn't even look at them and deleted them as junk messages. Meanwhile, the hospital sent her a notice to return to work the next day. She saw no reason to quit, since her money wasn't enough to last a lifetime. So the next morning, she got up early, got ready, and went to work. At the hospital entrance, Liu Yazong had been waiting for a long time. He was already growing impatient. He blamed everything on Liu Xiongwan, believing she had ruined his relationship, caused his parents to lose their jobs, and turned his family into outcasts. Relatives and neighbors avoided them, and even his friends no longer wanted to be around him. Since his life was miserable, he didn't want Liu Xiongwan to have it easy either. "Good morning, Dr. Liu," Wang Xiaojing greeted cheerfully when she saw her arriving. Hearing her voice, Liu Yazong looked up and saw her not far away. He pulled his hat lower, clenched his hand inside his pocket, and walked toward her with a dark expression. Liu Xiongwan was chatting casually with Wang Xiaojing, unaware that danger was approaching. At that moment, Liu Yazong suddenly took something sharp from his pocket and rushed toward her. By the time others noticed, it was already too late. Liu Xiongwan was lying in a pool of blood. No one saw that the jade pendant on her neck had accidentally been stained with blood and gave off a faint green light for a few seconds before disappearing. In an instant, Screams filled the air, and the scene became chaotic. Trembling with fear, Wang Xiaojing took out her phone and called the police. Taking advantage of the confusion, Lu Yaozong quickly ran away. When the police arrived and secured the area, Lu Xiangwan had already been rushed into the emergency room for treatment. After hearing the news, Lin Hao hurried to the hospital, not out of concern for her safety, but because they hadn't yet registered their marriage. If she died, all the insurance he bought would be wasted. Meanwhile, Su Lo, who was busy with an experiment, dropped his beaker in shock when he heard that Lu Xiangwan had been stabbed. Without even taking off his lab coat, he ran out of the lab, stopped a taxi, and kept urging the driver to go faster. He was afraid he might be too late to see that stubborn girl one last time. The poor taxi driver was already driving as fast as he could. Any faster, and he'd lose his license points. But when he saw the man crying so hard, his heart softened, and he stepped harder on the gas. A 20-minute trip was cut down to 10, and he safely dropped Su Lo off at the hospital. Su Lo jumped out of the car and ran as fast as he could. He had to see her. Only after closing the door did the driver realize the man hadn't paid the fare. With the passenger gone, he could only sigh and accept the loss. Su Lo rushed straight to the emergency room and saw Lin Hao sitting there playing on his phone. Anger surged in him. Lu Xiangwan is fighting for her life in there, and you're playing games? Su Lo shouted and punched him. Though short, Su Lo was strong, and the punch made Lin Hao's nose bleed. Lin Hao wasn't one to back down, and the two started fighting right outside the operating room. No one could pull them apart. Just then, the door to the operating room opened, and Wang Xiaojing stomped her foot and shouted, "Stop fighting. The doctor is out. She's out."
Chou le criait.
Su Lo gave Lin Hao one last punch, quickly stood up, and ran to the stretcher. Seeing Lu Xiangwan lying there like that, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. "You silly girl. How could you just leave like this? We didn't even get to see each other one last time." The lead surgeon, who came out with the team, looked speechless.
Dr. Lu isn't gone.
She's just still under the effects of anesthesia. Not gone? Su Lo immediately looked up at the doctor in front of him, uncertain. "You silly girl. You made me cry for nothing." Su Lo quickly stood up, wiped his tears, and burst out laughing. His reaction startled the surgeon, who quietly asked the nurse beside him, "Wang Xiaojing, are all Dr. Lu's friends unusual?" Wang Xiaojing didn't know how to respond, so she just gave an awkward smile and helped push the stretcher into the ward. Inside the ward, the more Su Lo looked at the unfaithful man in front of him, the more annoyed he felt. Worried that when the silly girl woke up she might get upset again, he found an excuse to send the man away, which suited Lin Hao just fine. He had wanted to leave for a while. Hospitals weren't his favorite places, and since he was being asked to go, he didn't need to feel guilty about it. Looking at Lu Xiangwan lying on the hospital bed, Su Lo muttered, "Silly girl. Who did you offend to end up getting hurt like this?" Still, in his heart, he silently prayed to all the gods and to the Bodhisattva Guanyin to bless Lu Xiangwan and help her wake up soon. At that moment, Lu Xiangwan slowly opened her eyes. The surroundings looked strange. The last thing she remembered was going to work at the hospital, chatting with Wang Xiaojing on the way, and then suddenly being attacked. When she looked down at her stomach, she saw it was wrapped in bandages. Clearly, the wound had already been treated. But logically, she should be in the hospital, not in this empty, barren place. The more she thought about it, the stranger it seemed. But sitting and waiting wasn't her style. She tried to find a way out, but after walking for a long time, she realized the path had no end. "Is anyone here?" Only an empty echo answered her. Just as she was about to lose hope, she saw a spring not far away. Delighted, Lu Xiangwan ran over, scooped some water with her hands, and took a sip. The water was sweet, so she couldn't help but drink a little more. On the hospital bed, Su Lo noticed that Lu Xiangwan's face was covered in sweat. It wasn't even hot, but he still took out a tissue from his pocket and gently wiped her face. To his surprise, the tissue turned black after one wipe. "This girl, has she not washed her face for half a year? It's so dirty," he grumbled, but still took a clean tissue and continued wiping. After a while, her face looked much fairer. When she woke up, he decided he would remind her to wash her face more often. She looked much better now than before. Of course, Lu Xiongwon couldn't hear his complaints. If she could, she would definitely roll her eyes at him. She cared about her appearance and always washed her face every day. At that moment, she was still trying to find a way out, but after walking for a long time, her legs gave out and she still couldn't find an exit. "I want to get out," she cried in despair. But as soon as she shouted, everything went dark and she lost consciousness. When she opened her eyes again, everything around her was white and the air smelled strongly of disinfectant. She immediately realized she was in a hospital. Where had she been just now? Before she could think further, Su Le rushed over. "You silly girl, you're finally awake. Do you know how scared I was?"
Ouch.
Lu Xiongwon groaned. The anesthesia hadn't completely worn off, and her head was still spinning. "Oh, sorry. My fault." Su Le quickly stood up, realizing he had pressed on her wound. "You silly girl. Who did you offend? That person was so cruel. If the knife had gone a little deeper, you wouldn't have survived." The doctor had said earlier that the wound was dangerously close to her heart, just a little more, and even the best doctor couldn't have saved her.
She was lucky to be alive. Senior.
"I just woke up," she muttered weakly. "Can you please stop talking so much? You should rest. If you need anything, just tell me." "I'll be right here," Su Le said quickly, then closed his mouth so he wouldn't disturb Lu Xiongwon. Lu Xiongwon finally closed her eyes, but her mind kept replaying what had just happened. She didn't think it was a dream. It felt too real. But how could she have been in that strange place one moment and then wake up in the hospital the next? She couldn't figure it out. It all seemed beyond her understanding. Still, she remembered how refreshing that spring water had tasted, and she wanted to drink it again. The moment she thought of it, she suddenly found herself standing by the spring once more. It felt like she had discovered something incredible. When she opened her eyes again, she was back in the hospital. "Senior, have I been here the whole time?"
she asked.
"Lu Xiongwon, are you sure you're okay? You just had surgery. If you weren't here, where else would you be?" Su Le frowned, starting to wonder if she had hit her head. If she kept talking nonsense, he was going to call the doctor to check on her. "I was just asking," she said softly. She knew her senior wouldn't lie to her, but what she had experienced felt real. She closed her eyes again, trying to recall every detail, when she noticed that the jade pendant she always wore was gone. In its place, just below her collarbone, was a faint birthmark shaped like the pendant. Could it be that she had gained a mysterious space like in those stories? She thought of her friend Wang Xiaojing, who often joked about wanting a magical space of her own. So now she really had one? The thought made Lu Xiongwon's heart race, but she decided not to test it again for now. Once she was discharged, she would figure out exactly what was going on. A week passed in the hospital. The person who had attacked her was caught, and to her surprise, it turned out to be Lu Yaozong. Lu Xiongwon had no intention of forgiving him. Since he had done wrong, he had to face the consequences. She told the police to handle the case fairly and not to go easy on him. In the end, Lu Yaozong was sentenced to 6 years in prison for attempted murder. Lu Xiongwon thought the punishment was too light. After all, she had nearly lost her life. 10 years would have been more fitting, she thought. Wang Zhaodi and her husband once went to the hospital to plead for mercy, but Su Le drove them out. Furious, Wang Zhaodi stood at the hospital entrance and shouted insults at Lu Xiongwon, which happened to be overheard by lawyer Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei had handled Lu Xiongwon's previous online harassment case, so he knew a bit about her situation. Out of sympathy, he went to the hospital to ask if she wanted to press charges against Wang Zhaodi and Lu Guoqing. If she wished, he could help, since the video Lu Xiongwon had once posted online contained evidence of the two mistreating her when she was a child. Hearing that she could sue them, Lu Xiongwon agreed, without hesitation. In the end, Wang Zhaodi and Lu Guoqing were sentenced to 2 years in prison for child abuse. When Lu Xiongwon received the good news, she was overjoyed. Even though some people said she was heartless for taking her own parents to court, she ignored them and instead gave Zhang Wei a generous gift to thank him. After lying in the hospital bed for 2 weeks, Lu Xiongwan couldn't stand it anymore. Feeling that her body had mostly recovered, she insisted on being discharged. She wanted to take a shower. She felt dirty and could even smell herself. Sula had no choice but to ask the doctor, who said it was fine, so he helped her complete the discharge procedures. Lu Xiongwan didn't want to return to that home, nor did she want to trouble Sula, so she rented a nearby hotel room for 2,000 yuan for a month. The cost was about the same as renting an apartment. Sula couldn't change her mind, so he told her to call him if she needed anything, then hurried back to the lab, since his project had been delayed for quite some time while he cared for her. If he delayed any longer, the project would be completely ruined. After Sula left, Lu Xiongwan immediately locked the door and carefully checked the room for cameras. Finding nothing, she finally relaxed. The scar on her stomach had almost healed. Even the doctor, who changed her bandages, was amazed. Lu Xiongwan simply said she had always been healthy and recovered quickly, which seemed to convince them. However, she suspected it might have something to do with the strange water she had drunk before, though she wasn't sure and needed to study it further. For now, the most important thing was to finally enjoy a good, refreshing shower. After enduring so long in the hospital, a light rub on her body revealed dark dirt, so dirty that it made anyone who saw it want to. Lu Xiongwan swore she had never been this dirty before. She is very clean and hates dirt. She quickly took off her clothes, adjusted the water temperature, and washed herself thoroughly from top to bottom, inside and out. Looking at the dirt she scrubbed off, which at least weighed a pound, Lu Xiongwan fell into deep thought. Even the dirtiest person shouldn't have that much dirt washed off, which seemed impossible. Moreover, she is a medical student and knows her body well. During a recent health check, apart from having mild Hashimoto's thyroiditis, she was healthy. Hashimoto's thyroiditis is common. Many of her colleagues have it, and it's not a serious problem. Thinking of that mysterious space, Lu Xiongwan couldn't stay in the bathroom anymore. She quickly dried herself and hurried out. She pulled the curtains closed and turned off the lights. Lying on the bed, she looked at the birthmark on her collarbone and silently said, "Enter." In the next second, Lu Xiongwan was in that space with only a spring. "Come out." Then she found herself back on the hotel bed. She tried many times. When she put things into the space, she found it worked. She even put a cup of hot water inside. After 2 hours, she checked and found it was still hot, just as when she put it in. This showed that time in the space was frozen. Finally, she accepted this fact. This meant she truly had the space everyone dreams of, something that challenged her understanding of science built over the past 20 or 30 years. But even so, Lu Xiongwan didn't plan to tell anyone about her space. She was afraid people would want to study her or perform invasive experiments. Plus, people are unpredictable. She didn't know what might happen next. Having experienced betrayals in love, family, and friendship, Lu Xiongwan no longer believed in much. She only trusted herself because only she wouldn't betray herself. Now, she didn't know what to do with her space. It felt like a decoration, just a storage room for her belongings. Because her life was very simple, she was abused and beaten by her family as a child. Her clothes were given by others, and she ate leftovers. Sometimes, when she was very hungry, she would dig through trash to find food. In short, at that time, for the young Lu Xiongwan, just staying alive was enough. As she grew a little older, she realized that to escape her family, she needed to change her fate through knowledge, since she had nothing else. She can't remember how many hardships she endured, but she never gave up on earning money. With a strong spirit and determination, she studied hard. Eventually, she scored 680 on the college entrance exam and was admitted to the best medical university in the country. Even after entering university, Lu Xiongwan didn't relax. She kept studying and working part-time. Because of her excellent performance during her internship, she was able to stay at the First People's Hospital in Nanshur. Because of her background, she was like a blank sheet of paper. She only read books and worked, with no hobbies or interests. While Lu Xiangwan was lost in thought, her phone rang. She saw it was from Su Le. "I'm here. Send me a message if you need anything." After replying, Lu Xiangwan felt bored and started scrolling through Weibo. She had just registered a few days ago, mainly because of a recent online harassment incident. After browsing for a while, she found nothing interesting. It was more practical to read some academic papers on CNKI. Just as she was about to close Weibo, a news headline caught her attention. "Doomsday is coming." She clicked on it and found the analysis was logical and well-supported. There were also discussions from popular influencers. In just a moment, the comments had already exceeded 100,000. Thinking about the sudden appearance of a space, even the calm Lu Xiangwan felt a little uneasy. Her hands trembled as she held her phone. The legendary space had appeared, and the rumor about the end of the world seemed very real now. Lu Xiangwan felt she couldn't just wait and see. She wanted to live more than anyone else. She had to survive. So, she searched online for information, hoping to find something useful to learn from. She spent the entire afternoon on her bed, scrolling through her phone, even reading several apocalyptic novels with space elements. Finally, Lu Xiangwan concluded that to survive in the end times, she needed to stockpile supplies, various useful items. Food would definitely become a hot commodity that everyone would fight over. She also wanted to find a safe place to stay. As for the reinforced doors, windows, walls, and security bars mentioned online, she could only consider them. Because once the apocalypse arrives, the disaster that sweeps the world will be brutal and inhumane. Typhoons, floods, tsunamis, earthquakes, extreme cold, and heat. Can these things be stopped by such measures? It's simply wishful thinking, a pipe dream. She knew she could store things in her space. She had tested it before. But only her consciousness could enter the space. Her body couldn't. If only her body could go inside, she murmured, touching the red birthmark on her collarbone. Suddenly, in the next second, she found herself inside the space, completely real. When she first entered, her body was covered in a faint white glow, looking unreal, like fragile bubbles that could burst at a touch. She didn't notice this the first time because she was in a completely unfamiliar space, panicked and desperate to escape, so she didn't pay much attention. But now, her body was solid, and the white glow was gone. Lu Xiangwan felt like she had found a treasure. She kept testing and experimenting. Finally, she realized that she could only enter the space with her body when she touched the birthmark on her collarbone. As for her consciousness, there were no restrictions. This was definitely great news for her. It meant that if the end of the world really came, she could hide in her space to escape. Her immediate task was to buy supplies quickly because she didn't know when the end might arrive. However, Lu Xiangwan felt that it was coming soon. She had a strong premonition. Since she was young, her instincts had never been wrong. Lu Xiangwan calculated all her money. Recently, she had been spending only from her salary account, which now had only 30,000 yuan left. She also had 150,000 yuan from selling her car and 500,000 yuan in compensation for emotional distress from her last case. She also has an apartment. Although the property deed is in her and Lin Hao's names, she paid the down payment and even makes the monthly mortgage payments. These details are clear and verifiable, so Lu Xiangwan is not worried. Even if it goes to court, the house belongs to her alone. When she bought this apartment, it cost over 8,000 per square meter. Now, in their neighborhood, the price has risen to 15,000 per square meter. It's also a school district house. When she sells it later and pays off the bank, she will have about 40,000 left. In total, all her money adds up to just 1.08 million. This amount seems quite large, but for Lu Xiangwan, it's still not enough. She plans to stockpile everything she can. After all, when the end of the world comes, everything will be gone, and civilization will have to start over. By the way, she can also take out online loans. Her phone often recommends these, but she has never used them because the money isn't hers and she doesn't feel comfortable using it. Another point is that the interest rates on these loans are ridiculously high. Many families have been torn apart, or even committed suicide because of them. These people earn money through shady means and don't worry about nightmares at night. But when the apocalypse arrives, no one will care about repaying debts. The key will be whether they can survive. So, Lu Xiongwan decided that once her money runs out, she will take advantage of those shady companies and get some benefits. However, she doesn't expect to get much. Still, even combined, she feels this amount isn't enough. She considers herself a bit luckier than others because she has the space system, which might help her survive the end times. Wait, luckier? Maybe she should try the lottery? Lu Xiongwan thought, hoping for another big of luck. Maybe she could turn a small bet into a big win. At this moment, Lu Xiongwan couldn't stay calm anymore. She decided to act immediately. She put on hotel slippers, went downstairs, and after about 20 minutes, found a lottery shop. It was already 2 a.m., and the shop was empty except for the owner, who was dozing at the counter. Lu Xiongwan approached and gently tapped the owner, buying a lottery ticket. Perhaps because he was deeply asleep, he was awakened by the tap. His attitude was not friendly. His face, covered in fat, trembled as he spoke, making him look fierce. But Lu Xiongwan didn't care about those things. She used her birthday and lucky numbers to buy a lottery ticket, betting 100 times the amount. Finally, she paid the cashier at the lottery shop, who looked at her like she was crazy, and then she took her ticket and left. Heaven bless her. She must win the big prize. She was willing to exchange 20 years of Lin Hao's worthless life for it. Lu Xiongwan held her ticket and prayed to the sky. Just let her be lucky again. When Lin Hao left his house, he found the elevator was broken. He cursed as he took the stairs down. But suddenly, he slipped and tumbled all the way down the stairs, losing consciousness. Lu Xiongwan was worried about losing her ticket. She carefully stored it in her space. It was still a bit cold at night, so she curled her neck and headed toward the hotel. Passing by a 24-hour convenience store, she smelled the aroma of hot pot and couldn't resist going inside. Once inside, Lu Xiongwan waved her hand and finished all the hot pot ingredients. Then she cleared the shelves of rice balls and mochi cakes. All this cost her 500 yuan. The cashier looked surprised as she carried away 2 big bags of food. She then hurried back to the hotel. When she arrived, she kept what she wanted to eat and threw the rest into her space. Having this space was really convenient, Lu Xiongwan thought. At least she wouldn't go hungry. Before, she had been living frugally, counting every penny. But since discovering the toxic relationship of that worthless man and his unkind partner, Lu Xiongwan decided to treat herself better. If she didn't love herself, who else would? While eating hot pot, Lu Xiongwan planned what to buy next. Food, clothing, and shelter were her top priorities. She couldn't let her stomach go hungry, and she wasn't going to neglect her health, so she knew she'd need to spend a lot. She also knew that eating grains could make her sick sometimes, so medicine was essential. Out of habit, she listed a long list of medicines on paper. These were her essentials. Lu Xiongwan decided to buy as much as she could now. If she had money left afterward, she would consider other things. After all, she wasn't very confident. Relying on the lottery to become rich overnight seemed like a silly dream. If just buying a ticket could make you a millionaire, then there would be millionaires everywhere. But she still held a small hope in her heart. What if luck was on her side? Lin Hao, who had fallen down the stairs, was only found and taken to the hospital at 7 in the morning. He had a concussion and needed stitches on his forehead, and now he looked quite disfigured. Lu Xiongwan couldn't keep her eyes open any longer. She finally collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already 6 in the evening. She took the rice ball she bought yesterday from her space and ate it for dinner. Then she posted an ad online to sell her house. She also received a call from her senior. Lu Xiongwan wanted to tell him about the impending end of the world, but she thought better of it. Even if she told him, he wouldn't believe her. He might even call her silly and say her mind was addled. So she kept quiet. When the end of the world comes, she thought, she would take him along to survive together. That's how she convinced herself. After finishing her chores, it was already 9 at night. While scrolling through Weibo, She suddenly remembered the lottery ticket she bought on a whim yesterday. She quickly took the ticket out of her space and looked up the winning numbers for today. She glanced at the ticket and then at the numbers on her phone. It seemed she really got lucky. She looked again, uncertain, and the zeros at the end almost blinded her. No, wait, she meant her eyes. 100 billion. When she finished counting the last digit, she couldn't believe it. She bit her thigh in disbelief. She wasn't dreaming. She won. She really won. She won a prize of 1.314 billion. Lu Xiongnuan excitedly kissed the lottery ticket. Then, overwhelmed with joy, she fainted from the excitement. Late at night, she ran off to claim her prize. It seemed she was so happy about winning the lottery that she became a bit silly. Lu Xiongnuan hit her head lightly and, under the surprised looks of the hotel front desk staff, returned to her room. Lu Xiongnuan forced herself to stay calm, but found it hard to do so. Looking at the lottery ticket in her hand, she realized that luck had truly come to her. She was incredibly lucky this time. Luck had opened the door for her, and fortune was at her doorstep. Winning the lottery had pushed her toward the top of her life. 13.14 billion yuan, such a huge amount of money. Even if she had been working since the early days of her life, she wouldn't have earned this much. Getting more excited, Lu Xiongnuan finally took a cold shower to calm down. She even sneezed several times. Wrapping herself tightly in a towel, she lay on the bed, slowly accepting this big news. Suddenly, Lu Xiongnuan sat up quickly, like a fish leaping out of water. She grabbed her phone and started searching online for ways to get loans with high interest rates. Even small flies of meat, and no one would refuse extra money. Besides, she needed to stock up on many things to prepare for an upcoming crisis. All of this depended on having enough money. She browsed all the online loan companies and borrowed a total of 200,000 yuan. Satisfied, she then looked up strategies online, determined to buy the most with the least money. By 4 a.m., Lu Xiongnuan was so sleepy her eyelids were fighting. After yawning countless times, she set her alarm for 8:30 a.m., then reluctantly put down her pen and fell into a deep sleep. The alarm went off several times. Still sleeping soundly, Lu Xiongnuan reached under her pillow, turned off the alarm, and got out of bed quickly. Today was her lucky day to claim her big prize. 20 minutes later, dressed in black and wearing a mask, Lu Xiongnuan appeared at a small jewelry shop. She spent 25 yuan to buy a hat and dressed herself very carefully, so much so that even Su Lo wouldn't recognize her. Then she took a taxi to the provincial lottery center. The director of the provincial lottery center had already arranged for banners at the door early in the morning. This was the biggest jackpot in lottery history, so they had to promote it widely. The area was already crowded and blocked off. Media reporters arrived, setting up their equipment. Everyone was waiting for the lucky winner to appear. Lu Xiongnuan quietly entered the provincial welfare lottery center. After the staff confirmed her identity without any issues, she finally received her prize. After taxes, she took home 1.052 billion yuan. People didn't find her outfit strange. Before, others had come to claim prizes wearing Ultraman costumes or panda headgear. There was a variety of funny outfits. It makes sense. Winning such a big lottery, why hide it? Waiting for others to come ask for money. Some people even gathered around Lu Xiongnuan, hoping to share her luck. They didn't expect to win 1.3 billion, but even a small prize of 500,000 yuan would be enough to change their lives. A reporter nearby took the chance to ask sharply, holding a microphone, "How much do you plan to donate this time?" Everyone else held their breath, eager to hear her answer. Last time, someone who won 130 million yuan donated 10 million. The head of a charity organization was so nervous, he almost choked. He quickly straightened his clothes, waiting for her to say the number, so he could step forward and thank her. "I won't donate a single cent." This wasn't because Lu Xiongnuan was selfish. If it weren't for the end-of-the-world scenario, she might have donated some. But last night, after learning she had won the big prize, she was busy dealing with shady online lenders. She definitely wouldn't donate now. She's not a saint. Many charities secretly pocket a lot of money, so she prefers to buy things and send them to mountain villages instead. For Lu Xiongwan, the money isn't just money, it's her life. Anyone who tries to take it would have to fight her. Everyone was shocked by her answer. The charity leader was so surprised his mouth almost fell open. Usually, when someone wins such a large prize, they donate some. But she was like a stubborn old rooster, not willing to give a penny. She had so much money she couldn't spend it all, and planned to burn some for her ancestors after she passed away. The charity leader was no longer calm. He pushed through the crowded people, his big belly leading the way. When he finally reached Lu Xiongwan, ready to say something, his wig fell off unexpectedly. Everyone saw and burst into laughter. He hurriedly reattached his wig and tidied his hairstyle, striking what he thought was a cool pose while looking at Lu Xiongwan. "Ma'am, you don't know that children in poor mountain areas not only go hungry but some can't even afford to go to school," he said emotionally, trying to evoke Lu Xiongwan's sympathy, then quickly donated a large sum to their charity organization. "Does that have anything to do with me?" Lu Xiongwan asked back. "How does it not? I mean, if your support for China's charity work were like this, it would help many children who are displaced and homeless." Before he finished, Lu Xiongwan interrupted him. "Even if you tell me the sky is falling today, I won't donate any money." Seeing the disapproving looks cast at her, Lu Xiongwan ignored them. She thought they were trying to guilt her, but she refused to fall for it. Why should she live under others' judgment? Lu Xiongwan is her own person, unique and special. Moreover, it's my money. Why should I donate it? Lu Xiongwan said confidently, and then walked away. Even when the head of the charity organization called after her, she didn't look back or show any generosity. When they tried to chase her, she slipped and fell on her backside. At the gate, the bank manager had been waiting for a while. When he saw Lu Xiongwan come out, he immediately rushed over eagerly, smiling so broadly that his face looked like a blooming flower. He had long disliked that charity organization which was pretending to be good but was actually pocketing the donations. He knew what was going on. Plus, if he could get her to donate even a little less, he could deposit more money into his bank account. Securing her support would give him power. No one dared to oppose him at the bank. Thinking of this, he became even more enthusiastic. Even if Lu Xiongwan asked for his life now, he would give it to her without hesitation. "Our car is ready and waiting for you." Lu Xiongwan looked at his badge, president of bank, and understood what was happening. She planned to spend every penny of her money, so no matter how much he flattered her, it wouldn't work. "I don't need it, thank you," Lu Xiongwan said before he could speak. "Ma'am, please don't refuse. Let's sit down and talk. If you have any requests, we can agree to them." The manager kept talking nonstop, still trying to chase Lu Xiongwan, worried about losing her. Lu Xiongwan stopped and looked at him seriously. "No, thank you. Come on, ma'am, let's have a proper chat." He was persistent, believing he could win over this important client. He was like sticky candy, impossible to shake off. Frustrated, Lu Xiongwan flagged down a taxi and left quickly. All that was left was the car exhaust, which made him stomp his feet in anger. Lu Xiongwan told the driver to stop at a nearby mall. She quickly bought a new outfit and changed. When she came out again, she looked completely different. She had thrown away her black clothes. Now, no one would connect her to the woman who had just won 1.3 billion yuan. Then she took a taxi to the First People's Hospital in the southern city and asked the director to resign. Despite the director's attempts to persuade her to stay, Lu Xiongwan firmly refused. She said she wanted to resign to save her remaining days for shopping. In the end, the director had no choice but to agree. The process took about half a month. Lu Xiongwan understood and left the hospital with a look of regret on the director's face. The intense, high-pressure work had drained her passion for medicine. If not for life's needs, she would have quit long ago. Now, she was finally free from that life. After leaving the hospital, she felt the air was much fresher. She hurried back to her community because she had promised to look at a house today. When she arrived, the real estate agent and others had been waiting at the door for a long time. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lu Xiongwan apologized and opened the door for them to view the house. The house she bought was in a good location, with easy transportation. There were large supermarkets and a farmer's market nearby. It was also in a good school district with a well-designed layout. The buyer immediately liked it. Lu Xiangwan paid in full, so the price was much lower than similar units in the same community. The buyer knew missing this opportunity meant losing the chance forever and agreed despite some hesitation. But Lu Xiangwan gave them 1 day to raise the money. After all, over 1 million yuan is not easy for most people to come up with. Lu Xiangwan agreed. Once everything was arranged, Lu Xiangwan sent the people away, then rummaged through her belongings to find her passport. It was the one she got when she studied abroad last time. Luckily, the visa was still valid. Otherwise, it would have been very troublesome. She took her passport and left for the hotel. While lying on the bed, bored and scrolling through Weibo, she saw that her award news had become the top trending story. Soon after, there was news about her winning the lottery, but not donating the money. Most comments condemned and criticized her. However, she didn't feel sad. These days, money is everything. Those people were just jealous and envious because they couldn't get what she had. Sulu had just finished his work when a colleague handed him 2 buffet restaurant vouchers. He looked at them and immediately thought of his junior. They were for the most expensive buffet in the city. When Lu Xiangwan heard about it, knowing she was about to go abroad, she thought she should tell him. She quickly agreed and arranged to meet at the restaurant entrance at 6 in the evening. Lu Xiangwan wanted to eat king crab, but Sulo wouldn't let her. He said her wound hadn't healed yet. Reluctantly, she could only grit her teeth and bite into her steak. "Senior, I have to go abroad in a few days. Can't stay in the country?" "Why go abroad?" Sulu paused while peeling shrimp. "I quit my job and want to relax abroad," Lu Xiangwan casually lied. "Just quit, huh? You work yourself to death every day like a lapdog," Sulu said, then took out his wallet, pulled out his salary card, and handed it to her. "Since you're going out to have fun, don't look so poor. It's embarrassing. Buy whatever you want. There should be a few 100,000 in there, enough for you. I have money." Lu Xiangwan pushed the money back. "I'm giving you this. Just take it." "Why all the fuss?" Sulu insisted, stuffing the money into her hand. He knew she was secretly using her money to support that soft-hearted guy. "Dead girl, why do you keep daydreaming about unrealistic things every day? You know your own luck well enough. Dogs would even avoid you." Su Li's words were not exaggerated. It was true that Lu Xiangwan's luck was extremely bad. To put it simply, drinking water gets stuck in your teeth, farting causes you to stumble, and misfortune seems to follow her everywhere. Believe it or not. Anyway, she said it and he didn't believe her. Besides, she's different now. Her luck has turned around completely. "Are you serious?" Sula looked at her with suspicion. "Do whatever you want to think." Lu Xiangwan acted as if she didn't care, gnawing on a piece of well-cooked steak on her plate. "Give me back my salary card, and I also want the latest Lego set." At this moment, Sulu realized she might be telling the truth. The lucky person who made the trending news today was her. He quickly took the opportunity to ask for something. Just that. The senior said she was hopeless, but he was even more hopeless. Then, too, Lu gestured with his hand. "Fine." Lu Xiangwan threw his salary card back to him. Sula caught it, then mischievously leaned in and asked, "Are you really not lying to me?" In front of the ATM, Lu trembled as he counted the few zeros. The money he had only dreamed of, he was stunned. His mind was filled with only small amounts of money. "Look at how hopeless you are." Lu Xiangwan clearly forgot that she was not as lucky as Sulu used to be. Back then, she was so happy she fainted. "Dead girl, now that you have money, you can't just abandon me," he almost begged, tears and snot streaming down, clutching her leg. "No," Lu Xiangwan said firmly. In her heart, her senior was very important to her. Finally, under Su Li's insistence, Lu Xiangwan spent 2,500 yuan to buy him 2 Lego sets before sending him away. The buyer brought the money, and the real estate agent took Lu Xiangwan and the buyer to the property notarization office to transfer the house. After paying off her bank loan, she still had 450,000 yuan left. She opened her phone and immediately booked a flight to Jiangshi at 5 p.m. As for those 2 untrustworthy people, She planned to stock up on what she needed first, and then deal with them. But for now, their lives probably weren't much better. When she arrived in Jiangsu City, it was already 8 p.m. She found a hotel to stay in, and then contacted a warehouse leasing company to arrange a meeting for the next day. Lu Xiangwan had her reasons for coming to Jiangsu City. It has always been a major grain-producing area, known for its high-quality produce across the country. Almost all the grains she wanted to buy are available here, saving her the trouble of traveling back and forth. The next morning, Lu Xiangwan woke up and took a taxi to the place she had arranged yesterday. She looked at several warehouses, but wasn't satisfied with any of them. Just as she was about to leave, the person in charge, Lu Jianxi, suddenly remembered there was one more warehouse to see. He quickly drove her there. It took a full hour to get there, and the bumpy ride almost made Lu Xiangwan feel sick. She toured the warehouse and found it was exactly what she wanted. It was large, about 5,000 square meters, and located far from the suburbs, which saved her some unnecessary trouble. She nodded in satisfaction. After a fierce round of bargaining, Lu Jianxi was convinced. He had been working for many years, but had never met someone so skilled at bargaining. The warehouse was in use anyway, and he could earn a little profit, so he agreed. In the end, Lu Xiangwan rented it for 30,000 yuan for half a month. Once the warehouse was rented, Lu Xiangwan also took a free ride to a department store. She spent 10,000 yuan on decent clothes and got a new hairstyle. The hairstylist thinned her thick, eyebrow-length bangs to reveal her full forehead. When she looked at herself in the mirror, she was amazed. Was that really her? Her face, which had looked pale and yellow before, now appeared youthful and vibrant. Her skin was smooth, firm, and glowing so brightly that she looked like a recent college graduate. The transformation was incredible. No girl dislikes looking beautiful, and Lu Xiangwan was no exception. She immediately liked her new look. But time was tight, and her task was urgent. She didn't have time to admire her beauty and hurried to the next battlefield. Finally, guided by a kind local, she found Jiangsu's largest agricultural products wholesale market. She didn't plan to buy thousands of tons of each grain as some online sources suggested. That would take forever to finish. She just needed enough to stock up, roughly enough to last her. Money should be spent wisely. Lu Xiangwan walked back and forth several times at the wholesale market, feeling more confident. She then entered a busy trading shop. The owner was an honest, middle-aged couple. When they saw someone enter, the wife quickly came to greet her. Clothes make the person, and horses depend on their saddles. Lu Xiangwan was dressed in designer brands, and she had been drinking spiritual spring water from the space for the past few days. Her demeanor had changed a lot. The shop owner was surprised. No wonder there were magpies calling early in the morning at her door. It turned out a big customer had arrived. So, she was very enthusiastic. Lu Xiangwan didn't waste time and directly stated her needs. She wanted 300,000 jin each of rice and flour, with staple foods being a must. She specified that the rice had to be Wuchang rice and no other type. The owner agreed without hesitation. This customer was like her ancestor. She was afraid of not serving well, so she even brought her husband to help serve tea and water, almost massaging her shoulders. Even Lu Xiangwan, who was thick-skinned, felt a little embarrassed, but she still had to do her job. She quickly listed all her requirements. She needed 20,000 jin of millet, 20,000 jin of cornmeal, 20,000 jin of sorghum flour, 20,000 jin of oats, 20,000 jin of buckwheat flour, 20,000 jin of black rice, red rice, purple rice, and glutinous rice. She also wanted 10,000 jin each of peanuts, soybeans, red beans, green beans, kidney beans, black beans, broad beans, peas, and koik seeds. Additionally, she needed 1,000 barrels each of soybean oil, olive oil, rapeseed oil, peanut oil, sunflower oil, sesame oil, and sesame paste, all in 100-liter barrels. When can it be delivered? Lu Xiangwan asked, feeling thirsty. She took a bottle of water from the table and drank it all, feeling much better. Tomorrow, the owner replied. They would work overtime today, even if it meant not sleeping, to gather all these items. Lu Xiangwan was pleased. She paid half of the deposit, gave them the warehouse address, and settled the remaining balance along with the goods before leaving. Next, she went to another wholesale store for spices and dried goods. Now that she had money, she wanted to enjoy life. Since she liked cooking and was quite skilled, she wouldn't hold back in this area. She bought 2,000 jin of brown sugar, 2,000 jin of white sugar, 2,000 jin of rock sugar, 2,000 boxes of iodized and non-iodized salt, 200 bottles of soy sauce, 200 bottles of dark soy sauce, 200 bottles of mature vinegar, 200 bottles of white vinegar, 200 bottles of cooking wine, 200 bottles of oyster sauce, 200 bottles of ketchup, 200 bottles of salad dressing, 200 bottles of bean paste, 200 bottles of soybean paste, 200 bottles of sweet noodle sauce, 200 bottles of Lao Gan Ma chili sauce, 200 boxes of the famous 13 spices, 200 bags of chicken essence, and 200 bags of MSG. She also didn't forget the spices like Sichuan pepper, flower pepper, star anise, cinnamon, black pepper, fennel, bay leaves, dried, and cinnamon bark. She asked the owner to prepare 100 jin of each. For chili peppers, she ordered 1,000 jin each of the 7-inch red peppers, chili strings, chinjiao peppers, and jingxiao peppers. She loved spicy food and couldn't eat without chili. Additionally, she bought 1,000 jin each of dried wood ear mushrooms, dried shiitake mushrooms, dried tea tree mushrooms, dried seaweed, kelp, dried bamboo shoots, and dried bean curd sticks. She also ordered 1,000 jin each of corn starch noodles, sweet potato starch noodles, mung bean starch sheets, and taro starch noodles. Plus, she bought 10,000 jars of local yellow peach canned fruit. The store owner wasn't surprised by her shopping. Seeing the large order, it seemed like she was opening a dried goods shop rather than just buying for herself. After some bargaining, she paid 200,000 yuan to get all these items. As usual, she left her address and then left. Her basic grain supplies were stocked up. She then took a trip around the city and collected many other good things. She bought 20 jin each of Chinese medicinal herbs like Polygonum multiflorum, goji berries, angelica root, Panax nodo ginseng, Poria cocos, yellow atractylodes, Codonopsis, and American ginseng. It almost looked like she was clearing out a traditional medicine shop. Of course, she also bought some of the local specialty ginseng and deer antler. Then she found a restaurant by the roadside, had a few bites, and returned to her hotel. Today, she spent a total of 5 million yuan. After waking up, Lu Xiangwan felt very energetic. She started her new day of shopping happily. Spending money on things really made her happy. She went to the wholesale meat market and boldly ordered 5,000 pigs. She paid extra to have the seller cut and package different parts of the pork. She also bought 100,000 pounds of ribs, 50,000 pig stomachs, and 50,000 rural farm-raised chickens, 50,000 geese, 50,000 ducks, and 50,000 sheep, all cleaned and prepared. Lu Xiangwan also hired a truck at the entrance to deliver all these meats to her rented warehouse. She went there with the truck. When she arrived, the couple had already delivered the grain she ordered. She checked the quality and found it was very good. Knowing the seller was honest, she happily paid the remaining money. After everyone left, she stored all the goods in her space. Then she booked the earliest flight to Haishur. Once there, she didn't rest. Haishur is not only a paradise for fruit lovers but also for seafood lovers, and it's much cheaper than other places. She bought 20,000 coconuts, 200,000 pounds of mangoes, 200,000 pounds of jackfruit, durians, lychees, guavas, pineapples, grapes, wax apples, bananas, mangosteens, dragon fruits, papayas, longans, apples, watermelons, strawberries, hami melons, and cherries. To avoid middlemen making extra profit, after buying the fruit, Lu Xiangwan went straight to the dock. She found several local fishermen and managed to gather enough seafood she needed. She bought 10,000 pounds of squid, octopus, shrimp, mantis shrimp, prawn, conch, hairy crab, lobster, clam, sea cucumber, abalone, and 100,000 oysters. Additionally, Lu Xiangwan went to the seafood wholesale market and ordered 10,000 carp, 10,000 blackfish, 10,000 bass, 10,000 hairtail, 10,000 tilapia, 10,000 carp, 10,000 grass carp, and 10,000 yellow croaker. She only stopped after that. As usual, she took everything to the warehouse she rented in Haishur, waved her hand, and had it all stored in her space. Of course, she also visited the breeding farms and ordered 100,000 eggs of chickens, 20,000 duck eggs, 20,000 goose eggs, and 20,000 quail eggs. Lu Xiongwan's generous actions shocked the farm owners. Wow, such a big order. But they didn't have all that stock on hand. Not wanting to lose this big customer and believing in making money together, the farm owner quickly called nearby farms. After 3 days, they managed to gather all the goods she ordered, spending a total of 1.5 million yuan. After 3 days, Lu Xiongwan caught the earliest flight to Xinshur. Once there, she continued her lavish shopping spree, buying everything she liked and storing it all in her space. She bought 20,000 jin of raisins, 20,000 jin of walnuts, 20,000 jin of red dates, 20,000 jin of coconut dates, 20,000 jin of sour dried plums, 20,000 jin of dried figs, 20,000 jin of almonds, 20,000 jin of pistachios, 20,000 jin of goji berries, and 20,000 jin of tomatoes. She also loved snacking on sunflower seeds to pass the time, buying 5,000 jin of creamy-flavored seeds, 5,000 jin of five-spice seeds, 5,000 jin of green tea-flavored seeds, and 5,000 jin of plum-flavored seeds. Considering the coming apocalypse and the extreme cold weather, she also went to the largest cotton wholesale market in Xinshur and bought 200,000 jin of cotton, 200,000 jin of red dates, 200,000 bottles of yogurt, and 200,000 bottles of pure milk. Lu Xiongwan felt that with all these supplies in her space, she wouldn't go hungry. Just as she was about to book a plane ticket back to Nanshur, she suddenly remembered that Nanshur was a food desert, with the top spot going to fast food like KFC. She immediately gave up on returning to Nanshur. When the end of the world happens, everyone will be busy escaping, and no one will be cooking delicious food for you. Thinking of all the delicacies across the country, Lu Xiongwan couldn't help but drool. She has a big problem. Since she can remember, she has never been full and is always hungry. Every day, she would sit outside the shop window, envyingly watching others eat all kinds of food. As she grew up, she wanted to try everything she had never tasted before. But for now, she was saving money and planning to build a home with Lin Hao in a southern city. Just having a bowl of rice noodles at the hospital entrance for 13 yuan at noon made her very happy. She wanted to eat other things too, but she couldn't afford them. Now, things are different. She has money and no longer needs to think about that unkind man. Naturally, she wants to make up for her childhood missing experiences by splurging. She plans to buy all kinds of delicious food from across the country. She will enjoy these foods slowly in her space, eating until she's completely satisfied. She is just a small-town person with simple thoughts, trying to live her best life within her means. Only when she is happy herself will she consider others. So she started traveling all over the country. In a month, she visited many places and collected a variety of local delicacies. For Lu Xiongwan, who loves spicy food, she went straight to Chengdu. She found the most authentic local restaurants and ordered 200 portions of dishes like spicy beef slices, mapo tofu, twice-cooked pork, kung pao chicken, fish-flavored shredded pork, boiled beef, dompa pork knuckles, and garlic pork. The chefs were so busy stirring their woks that they were almost sweating, but they managed to prepare all her orders. She also didn't miss out on snacks like bobo chicken, spicy and sour intestines, cold noodles, dan dan noodles. If she liked the taste, she would rent out the small stalls entirely, making the vendors close early just to serve her alone. After they finished, they hurriedly delivered the food to her rented house. She also contacted drink shops a day in advance to have her favorite beverages prepared and delivered. She ordered 10,000 cups of each of her favorite drinks, the signature fruit tea with half sugar and extra ice from Tea Baidao, mashed taro black tea with mochi, mo mushroom tea with less sugar and ice, thick yogurt red bean mochi double combo, mango pomelo from 7% sweet, lemon water from Mishiwa Bingcheng, snow pear coconut drink, Yakult green tea from Yidiandian for seasoned milk tea, crispy milk foam from Gumming, mint green from Ihatang, and prickly pear duck, fragrant tea from Hushong Ai, and fresh mochi coconut drinks. She ordered 10,000 cups of each, enough to drink forever. Lu Xiongnuan was happy. Milk tea was her life-saving drink. KFC's famous egg tarts couldn't be missed. They are the best-tasting egg tarts I've ever had, no doubt. The small ones cost 8 yuan each, and I could finish 2 bites. So, on Thursday morning, during the special sale, I bought 8 for 29.9 yuan each. I cleared out all the egg tarts in town. Of course, I also packed 2,000 spicy chicken drumsticks, 2,000 Angus double-layer beef hot pots, 2,000 spicy chicken wings, 2,000 red bean pies, 2,000 large servings of chicken nuggets, 2,000 large fries, 2,000 golden chicken pieces, and 2,000 family buckets. I completely emptied the store of Yue duck neck. After all, duck products are essential. I estimate I bought about 200 pounds of vegetables and each of the duck parts, duck intestines, duck heads, duck necks, duck collarbones, duck wings, duck esophagus, duck tongues, duck gizzards, squid, each around 100 pounds. That should last me a long time. If needed, I can also make my own marinated duck. For fried chicken, I only like mustard honey and Korean sweet spicy flavors, so I ordered 200 servings of each, plus 200 servings of rice cakes mixed in. I also bought 500 servings each from popular local restaurants: Fat Brothers Crab Pot, Thai Air Pickled Fish, Half Day Demon Grilled Fish, Granny Wong Shrimp, Ashang Rice Noodles, and Chicken Pot. Next, I headed to Qing City nearby, a paradise for hot pot lovers. I bought lots of beef tallow hot pot base and visited the local wholesale market, buying fresh tripe, layered stomach, duck intestines, yellow throat, beef liver, and fatty beef rolls, each about 2,000 pounds. All hot pot balls are from Anjoi. Crab sticks, fish balls, shrimp paste, fish tofu, and fish roe bags, each 500 packs. From Yusheng Province, I bought 500 servings each of braised noodles, spicy hot soup, tofu pudding, pan-fried buns, kaifeng soup dumplings, daoko roast chicken, and priong cold noodles. From Guang Province, I ordered 500 servings each of dim sum, white-cut chicken, crispy roast duck, claypot rice, and rice noodle rolls. Since I was in Guang Province, I also bought 2,000 pounds each of locally handmade beef tendon balls and beef meatballs. I tasted them and found them very chewy and tasty, so I bought 2,000 pounds of each. Beijing's traditional dishes like Peking duck, zhajiang noodles, and donkey roll each had 500 servings. Especially the sweet and sour candied hawthorn sticks, which Lu Xiongnuan ate while visiting Dakianmen. The 10 yuan skewers sounded a bit expensive, but Lu Xiongnuan couldn't resist. Since she had the money, she bought 500 skewers. The shop didn't have that many, so after watching a comedy show at a Yun Society, she finally managed to get them. Lu Xiongnuan loves spicy food and also has a sweet tooth. Sweet treats make her happy, whether Chinese or Western. So she went to Daoxiong village and bought 100 boxes of beef tongue biscuits, pineapple cakes, hawthorn pastries, salt and pepper biscuits, and brownie boxes. By the way, Lu Xiongnuan woke up early to watch the flag-raising ceremony at Tiananmen Square for the first time. As the national anthem played and the 5-star red flag slowly rose, she felt proud to be born in China. But thinking about the coming end of the world, where all civilizations might be destroyed, made her nervous. She wondered when this catastrophe would end. Her rational side told her there might not be much time left, so she quickly pushed aside her worries and kept shopping without stopping. She also bought flour cakes from Yun Province, Xianwei ham, Shiping tofu, traditional brown sugar, and various mushrooms. Otherwise, her trip wouldn't be worth it. She had only tried common mushrooms like shiitake, enoki, and seafood mushrooms before. When she arrived, she first went to a mushroom hot pot restaurant. The delicious taste made her eyebrows almost fall off. She finally understood why people from Yun Province risk poisoning just to eat these mushrooms. If it were her, she would do the same. So she went to the largest wild mushroom trading center and bought 500 jin each of matsutake, morel, black truffle, boletus, chicken of the woods, chicken fat mushroom, and green head mushroom. Just these mushrooms cost her a lot of money, but with her bank account holding 10 billion yuan, it was just a small drop in the bucket. She also bought 1,000 servings of local specialties like jianbing from Dongshi, Texas-style roast chicken, and 4 happiness meatballs. From Xiang province, she packed 1,000 portions of stinky tofu, chopped chili fish head, and other famous dishes. She also took the opportunity to visit the beautiful mountains and rivers of her country, knowing that after the end of the world, these places would become ruins and she might never see them again. After finishing her trip to Tibet, she booked a flight back to Nanshi because she still needed some essential items that couldn't be bought just anywhere. Also, Lin Hao called her several times. Lu Xiongwan was busy shopping and didn't answer, so she blocked his number to avoid trouble. You can guess why he was calling. It's her house, and she can do whatever she wants with it. It's none of his business. When Lu Xiongwan arrived in Nanshi, she first rented a 1,000 square meter warehouse, then went to meet her senior. They agreed to meet at a hot pot restaurant. When Sulu arrived, he thought he had gone to the wrong place. He couldn't believe he still knew such a beautiful girl. Even her casual look seemed more serious now. Lu Xiongwan? Sulu heard a voice that sounded like his junior girl, but her face didn't look familiar. That girl was usually plain, but he didn't mind her at all. Sulu, back in high school, you liked the girl next door. You were about to confess, but then found out she had a boyfriend. You were so useless that you stayed home drinking secretly and ended up with a stomach bleed and had to be rushed to the hospital. You drank bubble tea during class and only drank the milk, blowing the pearls through a straw onto a girl's clothes. She beat you up so badly you bled from your nose. And there's more. Shut up, you little brat. Su Lo blushed deeply when Lu Xiongwan revealed his embarrassing past and immediately interrupted her. Besides, he's not the same guy he was back then. Those embarrassing stories are best left in the past. People should look forward. Now you believe me, right? Lu Xiongwan knew all about Su Li's past embarrassments, and she could talk about them for days. Yeah, I believe, he hurriedly said, fearing she might tell others about how he once soiled his pants. But you've had plastic surgery? You look so different after all these days. How did you turn from a duckling into a swan? Sula couldn't help but reach out and pinch her face, noticing she looked very successful. No scars at all. Besides, you're a girl with money, but you shouldn't spend it like this. And you didn't have surgery, right? Senior, I didn't have any. I was born this way, Lu Xiongwan said, then leaned closer to him. Her face was perfect, flawless from every angle. In short, Lu Xiongwan was very happy with her current face. After these days of testing, she found that the spiritual spring in her space didn't have the effects of cleansing muscles and strengthening the body, as claimed online. Instead, besides her appearance becoming more attractive, her strength actually decreased quite a bit. Overall, it was quite useless. In the future, when she goes to the countryside, the spring will upgrade and her strength will increase. It's really perfect. Not a single mark left, Su Lu muttered as he looked at her face, which was enlarged in front of him. Lu Xiongwan rolled her eyes at him and ignored him, calling the waiter to order food. During the meal, Su Lu still didn't believe it and kept asking if Lu Xiongwan had gone to H country for plastic surgery. This made Lu Xiongwan want to kick him hard. You little brat, you. Before Su Lu could finish, Lu Xiongwan shoved a piece of beef tripe from the hot pot into his mouth. It was so hot that Su Lu stammered and couldn't speak properly. He finally drank a glass of ice water and felt much better. Now, finally, it was quiet, Lu Xiongwan thought to herself. You little brat, are you planning to commit murder? Su Lu, recovering, loudly accused Lu Xiongwan of wrongdoing, his tongue a bit numb from the heat, speaking unclearly. Later, I'll take you to buy Lego, then it's all good. Su Lu immediately set aside his grudges and used the chopsticks to serve food to Lu Xiongwan obediently. Senior, I need your help. Su Li's family was in the medical business, but he, a rich second generation, refused to follow his parents' wishes and instead wanted to pursue strange scientific research, like the medicine he took from him last time that could cause men to suffer from impotence. Lu Xiongwan also couldn't understand how this carefree, spoiled rich kid could be involved with her, but this time, she really needed his help. If too many medicines and supplies were stockpiled, it might attract attention from higher-ups. Is this some kind of conspiracy? Humph. Su pouted arrogantly, turning his head away, but he kept sneaking glances at Lu Xiangwan. Honestly, this little brat looked really beautiful like this, but she still couldn't compare to the goddess in his heart. I need some medical equipment, and also a large amount of medicine. The expensive ones she couldn't afford, just some everyday items would do. Are you going to participate in the Third World War? Hearing Lu Xiangwan say that, Su, who usually acts confident and stylish, immediately became serious. He knew that the stubborn girl usually wouldn't joke about important matters. What do you think? I am useful, but I can't tell you the details now. You'll find out later. Are you serious? Yes, Lu Xiangwan nodded. What do you need? Su asked seriously. Lu Xiangwan handed over her list. Su looked at it and was stunned. Is she opening a pharmacy or a hospital? The list was so long and scattered. Ultrasound machine, ventilator, each one. Iodine, medical alcohol, hydrogen peroxide, saline, and bandages, 10,000 boxes each. Sterile gauze, disinfectant swabs, 100,000 packs of bandages. Surgical knives, scissors, forceps, clamps, needle holders, tissue forceps, retractors, 10 sets. Each of the following: cold medicine, vitamin C lozenges, ibuprofen, detox pills, herbal tea, stomach medicine, calamine lotion, antibiotic ointment, enema, antihistamines, allergy medicine, quick-acting heart medicine, and calming pills, 200 boxes each. Also, he needed blood clotting drugs, painkillers, blood pressure, and blood sugar medicines, 500 boxes each. Blood oxygen meters, blood glucose meters, blood pressure monitors, stethoscopes, thermometers, 100 each. Senior, I believe in you. Lu Xiangwan gestured encouragingly. Su forced a smile, but he had no choice. The only close friend he trusted was this stubborn girl. The best he could do was spoil her. Anyway, his little sister could be spoiled however she wanted.
Su immediately called his family.
This was the first time he had left home in 3 years. The other end of the line sounded excited, even almost crying. He nervously explained what he needed. When they agreed, he quickly hung up. Senior, you should go home and visit. Maybe later, Su said indifferently. Actually, he was almost moved to tears hearing his mom crying, but he couldn't lose face in front of the stubborn girl. Otherwise, where would his dignity as a man go? So he ordered 6 more plates of tripe, planning to spoil the stubborn girl today, since he had helped her so much. Lu Xiangwan didn't reveal his little thoughts and kindly added 5 more beef rolls. In the end, the 2 of them, holding their stomachs, came out. Su still hadn't forgotten his promise of a Lego set, so he insisted that Lu Xiangwan buy him one before letting her go. Lu Xiangwan walked back alone, feeling the cold wind to clear her mind and think about the things she hadn't stocked yet. When she returned to the hotel, she lay on the bed and ordered all her daily necessities online to save trouble. She caught a big sale on a shopping platform, which made everything cheaper than in physical stores. As someone who loves deals, she couldn't miss this chance. She didn't know when she went through menopause, so she stocked 50,000 boxes of sanitary pads, both day and night types, and 2,000 boxes of liners. She planned to live a lonely life. She believed men were the same, only interested in what they had now, not in the future, so she didn't stock any baby products. She bought more toilet paper, 200,000 rolls, and 200,000 boxes of tissues, along with 200,000 boxes of handkerchiefs, buying out the stock of a well-known brand. The brand's link was immediately taken down. She also stocked up on daily care items like toothpaste, toothbrushes, and dental floss, 2,000 boxes of each, and ordered 10 water flossers from a brand called Sebia. For laundry and cleaning, she bought 5,000 boxes each of soap powder, laundry detergent, underwear soap, and washing soap from different brands. She bought 5,000 bottles each of unscented body wash, soap, scrub, and body lotion. For shampoo, she chose the popular brand Boang, buying 500 boxes. Don't ask why, it just hurt her to see the high price. After many years studying medicine, her once flowing hair was gone, so she also bought 500 boxes of the highly cost-effective Manhwa conditioner. She wasn't sure if it would work, but it was mainly for her own peace of mind. She had almost everything she needed for daily life. Just as she was about to continue shopping, she received several phone calls one after another. It turned out that her extravagant shopping made the sellers think she was a prankster sent by her rivals. Once she confirmed she was the real buyer, they relaxed and promised to ship her items as soon as possible. After finishing her errands, Lu Xiangwan continued shopping online. She bought many ready-made foods, including various flavors of dumplings from Wanzai Wharf, crispy pork and fried mushrooms from Beautiful Farm, and snacks like salted egg yolk biscuits, osmanthus cakes, brown sugar steamed cakes, custard buns, and scallion pancakes from Anjing. She also ordered her favorite fruit glutinous rice balls, as well as Zhaojiao's sweet date rice dumplings, each item in quantities of 2,000 portions. She also stocked different instant noodles, including Baixiang's ramen, with all flavors, especially the chicken soup flavor she liked most. She bought Quanquan's spicy oil noodles, which only take a few minutes to prepare with hot water. This was her favorite shop during college because it was cheaper than the cafeteria. She would buy several boxes whenever there was a sale. Over time, her stomach started to hurt from eating so much. She also bought large quantities of other quick foods: Kai Lin Ji's hot dry noodles, Nanchang mixed noodles, Mengxiabeo's rich rice noodles, Shilua Hui's snail noodles, Nanjia Village's fresh mixed noodles, and Malu Ji's spicy and sour noodles, each in 2,000 boxes. For snacks, she bought Oreo cookies, Danish cookies from Crown, salted egg yolk malt candies from Bikeaway, Sakuma from Su Fuji, and high-fiber biscuits from Heiachidian, each type in 5,000 boxes. Additionally, she stockpiled 50,000 boxes of spicy strips, konjac snacks, egg yolk pastries, bread, and canned 8-treasure porridge. Life is hard, so she bought a lot of chewy fruit candies, coconut candies, white rabbit milk candies, preserved plums, marshmallows, and toffees, each weighing 50,000 pounds. She also bought 2,000 boxes of chocolates and Snickers bars to boost her energy. As for drinks, she ordered 20,000 boxes each of electrolyte water, cola, Sprite, iced tea, green plum tea, and Huiyuan fruit juice. It's better to drink these in moderation. Considering her weak health, Lu Xiangwan also bought many milk powders, enough to drink daily to strengthen her body. She bought several sets of bowls and pots, plain white bowls and large iron pots. She also stockpiled some hot water bottles, kettles, candles, matches, and lighters. She wasn't sure if she'd use them, but her intuition told her to stock up. Additionally, Lu Xiangwan chose plain cotton underwear, pajamas, and thermal wear without any patterns. She stocked up on 2,000 pairs of both long and short socks, as well as insoles. She bought only black, long down jackets that are easy to keep clean and warm, making them her first choice for clothing. She also bought 100 thick military-style coats. With the end of the world coming, survival is the most important, so her year-round clothing is mostly dull gray. She ordered 100 thick cotton-filled quilts online, along with simple, affordable pillowcases and covers. She also bought 1,000 pairs of traditional Beijing cloth shoes, which are very comfortable, plus 1,000 pairs of gloves and 100 pairs of snow boots. By the time Lu Xiangwan finished shopping, it was already dawn. She quickly snuggled back into her bed for a little rest. There were still things to do during the day. When the alarm rang the next morning, Lu Xiangwan reluctantly got out of bed. She took a taxi to the wholesale farmer's market. With the end of the world, fresh green vegetables are hard to find, so she stocked up on 20,000 pounds each of cucumbers, cabbage, rapeseed greens, asparagus, and lettuce, as well as 2,000 pounds of eggplants. Realizing she might not be able to grow vegetables in the future, Lu Xiangwan decided to buy seeds. She went to the seed shop next door and bought all the vegetable seeds they had, happily listening to the shopkeeper recommend other grain seeds like Xingdian 528 and Denghai 605. She thought these might be useless and prefer to grow her own, but the shopkeeper's persistent sales pitch convinced her. She decided to buy 500 pounds of each seed and asked the shopkeeper to deliver them to her rented warehouse. Then she took another taxi to her favorite baozi shop, known for its large, thin-skinned buns. The owner is from the East Market and makes baozi with high-quality ingredients so many people come to buy every day. Lu Xiangwan ordered 500 tofu-filled buns, 500 pork and scallion buns, 500 mushroom and chicken buns, and 500 spicy and sour bean pod buns. She often eats here, and the owner recognizes her. When she ordered so many, the owner was surprised. Lu Xiangwan told a small lie, saying the buns were for her colleague's company, which eased the owner's doubts. When Lu Xiangwan was about to leave for her next destination, she received a call from Su Le, saying the items had arrived. Lu Xiangwan didn't expect her parents to be so helpful. They had everything ready in just one night. She quickly shared her warehouse address with him and took a taxi there. When she arrived, Lu Xiangwan looked around and found that everything on her list was there, even more medicines than expected. She was very happy. However, these medicines and equipment cost her 7 million yuan. Lu Xiangwan didn't feel upset at all. Instead, she looked at these things happily. Su Le thought the girl seemed strange, almost like she was possessed. He considered whether he should find some black dog blood to splash on her. Lu Xiangwan suddenly woke up, told Su Le goodbye, and then disappeared quickly. Su Le was so angry outside the warehouse that he stomped his feet. What is this? She uses him and then runs away. He decided he wouldn't help her again. But he knew that if Lu Xiangwan ever called him again, he would still rush to do anything for her, like a loyal dog. Don't ask, their friendship was unbreakable. Lu Xiangwan took a taxi to the fabric wholesale market, bought 5,000 meters of pure cotton cloth, and, on the recommendation of the shop owner, bought another 5,000 meters of corduroy. Only then did she return to the hotel. As soon as she arrived, Lin Hao called her. She was about to hang up but suddenly changed her mind, as if she remembered something. Lu Xiangwan, where have you been all this time? You sold the house, and I had to sleep on the street. Lin Hao was furious. He had been in the hospital for a few days, and during that time, his family changed. When he asked, he found out that Lu Xiangwan, that little troublemaker, had secretly sold his house. He looked everywhere for her, but couldn't find her. The hospital even said she had resigned. Does she even know what she's doing? I forgot to tell you. I sold the house. We can talk about it tomorrow. I need to sleep now, Lu Xiangwan said, then hung up and turned off her phone. That night, she was so angry she wanted to die. She washed herself with spiritual spring water from her space and then curled up in bed, falling into a deep sleep. The next morning, Lu Xiangwan woke up, turned on her phone, and saw over 100 missed calls and messages. All the calls were from Lin Hao. It seemed he hadn't slept all night. He must have been very anxious. Lu Xiangwan smirked slightly, then calmly dialed back. Lu Xiangwan. Lin Hao was furious on the phone. He had been calling all night, but no one answered. Meet me at the corner of Love Cafe at 9 o'clock. After saying that, she hung up and went back to sleep in her bed. She didn't wake up until 10. In the past month, she had been busy stocking up on supplies. This was the longest she had slept in a while. She slowly got out of bed, put on the expensive outfit she had bought, and then took a taxi to go out. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Hao received her call and immediately rushed over. He sat in the cafe for 3 hours but didn't see her. He was so angry that he started cursing in the cafe, almost getting kicked out by the owner. Why are you looking for me? Lu Xiangwan took off her sunglasses, sat down with a cup of coffee. There's someone here. You've got the wrong person, he said. If it had been a pretty girl approaching him, he would have happily invited her to his place. But now he wasn't in the mood. His mind was full of the house. After all his efforts in a lifetime weren't enough to buy a house in Nanshur City. And now, he was feeling worse. So, he had even less interest in the woman in front of him. Lin Hao, weren't you looking for me? Lu Xiangwan. Yes, speak quickly. I have something to do later. Why do you look like this? Lin Hao was truly shocked. The woman with the devilish figure and angelic face was actually his silly girlfriend. If he had known she was this beautiful, he wouldn't have bothered flirting with Wang Churen, that little troublemaker. Don't like it? Lu Xiangwan asked back. Her eyes didn't lie. His gaze was almost glued to her. Then that's fine. By the way, how did you sell the house? At this moment, Lin Hao lowered his voice and spoke gently to Lu Xiangwan. I invested, she replied. Invested. You idiot! What kind of investment could you possibly make? Yes, a patient introduced it to me. It's quite profitable. I invested 50,000 last time, and I earned 100,000 back. So I sold the house. Now I've made over 2 million. Lu Xiongwan deliberately showed him her WeChat balance. Lin Hao saw the money and stood up happily, his voice trembling. Is this money all yours? This money belongs to me. To us. We're going to be a family sooner or later. Lu Xiongwan replied. Once I make enough money again, I'll stop. I'll buy you a big 300 square meter apartment in the city center of Nanshi and replace your broken car. Is she making big promises? Yes, Lu Xiongwan can do that, and her promises are big and round. Yes, it's ours. Xiongwan, I'm really lucky to marry you. Don't worry, I will treat you well for the rest of my life. It's not that he's lucky, it's that Lu Xiongwan has had bad luck for many generations. She closed her eyes and chose such a dishonest person, but she still had to keep pretending. I believe you, Xiongwan. When can we buy a house? Maybe in a while. I need to save more money. I don't have enough yet. How much do you need? 50,000 yuan. She had already transferred about 30,000 yuan to him over time. She was living with him, paying for food and other things. Asking for 50,000 yuan isn't too much. That's a lot. Lin Hao hesitated. If it was 1 or 2,000 he could borrow from friends, but so much money he definitely couldn't borrow. It's okay. I'll find a way to gather the money. When I earn enough, I'll buy you a new house and car. A Porsche is the only thing that matches you. Hearing Porsche, Lin Hao couldn't stay calm. He promised to find a way to get the 50,000 yuan for Lu Xiongwan. He wasn't worried about being cheated because Lu Xiongwan, this silly woman, loved him desperately. Won't that be too hard for you? No, it's not hard, Lin Hao said confidently. Once they bought the house and car, he planned to secretly get rid of her, take the compensation money, and live happily with his son and wife. Laugh now, because it will be your turn to cry soon. Lu Xiongwan showed a faint, almost unnoticed, mocking smile. Later, she generously bought him a suit at a department store, spending over 10,000 yuan. This made Lin Hao more convinced that Lu Xiongwan, this foolish woman, was really making money. He told her he was going to work hard, and then hurried off to gather the money. Fool, Lu Xiongwan looked at his back and slowly said these 2 words. Then she continued her day of shopping. Lu Xiongwan bought 20 tons of coal from the coal factory and a lot of ice cream from the wholesale cold drink store. She bought large tubs of Arjetta's ice cream with various flavors, including Magnum, Chocolate, Zhong Shuigao, and Baxi. Next, she bought 20 solar power generators. In case of an apocalypse, there would definitely be power outages worldwide, so she prepared in advance. Passing by an electric bike shop, Lu Xiongwan went in without hesitation. When she came out, she was holding an electric bike. She had tried to get her driver's license for 2 years but gave up. Then she went to Digital City and ordered 2 computers, adding solid-state drives, and arranged for them to be delivered to her hotel. She also bought 21 terabyte USB drives for downloading files. After finishing these tasks, she went to eat. She found a street stall and ordered a portion of fried rice noodles for 9 yuan. Sitting at the stall, she ate eagerly. Although her eating was a bit rough, it looked very elegant in front of others. Some people even wanted to talk to her, but her distant aura kept them away. Lu Xiongwan asked the owner to prepare 200 servings of fried rice noodles to take away. The owner was so startled that his hand trembled as he scooped, and he asked for confirmation. Lu Xiongwan nodded and added another 200 servings of fried rice noodles. She gave him an address, paid, and left. The happy owner immediately called his wife to come help, then started cooking with a big flame. Lu Xiongwan didn't know about this. At that moment, she went to the best cake shop in Nanshi, a chain store. She ordered 1,000 fruit cakes, walnut cheese sticks, starry lava buns, crispy cheese, millet drums, chocolate soft European bread, and cheese barbecue buns, 1,000 of each. While the staff were confused, Lu Xiongwan paid and left, leaving the warehouse address. After she left, the staff finally realized how big the order was and hurried to find the manager for help. After a day of shopping, Lu Xiongwan finally returned to her hotel. But even lying on the bed, she was still busy. She started shopping on Taobao again, buying self-defense tools, tactical pens, flashlights, telescopic batons, pepper spray, self-defense rings, mini alarms, and stun guns. Thinking she forgot to buy a flashlight, Lu Xiongwan immediately ordered an old-fashioned flashlight from the 1960s or 70s. It's cheap and durable, and she remembers her grandmother had one before. Those were the best grandparents to Lu Xiongwan, but they died too early. Her nightmare life started from that moment. This flashlight uses batteries. Lu Xiongwan bought 2,000 batteries and cleared out the store's stock. She left a message asking the seller to ship quickly. She also ordered outdoor survival gear and various knives, 20 of each. Then she bought 2 bicycles and stopped. Next, she turned on her new computer and started downloading what she needed. First, she downloaded some professional literature because sometimes doctors can really treat illnesses. She also downloaded all the scientific papers about China's technology from its founding to now, filled with detailed records of principles and research processes. She downloaded information on oil processing, chemical raw materials and products, medicine manufacturing, chemical fibers, rubber, and plastics. She also downloaded 88 methods of pig farming, pig disease prevention and safe medication, wheat production techniques, and other manuals. It's as if someone is guiding her to do all this, but she can't understand what use these downloads will have. Meanwhile, Lin Hao went straight to Wang Churen and asked for 500,000 yuan without beating around the bush. Are you crazy? I don't have 500,000 and I'm pregnant with your child, she said. If she had that much money, she wouldn't be interested in him. I have something to do, Lin Hao replied. You have something to do, but I don't have money either. You should ask Lu Xiongwan. She must have money, she said. Lin Hao then told her about meeting Lu Xiongwan today, including her earning money. Really? Wang Churen was a bit skeptical. If Lu Xiongwan was capable of earning money, how could Lin Hao fool her so easily? Look at the clothes I'm wearing. She bought them for me today. They cost over 10,000. If she couldn't make money, how could she buy me such expensive clothes? That's true, Wang Churen said. She recognized the clothes Lin Hao was wearing. They weren't cheap. She wouldn't even buy herself one, let alone Lu Xiongwan. It seemed that the foolish girl really had managed to earn some money. So Lu Xiongwan is really making money. I saw her WeChat balance was 2 million. Thinking about that 2 million, Lin Hao became very excited. That money would be his sooner or later. And Lu Xiongwan also said she only needs 500,000 more. Once we invest that, we can buy a big apartment in the city center. Then you won't need to work anymore. You can stay at home and be a wealthy wife. You can buy whatever you like. I'll hire 6 nannies to take care of you and our son. Hearing that she can buy whatever she wants, Wang Churen was tempted. What are you waiting for? I only have you in my life, and you're pregnant with my child, Lin Hao said angrily when he saw her hesitating. Don't be angry. I don't have any money right now, but my mom does. I'll ask her tomorrow. Wang Churen quickly comforted him. But she was also worried Lin Hao might be lying to her. I'm not angry, Lin Hao said, then pressed his face to her belly. Wang Churen felt nervous from his actions. She had been with several men, but none of them got her pregnant. She was almost furious. Seeing how much Lin Hao cared about the baby in her belly, she couldn't say anything. The next day, after waking up, Lu Xiongwan received a call from Wang Churen. A small smile appeared on Lu Xiongwan's face as she agreed to meet. They arranged to meet at a milk tea shop they used to visit during school. Wang Churen saw that her reaction was similar to Lin Hao's. She couldn't believe she was talking to the silly Lu Xiongwan. But more than that, Wang Churen felt jealous. She wanted to ruin her face. How could she change so much in just over a month? Could she have had plastic surgery? But her face didn't show any signs of it. Are you feeling better? Yes. Much better, Wang Churen finally responded, stammering. Good, Lu Xiongwan said, paying the bill and casually showing her WeChat balance. That balance nearly blinded Wang Churen's eyes.
She wanted to the phone.
Sure enough, Lin Hao wasn't lying. They chatted for a while, then Lu Xiongwan treated her to an expensive Japanese meal before pretending she had something to do and left. Wang Charan watched her figure disappear, her nails digging into her flesh without noticing. You must not let her take Lin Hao away. Lu Xiongwan is willing to die. Only when she dies will the money in her hands belong to her. The most urgent thing now is to find a way to get pregnant. Lin Hao doesn't understand what's happening. Every time she tries, he finds an excuse to push her away. She even suspects he has someone else outside, but after secretly following him for a few days, she found nothing unusual. Besides the issue in bed, Lin Hao is very accommodating in other ways. The only thing he insists on is that she must have a safe childbirth. A fox giving a New Year's greeting to a chicken is never kind-hearted. Lu Xiongwan naturally knows why she was called out today, so she decided to go along with it. If nothing unexpected happens, a deposit of 500,000 yuan will soon be in her account. She doesn't want to miss this money, especially since it's mostly hers anyway. She took a taxi to her rented warehouse. The big warehouse was almost full of goods, but Lu Xiongwan waved her hand and stored everything in her space. She spent 35 yuan to watch a movie, then went alone to Haidaleo for a meal. After that, she bought 2 new phones at a phone shop. Only then did she return to her hotel, check her computer, and see that the download was halfway done. Lu Xiongwan didn't bother with it anymore and started playing with her 2 new phones. Thinking about the coming apocalypse, she realized she couldn't do without entertainment. Suddenly, she remembered Wang Xiaojing loved reading novels and had recommended several to her. They were historical novels. This was her first time reading that genre, and she quickly became addicted. By the time she finished the book, dawn was breaking. No wonder Wang Xiaojing loved reading novels so much. She couldn't put down even the ones she hadn't read before. So, Lu Xiongwan downloaded all the good historical novels she could find online. Besides that, she also downloaded stories about domineering CEOs running away with their babies, palace intrigues, and palace fights. She didn't leave any out. When Lu Xiongwan woke up the next day, all the documents on her computer had finished downloading. She stored her computer in her space. Then she checked her space with her mind and found she had almost finished stockpiling everything she needed. Next, she booked a flight to the United States. She packed a couple of clothes, took her ID and passport, and headed to the airport. By the time she arrived in the US, it was already 7 p.m., but it was just dawn in her country. So, she found a nearby hotel to stay in for the night. However, Lu Xiongwan couldn't rest because only here in the world was weapon trading legal. Country M allows citizens to own guns, so gun markets are everywhere. But Lu Xiongwan doesn't have a green card for Country M, nor has she lived there for over 3 months, and she can't provide proof of taxes paid. So, she can't buy weapons through legal means. But money can make things happen, so Lu Xiongwan contacted a smuggler online in advance. She bought a rifle, a shotgun, a submachine gun, and a rifle, each one. She also bought 100,000 rounds of each type of ammunition. When it was time to trade, Lu Xiongwan hired a few strong men to protect her. The smuggler was shocked to see this small woman with an Asian face, but as long as he got the money, he didn't care what she planned to do with so many weapons. In this way, Lu Xiongwan spent 50 million and got these life-saving weapons. She was very satisfied. Not only was she happy, but the smuggler was too. This deal would keep him well-fed and comfortable for many years. After days of stockpiling and spending money like water, Lu Xiongwan still had less than 5 billion in her account. That night, she returned to her hotel and went straight into her space, realizing she didn't really need anything. Her space was enough to support her for several lifetimes. Even if she wanted to raise a senior student, it wouldn't be a problem. But what to buy? Lu Xiongwan lay on her bed, unable to decide. After the apocalypse, money would become worthless paper. Suddenly, she saw a message on her phone. The late collection of the Gambling King is exposed. The Golden Mountain and Golden Ship are priceless. This caught her attention quickly. Yes, she could buy gold. Her ancestors often said, in troubled times, gold. In prosperous times, antiques. Gold is always a safe investment. As for antiques, they are not within her consideration. If she spent her 5 billion on antiques, she could only buy a few. Antiques are too expensive, but gold is different. Gold always retains value. So, she went straight to the gold trading market and bought 450 million worth of gold bars, weighing over a ton. After the purchase, Lu Xiangwan threw them into her space. When she was about to book a flight back home, she received a call from Lin Hao, saying the money was ready. He was quick, Lu Xiangwan thought. She then sent him her bank card number. In a short while, Lu Xiangwan received a bank transfer notification for 500,000 yuan. Once I make enough money, I will buy you a house and a car, Lu Xiangwan continued to pretend confidently. Xiangwan, when will we get married? On the other end of the phone, Lin Hao couldn't wait any longer. Only after they register their marriage, using Lu Xiangwan's earnings and her insurance payout after her death, could he claim her money. But I want a big, grand wedding. Is that okay? While speaking, Lu Xiangwan was looking at photos sent by a private detective. The photos showed Wang Charan in bed with different men, all in high definition and uncensored, bright enough to blind anyone. They were quite active, but she wondered if Lin Hao would go crazy when he saw these pictures. Yes, I promise, he replied. Then Lu Xiangwan made an excuse to hang up and booked a flight back to the country for tomorrow. After ending the call, Lin Hao hurriedly comforted the angry Wang Charan, promising her a more luxurious wedding in the future. He also said that his relationship with Lu Xiangwan was just for fun, and his heart belonged only to her and their son. That way, he managed to soothe Wang Charan. All the wedding planning was handled by Lin Hao, who kept running around. Lu Xiangwan kept using busy as an excuse to avoid it, and she also delayed the marriage registration until after the wedding. Lin Hao wasn't angry because Lu Xiangwan gave him a designer LV outfit. What he didn't know was that the clothes Lu Xiangwan bought for 600 yuan in Putian were high-quality fake copies. After everything was arranged, Lin Hao realized they hadn't taken wedding photos yet. He quickly took Lu Xiangwan to a studio to shoot pictures, but she suddenly received a call saying she had to fly to country M. Lin Hao was unhappy, but Lu Xiangwan transferred him 20,000 yuan, and his mood improved. I'm going to make money, and soon we'll have a house and a car. Besides, they can just Photoshop the wedding photos. I'll be back a few days before the wedding, she said. Taking wedding photos with someone like him made Lu Xiangwan feel full of bad luck and disgust. All right, Lin Hao said, realizing there was nothing more he could say. He quickly ordered a taxi to take Lu Xiangwan to the airport and went alone to the wedding dress studio. When he explained his request to the staff there, they were so shocked their jaws nearly dropped. The bride didn't come, so they had to put her face onto the photo. It was their first time seeing her, but since she said so, the photo studio people had no reason to refuse. It's an easy way to make money. They hoped more such clients would come. So, Lu Xiangwan and Lin Hao's wedding photos were edited by swapping faces from their studio's sample pictures. Luckily, the staff was skilled at photo editing, so it looked natural. Originally, Lu Xiangwan was supposed to be in the US, but now she was happily playing claw machines with Su Lu in the mall. You're so mean, Su Lu said. Mean? I don't think so, Lu Xiangwan replied, feeling angry at those two bad guys and mean girls. After playing with the claw machine, Lu Xiangwan took Su Lu to watch a movie, then they ate hot pot, and finally, she bought some Lego for Su Lu. Such peaceful days were rare. Her instincts told her that the end was near. Also, Lu Xiangwan went to Su Li's house and took a lot of strange medicines Su Lu had researched before. There were medicines that caused face rashes and body swelling, medicines that emitted bad smells, medicines that made people gain weight quickly, and medicines that caused diarrhea. Su Lu thought Lu Xiangwan wanted to use those on the two pests, so he packed all the medicines from his house and gave them to her. Before leaving, he reminded her not to be soft-hearted. Lu Xiangwan knew what he meant without him saying. She carried the big bag of medicines and took a taxi away. 3 days before the wedding, Lu Xiangwan finally returned from the US and looked at Lin Hao's invitation list. Her face immediately showed displeasure. Lin Hao quickly comforted her. What's wrong? Only so few people? You don't take my words seriously. Lu Xiangwan started to act spoiled and threw a little tantrum. There's more, I haven't finished writing the list yet. Lin Hao quickly added some more names, and Lu Xiongwan was satisfied. The wedding wouldn't be big, but it had to be worth the time she spent singing this good show with him. The invitation list included Lin Hao's relatives, Lu Xiongwan's, and his close friends and classmates. Besides that, their colleagues, bosses, and friends were also invited. In short, they invited everyone they could. Later, Lu Xiongwan, following her hometown customs, refused to see Lin Hao before the wedding and sent him away. She simply felt nauseous whenever she saw him wandering nearby. Lin Hao was actually glad about that. During the days before the wedding, he was either helping entertain relatives from his hometown or busy accompanying Wang Charan and her unborn child. He truly was a master of time management. Soon, the wedding day arrived. Lu Xiongwan deliberately called Wang Charan to be her bridesmaid. Although Wang Charan was furious and clenched her teeth, she still came. She dressed very boldly in a red dress that showed her cleavage and thighs, with makeup so perfect it looked like she was a former girlfriend coming to cause trouble. Another bridesmaid, Li Yuan, couldn't stand it anymore. She pulled Wang Charan aside and told her outfit was inappropriate and needed to be changed. Lu Xiongwan, however, spoke up for her, saying the outfit was festive and beautiful. In the end, Wang Charan didn't change her clothes. As for Lu Xiongwan, she didn't wear a wedding dress. Instead, she chose a simple white long dress without any decorations, with a black flower pinned to her chest, and she was makeup-free. This look didn't seem like someone getting married. It looked more like she was heading to a funeral. But she looked so beautiful, especially with Wang Charan as a backdrop. She seemed like a fairy untouched by worldly troubles. Wang Charan thought Lu Xiongwan was out of her mind, wearing such an unlucky outfit on her wedding day. But she kindly said nothing. Lu Xiongwan had asked Su Le to block the door outside to delay the guests. When the time was right, she would let them in. Fortunately, Su Le did his job well. He already disliked the foolish man in front of him, and now was determined to make things difficult for Lin Hao. The people waiting to greet the bride couldn't stand it anymore. Su Le refused to let them in until Lin Hao solved a difficult math problem he was holding. This made Lin Hao furious inside, cursing Su Le's ancestors silently. But he didn't show it. Helpless, he and his groomsman friend tried their best to solve the problem. They even asked for help from outside, but most of the time had already passed. Su Le kept making Lin Hao do frog jumps, push-ups, and even kneel and sing a song called Conquer. Only after exhausting him did he finally let Lin Hao in. When they arrived, there was no time for any ceremony, so they went straight to the wedding banquet hotel by car. Throughout the process, Lu Xiongwan kept a sour face, showing no emotion, as if she wasn't the bride today. Lin Hao didn't care. He married her just for the money. When they reached the banquet hall, Lu Xiongwan looked at the crowd sitting below, full of people. A small smile appeared on her face. The show was about to begin. She couldn't control her lower body. She wanted him to lose everything and ruin his reputation. When Lu Xiongwan appeared, everyone was surprised, not because of her looks, but because they were talking about her dress. On such a happy day, she was dressed like someone going to mourn, not as festive as the bridesmaids next to her. Especially Lin's parents, who almost fainted from anger when they saw her. But since it was a wedding, they couldn't say anything. They could only look at Lu Xiongwan with a dark face, almost ready to bite her. After the banquet, she planned to teach her family some rules. Dear guests and friends, good afternoon. Today is December 18th, 2022. I am very happy to celebrate this joyful day. Mr. Lin Hao, do you agree to marry Ms. Lu Xiongwan? I do. From now on, whether in poverty or wealth, health or sickness, be loyal to her, protect her, cherish her. Do you agree? I do. The crowd burst into applause, sending blessings to the bride and groom. Some even shed tears out of emotion. Ms. Lu Xiongwan, do you agree to marry Mr. Lin Hao? I don't want to, Lu Xiongwan said calmly, giving a quick signal to Su Le below. Su Le responded with an okay gesture, eager to see what would happen next. As soon as Lu Xiongwan finished speaking, the noisy crowd suddenly fell silent. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone looked up at the newlyweds on stage. Lin's parents were so angry they stood up. Xiangwan, stop messing around. Lin Hao didn't expect her to do this. He grabbed her arm, trying to remind her of the occasion. But Lu Xiangwan pushed back in disgust, slipping out of his grasp. After touching another woman, then touching her again, it was so dirty. The host was completely stunned by Lu Xiangwan's sudden action and couldn't speak for a moment. Luckily, he was experienced and quick to react. He raised the microphone with a playful smile and tried to smooth things over, saying, "The bride is too excited." But before he finished, Lu Xiangwan snatched the microphone away. The host's mind went blank.
Who is he?
Where is he? What is he doing? Today, everyone is here just to see a good show. For some reason, when Lin Hao heard this, he felt very nervous. He instinctively tried to grab the microphone from her. But it was too late. On the big screen behind them, footage was playing of him and Wang Charan in bed, and the sound was loud throughout the hall. Wang Charan saw herself as the female lead in the video, and her eyes widened in shock. Wang Charan knew. Another bridesmaid pointed at her, speechless, but her eyes were full of contempt. "It's not me. It's not me."
Who played this?
"Turn it off. Turn it off." Wang Charan was furious and tried to unplug the device. But Lu Xiangwan knew they would do this, so she had already prepared in advance with her senior. Even if they unplugged it, it wouldn't work. The embarrassing video continued to play on the big screen. "Lu Xiangwan, are you just waiting for today to ruin me?" Lin Hao looked at her angrily, unable to turn off the video. He was so furious he wanted to hurt her. His life was ruined because of her. Today, not only relatives and friends, but also his boss and colleagues were here. He was doomed. "This is just the beginning," Lu Xiangwan said just as her recorded voice played. "When we finish the wedding, I'll find a reason to kill her. The money spent will be for you and the kids. Lin Hao, I'm glad to have you." Everyone sitting below was stunned when they heard this. They thought murder and insurance fraud only happen on TV, but now they saw someone like that nearby. The scene instantly turned chaotic. Some people, eager for entertainment, even started recording the chaos. Lin's mother was so angry she slapped Lu Xiangwan, but Lu Xiangwan managed to hold her back and slapped her back. "You didn't raise your son well, and now you have the nerve to hit me. Who gave you the right? If Lin Hao is a bad man, then his mother is a typical mean mother-in-law." During their relationship, she constantly found fault with Lu Xiangwan, openly and secretly saying she was not good enough for her precious son. So, Lu Xiangwan remembered the insults and mockery from her family, along with the slap that made Lin Ma's face swell like a pig's head. "Lu Xiangwan, enough is enough," Lin Hao shouted angrily when he saw his mother being hit. "Enough? Lin Hao, do I deserve this? I eat, drink, and wear for you, and you secretly flirt with my best friend. This isn't entirely your fault," Lin Hao admitted, clearly lacking confidence. "My fault? Fine. Today everyone will see where I went wrong," Lu Xiangwan sneered. She looked at Wang Charan trying to run, but Sula stopped her and pulled her back. "My best friend, do I really deserve this?" Lu Xiangwan's nails scratched Wang Charan's face, leaving a small cut. Wang Charan looked at Lu Xiangwan, who seemed crazy, trembling all over. "It's not my fault. It was Lin Hao who seduced me. It's all his fault. Xiangwan, we are friends. Please forgive me just this once," Wang Charan begged. Wang Charan knew that now Lu Xiangwan had discovered their secret. Lin Hao's plans were ruined. He was now a poor man. If she didn't distance herself, her life would be over. "Lu Xiangwan, don't hurt her. She's pregnant." Lin Hao quickly stepped forward, shielding Wang Charan. It wasn't because he cared about her, but because he cared about the baby in her belly. Everyone in the room was shocked. The crowd's whispers grew louder, especially Lin Hao's boss, who immediately called HR and told him to fire Lin Hao tomorrow. Their company didn't want someone like him. Then, Lu Xiangwan played all the footage of their secret affair in her room, without any censorship. She also intentionally included Lin Hao's medical report diagnosing his dysfunction. Suddenly, everyone looked at Lin Hao. It felt like Lu Xiangwan had stripped him of his dignity completely. Everyone in the world now knew he was no longer capable. He was not a real man. "Lin Hao, you're no longer able," Wang Charan stammered, trembling as she watched the scene unfold. No wonder he didn't want to be with her. Unable to continue, how can I face myself? Wang Charan felt like everything was for nothing. You're just not capable. This is fake, all fake. Lin's father and mother loudly defended their son, telling everyone not to believe what Lu Xiongwan, this little troublemaker, said. Lu Xiongwan, I will get you, Lin Hao shouted angrily. He grabbed a knife from somewhere and lunged at Lu Xiongwan, but before he could reach her, Su Le kicked him to the ground. Remember, Su Le is a martial artist with a 9th-degree black belt in Taekwondo. Dead girl, am I handsome? Su Le made a silly, proud gesture. Yes, you are, Lu Xiongwan praised him, then continued to command him to hold down Lin Hao. Yes, sir, Su Le said without hesitation. He pushed Lin's parents off the stage and used a rope to tie up Lin Hao tightly. Lu Xiongwan sneered and shared photos of Wang Charan fighting tough men, taken by a private detective. Although Wang Charan didn't look very good, her figure was quite nice, and she had plenty of curves. The men watching started commenting excitedly, making Wang Charan feel embarrassed and want to hide. Lin Hao was so angry he had veins bulging on his forehead. You! How dare you secretly meet men behind my back? If he weren't, he would have gone to beat Wang Charan badly. Lu Xiongwan saw this and kindly told Su Le to untie Lin Hao. Once free, Lin Hao didn't bother with Lu Xiongwan anymore. He went straight to beat Wang Charan, ignoring her pleas for mercy. No one tried to stop them because what they did was too shameful. Lin Hao, I was wrong. Please forgive me just this once, Wang Charan begged. But Lin Hao, already furious, didn't listen. All he could think about was how he had been nice to her, but she was secretly meeting other men and cheating on him, even wearing a green hat. No man could tolerate that. Finally, Lin's mother saw Wang Charan bleeding between her legs and stepped in to stop her son. Lin Hao, your stomach hurts. Your stomach. Wang Charan lay on the ground, clutching her stomach, gasping for breath, her face pale from pain. Lin Hao saw the pool of blood on the ground and finally realized what he had done. He quickly picked up Wang Charan and rushed to the hospital. Lin's father and mother shot a quick glance at Lu Xiongwan and hurried after them. You should eat and drink. I have some things to do, so I'll leave first, Lu Xiongwan said into her phone. After saying this, she and Su Le left quickly. On the way out of the hall, she didn't forget to take all the wedding gifts. As for the wedding photos at the entrance, Su Le dragged them away and burned them in a quiet place. That was satisfying, Su Le said happily after finishing his drink, shouting to the sky. Lu Xiongwan smiled and then called Lin Hao. Outside the operating room, Lin Hao didn't want to answer the phone at first. But when he saw it was Lu Xiongwan, he remembered what she had done today and, full of anger, answered the call. I have good news for you. Spit it out quickly, Lin Hao said. He was determined to punish Lu Xiongwan once his wife's baby was safe. Wang Charan's baby isn't yours. Your son was gone hundreds of years ago. Believe it or not, I'm just telling you out of kindness because of our past, Lu Xiongwan said before hanging up. Haha, I will make that suffer this time, Su Le laughed happily just thinking about it. He thought it was right to cause trouble for that girl. Serves him right. Lu Xiongwan, tell me clearly, Lin Hao said angrily when he only got busy signals. He threw his phone down in frustration. Go outside if you want to cause trouble. This is a hospital, someone reminded him. Lin's mother quickly apologized, and the nurse left. How, what's wrong? She asked. It's nothing, Lin Hao replied. He couldn't tell her that their family's lineage was broken because of him. No one could know. No matter whose child Wang Charan was carrying, he would accept it. He was really going to wear this fake hat. Lu Xiongwan, just wait for me. After some time, Wang Charan was pushed out of the emergency room. The good news was the baby was safe, but the bad news was that Wang Charan might have difficulty having more children in the future. This was probably her last pregnancy. Wang Charan had initially wanted to abort the baby because Lin Hao had nothing left to lose. But after hearing the doctor's words, she changed her mind. Finally, Lin Hao forced his parents out of the hospital room. They talked quietly for a long time, reaching an agreement. The baby in my belly will be claimed as Lin Hao's, Because this was Lin Hao's cover, he believed he would never have his own children in this life. Someone who attended the wedding posted a video online, which quickly became the top trending topic. Wang Charan and Lin Hao became famous nationwide, turning into hated figures. Their jobs were ruined, and Wang Charan's parents kicked her out of the house, acting as if she no longer existed. Meanwhile, Lu Xiangwan became a beloved, strong, independent woman online. Lin Hao had borrowed money to hold the wedding, but now he couldn't pay it back. He was constantly chased by high-interest lenders. Desperate, he wanted to find Lu Xiangwan to get back the 500,000 yuan, but he couldn't find her anywhere, as if she had vanished into thin air. That must have run off with the money, Lin Hao, now scruffy and dirty like a street beggar, cursed loudly. Lin Hao, I don't care. You must get that 500,000 yuan back. It's my money, my life savings, she said, her family no longer accepting her, and she had lost everything. That 50,000 yuan was her lifeline, so Lin Hao had to retrieve her money. She punched and pinched him angrily. You're crazy. If you hadn't stripped to me, I wouldn't be in this mess. The money is yours, so don't blame me now. Lin Hao snapped impatiently, pushing her away and stamping out his cigarette before walking out. He completely ignored Wang Charan, who was lying on the ground clutching her stomach. A few steps down the stairs, Lin Hao was suddenly wrapped in a sack and thrown into a private car. He struggled fiercely inside the bag, but was kicked hard twice, which finally made him settle down. We're just taking the money to help people solve their problems. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for offending the wrong people, said one of the men, kicking him again. Lin Hao immediately thought of Lu Xiangwan, the little troublemaker, when he heard this. The car drove for a long time before stopping at an abandoned factory. The men blindfolded Lin Hao and dragged him away like a dead dog. Long before, Lu Xiangwan had been waiting nearby. She stepped forward and handed over the remaining payment she had prepared in advance. The leader quickly checked the money and confirmed it was correct. He said, "Next time, we can work together again." After saying this, he immediately took his men and left. Lu Xiangwan approached and, with a look of disgust, took off Lin Hao's blindfold. "Lu Xiangwan, you little brat, I curse you," Lin Hao yelled, realizing that Lu Xiangwan was the one who kidnapped him, and he started insulting her without restraint. Lu Xiangwan, known for being tough and not talking much, grabbed a nearby stick and hit him twice. Lin Hao cried out in pain, begging for mercy. Lu Xiangwan seemed not to hear him. The reason she hired those reckless people who only cared about money was to vent her anger properly. 5 years, she had fed him like a pet dog, but instead of growing loyal, he turned into an ungrateful wolf. Thinking of this, she kept hitting him with the stick. The more Lin Hao cried out in pain, the more excited Lu Xiangwan became. Finally, she beat him so badly that he couldn't speak and could only stare at her with dead fish eyes. Unhappy with his resistance, Lu Xiangwan stepped on his private parts hard. Clearly, she crushed his testicles, causing him intense pain and making him faint. But Lu Xiangwan wouldn't let him go easily. If she didn't catch his tricks in time, she would be the one to die. She quickly took a bowl of chili salt water and poured it over him. Lin Hao woke up from the pain, realizing that the real devil was Lu Xiangwan. If this continued, he would die here.
Xiangwan.
I was wrong. Forgive me. I won't dare again. Next time, Lu Xiangwan was very dissatisfied with his excuse and immediately hit him with another stick. No more. Seeing his cowardly look, Lu Xiangwan smiled. Then she took a syringe from her bag and said harmlessly, "Enjoy it." Lin Hao instinctively felt that this wasn't a good thing. He shivered and tried to retreat, but no matter how he struggled or backed away, he couldn't escape Lu Xiangwan's grasp. Without hesitation, Lu Xiangwan aimed the syringe at him and injected all the medicine inside.
Lu Xiangwan.
You wicked woman. Still not keeping your mouth clean. Lu Xiangwan looked at him still not behaving well and gave him 2 big slaps on the ears. After slapping him, she disdainfully took out a wet wipe from her pocket and wiped her hands clean. At this moment, Lin Hao, lying on the ground, was also feeling the effects of the medicine. His whole body was hot, and his eyes kept changing. It was like a wild animal in heat.
Lu.
Xiangwan, you gave me is. Before he could finish his sentence, Lin Hao tried to take off his clothes, but since his hands were tied, he could only rub against the ground to feel a little better. It's the medicine for breeding pigs. Look how considerate I am. Lu Xiangwan sneered as she watched his embarrassing state. But Lin Hao couldn't hear what she was saying anymore because he was eager to be released. His eyes were red with impatience. After giving him enough lessons, it was time to end. Lu Xiangwan, tired of looking at him, simply walked out. A few homeless people had been waiting outside for a long time. When they saw Lu Xiangwan come out, they immediately gathered around. Lu Xiangwan took out a stack of money and threw it to them, telling them to take good care of the person inside. As soon as they received the money, they rushed inside. Outside the door, Lu Xiangwan listened to the sounds of pleasure mixed with screams, like pig slaughter, and she showed no mercy. These beggars were specially chosen by her. They were all strong men who hadn't been with a woman for hundreds of years. In their eyes, men and women were the same. So she didn't think much and knew how miserable Lin Hao inside was. 1 man against 10. For his small frame, even if he didn't die, he would be half dead. If he liked doing this, she would let him have his fill. The sounds inside never stopped. As time went on, they grew quieter, until finally, Lu Xiangwan, afraid of dirtying her ears, put on her headphones. She took out a recliner from her space and started watching a TV drama out of boredom. She had watched 6 or 7 episodes of The Cooking Class Story, but no one had come out yet. Bored, Lu Xiangwan listened to music while continuing to shop on Taobao. Her scattered savings added up to about 2 million yuan. She figured she should spend it all. Moreover, her intuition was growing stronger. She felt the end of the world was coming in just a few days. She reordered some durable, stain-resistant clothes, snacks, and drinks. All this shopping cost her about 200,000 yuan. Having money to spend without end can also be a kind of trouble. Just as Lu Xiangwan was thinking about what else she might need to buy, the people inside came out, holding up their pants, looking satisfied. The girl, if there are more good things like this in the future, remember to call us. We don't need money, said the lecherous man at the front, squinting with a flattering look at the beautiful woman in front of him, wearing sunglasses. Okay, Lu Xiangwan nodded. The others, not wanting to be bored, also quickly left, clutching their money. After they left, Lu Xiangwan took off her sunglasses and went inside. At this moment, Lin Hao was lying completely on the ground, his body in a terrible state. Anyone could see how fierce the fight had been just now. Lu Xiangwan stepped forward, looked at Lin Hao, who was barely breathing, and kicked him twice. She grabbed his chin, put a pill into his mouth, and watched him swallow it before leaving. Seeing Lin Hao completely defeated made Lu Xiangwan feel the anger in her chest finally release. She took a bicycle from her space and rode back to the hotel. When she arrived, she received a call from a colleague at the hospital. She only then learned that Wang Charan had just been taken to the hospital, but unfortunately, her baby couldn't be saved, and her had to be removed. Lu Xiangwan thanked her colleague, said they could have a meal together sometime, and then hung up. Good is rewarded with good, and evil with evil, isn't it? This way, she wouldn't need to take further action. Let those scumbag men and women be bound together for life, tormenting each other. Lu Xiangwan ordered takeout, ate a few bites, and then, exhausted, fell into a deep sleep. As for Lin Hao in the abandoned factory, he didn't wake up until some time later. He was actually frozen awake, and even the slightest movement made his bones ache painfully. Looking at everything around him, he was more certain that what happened during the day was not a dream but real. At this moment, he truly wished Lu Xiangwan would die. But before he could feel happy for long, he saw the door open again. Those same people from the morning who, after eating and drinking, wanted to find some excitement. This time, they just wanted to test if she was still there. They found her still there. Seeing Lin Hao, their animal instincts flared. Several of them, eager and ready, pounced on him. Poor Lin Hao was like a little lamb at this moment. He couldn't run away, and in the end, He had to follow their commands, cooperating mechanically with them. The next morning, Lu Xiongwan bought a plane ticket to Jing City. After arriving, she took a taxi to Confronting and directly purchased 1 million and gong miao and pills. They cost 780 each, and she bought over 1,000 pieces. Since the space has a freeze function, she wasn't worried about expiration. These items could save lives in emergencies, so if her family could afford it, she thought it was wise to have some. After buying them, Lu Xiongwan immediately flew back to Nanshur because she had arranged to have dinner with her senior that evening. They went out for hot pot. Lu Xiongwan paid for the meal, as she had more than 10 billion in her hands and didn't care about a little money. The 50-something yuan for the meal was nothing to her. Of course, she didn't tell him that she had spent all her money and stocked up on supplies. Otherwise, her senior might think she had lost her mind and take her to a mental hospital to check her brain. Honestly, he might really do that. After the meal, Sula quickly left because he had only carved out this time to eat with her. He was worried she might be upset over that scumbag. But it turned out he was overthinking. This girl was carefree and could eat even more than him. The meat he ordered all went into her stomach, which reassured him. After Sula left, Lu Xiongwan wandered around the mall. She looked around but found she didn't need anything, so she left on foot and returned to her hotel. Passing by a convenience store, she cleared out everything on the shelves, gave the warehouse address, and then left. In this way, Lu Xiongwan unknowingly stocked 6 large boxes of the smallest size of rain umbrellas. In the future, some shameless person would use them every day, but they would never run out. Later, Lu Xiongwan kept busy. She still had 800,000 in her hands. First, she went to a farm, bought 2 calves and a cow, and put them into her space. She also bought a bunch of chicks and ducklings from the countryside, thinking that after the end of the world, she would move to the countryside, buy a yard and raise chickens and ducks, plant vegetables, and live her dream rural life. Next, she went on a shopping spree. Anything Lu Xiongwan liked, she bought it all. She even bought up all the discounted cotton fabrics from the manufacturer. As a result, Lu Xiongwan spent all her money during her shopping frenzy. Only 10,000 yuan remained in her Alipay account. She took some time to go to the warehouse and stored all her purchases in her space. Since the warehouse was no longer useful, she decided to cancel the lease. In less than 2 months, Lu Xiongwan had spent all 10 billion yuan she had. Including the money she borrowed from Lin Hao, she never imagined she would be so wasteful before. Looking at the piles of supplies in her space, she felt a strange sense of satisfaction. With so many resources, she and her senior could survive the end of the world. Now, Lu Xiongwan decided to do nothing and just wait quietly for the end of the world at a hotel. She even rented a hotel close to Su Li's research institute, so she could rescue him before the disaster arrived. She wasn't a saint. The rest of the world didn't matter to her. Her only goal was to save her senior and get through this crisis safely. That evening, Lu Xiongwan had dinner with Su Lo, ate some barbecue, and drank a little wine. Then she took a taxi back to her place. The bathtub was already filled with hot water. She lit some candles and aromatherapy nearby, then took off her clothes and lay in the tub. Her skin was so smooth it seemed flawless, without a single flaw, almost too perfect to be real. Under the influence of alcohol, Lu Xiongwan drifted into a deep sleep while soaking in the bath. When Lu Xiongwan slowly opened her eyes, she saw only white in front of her. The peeling paint on the cracked walls was falling off, and the walls were uneven. The air smelled strongly of disinfectant. Is this a hospital? She instinctively wondered. But this hospital looked so run down. Surely her senior wouldn't have left her in some shady, cheap clinic to save money. Just as she was about to call for a nurse, sudden pain swept through her body, especially her head, almost making her explode. After what felt like a long time, her vision cleared, and she began to remember things that didn't belong to her. It turns out she traveled back to the 1960s during a famine, a time recorded in history. Coincidentally, this girl shares her name and family name. It's unclear how, by some fate or chance, she ended up inhabiting this girl's body. The girl's name is Lu Xiongwan. She is 18 years old. She dropped out of high school before graduating and stayed at home. Her father is kind, but only by blood. Her biological mother died in childbirth after losing a lot of blood. Less than 2 months after her mother's death, her father quickly married Wang Fingjiao, a widow with a child and pregnant again. There's a saying that once a stepmother comes, a stepfather follows. This old saying is true. The young girl, the original owner, had to take on all the household chores early. She often went hungry, was cold and poorly dressed, and if she made a small mistake, she was scolded and beaten. Bruises and marks were common on her body. But her stepmother, Wang Fingjiao, was good at managing appearances. To outsiders, she treated her stepdaughter better than her own daughter. She even sent her to high school, although her own daughter didn't get the chance. Nowadays, just filling the stomach is hard enough, let alone sending children to school. Even though she didn't finish high school, Wang Fingjiao still had a good reputation in the village. Besides her, the original girl also had a cruel sister. Wang Fingjiao had brought her into the family when she married. Her original name was Wang Xilian, but to please her stepfather, she changed it to Lu Xilian. She was a year older than the girl and didn't work, often wandering around and causing trouble. There was also a younger brother, born just a few months after Wang Fingjiao married Lu Guoping. He was the only boy in the family, and everyone loved him dearly. He was spoiled and ate all the good food at home. Lu Hongxing, only 16, was chubby with big ears and a round belly. In this era of shortages, he looked especially noticeable. He was bossy and afraid of the tough, often picking fights with the original girl. When he was young, he even used her as a horse to ride. Although Wang Fingjiao claimed that Lu Hongxing was the child of her unlucky late husband, everyone knew that Lu Hongxing and Lu Guoqing looked alike. The villagers understood the truth, but kept silent. Everyone felt sorry for the original girl's mother, who died early. When she was pregnant, her husband had an affair with a widow and even got her pregnant. The original owner was naive, but Lu Xiangwan was not. The biological mother of the original owner died under suspicious circumstances, possibly murdered by someone. The person responsible might be her biological father, a man from a wealthy family, but this needs further proof since some things require evidence. To get to the main point, the reason the original owner was hospitalized this time was because her family forced her to marry the director of a steel factory as a second wife. That man is old enough to be her father. Imagine a young girl in love being forced to marry a middle-aged, balding man. No one would accept that. Moreover, the original owner was already in love with someone else, her high school classmate. They had promised to marry each other and were determined to be together. However, her stepmother, Wang Fingjiao, disagreed. She had already discussed with her husband that if the girl married the steel factory director, her son's job would be secure. The job was a permanent position at the steel factory, which would give the family status and respect in the community. This made Wang Fingjiao very happy. Lu Guoqing, her father, was also a selfish man. When it involved his son, he quickly agreed. After raising her for so many years, he thought it was time she contributed to the family. He even threatened that if she refused to marry, she would be considered as having no family. This scared the original owner, who tried to run away with her true love, but she was caught and brought back. Promises of love couldn't compare to her future prospects. It turned out that the bald man from the steel factory had approached her father, promising to let her go if she broke up with her true love. He even arranged for her to work temporarily at the factory. Her father was tempted and agreed. Before leaving, her father even persuaded her to accept the old man, saying he would treat her well because he was older and caring. He said they were destined to be apart in this life, but could reunite in the next. But she was furious. She saw through his lies and slapped him twice. Heartbroken, she left in despair. Back home, she stopped eating and drinking, hoping to awaken her father's conscience. But she was mistaken. Lu Guoqing had no conscience at all. He told Wang Fingjiao not to bring her food and let her starve for days, insisting she marry the man even if it meant her death. Overwhelmed by despair, the original owner couldn't bear the pain and attempted to take her own life by cutting her wrist. It was only after some time that her family found her and took her to the hospital. This was not out of kindness. It was simply because the original owner had died and they couldn't fulfill their obligations. Wang Fengjiao was also unwilling to let her biological daughter marry that old widower. There wasn't much else to say. When she opened her eyes again, Lu Xiongwan had taken the place of the original owner, occupying her body to survive. The original owner had cut her wrist and committed suicide, losing her life completely. In the last bit of consciousness before death, she still foolishly hoped that her cheap father might change his mind, an impossible dream. Suddenly, Lu Xiongwan seemed to remember something. She quickly used her mind to check the space. Fortunately, the space was still there. All the things she had stored up, originally meant for surviving the end-of-world crisis, were still present. Now, they became her confidence to live in this era. Lu Xiongwan felt that heaven was especially kind to her. This was actually good, at least she was 10 years younger. She calculated that she had gained a lot. No matter where she was, Lu Xiongwan, this tough little girl, could live well without suffering any loss. She just wondered how her body in the modern world would be handled, since her last remaining consciousness was that she had fallen asleep while taking a bath. She didn't want her death to make the headlines the next day. Additionally, Lu Xiongwan was worried about her senior. If he found out she was dead, he would probably cry a lot. If she had known she was traveling to this era, she would have left him some money. Now, nothing could be done about it. She thought they would meet again on the bridge of helplessness in the next life. In this world, karma mattered. Since Lu Xiongwan had taken over the original owner's body, she naturally wanted to avenge her. As soon as she had this thought, she felt a sense of relief. She didn't need to think much. She knew that the last bit of the original owner's consciousness was fading away. Lu Xiongwan from the 21st century would be the new owner of this body. Before she could think further, she saw her cheap stepmother coming with the doctor. Lu Xiongwan immediately closed her eyes. "Doctor, why hasn't my daughter woken up yet?" Wang Fengjiao asked worriedly, looking at the doctor beside her. She was actually worried about the hospital bills, as her daughter had already cost her 10 yuan. Just thinking about that 10 yuan made her feel pain. It could have bought several meals of braised pork for her son. When she woke up, she was determined to get her money back from this debt-collecting ghost. "Patient." The doctor hadn't finished speaking when he saw the person on the bed open her eyes. "The patient is awake." "Daughter, you really scared me to death. Why can't you tell me what's wrong? Why did you try to hurt yourself and think about ending your life? You're going to make me, as a mother, so worried." When Wang Fengjiao saw her wake up, she immediately hugged Lu Xiongwan on the bed and started crying loudly. "Shut up. You're so annoying. Even in the hospital, you won't let me have a peaceful time, like a noisy duck," she kept fussing. She only knew how to scream and didn't even try to act a little. She shed a few tears, but her acting was so good it fooled everyone in the big courtyard. Hearing this, Lu Xiongwan's stepmother was stunned. The impression she had of her was a quiet girl who didn't talk much and was often scolded. How did she become so fierce after waking up? "Girl, how can you talk like that? During the time you were unconscious in the hospital, your mother came every day to take care of you. You're so young, but your conscience seems to be gone." An old lady from the next bed couldn't stand it anymore and started to scold Lu Xiongwan. "Auntie, my daughter just woke up. She's probably still confused. She's used to being spoiled at home. Please don't take it to heart." Wang Fengjiao wiped away non-existent tears and kindly tried to defend Lu Xiongwan. Actually, this confirmed that Lu Xiongwan was also spoiled and unruly at home. She was as cunning as a fox. If she wanted to play tricks, Lu Xiongwan was ready to join her fun today. "Don't rush to accept her as your daughter. Your daughter is at home, and the grass on my mother's grave has grown so tall. Or are you already dead?" Lu Xiongwan's sharp tongue was really fierce. In just a moment, she made Wang Fengjiao speechless and embarrassed. But to keep up the appearance of being a caring stepmother, she said, "Xiongwan, stop messing around. This is a hospital. I'm not messing around with you. I survived this disaster, thanks to you. Otherwise, I would be dead." Where would you find someone to marry someone my age and similar to my father? As soon as Lu Xiongwan spoke, the room fell silent. Everyone's eyes turned sharply toward Wang Fingjiao. Xiongwan, you misunderstood. Mom would never do such a thing. Wang Fingjiao was furious inside, cursing Lu Xiongwan to death. If they were at home, she would have beaten her already. Stop calling me Mom. In ancient times, you would just be a concubine, a secondary wife. How dare I call you Mom? Lu Xiongwan, you're being too rude, Wang Fingjiao said, feeling embarrassed as she noticed the strange looks from the people around her. She almost wanted to find a hole to hide in, her motherly image starting to. I'm being too rude? Are you? Marrying me off to a half-dead old man? Aren't you afraid my mother, who passed away early, will come back at night to take revenge? Lu Xiongwan sneered, thinking her stepmother's cleverness was high, but just a few words made her so angry she couldn't hold back. At this time, the stepmother's reputation was not good. Most stories about stepmothers involved mistreating their stepchildren. So, when Lu Xiongwan said this, everyone looked at Wang Fingjiao with disdain. Such a harsh remark. She wasn't afraid of making her own mother so angry she might even come out of her grave. You just woke up and don't know some things. I asked your father to come talk to you, but I have to go now, Wang Fingjiao said, then hurriedly left. The stepdaughter was sharp-tongued and quick-witted. People who didn't know her might think she was possessed by a ghost. Wang Fingjiao couldn't handle her, but someone could. She was determined to make old Lu teach this little brat a lesson. The doctor checked her over and found no serious injuries. He advised Lu Xiongwan to keep her wound dry and said she could leave the hospital in a couple of days. Then he left. After the doctor left, the old lady in the next bed couldn't hold back her curiosity anymore. She leaned over and spoke to Lu Xiongwan. Girl, was what you just said true? Is your stepmother really planning to marry you off to an old man? It's true. Lies can't last long. Otherwise, why would I try to kill myself? That man is old enough to be my father, Lu Xiongwan said indifferently, as if she wasn't the one who had tried to cut herself. But in the old lady's eyes, she saw someone deeply hurt by her family, starting to give up on herself. Her eyes showed sympathy. Her family was truly cruel. She rummaged through her drawer for a long time and finally found a slightly wilted apple, which she threw to Lu Xiongwan. Girl, it was my fault earlier. Eat this apple and consider it my apology. From the memories of the original owner, she knew that the country had just come out of a famine less than 2 years ago. Food was still very precious, especially a slightly shriveled apple like this. People in this era were quite simple. She accepted the apology, but then she threw the apple back. Girl, are you angry with me? Why wouldn't I accept it if you weren't? This apple was originally meant for her granddaughter, and she couldn't bear to eat it herself. These days, apples are so expensive. Keep it for yourself, she said. There are plenty of apples in her space, and she didn't need this one. There's no need to fight over food with an elderly person. She then closed her eyes. She needed to sort out what had happened to her and decide what to do next. If she's right, in a few years, everything will change. Right now, she can't stay in this home anymore. The only thing she can do is go along with the country's new policies. Young people returning to the countryside for re-education, and in 2 years, there will be a large-scale movement of educated youth going back to rural areas. Going to the countryside as a young person is her only way out now. She doesn't want to see her unpleasant family anymore. Lu Xiongnuo, who has thought it through, feels very light and free. Old Lu, Wang Fingjiao returned home and immediately started to act spoiled with Lu Guoqing, her voice trembling with tears. This made Lu Guoqing feel very distressed. Although Wang Fingjiao is a bit older now, she still looks good. Her figure and face are well maintained. You can't tell she's almost 40. What's wrong? Didn't you go to the hospital to see your daughter? Lu Guoqing said gently, taking a tissue from his pocket to wipe her tears. It's because of your good daughter. She was in the hospital and scolded me as a wicked stepmother. You don't know how those people see me. I've worked hard for so many years to manage the family, and now I have such a reputation. I can't go on. I wish I could just die. Wang Fingjia said this and tried to hit the wall, but Lu Guoqing pulled her into his arms and comforted her for a long time until she calmed down. If it weren't for the bright daylight and fear of causing trouble, Lu Guoqing would have already taken her to bed and held her down. Xiangnua doesn't want to. Maybe we shouldn't force her to marry. Blame us, the parents, for not being capable enough. Can't even arrange a job for our son. Wang Fingjiao knew where Lu Guoqing's weakness was and deliberately retreated to a safer position. Sure enough, when Lu Guoqing heard this, he got angry immediately. Even if she doesn't want to, she has to marry her. I've raised her all these years. She's finally useful. It's time for her to repay me. And what about Xiangnua? I'll talk to her. Since she's awake, she should leave the hospital. Why waste so much money? My money didn't come from the wind. After Lu Guoqing finished speaking, he told Wang Fingjiao to stay at home and wait peacefully, then rode away on his bicycle. Wang Fingjiao looked pleased, as if her plan had succeeded. She blamed only her useless, early deceased mother for not taking her along. Happily, she took out a meat coupon from her shoe sole, grabbed some change, and went to the grocery store to buy meat. She promised her son she would cook braised pork for lunch. Meanwhile, Lu Xiangwan, lying on the bed drinking water, looked at her cheap father without greeting him, ignoring him completely, as if he were just air. She found him disgusting after seeing him so many times. With his pointed face and monkey-like features, she wondered how her blind mother could have fallen for this handsome but untrustworthy man. Lu Xiangwan's attitude made Lu Guoqing very angry. Your manners are so bad, it's like you've eaten them. How dare you disrespect your mother? My mother died when I was born. What kind of mother is she? You can say she's my mother if you want, but she's just a cruel stepmother who treats her stepdaughter badly. Lu Xiangwan, you're so disrespectful that you don't even consider me your father. Lu Guoqing didn't expect her to say such rebellious words and got furious immediately. I thought my father was dead, she said casually. You're cursing me. Lu Guoqing's eyes twitched with anger, almost fainting from rage. Cursing or not, I'm just telling the truth. Have you ever seen a real father do such heartless things? Sending his daughter to sleep with an old man just for his son. Director, who is not bad. You're lucky to have married into his family in your past life and enjoyed a good life. Do you want this good fortune? Lu Xiangwan rolled her eyes at him and looked at the increasing number of people outside the hospital room. Her small mouth kept talking. A middle-aged man who lost his wife and brought along two spoiled, bald, creepy old men. I should be grateful to be chosen by such a man. Why don't you say I've been cursed for 8 generations and reincarnated as your daughter? Lu Xiangwan, you've been having too good a life and have become ungrateful. Lu Guoqing's eyes darkened, and he spoke with a faint, threatening tone. If it had been the original owner before, she would have been so scared she wouldn't dare to make a sound. But unfortunately, she was Lu Xiangwan from the 21st century, fearless and brave enough to sleep alone in a coffin as a child. My life has been so miserable that I don't even deserve to call it a good life. I sleep on the ground, eat leftovers that you wouldn't touch, and even the clothes I wear are hand-me-downs from my stepmother, discarded by her own daughter. She treats me like a beast of burden. If my late grandparents knew that their daughter married a man who mistreats their granddaughter, they would be so angry that they might even turn in their graves. That's right, Lu Guoqing is the son-in-law who married into the family. I found this out just now by reading the original owner's memories. Years ago, when her grandfather was still alive, he was a master at a steel factory. Lu Guoqing was just a temporary worker under him. In his youth, Lu Guoqing wasn't handsome, and his family had many children. It was unlikely they could find him a wife through their relatives. So, he set his sights on her mother, often sending small gifts and showing kindness. His meager temporary worker wages were mostly spent on her mother. With his smooth talk, he convinced her mother not to worry, and she fell for him completely. Lu Guoqing wasn't very skilled at work, but he was good at putting on a good show. Plus, her mother's only daughter, the original owner, often praised him in front of her grandfather, so he left a good impression. Later, her mother grew older and needed to get married. Her parents were worried about her suffering in another family and about the family's future, so they decided to marry her off to a son-in-law who would move in. Lu Guoqing took this chance to become her husband. Her grandfather, despite losing face, spent money to make him a permanent worker at the steel factory. In the first 2 years after they married, Lu Guoqing was very attentive to her mother. He would come home right after work, not go anywhere else, and he even handed over his monthly wages. But things didn't stay good for long. Her grandfather died protecting the family's property, and her mother couldn't handle the shock and also passed away. Later, her mother was pregnant with her. Lu Guoqing's true nature started to show. Her mother thought he was just upset about work and didn't pay much attention. Instead, she felt more sorry for him, as he was struggling to support the family alone. I don't remember much about this, but people in the workers' courtyard knew. Especially Aunt Wang, who lived next door. She often secretly brought food for me and told me stories about what happened in the family. Without Mother Wang, the original owner might not have survived until now. Lu Xiongwan decided to thank Mother Wang and her family properly just before going to the countryside to fulfill the original owner's wish. Lu Xiongwan thinks that around that time, Lu Guoqing secretly had a second family outside, cheating on his wife, and accidentally caused a death. However, the Lu family is definitely not as poor as they seem. The original owner's grandfather died on official duty, and there must be some compensation money that the original owner doesn't know about. Finding this compensation money is very important. She needs to get it before going to the countryside. This money was earned with her grandfather's life, so she won't let this ungrateful family get it easily. Lu Guoqing hates being called a son-in-law. It feels like being told in front of many people that he's not a real man. Hearing his daughter speak like that, he was so angry, he almost exploded. Despite the crowd, he was about to slap her. But this was a desperate situation. Lu Xiongwan took out an electric baton from her space. If he dared to hit her, she would shock him so badly he'd roll on the ground. Before he could even reach her, a kind onlooker stepped in to stop him. "Your daughter is still in the hospital, and you're about to hit her? Are you even human?" The onlookers couldn't stand it anymore. They couldn't imagine how hard life must be for a young girl living under her stepmother's care. "I don't have such an unfilial daughter," Lu Guoqing said angrily, his veins bulging on his forehead. Luckily, he regained his composure, knowing that hitting someone in the hospital wouldn't do him any good. When he got home alone, he planned to teach this rebellious daughter a lesson. "Coincidentally, I also don't have such a heartless father," Lu Xiongwan retorted immediately, not letting herself suffer any loss. "How long do you think you can keep talking back? Until you're in your coffin. Then your precious son can come mourn you and show his filial piety." Lu Guoqing looked at his daughter, who seemed possessed and knew he couldn't win the argument. He shot her a fierce glare and then left to handle her discharge procedures. The hospital room door was crowded with people watching the scene. When the main person had already left, there was no point in staying, so they all advised Lu Xiongwan to relax and leave. "Girl, you did the right thing. Be firm when you need to be. I think your father is probably confused because of your stepmother and can't see clearly anymore. You can't rely on him in the future. Just accept it. Life goes on, and things will get better once you get married," said the old lady next to the bed, worried that Lu Xiongwan might overthink or harm herself again. She kept trying to comfort her.
Thank you, ma'am.
"I will," Lu Xiongwan replied, lying back on the bed to rest. Her body was too weak. Just a few words made her exhausted. As a doctor, Lu Xiongwan could tell it was caused by poor nutrition. She planned to take good care of her body after leaving the hospital. She wanted to get strong enough to withstand anything, especially since her senior hadn't come with her, and her future was still long. She knew she had to rely on herself. When Lu Guoqing came back, he had already finished the discharge procedures. He just told Lu Xiongwan briefly, and was about to leave. He really didn't want to see the unfilial daughter who cursed him to die early anymore. Lu Xiongwan also knew staying in the hospital wasn't practical. She decided to leave, even if it meant causing chaos at home. Thinking about the long walk home, she felt tired just imagining it. She relied on her legs, but they might give out. She warned, If you want to leave, go ahead. But don't blame me if, once we get to the big yard, I tell everyone about what you and Wang Fingjiao did, right in front of everyone." Lu Guoqing hesitated, pulling his leg back and glaring at his daughter on the bed, who was so exhausted she looked like she might die. This time, he truly believed Wang Fingjiao's words. She was born just to collect debts.
"Be quick. I'll wait for you outside," he said.
"My hand is injured. I can't move," she replied, knowing she couldn't clean up the mess on the bed. She really couldn't count on that. In the end, Lu Guoqing had to suppress his anger and go tidy up. Meanwhile, Lu Xiongwan sat by the bed, chatting casually with the old lady. There wasn't much to say, just the 2 sets of clothes she brought to the hospital, and she returned the rented quilt, getting back the deposit. That was about it. Lu Guoqing cleaned up quickly and finished everything in no time. Lu Xiongwan said goodbye to the elderly woman on the hospital bed, then followed Lu Guoqing and left. As soon as they stepped out of the hospital, she saw the old, broken buildings and the bumpy road. Lu Xiongwan felt a little uncomfortable at first, but she quickly accepted the reality. Because the car jolted so much, she felt like her bottom was almost split in two. Finally, they arrived at the courtyard. Lu Xiongwan hurriedly jumped out of the car. When the people in the courtyard saw Lu Xiongwan had come out of the hospital, they quickly gathered around her, asking about her health and caring for her. Her grandfather was a kind man who liked to help others when he was alive. So, most of the people in the courtyard had received his kindness in some way. Lu Xiongwan was the only child left in their family, so whether they had conditions or not, everyone secretly or openly took care of her. But Lu Xiongwan didn't complain when she was wronged, so everyone thought she was well taken care of by her stepmother. If she wanted to, she could have argued for 3 days and nights without stopping, but when faced with their sudden kindness, she was a bit overwhelmed. She stood silently, listening to their words, then nodded to show she understood. The people in the courtyard didn't suspect that the person inside had been replaced because Lu Xiongwan was usually a quiet girl. From now on, don't be too upset when things go wrong. If that man is gone, he's gone. We're so good. We can find someone else, Granny Wang said, holding her hand and kindly advising her. This girl had been raised by her since she was little, like her own granddaughter. At such a young age, she had suffered so much, and she couldn't help but feel sad for her. No matter how good her stepmother was, she still felt that her biological mother's care and warmth couldn't be replaced. Did I try to hurt myself over a man? Although the original owner did try to end her life because she was upset, it wasn't because of a man. If this rumor spread, people might think Lu Xiongwan was desperate for a man and couldn't live without one, which was a bad reputation. Your mother said that you broke up with your partner and then tried to hurt yourself, someone said. But she knew her stepmother was lying. It was her own stepmother who caused all this. Go home quickly. Your mother is waiting for you. Seeing that things might get worse, Lu Guoqing was worried that the people in the courtyard would find out he forced Lu Xiongwan to try to hurt herself. He quickly interrupted, grabbed her arm, and without saying a word, led her home. You are afraid I will expose your tricks, aren't you? Lu Xiongwan rubbed her sore wrist, sitting like an elder with her legs crossed, playfully looking at the couple in front of her. Today, I must teach you this unfilial daughter a lesson, Lu Guoqing said, unable to hold back. He closed the door and grabbed a broom, ready to hit Lu Xiongwan. Old Lu, the child is still young and naive. When she grows up, she will understand our intentions. Please don't hit her. It would be bad if she gets hurt, Wang Fingjiao pretended to persuade him, pulling Lu Guoqing back. Actually, she secretly hoped old Lu would scold her harshly because she wanted to embarrass her at the hospital today. Are you so angry that you want to hit someone? Lu Xiongwan took out a stun gun from her space, hiding it in her sleeve, looking eager to use it. Lu Guoqing, about to lose his temper, was furious at her attitude. He swung the broom toward her with force. But Lu Xiongwan acted first. She secretly turned the stun gun to the highest setting and aimed it at him without hesitation. Before he could react, Lu Guoqing collapsed to the ground, trembling, with his hair standing up and black smoke coming out. Old Lu, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Wang Fengjiao saw her husband suddenly look terrible and dared not go near him, afraid she might get hurt too.
You must be blind.
It's probably my late mother's spirit showing herself, trying to take him away, Lu Xiongwan said, casually munching on some sunflower seeds she found, chatting with Wang Fengjiao. The seeds were stale, not as tasty as those in her space. You're just cursing your own father like that, you ungrateful thing. Wang Fengjiao still tried to comfort Lu Guoqing, even at this moment. But deep down, she was a little scared, worried that the woman might come back to avenge her daughter. Talking as if you have a conscience. He's been on the ground for so long, and you haven't even gone to help him. I wonder what use he is to you after marrying you. One day, when he's old and bedridden, it might be you who causes his death, she said. The stun gun could make someone unconscious instantly, and they would wake up after a while. However, Lu Xiongwan intentionally said this, as she had no other hobbies and just wanted to watch the two of them fight. Sure enough, Lu Guoqing, lying on the ground, heard her words. His face darkened, and he looked gloomily at Wang Fengjiao, who was confused and overwhelmed by Lu Xiongwan's words. Old Lu, this girl is just trying to stir up trouble between us. Don't believe her. I've been married to you for so many years. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Wang Fengjiao quickly played on her feelings, complaining bitterly when she saw the situation was not good for her. But her body was honest. After talking for a while, she didn't step forward to help him up. Do you think I need to stir up trouble between you two? Anyone with eyes can see what's going on. It's true. Married couples are like birds in the same forest, but when danger comes, they fly away separately, Lu Xiongwan said. Noticing that Lu Guoqing was easily soothed by her words, she quickly added another remark. And that person lying on the ground, just start making plans for yourself now. Don't wait until you die and have no coffin, only to be thrown on the mountain to feed the wolves. In the end, you work hard all your life but don't even get a complete body. It all becomes someone else's wedding dress. After saying this, Lu Xiongwan felt it was enough and turned to go back inside, leaving behind scattered sunflower seed shells on the ground. Wang Fengjiao, furious, stomped her feet in place but dared not cause trouble for Lu Xiongwan, fearing she might really come back to take revenge. Meanwhile, Lu Xiongwan was comfortably lying on Lu Kailian's bed. To be honest, Wang Fengjiao was very kind to her precious daughter. Even the quilt on the bed was a new 5-jean cotton quilt, not to mention the decorations in the room and the new clothes in the wardrobe. Compared to her, the original owner's life was worlds apart. Wang Fengjiao's favoritism was truly extreme. Looking at the thin, worn-out quilt, Lu Xiongwan couldn't imagine how the original owner managed to survive the winter with such a small body. But it doesn't matter. Whatever she owes the original owner, Lu Xiongwan will help recover it with interest. Why are you standing there like a fool? Hurry up and help me up. Lu Guoqing finally heard what Lu Xiongwan said and, for the first time in many years, got angry at Wang Fengjiao. Coming. Wang Fengjiao quickly cursed the dead-evading ghost under her breath and hurriedly helped him up. Old Lu, I was just upset by that girl earlier and couldn't calm down. Please don't be mad at me. After helping Lu Guoqing back into the house, Wang Fengjiao immediately lowered herself, acting humble. She took off her shoes, massaged his back, and gently teased him. Soon, she managed to cheer him up. They played around on the bed for a while, then Wang Fengjiao blushed and went to the kitchen to cook. Mom, what delicious food did you make today? I'm starving. Lu Kailian, who had been out playing all day, returned. She smelled the meat before entering and smiled happily. I made your favorite braised pork. When we eat a few more pieces. Mom, you're the best. I'll go lie down in my room. When it's time to eat, remember to call me, Lu Kailian said, and went straight to her room before Wang Fengjiao could reply. When she opened her door, she saw that unkind girl lying on her bed, sleeping soundly. This made her very angry. You unkind girl, without my permission, who told you to sleep on my bed? Lu Kailian scolded as she went to pull Lu Xiongwan off the bed. Shut up, aren't you tired of bothering me? Lu Xiongwan, who was dreaming of returning to modern times and eating hot pot with her senior, was awakened and looked annoyed at Lu Kailian, who was bothering her. Before Lu Kailian could fully react to her shouting, she saw Lu Xiangwan start talking nonstop. Being ugly isn't your fault, but coming out to scare people is. Your face is as dark as coal, yet you paint it whiter than someone who's been dead for 10 or 15 days. Your lips are so red, it looks like you're planning to eat a few children in one bite. The stepdaughter brought by her stepmother wasn't a good person either. She often bullied the main girl. If she was naive as a child, that might be understandable. But as she grew older, she became even more vicious. She used a red-hot iron to burn the main girl's face. If the main girl hadn't been clever, her face would have been disfigured long ago. It's true, ugliness invites trouble. Lu Xiangwan, I want to kill you. Lu Kailian, who always hated her appearance, couldn't stand her being humiliated in front of her. She grabbed her by the neck, but Lu Xiangwan took the chance to pinch her in places she couldn't see, causing Lu Kailian to scream in pain. Then she kicked her in the stomach and ran out quickly, barely putting on her shoes. Someone's trying to kill me. My sister is trying to kill me. When Lu Xiangwan shouted loudly, she also messed up her hair and tore open her clothes, looking like a helpless victim who had been bullied. Wang Fengjiao was talking with Lu Guiqing about something when she heard Xiangwan's loud cry. She was so scared she shivered and quickly ran outside with him. They saw Xiangwan running outside like a mad person. They tried to stop her but couldn't catch up. Xiangwan gave them a wicked smile and then opened the door. Help! My sister is trying to hurt me. Xiangwan's cry for help brought everyone in the courtyard outside. Seeing her like this, Granny Wang quickly took off her own coat and put it on her. Girl, what's going on? Who's trying to hurt you? Xiangwan, tell us quickly. Who bullied you? Uncle and aunt will help you. Xiangwan stopped talking when she saw Lu Guiqing and Wang Fengjiao come out. She was so scared, she hurriedly hid in Granny Wang's arms, trembling all over. Everyone understood immediately. Lu Guiqing, this is how you treat Yulan's daughter? How can she feel safe with you? Granny Wang asked, while also comforting Xiangwan in her arms. It's really pitiful.
Aunt Wang, I'm innocent.
I don't know anything. Xiangwan is the only thing Yulan left me. I love her so much I can't bear to see her bullied. Lu Guiqing quickly protested, shifting all the blame away. Why can't they just talk about this at home? Instead, they make a scene for outsiders to laugh at. In his heart, he cursed Xiangwan harshly. Xiangwan is my own daughter. Old Lu and I love her so much we can't wait. How could this happen? Before Wang Fengjiao finished speaking, Lu Kailian ran out and shouted, Xiangwan, I will kill you. Her head was hurting so badly today that she felt she had to beat Xiangwan half to death to vent her anger. Xiangwan was so scared, she quickly slipped out of Granny Wang's arms and hid behind her, trembling and crying. Don't hit me, don't hit me. Tears streamed down her face as she begged. Lu Guiqing, you need to control your eldest daughter. It's one thing if she's not well behaved normally, but bullying Xiangwan, what's going on? Kailian, what are you doing? Wang Fengjiao quickly grabbed her eldest daughter's arm and told her to watch her behavior. Didn't she see that the people in the courtyard were giving strange looks at them? Mom, you don't know what this little brat just did to me. It hurts so much. Please help me teach her a lesson, Lu Xiaolian said, looking at her mother with a sad face. Her eyes at Lu Xiangwan were full of anger. As soon as Lu Xiaolian finished speaking, everything fell silent. Lu Xiangwan, hiding behind Granny Wang, curled her lips in a small smile, thinking how foolish they were. Before anyone else could speak, Lu Guiqing stepped forward and slapped Lu Xiaolian. She is your sister, he said urgently, trying to give her a warning look. But Lu Xiaolian, overwhelmed with anger, didn't understand and instead started to resent him. My mother only had me, her daughter. How can she be my sister? Lu Xiaolian covered her swollen right cheek and kept talking. Before she finished, Wang Fengjiao slapped her again. Mom, you hit me. You hit me for that worthless girl. Lu Xiaolian looked at her mother in disbelief. She had never dared to hit her before. Lu Xiaolian, you are spoiled. You hit your sister. Apologize to her now. Wang Fengjiao said, feeling pain in her heart but knowing she had to endure for their future. She thought she could make it up to her daughter later. It's my fault.
Don't hit her anymore.
I won't sleep in the bed anymore, Lu Xiongwan said, trembling, stepping forward. Trying to hide her guilt, she thought she could get away with it easily. Xiongwan, what are you saying? Ma Daji asked, sensing something was wrong. I didn't say anything. Lu Xiongwan quickly looked at Wang Fengjiao and denied it, but her fear and trembling were obvious to everyone. Xiongwan, if you're upset, tell these uncles and aunts. We will stand up for you, Ma Dajia said, noticing that the girl had suffered a lot of unfair treatment without them knowing.
No.
I didn't suffer. Lu Xiongwan gritted her teeth and lowered her head. She was actually afraid she might lose control and start crying. But her pitiful look only made the bullying seem worse. Ma Dajia, feeling sorry for her, went over and hugged her. Just as she touched Lu Xiongwan, she heard her cry out in pain. Xiongwan, what's wrong? It's nothing. Xiongwan shook her head quickly and stepped back. It's just some playful fighting between the kids. Xiongwan said it's no big deal. When we get home, I will teach Kai Lian a lesson. Kai Lian, apologize to your sister right now, Wang Fengjiao said as she pulled Kai Lian to apologize to Xiongwan. Let me apologize to this little brat? Not a chance, Kai Lian said, almost wanting to tear her face apart. Kai Lian, I will say this one last time. Apologize to your sister, or don't come into this house again. Lu Guoqing looked at his usually most favored eldest daughter. He was starting to lose patience with her unruly behavior. Listen to your dad. Apologize to your sister, and don't make him angry. She started it first. Why should I apologize to her? Kai Lian felt very wronged as she saw everyone siding with that brat. She was furious. Did Xiongwan hit you? Granny Wang asked, protecting Xiongwan.
She.
Kai Lian hesitated, unable to find the words to explain what happened. You can't say? You look guilty. Xiongwan is so thin, like a skeleton, and she hit you? That's nonsense, Sister Ma said, angrily cursing. I'm telling the truth. She did hit me. Why do you believe that little brat and not me? Kai Lian was so angry she almost lost control, but she couldn't show her injuries. You're uneducated and uncultured. All you say are dirty words. How did someone like you end up in our courtyard? Granny Wang couldn't stand it anymore and retorted sharply. Granny Wang, that's going too far. Wang Fengjiao couldn't sit still after hearing this. That old woman was insulting her. Whatever kind of mother you are, that's what kind of daughter you'll raise. Look at your daughter. She's saying such nasty things in front of everyone. Who knows what she does behind the scenes to bully Xiongwan? God is my witness, I love Xiongwan very much. I would never bully her. Wang Fengjiao immediately defended herself, tears of grievance falling. Ugh. Lu Xiongwan suddenly cried out in pain, grimacing. Wang Fengjiao didn't know why, but looking at Lu Xiongwan's pretentious attitude, she had a bad feeling. Her right eyelid kept twitching, and she felt like this brat was about to cause trouble. Even a fool could see that Lu Xiongwan was acting strangely now. Sister Ma immediately pulled up Lu Xiongwan's sleeve, revealing large purple bruises on her arm. Xiongwan, what happened? Granny Wang exclaimed in shock when she saw this.
I
hit myself. It's nothing, Lu Xiongwan stammered, as if she had done something wrong. She quickly lowered her head, nervously clutching her clothes. With such acting skills, if Lu Xiongwan entered the Oscars next year, she would surely win. Seeing this, Wang Fengjiao's eyes widened with anger. She felt this girl was just waiting for her to get angry. Just as she was about to speak, Lu Guoqing shot her a sharp look, making her swallow her words. For some reason, her legs trembled uncontrollably. Xiongwan, you say you hit yourself so hard and didn't tell your father? I'll take you to the hospital now, Lu Guoqing said, knowing full well who was responsible and that he had tacitly approved. But right now, the priority was to cover this up. Otherwise, even he would be in trouble, and the people in the courtyard might tear him apart. Lu Guoqing, do you think we're all fools? This is obviously a fight. Just wait, I'll settle this with you later. Granny Wang wiped her tears and, without another word, took Lu Xiongwan into her room. Sister Ma and Widow Lin hurriedly followed. Others also wanted to go in, but the room was so small they could only stand at the door and watch. At this moment, Kai Lian also came to her senses, realizing she had fallen for that little brat's trick. She quickly begged her mother for help. But Wang Fingjiao was already struggling to hold herself together. She had no energy left to care for her daughter. Her hard-earned reputation, built over more than 10 years, was now ruined by this girl. She deeply regretted not throwing her into a bucket and drowning her. "Girl, listen to me. Let Granny take a look." Granny Wang softly coaxed Lu Xiongwan, who was clutching her clothes tightly. "Ma'am, Auntie." Perhaps because some of the original owner's feelings still remained, Lu Xiongwan, who was normally fine, suddenly felt wronged and hugged Granny Wang while crying. Her crying made the 3 people present feel upset too. They kept wiping tears, thinking that the girl might have suffered a lot secretly and that they, as elders, had been irresponsible. But they still gently helped Lu Xiongwan take off her clothes. When they saw her, they were shocked. Lu Xiongwan was so thin that she looked almost skin and bones. Her body was covered with bruises, and her back was full of many scars. It was clear she had endured terrible treatment. The 3 of them held back their anger and helped her put on her clothes. "Girl, you've been through a lot," Auntie Ma said tenderly, holding her. "Auntie, it's all my fault. I made them angry. I promise I'll be better next time," Lu Xiongwan said shyly, her small face making her look even more pitiful. "Girl, it's not your fault." Seeing how she had become like this and still tried to defend those beasts, Auntie Ma wiped her tears and angrily opened the door, then scolded Lu Guoqing loudly. Lu Guoqing was scolded so badly he couldn't speak. "Auntie Ma, what happened to that girl?" The people outside, who had been waiting, couldn't tell what was happening inside. When they saw Auntie Ma come out and keep scolding Lu Guoqing, they asked anxiously, "That girl has not a good spot on her body. Those dogs did this." "Auntie Ma, I really don't know." Lu Guoqing hurried to defend himself, but no one listened. He was so angry, he cursed inwardly. At this moment, Granny Wang and Widow Lin brought Lu Xiongwan out. Their eyes were red and swollen, showing they had just cried inside. "Wang Fingjiao, I thought you were a good person, but I didn't expect you to secretly do such terrible things, abusing the girl and hurting her badly. We're all born from the same parents. How could you be such a person?" "I didn't." Wang Fingjiao looked at everyone in the yard with a guilty conscience, denying it. "Wang Fingjiao, do you still have the face to say you didn't? Look at her. There's still a good spot on her body." Widow Lin, while speaking, raised Lu Xiongwan's pant legs high, revealing her scarred legs, causing Lu Xiongwan to nervously step back. Everyone in the courtyard gasped in surprise. "Lu Guoqing, I swear I'll beat you to death, you. This is how you treat Yulan's daughter," Wang Zhengwo shouted, punching him twice in the face. Lu Guoqing's mouth bled, and knowing he was in the wrong, he didn't fight back. Instead, he ignored the blood on his lips and slapped Wang Fingjiao twice. "I work hard to earn money and support the family, and this is how you treat my daughter," Lu Guoqing yelled as he hit her, leaving Wang Fingjiao stunned. "Old Lu, what are you talking about? If you can't stand this life, just leave. I won't let you mistreat my daughter like this." Seeing her mother being beaten, Lu Kailian quickly moved aside, afraid the fists might hit her too. This man had no conscience. To free himself, he was willing to beat his wife, who had been with him for over 10 years. Lu Xiongwan felt a bit of respect for him, but if she wanted to leave him, she would need her consent. Clearly, Wang Fingjiao understood Lu Guoqing's intentions. Having shared a bed with him for so many years, she knew he was capable of doing such things. If they really divorced, their son couldn't be taken away. She and her daughter might end up starving on the streets, and in the end, she would have to accept him back with tears. "I am a beast, a fool." Wang Fingjiao suddenly slapped herself hard. Her sudden madness shocked everyone in the courtyard.
Xiangnuan, I am sorry.
"I was blinded by the devil. Please forgive me this time. I promise to treat you well in the future, Xiangnuan," she begged, knocking her head repeatedly against the ground. Her forehead bled, but she didn't stop. Some people in the courtyard couldn't bear to watch and helped her up. Don't pull me away. I was blinded by the devil. I'm sorry to Xiongwan and to Yulan, who died so early, Wang Fingjia said, pushing others' hands away, kneeling again, and bowing her head to Xiongwan several times. Her bloodied forehead stained her face red. Xiongwan, what do you want to do about this? Even the heartless Aunt Wang felt a bit soft-hearted after seeing this. Lu Xiongwan hesitated and couldn't speak clearly. Honestly, she wished she could just die, since they owed the original owner a life. But she knew that wasn't realistic. If she really pushed her to death, she wouldn't get any good outcome in this big yard. Although Wang Fengjiao also didn't want to die. However, there will be more chances in the future. If she doesn't peel off a layer of skin from them, she won't be called Lu Xiongwan. Then I forgive you. Can I sleep on the bed in the future? The ground is too cold. Lu Xiongwan bit her lip and looked at Wang Fengjiao carefully. Xiongwan, have you always slept on the ground? Granny Wang seemed to realize something important. Mom said there's no space to sleep at home. Granny, sleeping on the ground is fine, but now it's a bit cold and I can't take it anymore. Lu Xiongwan quickly explained kindly to everyone, seemingly defending Wang Fengjiao, but actually dragging Lu Guoqing into the mess. Usually she wouldn't know, but she always had to go home to sleep at night. Could he not know? Clearly, the people in the yard also understood. At first, they had a slightly better impression of him, but now they thought he was just a hypocrite. Lu Guoqing, with so many rooms, can't one bed fit Xiongwan? Granny Wang asked painfully. She felt sorry for Xiongwan, a good girl, and wondered how her father could be so unkind. Stop talking about me, Mimi, Lin Widow said sharply. This house was divided by Xiongwan's grandfather, but now he won't let Xiongwan stay. You're heartless, like a dog. After speaking, she turned to look at the poor Xiongwan. Girl, Annie will take you to find the factory leaders and ask for justice. He's my father. At this point, he's already mistreated you so much. You still think he's your father? Listen to your auntie. We'll take you to see the leaders and get justice. Seeing Xiongwan still defending Lu Guoqing, Ma Dajia couldn't help but scold her. This girl, like her mother, is kind-hearted, but unfortunately, neither of them has good luck. Lu Guoqing knew that if they really took Xiongwan to find the leaders, he would be finished. Whether he could keep his job or not was uncertain. Xiongwan, it's me who was blinded by that scoundrel. Dad must treat you well. I swear, just forgive Dad this once. Lu Guoqing kicked Wang Fengjiao twice and looked pitifully at Lu Xiongwan. It's all my fault, I'm a fool, I'm not a good person. As if he wasn't the one who kicked her, Wang Fengjiao quickly got up from the ground and took all the blame. She ignored her swollen face, which already looked like a pig's head, and now with all the blood, it looked quite frightening. Everyone present with children quickly covered their kids' eyes, worried they might be scared and have nightmares later. Will I be able to eat enough in the future? The leftover food at home isn't enough for me, Lu Xiongwan said, lowering her head to touch her stomach. One heavy bomb after another was dropped from Lu Xiongwan's mouth. The crowd's initial shock turned into indifference. Now, they no longer found her words surprising. During the years of Great Famine, even if they were very poor, no children in their courtyard went hungry. Things are a bit better now. Lu Guoqing's monthly salary was over 40 yuan, which wasn't hard to support their family. Plus, Wang Fengjiao often cooked meat in the communal kitchen. It seemed this girl hadn't eaten at all. Everyone who already felt sorry for Lu Xiongwan felt even more compassion now. An orphan child, like a little vegetable from the field, unloved and uncared for. At this moment, Lu Guoqing wanted to grab Lu Xiongwan and give her a good beating in front of everyone. It was more painful than losing his life. But he didn't show it outwardly. Instead, he looked hurt and said, "Daughter, it's that scoundrel who fooled me. Dad earns money to spend on you. How could I let you go hungry? From now on, I promise you'll eat well every day. Then, if that's the case, I forgive you." Lu Xiongwan peeked out from behind Granny Wang, stumbling as she spoke. Today, she planned to give them a small punishment to show that she, Lu Xiongwan, was not someone to be messed with. Her big plan was still waiting behind. Thinking about her plan, Lu Xiongwan was excited and couldn't help but rub her hands. At this moment, Sister Ma and the others calmed down. If they really took Lu Xiongwan to the factory leaders to seek justice and punish Lu Guiqing, her future days would become even harder. These people also have a hard life at home. If they add one more person, they really won't know what to do. It's better to take this chance now to teach them a lesson so they think twice before doing such unkind things again. Xiongwan, don't worry. Dad will take good care of you in the future. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the face to see your late mother, Lu Guiqing said, starting to cry. It's really fake kindness, just pretending. I bet he's secretly thinking about how to get rid of me. Xiongwan thought, but she still played along and acted like she believed him. Really? Will I be able to eat enough? Sleep in a bed? Not get beaten? She asked with a surprised and doubtful look. Yes, I promise. If I can't do it as a father, I'll get hit by a car when I go out, he replied. It turns out some promises are not worth making. Not long after, he actually experienced it. Luckily, he didn't die, but losing 2 legs and becoming disabled was even worse than dying. Lu Guiqing, you said that. We're all watching you. If you can't do it, we'll take you to see the leaders and talk about it, Granny Wang said, snorting. Yes, everyone is watching. I won't let this happen again. Lu Guiqing quickly nodded and promised humbly. What about Wang Fengjiao? What are you going to do? Xiongwan, if you don't want her as your mother, I'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and get a divorce certificate, Wang Fengjiao said. Head of the family, I was wrong. Don't divorce me. Even if you don't care about my reputation, you should think of the children. Wang Fengjiao hurriedly rushed over, afraid they would really divorce her. When you did this, did you think about Xiongwan being my daughter? I listened to my daughter. Whatever she wants, I'll do. Lu Guiqing quickly moved away, afraid her blood-covered face would stain his clothes. Xiongwan, forgive your mother. She really knows she was wrong. Just because I raised you all these years, please forgive me, Wang Fengjiao begged. She really liked to flatter herself. The original owner lived so long because she was lucky. It had nothing to do with her. I forgive you. Get up, Xiongwan said. Hearing that Xiongwan forgave her, Wang Fengjiao quickly got up from the ground. Xiongwan, I will take you to the hospital now so the doctor can check your health properly, Lu Guiqing said as he quickly pulled Xiongwan to leave, acting like a caring father. No need, the doctor said, I just have poor nutrition. There's no point in going, Xiongwan said, annoyed that he was dirty, and she took his hand away. Seeing his hand empty, Lu Guiqing didn't feel embarrassed. Later, I will go to the supply store to buy some meat to help you recover. Don't wait, Xiongwan said. I just saw Wang Fengjiao cooking braised pork in the kitchen, Sister Ma said sarcastically. Even though the girl had kindly forgiven them, she still didn't like them. Then let's go home now and eat the meat. Hearing this, Wang Fengjiao was so angry she felt like fainting. That meat was for her precious son, and she couldn't let that girl eat it. But she didn't dare say anything. Since she woke up, the girl had been acting strangely, so she could only cooperate with Lu Guiqing. Girl, if you ever feel wronged, remember to tell everyone. Don't keep it inside alone, she said kindly.
Thank you, Auntie.
I appreciate it, Xiongwan said sincerely. Without their help, this scene wouldn't have gone smoothly. There's no need to thank us. Just go inside and eat the meat, Aunt Wang said kindly, tucking her hair behind her ears. Okay, Xiongwan said shyly, smiling, then went inside. Everyone else dispersed and went home. At that moment, Lu Xilian, hiding inside, saw Xiongwan come in looking fine and was about to scold her. But Xiongwan immediately shut her up, saying, If this family doesn't want me, I will leave, and she started to walk out. Lu Xilian, this is how you treat your sister? Bullying her, Lu Guiqing said as he slapped Lu Xilian twice, knocking her to the ground. Seeing this, Xiongwan wanted to clap happily, thinking the beating was a bit light. It would be better if he kicked her in the stomach a few more times. But clearly, her idea was wrong. Wang Fengjiao, with a face covered in blood, saw Lu Guiqing slapping her daughter as she entered. Afraid her daughter would keep making trouble, she quickly stepped forward to hold Lu Xilian back. Don't make your dad angry. Lu Xilian looked at her mother's miserable state and finally had to swallow her anger, though she still glared fiercely at Lu Xiongwan. Compared to his bigger eyes, Lu Xiongwan was never afraid. She quickly fought back. She also sarcastically commented on her appearance, saying, "No matter how much you glare at me, you won't look like me. It's only your parents' bad genes that made you such an ugly thing." "Lu Xiongwan, I want to kill you," Lu Tsilian yelled, once again successfully angering Lu Xiongwan. She lunged at her, claws out, but Wang Fengjiao didn't stop her. "Lu Guoqing, are you going to do something?" Lu Xiongwan sidestepped, and Lu Tsilian missed her. "Lu Tsilian, if you keep causing trouble, you'll be kicked out of this family," Lu Guoqing said, worried she might cause more chaos in the yard. He grabbed her hair and, without hesitation, pushed her against the wall. Wang Fengjiao was frightened by Lu Guoqing's fierce look and froze in place. No matter how much Lu Tsilian begged, it was useless. She hit the wall several times, and only then did Lu Guoqing let go. He looked at Lu Xiongwan with a meaningful gaze and then turned to go inside, closing the door loudly. "Daughter," Wang Fengjiao was also startled and hurriedly ran over, hugging her daughter tightly. "Mom, I won't get disfigured, will I?" Lu Tsilian touched her forehead, which was bleeding, and was so scared she started crying. Your face, whether disfigured or not, is still ugly. It makes no difference. And crying just makes you look even uglier," Lu Xiongwan said before Wang Fengjiao could speak. Lu Xiongwan. Wang Fengjiao hated her so much, she wished she could skin her alive. "You scared people like this." "I'm so scared," Lu Xiongwan said, crossing her arms and pretending to be frightened. But her face was full of pride, which made the mother and daughter on the ground furious. "You will face karma," Wang Fengjiao said through clenched teeth, trying to comfort her daughter. "You and your mother have done many bad things. If karma comes, it will be you who go first," Lu Xiongwan said, crouching down and patting Lu Tsilian's face with a mocking smile. "When dealing with people like this, you can only be more shameless than they are." Lu Tsilian watched as the arrogant and reckless Lu Xiongwan bit her arm. She didn't hear Lu Xiongwan's screams but heard her own pain sounds. Like a dog in a past life, always biting people, she thought. Luckily, she reacted quickly. Otherwise, if this crazy dog bit her, she might get rabies. Since she had no vaccine in her space, Lu Xiongwan, faster than her mind, slapped her twice. This brat was too mean. Wang Fengjiao, who was trying to advise her daughter to endure, couldn't hold back anymore. She raised her arm and swung at Lu Xiongwan. "She's hitting me! She's hitting me!" Lu Xiongwan retreated, shouting loudly. Before she finished, Lu Guoqing inside the house was called out. "Can't even have peace and quiet. She's hitting me. Are you going to do something?" Lu Xiongwan crossed her arms and pointed at Wang Fengjiao, starting to complain. "Didn't you hear what I said? You're probably just waiting for me to get down before you settle down." Lu Guoqing, looking like a demon, walked toward Wang Fengjiao. "Old Lu, she was the one who hit Kai Lian first. So, what if I hit her? If you're not happy, come fight me. If you've got the guts, hit me back," Lu Xiongwan said, making a face at her. "Old Lu, she even admitted it," Wang Fengjiao stammered, looking at the intimidating Lu Guoqing. "What if I admit it? I only slapped your daughter twice. You can't handle that? Don't forget, you once wanted to kill me, beat me to death. My slap is nothing compared to that." After saying this, Lu Xiongwan paused, then looked at Lu Guoqing, who was still hesitating, and sarcastically said, "If my mom were alive, she definitely wouldn't let me suffer. But I'm not worried. I still have those uncles and aunts in the yard to back me up." As she finished speaking, she was about to open the door and leave. "I won't let you bully my daughter." Lu Guoqing saw her heading out and became frantic. He ignored everything and started punching and kicking Wang Fengjiao on the ground. Lu Tsilian was so frightened, she quickly stepped back. This family was truly selfish. Lu Xiongwan quietly observed everything happening in front of her. Only when Wang Fengjiao was about to faint from Lu Guoqing's beating did she speak. "That's enough. If someone dies, there's no more cooking. That's enough. Next time, just keep hitting. It's fine." Lu Guoqing finally stopped, while Wang Fengjiao, who was lying on the ground and couldn't get up, glared at Lu Xiangwan with anger. "Keep staring, and I'll pick out your eyes," Lu Xiangwan said, making a gesture as if she were gouging out eyes. Wang Fengjiao was so scared she stepped back. "Look at your uselessness. Hurry up and make some food." "I'm hungry. Hurry up and make food." "Don't you see Xiangwan is hungry too?" Lu Guoqing quickly kicked Wang Fengjiao, worried that Lu Xiangwan might get upset and complain to the people in the big yard. "Xiangwan, dinner will be ready soon. Just be patient," Lu Guoqing said kindly with a smile, acting like a caring father. "Stop pretending with that fake face. Seeing it makes me sick and I can't eat. I might even throw up later. Besides, I bet you're just dying to hurt me. Why bother pretending?" Lu Xiangwan said directly, looking very annoyed. Hearing this, Lu Guoqing's face darkened. He hated Lu Xiangwan so much he wished he could punish her severely. "You're my daughter. If I don't love you, who will I love? I was just blinded before. Enough. There are no outsiders here. Stop pretending to be a loving father and daughter. When dinner is ready, don't forget to call me. If you don't call, I might just say whatever I want and not hold back." Lu Xiangwan interrupted him, tired of arguing. She yawned, stretched, and went back to her room to lie down. Fighting with these people was too exhausting. When would this troublesome life end? The three of them were left staring at each other, but all of them secretly hated Lu Xiangwan. "You know, I really didn't want to hit you earlier. It hurt me too," Lu Xiangwan said after leaving, quickly helping Wang Fengjiao up and comforting her. "I understand. Today's matter isn't your fault." Wang Fengjiao thought bitterly about how Lu Guoqing had beaten her badly. She was angry but still forgave him, despite feeling hurt. But what happened today felt like a thorn stuck deep in her heart, impossible to pull out. "Mom, I want to see a doctor." "I don't want scars," Lu Kailian said, seeing that she was okay. She ran over to Wang Fengjiao, crying and acting cute. She didn't want scars on her face or to be disfigured. "Old Lu, give the kid some money." The girl's face must not have scars. She still hopes to enjoy her daughter's happiness in the future. Lu Guoqing looked at the small wound on Lu Kailian's forehead, which was crying loudly, and naturally didn't want to pay. After all, his money was meant for his son. Moreover, if she hadn't caused trouble today and upset that bratty girl, how would the people in the courtyard know they were secretly mistreating her? Anyway, his hand was in his pocket, refusing to take out any money. Old Lu Wang Fengjiao saw that Lu Guoqing was reluctant and, ignoring her daughter still nearby, winked flirtatiously and acted cute. But since she was beaten up and looked swollen and ugly, she had no sense of beauty at all. In fact, she looked a little scary, but Wang Fengjiao didn't realize this herself. "Dad, I promise I will be good and filial to you in the future. Just give me some money so I can see a doctor," Lu Kailian added, helping. "All right." Lu Guoqing finally took $1 out of his pocket and handed it over, looking at the mother and daughter's hopeful eyes. But Wang Fengjiao immediately snatched 2 more bills.
You can't spend it all now.
"I'll give you more later." Without caring about Lu Guoqing's expression, she quickly took her daughter and rode her bicycle to the hospital. Left behind, Lu Guoqing stood there, looking at the room where Lu Xiangwan had just gone in. He rubbed his head in frustration. What's wrong with this stubborn girl? Why does she act like a different person after dying once? It's enough to make someone furious. She can't stay at home anymore. He must come up with a foolproof plan to get rid of her. Thinking about Hu Youqian's recent proposal, he decided to discuss it with his wife tonight. How to secretly marry off this girl without damaging their reputation in the courtyard. Meanwhile, the mother and daughter, who had just been bandaged up at the hospital, came out. People passing by couldn't help but stop and look twice. "Mom, you have to help me get revenge, or I'll just give up on life," Lu Kailian said. The doctor had told her during the bandaging that she was lucky. If the wound had been any deeper, she would have needed stitches. If that had happened, her face would definitely have scars. Bah, bah, bah. Don't talk about dying or not dying. That's bad luck. Wang Fengjiao quickly spat on the ground a few times, meaning her daughter's words didn't count. "So, you've helped me get revenge," Lu Kailian said. "If she didn't kill that bratty girl, she would never be able to let out her anger. Mom, you're the only daughter I have. If I don't help you, who will? That stubborn girl can wait. She'll cry when the time comes. Wang Fengjiao already had a plan in mind. When the time comes to make everything happen naturally, she wasn't worried that the girl wouldn't accept it. Even if they caused a fuss in the big courtyard, it wouldn't matter. In the end, she would still have to marry him quietly. Plus, her son's job would be settled by then. Mom, tell me your plan, Lu Xilian said. She knew her mother must have a good idea, since she was acting so secretive. Seeing her mother acting mysterious, she was so anxious, she started scratching her head and begged Wang Fengjiao to tell her the secret first. She promised not to tell anyone. Wang Fengjiao looked around to make sure no one was nearby. Then she leaned close to her daughter's ear and whispered her plan, so only they could hear. Lu Xilian was very happy after hearing it. She almost laughed out loud but accidentally hurt her mouth's corner, which made her tear up from the pain. Even so, she kept talking. When I marry that old man, I think she shouldn't try to act tough anymore. The girl was old enough to be her father, and he had 2 children with him. Everyone knew that life wouldn't be easy for her. As long as Lu Xiongnuan, that annoying girl, didn't have a good life, Wang Fengjiao would be happy. Being pretty didn't matter. In the end, she would still marry an old man. Seeing her daughter so happy, Wang Fengjiao reminded her, that girl has been acting strange lately, like she's possessed. Just bear with her these days. Don't provoke her. Once she gets married, it'll be fine. Got it, Mom? For a better life in the future, she was willing to endure. She knew her mother didn't need to say more. For now, she would let that girl be arrogant for a few days. Seeing her daughter listen carefully, Wang Fengjiao felt relieved and rode her bike home with her. At this moment, Lu Xiongnuan didn't know a big conspiracy was waiting for her behind her back. But even if she knew, she wouldn't be afraid. When trouble comes, she would face it head-on, dealing with each problem skillfully, making them all look foolish. Lu Xiongnuan didn't know how long she had slept. When she woke up, she was awakened by a strong smell of meat, and her stomach even growled a few times. She rubbed her stomach. She had just eaten a piece of bread before sleeping. She didn't expect to be so hungry so soon. It showed that the original owner had a big appetite. But it doesn't matter. She has so much food in her space that she could eat for several lifetimes without running out. As she thought, Lu Xiongnuan had already put on her shoes and was walking out the door. When she arrived, she found that they had already started eating. Lu Xiongnuan raised an eyebrow and walked over. She saw the braised pork on the table and couldn't help but salivate. She swore it wasn't because she was greedy, but because her stomach was too empty and lacked oil and water. In the original owner's memory, she hadn't tasted meat very often. Wang Fengjiao saw Lu Xiongnuan and instinctively protected the plate of meat. She didn't call her earlier because she didn't want to give her a chance to take it. She didn't expect her to wake up so soon. God really has no eyes. But now she could only urge her son to eat quickly. I told you before, remember to call me when you eat. How many times do I have to remind you? Lu Xiongnuan looked at these reckless people at the table with a headache. Xiongnuan, we just finished eating. We haven't had time to call you, Lu Guoqing said in his heart, cursing silently. Really? The meat is almost half gone. You just finished eating, and you're really not thinking before you speak, Lu Xiongnuan said openly, pulling down the shameful cover. Lu Guoqing's face turned red with embarrassment. He hurriedly told Lu Xiongnuan to sit down. Where's my food? If there's no rice, how am I supposed to eat? Lu Xiongnuan looked at the bowls and chopsticks on the table. She didn't see her own, so she started to get angry. Who told you to eat at the table? Get out. Lu Hongxing was happily gnawing on the meat in his bowl, not forgetting to scold. Who told you to talk to me so disrespectfully? You're uncultured, Lu Xiongnuan said. Today was the first time she saw her original younger brother, and he truly lived up to his reputation. He was chubby, with big ears, and inherited Wang Fengjiao's dark skin. His lips were greasy, making people feel disgusted. What are you, anyway? Lu Hongxing, spoiled since childhood, was used to getting everything he wanted. He had been smooth sailing for over 10 years. When he heard someone scold him, he immediately got angry. But even so, he still swallowed the last 2 pieces of meat in his bowl. Lu Xiongwan smiled and picked up the stool beside her, then threw it toward Lu Hongxing. The stool was unkind and, combined with Lu Hongxing's sturdy body, he couldn't dodge in time. The stool hit him solidly. "You are a rude person. Your parents didn't teach you manners, so I, as your older sister, will kindly teach you. Next time we meet, please speak politely, or I might not just throw a bench at you, but something sharper." Lu Xiongwan clapped her hands and sat down on a nearby chair. Although Wang Fingjiao is not very pretty, her braised pork at the dinner table is quite good. The shiny, bright color makes you want to eat 2 pieces. "Mom!" Lu Hongxing cried loudly, calling out to Wang Fingjiao. "Lu Xiongwan, are you done?" Seeing her son being beaten, Lu Guoqing was so angry he slammed his chopsticks on the table and looked at her with a fierce face. Wang Fingjiao quickly ran over to see if her precious son was hurt. "His mouth is not clean. I'll teach him a lesson, so he doesn't get beaten again outside the house. If you don't thank me, why are you blaming me?" Lu Xiongwan calmly ate a piece of braised pork, showing no sign of anger towards the furious Lu Guoqing. "Dad, beat this little brat to death." Lu Hongxing, lying in Wang Fingjiao's arms, pointed at Lu Xiongwan with his finger. "I hate people pointing at me with their fingers," Lu Xiongwan said harmlessly. Before everyone could react, she reached out and broke the finger pointing at her. She was a gynecologist in modern times and knew a bit about surgery, so she could do this easily. Lu Hongxing curled up in pain, while Lu Xiongwan calmly continued eating her braised pork. "I'll beat you, unfilial girl." Lu Guoqing, seeing his son looking so miserable, was furious and threw a bowl at Lu Xiongwan. But she easily dodged it. Instead, Lu Hongxing, holding his finger, was splattered with leftover rice all over his face. Lu Xiongwan couldn't help but laugh when she saw how funny Lu Hongxing looked.
Ah.
"Dad, are you blind? I asked you to deal with Lu Xiongwan, not me." Lu Hongxing, annoyed, wiped the rice off his face and looked impatiently at Lu Guoqing. It's my fault. Lu Guoqing quickly apologized when he saw his son angry. He took a tissue from his pocket to wipe his son's face, but was pushed to the ground by the impatient Lu Hongxing. "Don't touch me." After speaking, she stood up and looked at Lu Xiongwan, who was laughing while holding her stomach. "Lu Xiongwan, you. Careless with your words and your mouth. Just like your half-sister from the same mother, you both crawled out of a bad person's belly." Since her tough attitude couldn't beat this family, Lu Xiongwan took out the electric baton she used last time from her space, hid it in her sleeve, and when Lu Hongxing came to pull her hair, she pressed the switch hard against him. The scene of shocking Lu Guoqing before replayed now. Seeing his son lying on the ground twitching, Wang Fingjiao quickly stepped forward. But as soon as she touched him, she also started trembling uncontrollably. Seeing his son like this, Lu Guoqing remembered how it felt before, and he hesitated to move his leg back. But Lu Xiongwan wasn't going to let them go. She increased the power and zapped the 2 of them a few more times before stopping. She walked over like a carefree young master and started eating braised pork. No matter how angry she was, she wouldn't let food go. "Lu Xiongwan, you." Lu Kailian saw her brother and mother turned into the state by Lu Xiongwan and wanted to scold her. But before she could finish, her words were blocked by her light, dismissive gaze. "Do you also want to try? I'm perfectly fine, strong and healthy, eating happily. If you don't want to die, shut your mouth and don't disturb my good mood." Lu Xiongwan bit into a piece of braised pork, soft and smooth, and before she realized it, she swallowed it. Lu Guoqing looked at his rebellious second daughter, wanting to make a move but afraid. His raised hand hesitated and didn't come down. Half a plate of braised pork on the table had already gone into Lu Xiongwan's stomach. She took out a handkerchief from her pocket, wiped the corner of her mouth, since she was a clean-loving little fairy, then happily patted her belly. Looking up, she saw Lu Guoqing raising his hand and gave a charming smile. "Wanna hit me?" No. Lu Guoqing quickly hid his hand behind his back. Lu Xiongwan let out a soft laugh. A real man should dare to do and dare to admit. "Don't be a coward." If you don't like me, just say it. He's your brother, you. My mom only had me. What kind of brother is he? Don't just make up relatives for no reason. Lu Xiangwan glanced at her mother and son on the ground, then withdrew her gaze. She turned to Lu Guiqing and extended her right hand. What are you doing? Being scolded like a girl, Lu Guiqing felt embarrassed, so his tone was not kind. But Lu Xiangwan didn't care about his mood. Give me some money. I want to buy a few new clothes at the supply store. Don't you still have clothes to wear? Which of your eyes sees that these clothes can still be worn? They're all patched up, and the pants are short. She hadn't even mentioned that her shoes were so worn out that her toes were showing. I'm your father. Lu Guiqing looked at her disrespectful attitude and felt very annoyed.
I know.
If you weren't my dad, I would have beaten you up long ago. Just stay in your bed and enjoy yourself quietly, Lu Xiangwan said, revealing her aggressive side. Since she was young, she knew that when dealing with bad people, you have to be tougher than them to avoid being bullied. One word, whether you'll give me the money or not. If you refuse, it's okay. Later, people outside might say that you mistreated your ex-wife's child just because of your new wife. Don't blame me for that, Lu Guiqing, who cared a lot about his reputation, said, and was about to leave. Here, I'll give you some. If you had just done that earlier, it would have been better. No need for all this trouble, he grumbled. This stubborn girl seems to be just here to collect debts. Reluctantly, Lu Guiqing reached into his pocket and took out his wallet. He was about to count out a few bills when Lu Xiangwan reached out and snatched the wallet from his hand. Thanks, she said, shaking the wallet, which looked full, clearly containing a good amount of money. You can't take all the money. He liked to pretend to be generous and show off, but inside, the money was his 2-month salary plus some household expenses he gave to Wang Fingjiao. There was still quite a bit left, and he didn't want this girl to take it all. Lu Guiqing quickly reached out to grab it, but he failed, almost hurting his back in the process. You're almost in your coffin, so stop acting like young people who love to cause trouble. Otherwise, your old bones might fall apart soon. When that happens, you'll be lying in bed like a useless person, unable to move and needing care. Can your young stepmother still handle that? Not even giving you a green hat would be enough. Besides, I only want a little money from you, not your life. Why are you so stingy, you? That doesn't sound right at all. Lu Guiqing was so upset by her words that he almost couldn't stand it. He really couldn't take it anymore. He took off his shoe and threw it at Lu Xiangwan. Your feet smell too bad. It's obvious you don't take care of hygiene. You even have athlete's foot. Just ask that mean stepmother of yours to wash your feet more often. Lu Xiangwan disdainfully threw her shoe back. Her aim was good. It hit Lu Guiqing right on the forehead. As for the so-called mean stepmother Lu Xiangwan mentioned, she was now lying weakly on the ground, cursing her ancestors silently. Despite Lu Guiqing stomping in anger behind her, Lu Xiangwan got up to leave after getting the money. When she accidentally saw the unfinished food on the table, her eyes flicked. She walked over and accidentally knocked the table over. The plate and bowl instantly fell to the ground, smashing into pieces. Oh no, I accidentally bumped into it. Later, the woman lying on the ground can clean it up. I have something to do, so I'm leaving now. Seeing Lu Guiqing angry but holding back his rage, Lu Xiangwan felt happy inside. She gave them a provocative look and then slammed the door and left without caring. Just when they thought Lu Xiangwan, the troublemaker, had gone and relaxed a bit, she, like a little devil, stuck her head out and warned, "Don't think about secretly trying to hurt me. If something happens to me, you won't have a good time either. We'll all go down and join my mother in the afterlife." After her warning, she gracefully walked away. Old Lu, this girl is just a troublemaker. We can't keep her, Wang Fingjiao said, recovering her composure. She hurriedly went in front of Lu Guiqing, fixing her messy hair, and gave him a report on Lu Xiangwan. Lu Guiqing didn't say anything. He sat in his chair, smoking quietly. When he finished the cigarette, he stomped out and looked at the three of them. "Come with me," he said to Wang Fingjiao, then went into the bedroom. Wang Fingjiao comforted her son, promising to cook him a red braised pork dinner tonight, then quickly went to find Lu Guiqing. "What good are you? You didn't even help me block that," Lu Hongxing kicked Lu Kailian, ignoring that she was her sister. Lu Tsilian was angry but couldn't speak out. No matter how bold she usually was, she could only endure when facing Lu Hongxing, the family's dominant figure. Because he was the only son in the family, she had to lower her head, grit her teeth, and ignore the pain from her nails digging into her flesh. Lu Guoqing and Wang Fingjiao discussed in the room for a long time before coming out. Seeing the mess on the ground, Wang Fingjiao quickly called her daughter to clean up. "Mom, I have a headache. You go ahead and tidy up. I'll rest in my room for a while." Lu Tsilian refused. She didn't want to do it, especially since it was her sister Lu Xiongwan who usually handled these chores. After saying that, she hurried back to her room. Although Wang Fingjiao felt a little resentful that her daughter was being irresponsible, she didn't say anything. She grabbed a broom and dustpan and started to complain as she cleaned. Meanwhile, Lu Xiongwan had just left the courtyard when she met Grandma Wang and Sister Ma, who had just returned from outside. She greeted them, but they warmly pulled her back home. When Lu Xiongwan came out of her room, she looked completely refreshed. Her clothes, which were a bit small on Sister Ma's daughter, looked well cared for and almost new, much better than the ones she had worn before. The shoes were brought by Grandma Wang, who had bought them with Sister Ma at the department store. They were the popular slip-on shoes with a soft upper and plastic soles. They fit Lu Xiongwan perfectly. She wanted to give them money, but they refused. Lu Xiongwan could only accept their kindness, planning to repay them when she had the chance. The two women kept apologizing, saying they had been deceived by Wang Fingjiao and that she had suffered so much because of her. But it wasn't their fault. The original owner was a quiet person who kept her suffering to herself and even helped Wang Fingjiao hide things. If anyone was at fault, it was her. Moreover, it was already very kind of them to do this. In today's world, who had an easy life? The Great Famine had only ended a few years ago. Lu Xiongwan comforted them for a long time before they finally calmed down. She then left with a package of peach crisps wrapped in oil paper, feeling warm inside. In this era, many people were simple and honest, much better than the cold, unfeeling modern world. Thinking this, Lu Xiongwan realized she had somehow come here and she didn't feel as uncomfortable anymore. She found a quiet place, opened the money bag she had snatched from Lu Guoqing, and saw that the scattered coins added up to about 50 yuan, along with a few grain tickets and food coupons. Carrying so much money, aren't you afraid of being robbed when you go out? Lu Xiongwan thought about how ugly Lu Guoqing's face looked when he took the money from her, like he was dead inside, and she felt very satisfied. Afraid she might lose the money again, Lu Xiongwan threw the coins and tickets into her space. As for the money bag, she disdainfully threw it away. Using her memory of the original owner, Lu Xiongwan went to a department store. Inside, she felt dizzy, like Lu Laolao entering the Grand View Garden. Everything was dazzling, but after walking around, she found there wasn't much worth buying. The items sold here weren't as good as those in her space, and everything required tickets to purchase. The money in her space was now useless for spending, but she had a good understanding of the prices in this era. Just as she was about to leave, she heard someone call her from behind. Lu Xiongwan turned around and saw the scumbag who had pretended to be a good person but was actually a bad guy. "Is there something?" Lu Xiongwan raised an eyebrow, a hint of sarcasm on her lips. "How have you been lately?" Wang Zhima asked. "How I've been has nothing to do with you," she replied coldly. She was tough and didn't talk much. As someone from modern times, she knew how to handle people like her ex-boyfriend, just curse at them directly. If she had known she would end up in this era, she would have killed that. Thinking about it now, Lu Xiongwan regretted it, but she also knew that wouldn't have a good life for the rest of his days. "Why have you changed so much? All you do is swear." Wang Zhima frowned, unhappy. "How am I different? Don't you know? Is the work at the steel factory so good?" she retorted. "I had no choice." "Xiongwan, you'll understand someday," Wang Zhima said, looking at her with a pained expression, hoping she would understand his good intentions. "Don't call me by my name. Stop pretending to be nice. Seeing this makes me sick." I really don't know how I was blind before, liking someone like you, Lu Xiongwan you. Wang Zhima hadn't finished speaking when he saw Li Ping walking over. His face instantly changed as he went to her. Did you buy everything? She asked, acting like a caring, good-hearted person, taking the things from her hands. Almost there. Who is this? Li Ping pointed at Lu Xiongwan. The girl looked quite pretty, just like someone out of a painting. As soon as she saw her, she liked her. An old classmate from school, Wang Zhiming instinctively hid their relationship. After all, the girl in front of him was the daughter of the deputy director. He had gone to great lengths to invite her out, hoping they could become a couple. Then he could rise in status and no longer suffer others' scorn or be looked down upon. He was really tired of the miserable days before. He felt guilty about Lu Xiongwan, but that guilt was gone in just a couple of days. Really? Lu Xiongwan said playfully. Wang Zhiming didn't dare look into her eyes. He could only vaguely brush off the matter. Hello, my name is Li Ping, Li Ping said, extending her hand with a hopeful look. Hello, Lu Xiongwan replied. She sensed no ill will from her and decided to shake her hand. Li Ping, let's go. We have something else to do later. Wang Zhiming felt like Lu Xiongwan had changed completely. He hurried to persuade Li Ping to leave, fearing she might find out the truth. But Li Ping had no intention of leaving. She kept chatting with Lu Xiongwan. Since Lu Xiongwan wasn't very talkative, most of the conversation was from Li Ping, who occasionally nodded along and kept an eye on Wang Zhiming, who was anxiously waiting nearby. What is your relationship? We. Li Ping blushed and looked at Wang Zhiming. She felt a bit shy and said, just friends. Boyfriend and girlfriend? Sort of. Li Ping thought carefully before answering. Little sister, let me tell you, Wang Zhiming isn't a good guy. Lu Xiongwan. Wang Zhiming quickly interrupted her. What's wrong? Feeling guilty, Lu Xiongwan teased with a raised eyebrow. You should stop now. Li Ping looked confused, watching the two speak in riddles. She looked at them with curiosity. Li Ping, she's not feeling well. Let's go back quickly. Uncle is waiting for us at home. You're the one who's sick. Your whole family is crazy. That scoundrel dared to curse in front of her. He's really fed up. Lu Xiongwan punched him hard in the nose. How can you hit someone? Li Ping looked at Wang Zhiming, whose nose was bleeding and whose eyebrows were twisted into a knot. She looked angry at Lu Xiongwan. Ask him what kind of bad things he did. See if he has the face to tell you. Lu Xiongwan's loud actions drew everyone's attention. But she didn't look scared at all. Instead, she looked like she was just here to watch the show because she wanted everyone to see what kind of person this scoundrel really was. He played a big part in causing the death of the original owner. Not only would hitting him be justified, but beating him half to death would be fair. Wang Zhiming, what's going on? It's nothing. Let's not bother with this crazy woman. Let's go quickly. Wang Zhiming regretted talking to Lu Xiongwan earlier. Now he just urged Li Ping to leave fast. Otherwise, if she found out, their plans might fall apart. Li Ping looked at Lu Xiongwan, who didn't seem like the crazy woman he called her. She looked more like a fairy from heaven. She was unsure who to believe. Young lady, he's hiding something. If he doesn't tell you the truth, I'll tell you, this guy is just like the modern-day Chen Shimi. Enough, Lu Xiongwan. Are you done? Wang Zhiming snapped angrily. Everyone look at this. He's now so angry, he can't hide his guilt. If you're not doing anything wrong, you shouldn't be afraid of being caught. This is classic guilt, Lu Xiongwan said loudly, encouraging the crowd to judge. Don't believe her. Her mind. Wang Zhiming, don't speak yet, Li Ping said, noticing Wang Zhiming's guilty look. She felt something was off and scolded him. Sure enough, Wang Zhiming immediately shut up and only threatened Lu Xiongwan with his eyes. But Lu Xiongwan was not afraid. She quickly added details about the original owner and him. Wang Zhiming was clearly a bad man. Everyone there clenched their fists, wanting to punch him. Young lady, you need to be careful. Marrying a man with such a wicked heart and scorpion-like mind, what can you expect from him? Lu Xiongwan watched the angry Li Ping, unable to help but stir the pot further. Li Ping, don't listen to her. Wang Zhiming stammered nervously. You're a scoundrel. You. Li Ping snapped, losing her temper. She slapped Wang Zhiming twice. Your strength is too light, like tickling. Watch me do it properly. Under everyone's surprised gazes, Lu Xiongwan used all her strength to recreate a famous scene from Stephen Chow's movie, Tang Bohu Point's Autumn Fragrance, with a family-friendly twist. She threw a series of punches, left hook, right hook, and double fists, making Wang Ziming look unrecognizable, as if his face had been hit so hard even his mother wouldn't recognize him. His glasses flew off somewhere. The onlookers were simple, honest people, but no one stepped in to stop her. Wang Ziming had done something truly unacceptable, beyond what a man should do, yet everyone kept clapping and cheering. They just thought to themselves that this girl was too violent, and wondered if she would have trouble finding a partner in the future. Who would want to marry someone like her? Wang Ziming, still stunned from Li Ping's slap and overwhelmed by Lu Xiongwan's fierce punches, forgot to fight back. But even if he had, Lu Xiongwan wasn't afraid. Her space was equipped with self-defense tools, after all. Girl, did you learn your lesson? After the fight, Lu Xiongwan felt refreshed and even whistled like a rogue. You're so impressive, Li Ping said, now completely transformed into a little fan, eyes full of admiration for Lu Xiongwan. As for the bruised and battered Wang Ziming, he was completely forgotten. Just SOSO, Lu Xiongwan said modestly. Only third best in the country, Lu Xiongwan you. Still not enough of a lesson? Lu Xiongwan raised her fist in front of him, making Wang Ziming instinctively step back. But after taking 2 steps back, Wang Ziming realized he shouldn't be afraid of a little girl. Thinking this, he raised his fist again, just about to strike when, Wang Ziming, if you dare to hit me, I'll go home and tell my dad. Li Ping saw that Wang Ziming was acting up and quickly protected Lu Xiongwan behind her, looking up at the taller Wang Ziming and threatening him. Thinking of her father, Wang Zimo immediately lowered his hand and hurriedly comforted Li Ping, fearing she would go to complain to her father and that he might lose his temporary job. Unexpectedly, Li Ping rolled her eyes at him, showing clear dislike and impatience. Stay away from me in the future. If I had known you were this kind of person, I wouldn't have become friends with you no matter what. After saying that, Li Ping pulled Lu Xiongwan's arm and walked away. Just a few steps later, Lu Xiongwan, feeling uncomfortable, her hand free. Be more careful in the future. Stay away from scumbags like that. Otherwise, you might get tricked and end up paying for him. Lu Xiongwan kindly gave her some advice, noticing she was still a bit clueless. Got it. Thanks again this time. Otherwise, I really would have been fooled by him, Li Ping said angrily. Seeing she was listening, Lu Xiongwan quickly tried to leave. But she found she couldn't walk away. When she looked back, she saw the girl pitifully holding onto her clothes, not letting her go. Lu Xiongwan got a bit annoyed. How could she help someone and then be stuck with her? Seeing Lu Xiongwan unhappy, Li Ping quickly offered to treat her to a meal. Lu Xiongwan refused without hesitation. But Li Ping, like a little shadow, kept following her and chattering in her ear. Finally, unable to take it, Lu Xiongwan was dragged to a state-owned restaurant. Lu Xiongwan was also a bit hungry. At home, she had only eaten half a plate of braised pork. Since she had been working hard and exerting herself, her stomach quickly digested the food. Her appetite was quite large, even more than an adult man's. Many times, Su Le suggested she join eating competitions, believing she could win prizes. But no one knew that her large appetite was because she often went hungry as a child, sometimes fainting from hunger. As she grew older and had the ability to eat well, she remembered the hunger she experienced and would stuff her stomach like a starving ghost. Over time, her eating capacity naturally increased. When they arrived at the restaurant, it was just past mealtime. Although there were about 10 tables set up in the hall, only a few people were actually eating inside. The waitress, wearing an apron, sat on a stool looking bored. Occasionally, she used a straw to make a fly swatter and lightly hit the flies that flew over her, watching them closely. When customers came in, she only lifted her eyelids to glance at them and didn't get up. The Lu family usually went out to eat without bringing Lu Xiongwan along. So, the original owner never ate at state-run restaurants since childhood. Seeing how lazy the waitress was, Lu Xiongwan didn't get angry. In modern times, her history teacher had mentioned that the idea of service as God doesn't work here. Instead, during the planned economy when supplies were scarce, workers at state-run restaurants were quite proud because they served the public and only a few people could get in. The two found an empty table and sat down, then looked at the menu on the counter. Vegetable and shredded meat noodles, tomato and egg noodles. What do you want to eat? Li Ping asked. Anything is fine. There were only these two options and she wasn't picky. As long as she could fill her stomach, it was good. Okay, Li Ping thought she would treat today, so she wanted to eat something better. Meat was more expensive than eggs, so she ordered 2 bowls of vegetable and shredded meat noodles. Li Ping called the waitress. 2 bowls of vegetable and shredded meat noodles. The waitress came over, took out a notebook and pen and quickly wrote, 6 liang of grain tickets, 50 cents. Xiongwan had just taken out money and tickets from her pocket, actually from her space, when she saw Li Ping quickly hand over her money and tickets first. The waitress took the money and tickets and went straight to the kitchen, loudly calling out, Chef Nyo, 2 bowls of vegetable and shredded meat noodles. A middle-aged man with a chubby face and a big belly poked his head out and said, Got it. Xiongwan couldn't help but admire inwardly. The old saying about a 3-year drought not killing a cook was true. During the years of nationwide famine, the cooks managed to stay fat and healthy, showing that state-run restaurants had some profit to be made. No wonder some people desperately wanted to become cooks. But nowadays, being a cook wasn't easy. They had to hide their cooking from others, afraid that apprentices might starve their masters or that their skills would be stolen. Becoming a chef at a state-run restaurant is not easy. Not just anyone can do it. There is a cooking skill level test. This exam has existed since 1960 and is very difficult. This shows that only talented people can succeed. Li Ping noticed that Lu Xiongwan was silent and staring into space, lost in thought. She waved her hand in front of her, and only then did Lu Xiongwan come back to herself. She quickly shoved the money in her hand to Li Ping, believing that no one should take advantage of others, and she should not take advantage of others either. This is her life principle. However, this action made Li Ping angry. She puffed up her cheeks and threw the money back. I invited you to eat. You should take the money back. If you don't, I won't talk to you anymore. Li Ping was not short of money. Her father was the deputy director of a steel factory, her mother was a women's director, and her older brother was married and living elsewhere. Now only she, the unmarried daughter, was left at home. She wasn't demanding or spoiled, but her parents did raise her with care, and she always had pocket money. The only problem was that she didn't have many close friends. When she finally met someone she liked, Li Ping naturally didn't want to let go. Lu Xiongwan thought she was just a spoiled child, so she helplessly took back the money. She planned to secretly put it in her pocket later, when she left. It's better not to take advantage of such small benefits if you can avoid it. Soon, the waiter brought over 2 bowls of noodles. Lu Xiongwan looked at the steaming bowls on the table, each as big as her face, topped with a few small green vegetables and a thin layer of shredded meat. They looked very appetizing. Eat quickly, Li Ping urged her. Noodles shouldn't be left to sit, or they'll clump together and taste bad. Lu Xiongwan didn't hold back. She took 2 pairs of chopsticks from the bucket, handed one to Li Ping, and eagerly started tasting the delicious food. The noodles looked handmade, chewy, and firm. With each bite of noodles and vegetables, Lu Xiongwan enjoyed herself. Plus, the hot broth made the meal perfect, truly satisfying. Following the saying, eat in silence, sleep without talking, Lu Xiongwan and Li Ping ate quietly, heads down, without saying a word. Until the full bowl of noodles was finished and all the soup was gone, Lu Xiongwan ate very cleanly because wasting food is shameful. Right after she looked up, she couldn't help but hiccup. Li Ping heard the sound and chuckled softly, feeling like a little voice inside her was saying, "She's so cute. Eat quickly," she said, noticing that Lu Xiongwan had finished her own bowl, but hers was still half full. Li Ping's mouth was full, like a little squirrel storing food for winter, and she nodded obediently, speeding up her eating. But she ate too fast and choked suddenly. Seeing that she was in trouble, Lu Xiongwan quickly poured her a glass of water and helped pat her back. After a while, Li Ping calmed down. She looked at Lu Xiongwan with gratitude, saying, "Thank you for today." As soon as she finished speaking, her face started to feel hot, and she felt embarrassed. She had choked on noodles, even less capable than a 3-year-old. Afraid that Lu Xiongwan might think she was silly and not want to play with her anymore, she quickly added, "I wasn't like this before. Today was an accident. It was really no big deal." Seeing the girl trying hard to explain herself, Lu Xiongwan nodded in agreement. Li Ping felt relieved and quickly buried her head in her food. Lu Xiongwan looked around and saw that most people had left, leaving only the two of them eating. The waiter who had been swatting flies earlier was now dozing at the counter. If this were modern society, the boss would have fired him long ago. "I'm full," Li Ping said, though she was already somewhat stuffed. She forced herself to finish the noodles to avoid waste. She sat on the stool, rubbing her stomach back and forth, trying to feel better. Lu Xiongwan noticed she was uncomfortable and took out 2 pieces of hawthorn cake from her pocket, offering them to her. "Is this for me?" Li Ping asked happily. "Yes, it's good for digestion," Lu Xiongwan replied. She had bought many of these in her space, but she didn't take much out now. She wouldn't show her possessions in front of anyone, because in this era of scarcity, wealth was considered a sin. She didn't trust anyone except herself. The lessons from my past life were so deep that even now, after waking up in this body, I can't forget them. Moreover, looking at the calendar, the big storm of the movement will arrive in August next year. That will be the real test of people's hearts. But clearly, people's hearts can't withstand such tests. The space is my biggest secret. I won't reveal it unless absolutely necessary. Right now, all I can do is quickly deal with that disgusting family, then pack my things and go to the countryside as a youth, to pass the next few years peacefully. Delicious! Li Ping tore off the wrapping paper, put the hawthorn cake in her mouth, chewed a few bites, and found it sour and sweet, better than the milk candies her dad bought at the department store. My beautiful sister is really kind. She even gave me hawthorn cake. Without Lu Xiongwan knowing, I earned a good person card. I have something to do. I'm leaving now. Lu Xiongwan, taking advantage of her eating, quietly slipped money and ration tickets into her pocket. Before she could say anything, she ran off. Li Ping was stunned by her sudden move. After a few seconds, she reacted and tried to chase her, but when she reached the restaurant door, she found she was already gone. Angrily, she stomped her foot and, feeling wronged, went home to seek comfort from her mother. Her beautiful sister no longer wanted her. Lu Xiongwan hadn't gone far. She was hiding around the corner of the restaurant, waiting until she saw Li Ping leave before coming out. She doesn't like to interact with people because, in her eyes, people are the root of all problems and troubles. So she has no friends. In modern times, Wang Charan and her senior are exceptions. But Wang Charan betrayed their long-standing friendship for a man, and in this world, there won't be a second senior like him. Lu Xiongwan masked her emotions and, feeling a bit bored, wandered around the street. She noticed that these people were all very thin, with some color on their faces, obvious signs of malnutrition just like her. Thinking about it, it makes sense. The Great Famine had only passed a few years ago. It's normal for people to be hungry, especially since the city's food was rationed. But the Lu family was quite unusual. In the original owner's memory, even during the nationwide famine, the Lu family's dining table often had meat dishes. Especially Lu Hongxing, who was so fat that he could barely walk 2 steps without gasping for air. This shows that the Lu family was quite wealthy, but not because of Lu Guiqing, the useless one. It can be inferred that the original owner's grandparents left more than just the compensation money. After working as a master chef for many years, he had managed to save some personal savings. Thinking of this, Lu Xiongnuan no longer wandered around and went straight home. Meanwhile, Li Ping, with red eyes, returned home. Her loving daughter, Wang Yuxiang, saw her and quickly went to ask what happened. Li Ping didn't hide anything and told her mother everything that happened at the supply and marketing cooperative today. She also mentioned her pretty older sister, who didn't want her. This made Wang Yuxiang so angry she couldn't speak. She had thought that the young man was decent and honest, and that her daughter was spoiled by her and her husband. She just wanted a steady, reliable son-in-law, not someone rich or famous. But she didn't expect him to be that kind of person. Luckily, they found out in time. Otherwise, after the wedding, if his true nature was revealed, her daughter's life would be ruined. Wang Yuxiang liked the pretty older sister her daughter mentioned and planned to take her daughter and husband to thank her someday. If it weren't for her, they would still be in the dark. Right now, the most important thing was to comfort her daughter. Wang Yuxiang promised to help her find that pretty older sister. Hearing this, Li Ping smiled happily. Seeing her daughter's silly look, she felt worried. It was her and her husband who spoiled her so much that she couldn't tell right from wrong. When Li Hongwen came home from work, Wang Yuxiang quickly started to flatter him. Sure enough, Li Hongwen immediately started scolding. The next day at work, he found a reason to dismiss Wang Zhiming. No matter how Wang Zhiming begged, even kneeling before Li Hongwen, it didn't change his mind. Instead, Li Hongwen cursed him loudly and finally had someone throw him out. Wang Zhiming was left with nothing. Frustrated, he went to the office to find Hu Yuqian, but Hu Yuqian also turned his back on him. The opportunity was already given, but it was your own fault for not grasping it. Don't blame him for being rich and casually finding an excuse to dismiss him. Wang Zhima secretly resented Lu Xiangwan, but she didn't know this. At the moment, she was busy outsmarting the Lu family. When Lu Guoqing entered, Lu Xiangwan was lying on the bed reading a novel. She was trying to find something worth learning from these historical stories. She found some, but their beginnings weren't as tragic as hers. Seeing how realistically the author described things made Lu Xiangwan suspect that the author might also have traveled through time and back. However, going back in time again wasn't realistic because she believed her body had already been cremated, reduced to ashes. When she saw him come in, Lu Xiangwan quietly put away the book in her hand. She was too lazy to even bother with a glance and simply closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. Xiangwan, it was my fault as a father before. I caused you so much suffering. Please forgive me. From now on, I will try my best to make it up to you. Lu Guoqing saw her like this. Although he was angry, he thought about his upcoming plan and held back his feelings. He played the role of a remorseful, kind-hearted father over 50 years old. Speak normally. Lu Guoqing was so angry that he almost had a heart attack. He clenched his fists tightly to stay calm. Xiangwan, do you still refuse to forgive me? That's okay. We have a long life ahead. I have time to show you I've changed. Lu Xiangwan sat up on the bed and looked at Lu Guoqing for a long time. His heart sank because he felt she might have figured out their plan. After a while, Lu Xiangwan finally spoke. I understand. A treacherous person giving blessings is never sincere. She wanted to see what kind of tricks he was up to. You forgive Dad? That's good. If not, when I'm gone someday, I won't have the face to see your mother. Luckily, it was just a false alarm. The girl hadn't noticed anything. Just like her late mother, she's as foolish. If you want me to forgive you, I can. Right now, I feel weak and just want to eat chicken stew with mushrooms, some braised pork, and steamed white rice. Yesterday, I didn't eat enough of the half plate of braised pork. I am still savoring it in my mind. She was also deliberately making things difficult. Of the 3 items she suggested, any one of them would be hard for others to prepare at home. These days, where can I find a chicken for you? Maybe braised pork is better. I'll ask your mom to cut a couple of pounds of meat later, and I'll make it for you. Lu Guoqing muttered angrily inside, thinking about how he hasn't had chicken in years, even though he was also craving chicken stew with mushrooms. Even these small requests are impossible for you, and you still expect me to forgive you? You have no sincerity at all, Lu Xiangwan said angrily, turning her body away and ignoring him. Bye. I'll go shopping later. Lu Guoqing quickly tried to coax her gently, thinking to himself that he would let her be arrogant for a few days. Soon, she would have her turn. Then go quickly. If I don't see chicken stew with mushrooms today, I will knock over the table, Lu Xiangwan said, only turning her head and giving him a spiteful look after he agreed. Remember to buy more pork. Don't be stingy, and buy just a little. It's not enough to fill my teeth, she added sharply. Lu Guoqing grunted, and then left. She made such unreasonable demands, yet he still agreed. It seems she really is something special. Lu Xiongwan got off the bed and listened at the door to hear what was happening outside. How is it? Wang Fingjiao asked quickly when she saw Lu Guoqing come out. That bratty girl wants chicken stew with mushrooms and braised pork, Lu Guoqing said with a look of impatience, completely different from how he was just inside the room. This thing. She really thinks she's entitled. Why doesn't she just eat me instead? Wang Fingjiao exploded when she heard this. This bratty girl has a tough life and still dreams of eating such good food. It's just a dream. What should we do? Don't give her any. Don't forget our plan. Once that girl gets married, we can get everything back with interest, Lu Guoqing said. Since he mentioned it, Wang Fingjiao, worried about their son's job, had to agree even if she didn't want to. But the meat was easier. Her friend worked at the meat factory and could buy some. But the chicken? Even if they killed one, they couldn't turn it into something else. They couldn't raise chickens in the city, and while they could in the countryside, people relied on chickens for eggs. It was impossible to bring chickens into the city to sell. Lu Guoqing stepped on the cigarette and said, I'll think of a way about the chicken, then went out. Wang Fingjiao glared at the room where Lu Xiongwan was and also went to do her own things. Their conversation was completely overheard by Lu Xiongwan hiding behind the door. It seemed that this foolish couple still hadn't given up on the idea of making her marry someone. She was really tired of their nonsense. But since they wanted her to marry, she would.
She just needed a little time.
In her mind, she quickly came up with a detailed plan. When the time comes, she would make them suffer and regret. She planned to take back everything they owed the original owner, including interest. Lu Guoqing said he had a way. He would take a risk and go to the black market. After some nervous bargaining, he bought a wild chicken for 3 yuan from a rural person. It was caught in the mountains. Seeing the expensive, half-dead wild chicken, Lu Guoqing felt heartbroken. It was like his heart was bleeding. But before he could think too much, he heard someone shouting that the police were coming. He was so scared that he grabbed the chicken and ran without caring about anything, afraid they would catch him if he stayed a moment longer. He knew that if he was caught, his life would be over. After running for a while, he finally escaped from the group chasing him. He leaned against a wall, gasping for breath. After resting a little, he hurried home. When he got home, he angrily threw the chicken on the ground, told Wang Fingjiao, then went to lie down in his room. He was still so exhausted that his legs were trembling. Seeing how tired he was, Wang Fingjiao knew that catching that chicken must have been a hardship for him. She didn't bother him and took the chicken to the kitchen to prepare it. The workers' courtyard was a block of shared apartments, and the kitchen was used by everyone. So, cooking the chicken wouldn't be a secret from others. When they saw Wang Fingjiao carrying a chicken and some pork, they were all stunned. But more than that, they felt envy. These days, it was hard to get meat. A person only had 2 ounces of meat coupons a month. Even with the coupons, they didn't have money to buy meat. Everyone was tightening their belts and only allowed themselves a little during the new year. Wang Fingjiao quickly explained that the chicken and pork she was cooking were sent by her relatives from the countryside. They just smiled and didn't say much, since everyone in the big courtyard knew that Wang Fingjiao's family had all passed away, so where could her relatives from the countryside come from? It was probably bought from the black market, but no one dared to say anything. Sometimes, when there was no food at home, they would go to the black market to buy expensive grains that cost a lot but were free from other issues. Wang Fingjiao hurriedly and skillfully slaughtered the chicken, plucked the feathers, removed the internal organs, and chopped it up. After cooking the chicken, she didn't stop. She also hurriedly prepared the meat her sister-in-law had left for her, especially the braised pork that the little girl had specifically asked for. Wang Fingjiao, this is both chicken and pork. Isn't your family full? Gao Caixia couldn't help but smell the delicious aroma from the pot. People are so competitive, they can really make someone angry. Her actions made others wonder how they could survive. Everyone else stopped what they were doing, leaning in to smell the meat, as if they could eat it directly from the air. I was confused before, especially about Xiongnuan. Now I just want to make it up to her, to raise her plump and healthy so she won't be like the early deceased Yulan, she said, feeling embarrassed after Xiangwan caused a fuss in the courtyard last time. Now, people looked at her with strange eyes, which made her feel very uncomfortable. So, she didn't miss the chance to improve her reputation. When she spoke emotionally, she even shed a few tears. Gao Saixia and the others couldn't stand it and quickly went over to comfort her. It's good that you realize your mistake. Just treat that girl better in the future. She lost her mother so young. She's really pitiful, Wang Fengjiao nodded. Thus, without Xiangwan knowing, Wang Fengjiao used that chicken and half a gene of pork to successfully change her bad reputation in the courtyard. Without waiting for Lu Guoqing to call her, Xiangwan came out when she smelled the aroma. Although she had plenty of food stored in her space, she didn't want to take advantage of others. But Xiangwan didn't want to give these people any benefits. So, at the dining table, regardless of whether everyone was there or not, she served herself a bowl of rice and started eating alone. In this family, they had no shame, so she couldn't be shy either. Just as Xiangwan was about to put a chicken leg into her bowl, she suddenly heard a furious shout. That wicked girl, who told you to eat the chicken leg? Lu Hongxing came in from outside and saw the big chicken leg in Lu Xiangwan's bowl. His eyes turned red, and he rushed forward to the chicken leg. That meat was his, all his. That bratty girl was just a worthless life, who gave her the right to take it. But unexpectedly, Lu Xiangwan's left hand under the table was already gripping an electric baton. When he lunged to grab the food, she zapped his thigh with it. Lu Hongxing immediately collapsed to the ground, weak and limp. If you don't watch your mouth again, I'll send you to meet the king of, Lu Xiangwan said, then continued to eat the chicken leg in her bowl, smelling delicious. Wang Fengjiao looked at Lu Xiangwan, who had a somewhat mischievous look, and dared not step forward to bother her. Instead, she silently made a note of her. Eat. Eat yourself to death. Last life, a starving ghost reincarnated. She could eat so much. Seeing the pile of clean chicken bones on the table, Wang Fengjiao's heart ached. Lu Guoqing looked at her with a gloomy face, but Lu Xiangwan ignored everyone. If she had that energy, she might as well eat 2 more pieces of chicken instead. After a while, Wang Fengjiao finally dared to help her son, who was lying on the ground, to sit up. She hurriedly served him rice, worried that if she delayed, the girl would eat all the meat on the plate. Lu Hongxing was so scared by Lu Xiangwan that he didn't dare to pick up food with his chopsticks. Wang Fengjiao noticed and reached out to help him, but before her chopsticks touched the chicken, Lu Xiangwan saw and stopped her with her own chopsticks. Wang Fengjiao held back her urge to scold and tried to look gentle. Xiangwan, what's wrong? This is the chicken I cooked for me. Why are you reaching for it? Lu Xiangwan, very possessive of her food, was angry. Aren't we family? Who said we're family? Lu Xiangwan interrupted her, her face full of disdain. She then turned sharply to Lu Guoqing and said angrily, Is this how you make up for me? She slammed her chopsticks on the table and coldly crossed her arms, glaring at them. It's your mom's fault. This meat was made for you to eat. None of us will touch it, Lu Guoqing said, subtly signaling to Wang Fengjiao. It's all Mom's fault. Mom, I'm sorry, Wang Fengjiao said through clenched teeth, secretly glad she had been foresight. When she served the meat earlier, she secretly hid a bowl. After the girl finished eating and went back to her room, she would bring out the hidden bowl for her son to eat. That's more like it. The pair of chopsticks just now had become dirty, so Lu Xiangwan asked Wang Fengjiao to bring her a new pair, then she started eating her rice. As she ate, she suddenly felt something was wrong. She raised her eyebrows and looked at Wang Fengjiao. Wang Fengjiao felt nervous under her gaze, and her hand trembling as she picked at the vegetables. Is your chicken only 1 leg? After eating for a while, she realized that besides the big chicken leg, there wasn't much good meat left, probably hidden away from her. This chicken has a problem, Wang Fengjiao said, but even she didn't believe her own excuse, let alone Lu Xiangwan. Lu Guoqing, if you're too stingy, forget it. I've never eaten a piece of meat since I was little. Today, I just want to eat your chicken, but you're being so picky. Lu Guoqing really wanted to scold this picky girl, and he also started to dislike Wang Fingjiao because she couldn't handle even small things well. He had told her earlier that the most urgent thing was to make her happy. Why didn't she listen? He patted the table and said to Wang Fingjiao, "Where's the meat? Hurry up and bring it out." That meat. Wang Fingjiao was reluctant and kept making excuses. Are you ignoring what I say now? Tomorrow, we'll go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a divorce certificate. Hearing about divorce, Wang Fengjiao panicked. I'll go get it, she said quickly and hurried out. Your mother went to get it. Eat more later. Lu Guoqing thought she was eating chicken, but she was actually gnawing on his flesh. Even after many years without eating chicken, seeing Lu Xiangwan eat so happily, he couldn't help but swallow repeatedly. But he didn't dare to pick up his chopsticks. Do you want to eat? Lu Xiangwan picked up a piece of meat and placed it in front of Lu Hongxing. Seeing the shiny, oily chicken, Lu Hongxing couldn't help but nod, his eyes almost glued to the meat. Want to eat? Lu Xiangwan raised her voice slightly. Then when she reached out with her chopsticks, she turned and put the meat in her own mouth, chewing deliberately and loudly, then said, "No way." This made Lu Hongxing angry. He clenched his fists, ready to hit her. Did you not get enough just now? Do you want to do it again? This sentence brought Lu Hongxing back to reality. He cowardly lowered his fist, stopped eating, put down his chopsticks, and left. Wang Fingjiao had just brought over the bowl of chicken she had hidden away when she saw her son leave. She quickly went to stop him. Why aren't you eating? I don't want to eat anymore, get up. Lu Hongxing rudely pushed Wang Fingjiao away and left. He was getting very annoyed with her. She couldn't even handle a little girl properly, which made him miss his meal. She was completely useless. Wang Fingjiao quickly caught up to him, took 5 Mao coins and a ration ticket from her pocket, and handed them to him, telling him to go to the state-run restaurant and eat something good. Lu Hongxing's face brightened up, but he still wasn't very happy because no matter how good the state-run restaurant was, it couldn't compare to the delicious smell of chicken stewed with mushrooms. After he left the courtyard, Wang Fengjiao turned back to her room. She saw Lu Xiangwan happily eating a chicken leg and cursed silently, then sat down. Xiangwan only glanced at her without saying a word. She had finished the whole bowl of chicken, even the mushrooms from the chicken stew, which had soaked up the flavorful broth and smelled amazing. The taste was so good, she couldn't stop eating. Wang Fingjiao and Lu Guoqing could only sit nearby and watch her. They thought that since she had eaten a whole chicken and 2 big bowls of rice, she probably couldn't eat any more of the braised pork on the table, which was good because it would save them some. But unexpectedly, Xiangwan didn't put down her chopsticks. Instead, she moved the plate of braised pork in front of her, poured the sauce over her rice, and picked up a big piece of pork to put in her mouth. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 pieces. Eventually, she finished the whole plate of pork. Satisfied, Xiangwan let out a big burp. As for the big bowl of cabbage and a small dish of pickled vegetables on the table, she didn't even touch them. She threw down her chopsticks, patted her stomach, and went back to her room. Wang Fingjiao and Lu Guoqing had the unfortunate task of eating the plain cabbage without any meat. Xiangwan lay on her bed, rubbing her slightly bloated stomach. She took out a box of stomach-soothing tablets from her space, took 2, drank some spring water, and felt much better. She suddenly realized she hadn't seen her own face since she arrived here. Curious, she quickly found a mirror in her space and pushed up her thick bangs on her forehead. Standing in front of the mirror, she looked at herself. No wonder that old man wanted to marry the original owner. If she were a man, she would want it too. Just based on her face, in today's entertainment industry, she would be a huge star, stunning everyone and making a big splash. She has a small, delicate face with a slender, willow-like brow, but her narrow, upward-slanting phoenix eyes seem to hide a gentle spring of water, carrying a hint of charm that feels almost enchanting. Her straight nose is complemented by thin lips that resemble delicate rose petals, tender and tempting, making one want to get close. However, She looks like an innocent girl who is unaware of the world's complexities, pure as a blank sheet of paper, which makes people want to protect her. Recently, Lu Xiangwan has been indulging herself with delicious and nutritious food. Her once slightly sallow face now has a healthy pink glow, making her even more adorable. She seems like a living version of a gentle and charming character, like a mythic beauty. Lu Xiangwan touches her face and softly murmurs to herself. She now understands why Lu Kailian tries every day to ruin her original face. Jealousy makes her unwilling to see the original girl steal her spotlight. But her only flaw is the long braids hanging in front of her chest, which seem to be caused by poor nutrition. Her hair is yellowed, dry, and rough. Fortunately, she has a lot of hair, and one braid's worth of hair is enough to match all her hair from the past life. There's no need to worry too much. With more nutrition, she can improve. The space has plenty of good things, and she can take some at any time. At least she doesn't have to worry about baldness anymore. But then she remembers that her current face looks restless, which isn't a good sign. She is also drinking spiritual spring water every day. In her previous life, her plain face could become a stunning beauty after just a few months of drinking that spring water, almost like plastic surgery. Her current appearance is already flawless, and in a few months, she might be as beautiful as a fairy. She worries that if she goes to the countryside, she might be scolded as a flirtatious woman, which she can't allow. Although she's not afraid of trouble, she dislikes hassle. She wants to avoid unnecessary problems because her trip to the countryside is just to survive those 10 years. Thinking of this, she quickly lowers her heavy, long bangs, making her look less stunning than before. But upon closer look, her beauty is still noticeable. Lu Xiangwan decides that when she has free time in the next few days, she will go to the department store to get a pair of glasses. Yesterday, she saw a glasses counter while shopping and plans to get a pair. Over the next few days, Lu Xiangwan kept finding ways to bother Lu Guiqing and Wang Fengjiao. She made them buy her canned yellow peaches, rice sticks, peach cookies, beef tongue, and white rabbit candies. Anything she wanted to eat. But she didn't actually eat most of it. She just threw it into her space because she preferred her cream cakes and burgers with chicken wings. She also made Wang Fengjiao come up with new ways to make tasty food for her every day, and she insisted on eating meat daily. This made Wang Fengjiao so angry she almost wanted to throw Lu Xiangwan into a pot and cook her. Their family's small supply of meat coupons was already used up by her, and the little meat they had now was bought with her shamelessly asking her friends for expensive purchases. Despite buying so much, they never even got to share a meal together. All the food went straight into Lu Xiangwan's stomach. This made her very anxious. Her son had recently become much thinner, and her daughter hadn't come home every day, often disappearing somewhere. She had become nothing more than a servant to that stubborn girl. Just when she couldn't take it anymore and decided to stop caring and fight back, Lu Guiqing told her after work that Hu Yuqian would come to their house tomorrow. Wang Fengjiao was so happy she couldn't find her balance. Even when she was cooking meat for Lu Xiangwan that evening, she hummed a song happily. Seeing Lu Xiangwan eating meat made her feel even better. Eat, because there won't be such good days again. Recently, Wang Fengjiao had been busy gathering information about Hu Yuqian. She knew that his wife hadn't died from illness, but was killed by him. That girl's marriage probably wouldn't be easy. She'd likely be beaten every day. Thinking of this, Wang Fengjiao felt happy, believing her suffering these days hadn't been in vain. Lu Xiangwan, eating her meat, sensed that Wang Fengjiao was acting strangely today. She stared at her for a while but said nothing, just focused on her meal. After finishing her bowl of rice, Lu Xiangwan went back to her room. Before leaving, she left them a warning. Think carefully about the consequences of your actions. Don't cry later if you regret it and have nowhere to cry. After Lu Xiangwan left, Wang Fengjiao, feeling uneasy, grabbed Lu Guiqing and wouldn't let him leave. What does she mean? Does she know our plan? Probably not. If she did, she'd be furious and throw a fit. She wouldn't be so calm and talk to us like this. Lu Guiqing, who had been enduring everything patiently, finally saw a chance to speak up. Just tomorrow, He can finally deal with that troublesome girl, and his son's work will be settled. How could he not be happy? When Lu Guoqing said this, Wang Fengjiao also thought it made sense. Since that girl tried to take her own life once, she changed completely and became very temperamental. Since she didn't know the full story, Wang Fengjiao decided to keep her feelings to herself and quickly tidied up the leftover food on the table. Meanwhile, Lu Guoqing was sitting nearby, smoking one cigarette after another. Watching Wang Fengjiao bend over to clean the table, his anger grew inside. When Wang Fengjiao finished tidying up, she didn't care that it was just getting dark. Lu Guoqing eagerly pulled her into the room to do something private. The house wasn't soundproof, and since they hadn't been intimate for a long time, their noises naturally became loud. Lu Xiangwan, who was reading on the bed, heard the sounds and, annoyed, threw her book aside. She took out earplugs from her space and tried to block out the noise, but it was useless. The shameless words kept drilling into her ears, mixed with Lu Guoqing's occasional grunts. Lu Xiangwan could even tell from the sounds that they were in a very intimate moment. She rolled her eyes at the ceiling. How desperate must they be to do such things? They had just finished eating, and before they could rest, they were already doing this. She wasn't worried they might overexert themselves and get hurt. Not to mention, next door was Lu Hongxing, who was in her prime. Their parents didn't pay attention, risking leading their already troubled child astray. This family, none of them seemed normal, except her. She thought it would pass quickly, but to her surprise, Lu Guoqing, who was nearly 50, was so persistent. His voice was getting louder and louder. It made her feel sick. Unable to bear it anymore, Lu Xiangwan put on her shoes and left. She directly kicked the door a few times, making a loud noise. But Lu Guoqing, at this moment, was so eager that he couldn't hold back. No matter how loud the noise outside, it didn't bother him. In fact, it made him more excited. Wang Fengjiao hurriedly pushed him away, but it was useless. Her strength was no match for Lu Guoqing, who was in the heat of the moment. In the end, she could only lie passively on the bed. Outside the door, Lu Xiang casually picked up a chair and threw it at the door. Are you so impatient and desperate? Do you have to make such a fuss that the neighbors all come to see what you're doing? Shouting so loudly, aren't you afraid you'll hurt your voice? After saying that, she kicked the door several times with force. Perhaps Lu Guoqing was in a hurry and was about to go to bed with Wang Fengjiao, and the door wasn't locked properly. When Lu Xiangwarm kicked and hit the door, it automatically opened. As Lu Xiangwarm kicked the door, she almost slipped and nearly missed her slim waist, but she saw the scene inside clearly. So, she watched a family drama online, feeling disgusted, and gave the two a dismissive look, thinking it was unpleasant and too explicit. Wang Fengjiao didn't expect Lu Xiangwarm to appear at this moment. She was startled and let out a cry, then quickly pulled the blanket over herself, wrapping tightly. Lu Guoqing was also clearly frightened, but like Wang Fengjiao, he hurriedly looked for something to cover himself. Get out. Lu Guoqing looked at Lu Xiangwarm, who disturbed his mood, and stopped pretending. He directly scolded. You little brat, are you here to collect debts? Ruining my good time. I want to strangle you. If it weren't for your noise disturbing me, do you think I want to come find you? Disgusting. After saying that, he kicked the door and left. Old Lu. After Lu Xiangwarm left, Wang Fengjiao collapsed onto him and cried. She was shocked that the girls saw what happened. How could she live after this? Cry, cry, cry. Always crying all day. Just hold it in, he said, feeling helpless and wanting to cry himself. Wang Fengjiao originally wanted to complain and maybe get some comfort from him, but his loud scolding scared her into silence. She could only hang her head, shrug her shoulders, and sniffle. Lu Guoqing, feeling irritated, just wanted to get rid of Lu Xiangwarm and was furious. He was so angry. Why couldn't she do it? At this moment, Wang Fengjiao noticed his strange behavior. She thought he wasn't scared of that girl. Could he be unable to perform? If he really couldn't, wouldn't she be a widow forever? No, that couldn't happen. She was still young. When the time of prosperity came, he must be able to do it. Regaining her composure, Wang Fingjiao quickly stepped forward to help him. Lu Guoqing didn't refuse, knowing this was a matter of a man's dignity. So, Wang Fingjiao spent the whole night fussing, but in the end, she failed. She was so angry that she smashed the water glass on her bedside table. Even Wang Fingjiao, who had been taking care of him all night, didn't escape unscathed. She was kicked a few times and, exhausted, went to work without eating her breakfast. At the dining table, Lu Xiongwan was eating porridge and looked at Wang Fingjiao, whose eyes were dark and bruised. It seemed they hadn't slept all night and were probably involved in the same trouble. "You're getting older, take it easy. Don't hurt your back," as a former gynecologist she kindly advised. This was a sore spot for Wang Fingjiao. Lu Xiongwan had already made her look bad, and now she was mocking her. Wang Fingjiao forced herself to stay calm, clenched her chopsticks tightly, and suppressed her anger, pretending not to hear and eating normally. After today, it would be better. This person really could endure. Lu Xiongwan smirked slightly, then slowly finished her porridge and went back to her room to lie down. After she left, Wang Fingjiao threw her chopsticks on the table, but after a while, she picked them up again and resignedly tidied up. If it had been usual, she wouldn't have needed to do anything. Everything was done by Lu Xiongwan, the stubborn girl. Recently, she was almost exhausted. Because Lu Guoqing had already talked to Wang Fingjiao in advance, she started early. She thoroughly cleaned the house and then took out a dress she bought at the department store from her wardrobe. It was originally for her daughter, but now it was a good deal for her. Believing that you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the sheep, Wang Fingjiao knocked on Lu Xiongwan's door and went in. "Xiongwan, come try on the new clothes I bought for you. Let me see if they fit," Wang Fingjiao said enthusiastically, showing her the clothes. Like a fox giving a chicken New Year's greetings, no good intentions, Lu Xiongwan replied with a glance and a sarcastic comment. The original owner had never worn a new outfit in her life, so something unusual was definitely up. It seemed that after all her fussing, she couldn't hold it in anymore. The fox's tail was about to be exposed. Wang Fengjiao's face turned pale and purple, but she acted as if she hadn't heard, urging Lu Xiongwan to change into the clothes. Fine, since she wanted to play, Lu Xiongwan decided to play along today. She told Wang Fingjiao to put the clothes down and left the room. When Wang Fingjiao heard this, she thought the girl had agreed. Feeling that their plan was getting closer, she quickly left, making sure to close the door behind her. Lu Xiongwan disliked the clothes and hesitated before finally putting them on. "Xiongwan, are you ready?" Outside, Wang Fingjiao was a bit anxious, worried that Lu Xiongwan wouldn't wear the clothes. "Yes," she replied coldly. Hearing this, Wang Fingjiao hurriedly opened the door. When she saw Lu Xiongwan, a flash of admiration appeared in her eyes, but she quickly suppressed it. Why was that girl's daughter so pretty? "She looks good. Xiongwan, you look great in this. If you go out like this, you'll surely attract a lot of attention," Wang Fingjiao said as she circled around her, praising her. "Do you think I'm like you, desperate for a man?" Lu Xiongwan sarcastically said before trying to take off the clothes. She felt uncomfortable, as if the fabric was prickly, and it didn't feel right. "Don't take it off. Just wear it today. We'll change tomorrow." Wang Fingjiao quickly stopped her when she saw her trying to remove the clothes. "Oh." Lu Xiongwan exaggerated her voice and stared at Wang Fingjiao as if she had flowers blooming on her face. In her past life, she had lived to 30. Besides being a bit naive about love, she was quite smart. Otherwise, she wouldn't have become a chief physician in just a few years. Wang Fingjiao's little tricks were obvious to her. Lu Xiongwan looked at her as if she wanted to see through her. Feeling guilty, Wang Fingjiao left a quick excuse. "I'm going to buy groceries. I'll cook some meat for you tonight." Before Lu Xiongwan could say anything, she had already run off. Lu Xiongwan didn't chase after her. Instead, she stayed on the bed, closing her eyes to rest and prepare for the upcoming battle. Lu Guoqing, who worked at the factory, was distracted all day. He was worried that his second brother might get too scared. Such a state of mind was not good for work. If his colleagues hadn't noticed his strange behavior and kept reminding him, He might have gotten his right hand caught in the machine today. What's wrong with you today? If you're really not feeling well, just take a day off and rest at home, Lu Jianliang said, worried about him. He had also been startled earlier. I'm fine. Lu Guiqing tried to gather his strength. After all, he couldn't share certain personal matters with others, or he would lose face. All right then, Lu Jianliang saw he didn't want to talk and didn't press him. If he could help with work, he would. He spent a confusing day and finally finished work. Lu Guiqing felt like he had lost his soul and ran outside. But halfway there, he remembered he had promised director Hu Yuqian they would meet today, so he quickly rode his bike back. When he arrived at the door, he saw Hu Yuqian waiting for him. Didn't I tell you? Today, where did you run off to? Hu Yuqian threw his cigarette on the ground and stomped it out, looking at him impatiently. Lu Guiqing, needing his help and knowing he was his boss, lowered his head and kept apologizing. Enough, enough. Let's go, Hu Yuqian said, tired of hearing more excuses, urging him to leave quickly. When they got home, Wang Fingjiao had already prepared the meal. She poured some water, and they washed their hands before sitting at the table. Hu Yuqian glanced around but didn't see the little girl. He was very anxious. He came today mainly for her, otherwise, he would have gone out to eat with the factory director. Lu Guiqing noticed his worry, gave Wang Fingjiao a look, and then invited Hu Yuqian to drink some wine. The wine was very strong. A few glasses could make someone drunk and unable to find their way home. He had also checked beforehand. Hu Yuqian's alcohol tolerance was not high. Meanwhile, Wang Fingjiao knocked on Lu Xiangwan's door. Seeing she was still wearing her traditional dress, she happily called her to come eat. Xiangwan had already heard the noise outside. Combining it with what she had overheard earlier, she instantly realized she was facing a tricky situation. But surprisingly, she decided she had to face it. Xiangwan replied, sat up from her bed, put on her shoes, and followed her out. The moment she stepped out, Hu Yuqian's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, it had only been a few days, but she looked even better. Seeing her made him feel like he was back in his youth, and he had the urge to hold her down on the bed. Lu Guiqing saw Hu Yuqian so pleased. He was worried about his own small problems earlier, but now he felt a little happy inside. I'm glad you're satisfied. Only then can he make demands. It's not right to marry off his beautiful daughter to such an old man and just arrange his son's job. He also wants a bride price. Thinking about the money spent on this stubborn girl recently, it pains him. He wants to get it all back with interest. Lu Xiangwan really dislikes his flirtatious look. From the original owner's memory, she knows he's just an old man dreaming of something he can't have. This makes her dislike him even more. Without hiding, she said in front of Lu Guiqing and his wife, "Stop looking or I'll poke your eyes out." Lu Xiangwan, how can you talk like that? Lu Guiqing scolded, slamming the table. But Hu Yuqian held him back, staring at Lu Xiangwan with a mischievous look. This girl has a temper. I like that. He likes her boldness. It can awaken his desire to conquer. He's secretly looking forward to a life with this lively girl. When Lu Guiqing heard he was willing, he didn't say much. Lu Xiangwan found a seat far from Hu Yuqian and sat down silently. She picked up some meat from the plate and started eating. She thought Wang Fingjiao wouldn't eat the food she prepared because they also needed to eat. After a while, Wang Fingjiao brought over a bowl of rice, deliberately placing the rice she seasoned in front of Lu Xiangwan. Lu Xiangwan just looked at her, smiled without saying anything. Wang Fingjiao felt guilty and didn't dare meet her eyes directly. Although Hu Yuqian was joking and laughing with Lu Guiqing, his eyes kept fixed on Lu Xiangwan. The more he looked, the more he liked her. The fortune teller also said their horoscopes matched, and they were a perfect pair. Xiangwan talked to Uncle Hu, Lu Guiqing said, noticing she kept eating without a word. He nudged her with his arm, hoping she'd be more aware and not eat like a starving ghost who hadn't eaten in years. He usually didn't mistreat her. If Lu Xiangwan heard this, she'd probably just think to herself and give him a slap to wake him up. Are you blind? Can't you see I'm eating? Lu Xiangwan finished the last piece of meat in her mouth, looked up at him with annoyance. She didn't touch the bowl of rice beside her, sensing something was wrong. Her instincts were always accurate. Lu Xiongwan, why are you so fierce? Can't you see I'm eating? Hu Yuqian has already claimed Lu Xiongwan as his woman. Seeing her upset, he naturally feels unhappy and gets angry at Lu Guiqing. Then he turns to Lu Xiongwan and says, "Don't listen to your dad. Calling me uncle sounds so bad. Just call me Yuqian from now on. Anyway, we will become a family sooner or later. Who wants to be part of your family? It's not even dark yet. Stop dreaming in the daytime," she replies. "Uncle? At your age, you could be her grandfather. He's really old and shameless." Lu Xiongwan feels disgusted and gets goosebumps all over her body. "Did your dad tell you about us? We are about to become a family. Don't worry, Xiongwan, I will treat you well in the future. Do you really want to marry me?" "Yes," Hu Yuqian nods desperately. "I'll marry you if you want." "Really? You agree to marry me?" Hu Yuqian is so excited he stands up quickly, reaching out to hold Lu Xiongwan's hand, but he hasn't touched her yet. "But I have conditions." "Say whatever you want. As long as I can do it, I will agree." When Lu Guiqing and Wang Fingjiao hear her say yes, their eyes widen like bells, but they quickly realize, if she agrees so easily, why did they bother trying so hard? Lu Guiqing's heart aches when he thinks about how much money he's spent recently. "Xiongwan, say something," Hu Yuqian urges when she stays silent. He is almost desperate, looking at Lu Xiongwan greedily, willing to do anything, even risking his life, to have her. 108 legs, 3 turns and a sound, plus 2,000 yuan in bride price. None can be missing, Lu Xiongwan says firmly, not softening at all. If he can make her marry him by doing all this, then this old man isn't a good person. He bears at least half the responsibility for her death. "Do you think you're made of gold?" Wang Fingjiao immediately stands up when she hears this. With these conditions, not only Hu Yuqian, but anyone who comes to her house would be scared away. 2,000 yuan in bride price? That's asking for the impossible. "If you agree, I'll marry you. If not, forget it." Lu Xiongwan shrugs and looks at Hu Yuqian with a playful smile, giving him a faint smile that leaves him completely confused. "I haven't even said anything yet. Why are you interrupting? Go back and shut up," she snaps. Hu Yuqian shouted at Wang Fingjiao, then turned around with a playful smile and said to Lu Xiongwan, "I agree." "So, when shall we get married?" "Bring the stuff first," she replied. She was really blinded by beauty. She could accept such a ridiculous request. Remember, 2,000 yuan, based on Lu Guiqing's salary, would take him 5 or 6 years of saving without eating or drinking. Not to mention the other 3 turns and 1 sound she wanted. That old man's family wealth was quite substantial. All right, I'll go prepare later." "Is there anything else?" Lu Guiqing and Wang Fingjiao watched the two of them laughing and talking happily. It all felt so unreal. He had agreed to such a crazy request. Was he really that foolish and rich? With that much money, he could marry several young women, but both of them silently agreed not to say anything. After all, getting rid of this troublemaker at home was the most important thing. Besides, Wang Fingjiao was happy but also a little jealous and resentful. When she married Lu Guiqing, she had nothing, just a hand to hold, a baby in her belly, and 2 old, worn-out quilts. That girl really had good luck. "Director Hu, it's about my son Hongxing's job." Lu Guiqing, sensing the conversation was almost over, took the opportunity to get close to Hu Yuqian when he was a bit tipsy, bringing up his son's matter openly. "Call me Yuqian, no need for director. From now on, we're family," Hu Yuqian said happily. He was about to marry a beautiful girl, and he no longer had that official attitude. He and Lu Guiqing started to drink and joke like brothers. "Yuqian," Lu Guiqing tentatively called. Sure enough, Hu Yuqian's face was full of wrinkles, like a blooming flower. Seeing his reaction, Lu Guiqing relaxed. He had made a connection with the director. He could even imagine his colleagues, who once looked down on him, now coming to flatter him like lapdogs. He felt very happy. Even the usually quiet person next to him, busy eating meat, looked more agreeable. Lu Guiqing, they say a son-in-law is like a son. From now on, you'll have another good son. Lu Xiongwan couldn't help but mock the two foolish people. Well, her current words really knew how to keep herself from losing out. Lu Guiqing's good mood was suddenly spoiled by her. Looking at this stubborn girl, it was as if she always brought up the wrong topic. Could he have a son bigger than him? Just joking, of course not. But Hu Yuqian thought Lu Xiongwan was right. He no longer called him brothers, but directly called him dad, since he married his daughter. Honestly, he said it quite naturally. Don't, director. Hu.
Just call me Guiqing, he said.
He couldn't bring himself to call him dad, and he looked uncomfortable, not knowing where to put his hands. From now on, you'll be my father-in-law. Calling you dad is only right. Lu Guiqing could say nothing else, so he just took a big drink. Xiongwan found it boring. She moved the bowl of rice in front of her to Wang Fengjiao and said, I can't eat this rice. You eat it. One bowl is enough for me, enough, Wang Fengjiao replied. She had already added ingredients to that bowl of rice, so she didn't dare to eat it. And it was used for breeding pigs in the countryside.
Eat it.
I want to see you eat today, Xiongwan said, placing her own bowl in front of her and holding her chin, watching her. She looked like she had to eat it today. Wang Fengjiao was almost crying inside. She could only kick Lu Guiqing's leg hard, hoping he would help her out. But Lu Guiqing, busy drinking and chatting, didn't understand her meaning. Instead, he said in a rude tone, Why are you kicking me? Nothing. It's fine. Wang Fengjiao gave up completely. Hurry up and eat, Xiongwan urged when she saw she was reluctant to pick up her chopsticks. Although Hu Yuqian didn't know why, since his woman spoke, he had to insist she eat. He kept pressuring her. Lu Guiqing was now almost treating Hu Yuqian like a deity, offering incense 3 times a day. He wouldn't let him be unhappy, so he also spoke up for him. This rice won't choke you if you eat it. Hurry up, her husband couldn't help his wife Wang Fengjiao. Now he was in a difficult position. Looking at the bowl of rice with added ingredients, he didn't want to eat, but also didn't want to leave it. What's wrong? Did you put something in it? You've been refusing to eat. I don't have much of an appetite. I think your appetite is pretty good. You just ate happily earlier, Xiongwan said, not missing any chance to make her eat the rice. When Lu Guiqing heard this, he suddenly realized what was happening. Just now, Wang Fengjiao had been kicking him from below, trying to get his attention. Their original plan was just like this, to make them fall into the trap and force the girl to admit her feelings, even if she didn't want to. But unexpectedly, she agreed so quickly, which meant their plan wouldn't work anymore. To prevent the truth from coming out, he had to sacrifice her a little. He gave Wang Fengjiao a look and said, Girl, this is for your own good. Eat quickly. Wang Fengjiao clearly understood what Lu Guiqing meant. In the end, she could only cry and finish her rice, then left feeling unwell to lie down in her room. Lu Xiongwan watched her back, feeling no guilt at all. If the original owner were still here, she might have actually succeeded, and that would have been a disaster. Give me the money, Lu Xiongwan said without caring about the others present. She reached out to Lu Guiqing. I have some. Hu Yuqian quickly took money out of his pocket and handed it to her, but Lu Xiongwan didn't want it. Why do you want money? After taking so much from him last time, the girl had spent it all on a trip out, making him furious. Now, just a few days later, she was asking him again. Is he running a money factory? Yes or no, Lu Xiongwan said impatiently. If Nwanwan wants it, I'll give it to her. Hurry up, Hu Yuqian looked at Lu Guiqing, annoyed by his slow attitude. Yes, Lu Guiqing dared not refuse now that the boss had spoken. He took his wallet out of his pocket. Just as Lu Xiongwan was about to grab it, Lu Guiqing quickly protected it in front of his chest and took out a few bills to give her. Is this all? Are you trying to bribe a beggar? Lu Xiongwan didn't take the money. Why be so stingy? Hu Yuqian snatched the wallet from Lu Guiqing and threw it to Lu Xiongwan. Nwanwan, take it and spend it. If it's not enough, I have more. Keep it for yourself to buy a coffin, Lu Xiongwan said, and left with the money. Hu Yuqian followed her, calling her warmly, almost making her feel sick enough to the rice she just ate. Before the wedding, I don't want to see you. Don't follow me, or the wedding won't happen. No, I won't bother you anymore. Hu Yuqian was so frightened that he quickly pulled back his foot after taking a step forward, only able to watch her leave with admiration. Lu Guoqing sat at the table, feeling sorry for his money. Since Lu Xiongwan had left, Hu Yuqian saw no reason to stay. He informed Lu Guoqing and then went home to prepare his things. He wanted to marry her as soon as possible and couldn't wait any longer. After seeing him off, Lu Guoqing returned to his own room and found Wang Fingjiao had already taken off all her clothes. She kept calling out that she was hot. This tempting scene naturally made Lu Guoqing feel excited and want to rush over, but he was too overwhelmed to act and could only stare helplessly. Seeing he didn't move, Wang Fingjiao suddenly pounced on him, pressing close. Her seductive charm as a mature woman hit him hard, but it only made Lu Guoqing more annoyed. He quickly pulled her away from himself. "Look at yourself," he said, then left. This action stunned Wang Fingjiao for a moment, but she quickly reacted. She was so heated that she had lost her reason, writhing on the ground but still unable to find relief. Xiongwan arrived at the department store and went straight to the glasses counter. The clerk, hearing she needed glasses, asked her to sit down for an eye exam. But Xiongwan said no, she just wanted a pair of plain lenses without any prescription. She could see clearly from 10 meters away, so her eyesight was very good. This puzzled the clerk, as he had never encountered such a request before. He straightforwardly told her it couldn't be done. Who would spend 10 yuan on glasses with no prescription? They were just wasting money. Xiongwan lowered her standards and asked for the lowest prescription glasses they had, since she only needed to wear them when working outside. The clerk agreed immediately. Xiongwan paid and was given a receipt, telling her to pick up the glasses in 3 days. She thought 3 days was enough and agreed. Meanwhile, Hu Yuqian went home and started working. He took out all the money he had saved over the years from a mouse hole, about 1,000 yuan and some industrial tickets, and then left. When Lu Xiongwan saw him again, she found the courtyard filled with all the things she wanted. Of course, there was also that old man who thought he could marry a young girl, looking at her with a happy face. Meanwhile, others in the courtyard were watching eagerly. With such a grand scene, they had never seen anything like it before, so they all rushed over to join the excitement. Seeing so many things in the yard, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Wow, how much money must have been spent? Marrying a fairy like her is enough. Whose girl is so lucky? People were talking excitedly. Nuan, I've prepared everything, Hu Yuqian said, rubbing his hands as he stepped forward and handed her 2,000 yuan. Lu Xiongwan instinctively tried to dodge, looking upset and shrinking back as if frightened by the big scene. The people in the courtyard also noticed something was wrong. They looked at Lu Guoqing and his wife and asked what was happening. Lu Guoqing was happy but also very smart. Marrying his daughter to such an old man was embarrassing. Seeing the angry crowd in the yard, he quickly pretended to be upset and said, "Xiongwan really wants to get married. We can't stop her, no matter what." Lu Guoqing, you're talking nonsense without thinking. Xiongwan isn't blind or stupid. How could she marry someone who could be her father? Did you and Wang Fingjiao force her? Su Jianxi didn't believe his words. Wang Damao stepped forward, holding her hand with concern, pretending she didn't see Hu Yuqian at all. She was not afraid of him, even at her old age. Softly, she asked, "Girl, tell me honestly what's really going on." Nuan agreed. "Don't believe me? Ask her." Hu Yuqian was originally happy, thinking he was about to marry a beautiful girl, but suddenly a group of people appeared and blocked his way. His face darkened like coal. It was his marriage, and what did these people have to do with it?
Damao.
Lu Xiongwan looked nervously at Lu Guoqing, then quickly lowered her head. I agree. But as soon as she finished speaking, her eyes turned red. Tears welled up but refused to fall. Finally, she pinched her thighs secretly, and tears started streaming down her face.
See?
Nuan said she's willing. Someone said, "Girl, tell Damao the truth. Did they force you to marry?" It was obvious to everyone present that she was crying because she was upset. No one couldn't see what was happening. Some people didn't want to offend Hu Yuqian, fearing they might be treated unfairly at work, so they chose to stay silent and watch from the side. But widowed Lady Lin and Sister Ma were different. Lu Guiqing, you're so heartless to do such a terrible thing. Aren't you afraid of punishment from heaven? If you don't want this girl, just give her to me, she said fiercely, almost ready to fight him. I'm not forcing her.
It was Worm's idea.
I wouldn't do such a thing. I'm innocent, Lu Guiqing said, patting his thigh and pretending to be sad, tears welling up. Wang Fingjiao also helped him, biting her lip as she said that Worm agreed willingly. At this moment, Lu Worm stepped forward and said, Uncle, Auntie, I did this willingly.
They didn't
force me. Lu girl, we're here to support you. Don't be afraid, Sister Ma said, stepping in. Thank you, Annie, but I really
did it willingly.
Please don't blame them, Worm replied. This made Granny Wang so angry she didn't know what to say. Girl, you have to think carefully. It's hard to be a stepmother, and he's much older than you. Your future life. Granny, this is my fate, Worm said, then burst into tears, hugging Granny Wang tightly. Everyone present felt very upset. Granny Wang held Worm and also cried. Girl, if you don't want to marry, we won't. Granny will risk everything today to protect you. Su Jianxi was so angry he punched Lu Guiqing, knocking him to the ground. Sister Ma and widowed Lady Lin quickly came over to comfort both of them. Hu Yuqian was a bit worried. She had agreed to this in person, and she had brought the bride price. They were just waiting to get her married. What if she changed her mind? Where would he cry? Granny, don't cry. This is my fate. I have to accept it, Worm said. She wiped her tears and, in front of everyone, said, My parents worked hard to raise me. I don't have much to give, so I'll leave these things for Hongxing to use when he gets married. It's my way of repaying you for raising me all these years. Her biological parents had mistreated her so badly, yet she still wanted to leave her bride price for her brother. This girl truly has a kind heart. Compared to her, Lu Guiqing and his wife were really not good people. Everyone in the courtyard looked at them with disdain. Lu Guiqing was stunned by the big piece of good news, but Wang Fingjiao always felt that behind that thick, black-hearted girl there might be some secret plan waiting for them, so she remained somewhat cautious. However, when Hu Yuqian publicly handed over the 2,000 yuan to Lu Guiqing, Wang Fingjiao immediately pushed aside her suspicious thoughts. This girl had a change of heart and turned good. Now, she looked a little more acceptable to her. Lu Guiqing felt very happy holding the money, but he kept a calm face and said insincerely, This money will be yours when you get married. You're my daughter, and I have no demands. I just hope you live a good life. Exactly, Xiangwan, listen to your dad. Neither I nor your dad have much ability to help you. This is your bride price. We can't take it, Wang Fingjiao said, not overwhelmed by joy and helping to speak. But she wouldn't really do that. After raising her for so many years, she finally felt some gratitude. No need, keep this money for your retirement. In the future, as a daughter, you can't always show filial piety in front of me. Keep it, Lu Guiqing said, insisting on taking the money, even in front of so many people. All right then, Lu Guiqing took the opportunity to slip the money into his pocket, but he still said, This money stays with me. If you need it later, just come find me. Everyone in the courtyard chuckled, not believing his words. Such a large sum of money, anyone would be tempted to keep it. To be honest, Hu Yuqian was quite generous in marrying his wife. If it were them, they wouldn't be able to come up with so much money even if they tried. In the end, everyone helped move the things into the house. Meanwhile, Granny Wang and others wanted to persuade her again, because marriage was not a trivial matter. Xiangwan shook her head and refused their kindness. Auntie, Granny, I really can't stay in this home anymore. Maybe marriage is my way out, but you shouldn't marry Hu Yuqian, said Granny Lin. With her looks, Xiangwan could marry into a good family. Why marry such an old man who could be her father? Granny Lin couldn't understand. Xiangwan took the opportunity to tearfully explain why she had attempted suicide. She wasn't doing it for that young man. Mrs. Wang and the others were shocked, as if struck by lightning. Besides feeling sorry for Lu Xiongwan, they were mostly angry. They immediately wanted to confront Lu Guiqing, but Lu Xiongwan stopped them. After persuading them gently, they finally swallowed their anger. When they came out again, Hu Yuqian was already discussing the wedding date with Lu Guiqing and his wife in the living room. Both sides wanted to get married as soon as possible. Without waiting for Lu Xiongwan's approval, they set the date for the second day of next month, a good day for marriage. Next month, the second day, it's not much time left. It's too soon, and we haven't prepared anything, Mrs. Wang immediately objected. She looked at Lu Guiqing and his wife and grew more angry. It's enough time. I promise to make the wedding grand and beautiful, Hu Yuqian said happily. He planned to hold a big celebration that would make everyone jealous. Where will the wedding be held? At the state-run restaurant, with 6 cold dishes, 8 hot dishes, and 2 soups. Mrs. Wang and the others didn't say anything after hearing this. Hu Yuqian's sincerity was clear. No other neighbor's wedding had such high standards. It seemed he was genuine. He was willing to spend a lot of money, so he probably would treat Xiongwan well. Maybe she was getting older, but older people can be caring. Marrying her as a stepmother wouldn't sound bad. But there was no other way. They couldn't stay in that wolf's den. Who knew what kind of crazy things the couple might do next? Xiongwan didn't say anything either, so the wedding was decided. Lu Guiqing's son, Lu Hongxing, Hu Yuqian's brother-in-law, would start working at the steel factory in a few days and get a stable job. After settling this big matter, Lu Guiqing felt very proud. He sent Hu Yuqian and Mrs. Wang away, then took out some cloth tickets and money to give to Wang Fingjiao. He told her to take Xiongwan shopping for clothes for the wedding. He didn't want anyone to gossip behind his back. The important face-saving work still needed to be done, even though some people were already calling him a bad person behind his back. Wang Fingjiao didn't want to spend money on Xiongwan, but when she thought of the 2,000 yuan in Lu Guiqing's hand, she reluctantly agreed to take Xiongwan to the department store to buy clothes. Xiongwan was too lazy to move. She just left to whatever and went inside to lie down. Wang Fingjiao was annoyed by her attitude, but she had no choice. The matter assigned by old Lu had to be done well. After all, it wasn't proper to leave the house wearing torn clothes on the wedding day, so in the end, she went alone. In the evening, just before dinner, Lu Tsilian, who hadn't been home for a long time, returned. As soon as she entered, she rushed toward Lu Xiongwan. Seeing her occupying her bed, she was furious. No matter how pretty you look, what's the use? You'll end up marrying an old man. Lu Xiongwan, you'll never be better than me in this life, Lu Tsilian sneered. Honestly, she was very happy when she heard Lu Xiongwan was getting married. If she was unhappy, she felt happy. She believed she would always be stepped on by others in her life. Really? Lu Xiongwan, who had seen many things, immediately noticed the purple marks on her neck, which were signs of intimate affection. Lu Tsilian felt guilty under her gaze and quickly pulled her collar up. Just wait to be tortured by that old man. She spat out harsh words and left. Lu Xiongwan only let out a light chuckle. As the saying goes, like father, like son, a mouse's child will dig holes. All the children raised are spoiled. Of course, this included the original owner, the little girl who was wronged and couldn't speak up. Before Lu Xiongwan could pick up her chopsticks, Lu Guiqing took a piece of meat and placed it in her bowl in front of everyone. Manhwa, eat quickly. Even his way of addressing her had become more affectionate. Lu Tsilian glared at her with hatred while biting her chopsticks. Wang Fingjiao was happy to see her daughter after many days, but worried she might anger Lu Guiqing like last time. She quickly nudged her with her arm, urging her to eat. Lu Guiqing didn't eat the piece of meat he had served Lu Xiongwan. He looked at Lu Tsilian and said without hesitation, Lu Guiqing, you better pay more attention and not accidentally agree to something you don't understand. Lu Guiqing, who was focused on eating, was stunned after hearing this. He looked up at Lu Xiongwan, frowning in confusion. The little girl hadn't been acting strange for a while. What was she up to now? Lu Xiongwan didn't answer him. Instead, she stared at Lu Tsilian with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. Mom, I'm full. Lu Xilian quickly said, scared and trying to leave, but Lu Guoqing stopped her. He looked her up and down, but after a long look, he couldn't see anything unusual. Lu Xiongwan kindly tried to give him some advice. Some people's necks are all marked from kisses. That man doesn't understand how to cherish a lady. He's really rough. If Guoqing Lu still didn't understand her words, he would be a big fool. He immediately stood up. Wang Fengjiao also looked at her daughter with wide eyes, unable to believe what she saw. Lu Kailian instinctively covered her neck and tried to run away, but Guoqing Lu grabbed her arm and forcibly pulled her hand away. Seeing the numerous marks, he suddenly got angry and slapped her. Old Lu, if you have something to say, just say it. Why are you hitting the kid? Wang Fengjiao quickly protected her daughter. Look at what she's done. She's so unruly and shameful, Guoqing Lu shouted at Wang Fengjiao. But you can't hit the kid, she replied. If I don't hit her, should I hit you? Well, maybe I should. It's because I, as a mother, didn't teach my daughter well. She deserves a beating, Lu Xiongwan said, inserting herself into the conversation. Wang Fengjiao glared at her fiercely, but Lu Xiongwan wasn't afraid and glared back. Tell me, who is that man? If you don't say, I will beat you to death today, Guoqing Lu said fiercely. He even pulled Wang Fengjiao away from blocking Lu Kailian. In this day and age, a woman's reputation is very important. It doesn't matter if she dies, but if she ruins her son's chances of getting married, he won't be able to have grandchildren. That's the real problem. Are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, I will beat you to death today, Guoqing Lu said, taking off his shoe and holding it tightly, then fiercely swung it at Lu Kailian. He wanted to see whether his fist was stronger or her mouth was tougher. Lu Xiongwan couldn't eat anymore, so she took out a handful of sunflower seeds from her space and casually cracked and ate them while watching the scene unfold. She also pointed at Guoqing Lu, giving quick, precise, and fierce instructions. Wang Fengjiao was so angry she gritted her teeth and glared at Lu Xiongwan, then quickly stepped in to stop the fight. If you dare protect her, then take her and get out. I don't have a daughter who embarrasses me like this. She isn't your daughter. She was born to Wang Fengjiao and her previous partner. You're just a stepfather, a fool. Lu Xiongwan quickly clarified her position, seeing his confusion. I don't know if Lu Guoqing heard, but he kept getting more and more aggressive. Wang Fengjiao didn't dare to step forward to stop him and could only keep urging her daughter to tell the man everything. In the end, Lu Kailian couldn't hold back and told the truth. Only then did Lu Guoqing stop. Wang Fengjiao quickly went to hug her daughter with concern. Later, under Lu Guoqing's intense questioning, Lu Kailian had to reveal everything about the two of them. When Lu Guoqing heard that Lu Kailian had given herself to that man, he was so angry that he grabbed a bowl from the table and threw it at her. Meanwhile, Lu Xiongwan was happily listening like a bystander, with a pile of sunflower seed shells at her feet as high as a small hill. It was really foolish, just a few sweet words from that man, and he tricked her into trusting him. Not to mention, that man worked at a meat processing plant, and even if he didn't, Lu Kailian's face wasn't particularly attractive. Wang Fengjiao's cleverness clearly hadn't been passed down. TSK, TSK, TSK. When she cries in the future, she won't even need to make a move herself. Finally, after Wang Fengjiao's tearful and pleading words, Lu Guoqing's attitude softened a little. He agreed to let Lu Kailian bring the man home in the next couple of days and settle the marriage. But he had his own plans. He intended to ask for a large bride price from the man, so it wouldn't be a waste to raise her.
Lu Kailian nazawi escape disaster.
Seeing there was no more excitement, Lu Xiongwan left behind the pile of sunflower seed shells, patted her, and went back to her room. She took out a bottle of sleeping pills from her space, took about 10 pills, and crushed them into powder with a stick, then packed the powder into a small bag. After a while, noticing no movement outside, Lu Xiongwan opened the door, glanced around, and saw the living room was full of the powder and empty of people. She quietly stepped out and added all the powder into the pile. Then she casually returned to her room. She had been observing Lu Guoqing and his wife's habits for days. They drank a lot of water every night before bed. She deliberately left a small gap in the door to keep an eye on what was happening outside. If this plan didn't work, she had a backup plan ready. She didn't want to stay in this disgusting house any longer. After planning for so many days, she hoped to gain some benefit from it. How many times do I have to tell you? A woman's first time is very precious. Wang Fingjiao kept talking to her daughter on the way back from the hospital. Lu Kailian listened so much that her ears felt numb. You're so annoying. You brat, I'm only doing this for your good. Why don't you understand my good intentions? She wondered how she ended up with such a troublesome child. For my sake, just stop talking. Lu Kailian firmly believed her choice was right. Brother Neo loved her, and he said he would soon tell his family and marry her. Also, the dress she was wearing was a special gift from him from the seaside city. They didn't have such nice clothes. And these days, he took her out to eat every day. Otherwise, how could she let him take advantage for free? A man with so much money must be kept close. Later, she could buy whatever she wanted. He was much better than her mother's husband. Wang Fingjiao talked all the way until she was dry-throated. She poured herself a glass of water and drank it all. At this moment, Lu Guiqing came out. He looked at his stepdaughter, glared at her, then turned to Wang Fingjiao and said, "Next time, use less salt when cooking. It's way too salty." People who didn't know might think salt was free, as she kept adding more until both bowls of food were finished. Only then did Lu Guiqing feel his throat was better. Okay. Honestly, Wang Fingjiao also thought her food was a bit salty today, thinking she had added too much salt. But she didn't know that Lu Xiangwan secretly added a lot of salt to those two dishes when Wang Fingjiao went to the kitchen to serve the food. She did it to make them thirsty and uncomfortable at night. Lu Guiqing turned back into the house. Wang Fingjiao just told her daughter a few more things before going to her room. As for Lu Kailian, when she returned to her own room, she saw her bed was taken over by Lu Xiangwan, who was sleeping on the floor. She absolutely refused to sleep on the ground, so she quietly sneaked out to find her secret boyfriend. This scene was seen clearly by Lu Xiangwan. By midnight, Lu Xiangwan felt it was time. She put on her shoes, knocked on the door a few times, and when she saw no movement next door, she knew her plan was working. But just to be safe, she took out 2 tranquilizer injections from her space. She gave one to each of them, ensuring they wouldn't wake up soon. These tranquilizers were bought at a high price from a beauty clinic before, so they were cheap for her. Next, she started her plan. These days, there are no surveillance cameras, so she can do whatever she wants without anyone suspecting her. After all, she is a poor girl who is abused by her biological father and stepmother, with no way to fight back. But to be safe, Lu Xiangwan took out shoe covers and gloves from her space to put on. She then emptied the bucket of water, cleaned it thoroughly, rinsed it several times, and refilled it with half a bucket of water. She looked around the living room. The 108 legs sent by Hu Yuqian were mostly tables, chairs, and cabinets. Lu Xiangwan didn't even bother to look at them. She simply stored them in her space. She could use these items when she moved to the countryside later. Since the rural area is crowded and noisy, it's not convenient to do anything there now. When she moves out, she'll find the right time to take these things out. After all, she plans to stay there for about 10 years, making it her second home since her crossing here. Next, she focused on the 3-turn and 1-sound item she boldly asked for. She wanted it because it required a special ticket, which most people couldn't get easily. She initially intended to make things difficult for him, but unexpectedly, that old man managed to gather everything. Lu Xiangwan took a closer look and saw that he was quite attentive. There was a butterfly brand sewing machine, a Phoenix manganese steel bicycle, a diamond brand ladies' watch, and a peony radio. Unfortunately, all these items only disappointed her because he wasn't worthy. He was the executioner who directly caused the original owner's death. She sighed slightly and stored all these items in her space. She also remembered to put in Lu Guiqing's old bicycle. These were originally bought by her grandmother for her mother, so now they just returned to their rightful owner. It wasn't stealing. Next was the main event of the day. Lu Xiangwan went straight to the room where Lu Guiqing and Wang Fingjiao were sleeping. She gently slapped each of them on the ear, once on Lu Guoqing and once on Wang Fingjiao, but neither of them moved. The anesthetic she bought from the beauty salon worked very well. Still, she didn't stop her search. She rummaged through the wardrobe, turning everything upside down, but found no money. This room was very small, so there weren't many places to hide anything. Besides, nowadays, ordinary people believe that cash in hand is their own, so they don't keep money in the bank. Lu Guoqing probably did the same. He must have hidden the money somewhere in the house. Lu Xiangwan kept searching stubbornly. Finally, she took a flashlight, put on a mask, and, not caring about the dirt, crawled under the bed. She carefully flipped through each shoe, remembering that her grandmother used to hide money this way when she was a child. Sure enough, at the very back of the bed, Lu Xiangwan found something. Using her flashlight, she saw that inside a worn-out cloth shoe was a cloth bag. When she opened it, she found many large bundles of money. Clearly, this wasn't the bride price Hu Yuqian had brought today. Without counting, Lu Xiangwan threw the bundles into her space and put the shoes back in place. As she was about to leave, she suddenly got excited and accidentally bumped her head. The pain made tears stream down her face. She quickly wiped her tears, carefully massaged her forehead, and looked up at what had caused her pain. She saw a protruding piece of the bedboard. If she hadn't looked carefully, she wouldn't have noticed. But Lu Xiangwan had a flashlight. She thought the light was too bright and might attract attention, so she tied a white cloth over the flashlight to make it less obvious. Still, she could see everything clearly. She shined the flashlight on other parts of the bed and found that only this one spot was raised. Something was wrong, so Lu Xiangwan reached out to pry it. She found it was nailed down tightly and fused with the bed, making it impossible to move. But she wasn't afraid. She took out a small handmade saw from her space and started cutting. In about 5 minutes, she sawed through it. The object in her hand was a locked metal box, heavy and solid. Lu Xiangwan guessed there was probably something valuable inside. Otherwise, Lu Guoqing wouldn't have gone to such trouble to hide it in such a secret place. Since she found it, she wasn't going to hold back. She put the box and her tool into her space. After crawling out from under the bed, she didn't stop. She searched every corner of the room and found some money. It was a little, but Lu Xiangwan didn't leave anything behind. She collected it all. She even took a jar of unopened snow cream and half-used pearl cream from the bedside table. She didn't need these products herself. When she went to the countryside, she planned to give them as gifts to the villagers to build good relationships and make future work easier. This room had been searched thoroughly, but the 2,000 yuan bride price given by Hu Yuqian was still missing. So, Lu Xiangwan focused her gaze on the two people lying on the bed. Disgusted, she pushed apart the two of them and started rummaging through their belongings. Eventually, she found the 2,000 yuan inside the pillowcase. Lu Xiangwan thought to herself that such a thick, hard stack of money wouldn't bother her when sleeping, but her hands moved faster than her mind, and she quickly took the money. After that, she went to great lengths to bring the two back together before leaving. As soon as she stepped out the door, she turned back and mischievously took the blankets covering the two, along with the clothes in the wardrobe. In the blink of an eye, the full wardrobe was emptied, and even the pile of old shoes under the bed was collected into her space. But Lu Xiangwan wasn't completely heartless. She left them a pair of their current pajamas to wear while sleeping. Next, she didn't spare anything in the house. Small items like needles and thread, large items like pots and bowls, and even tableware, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, all were stored in her space, leaving nothing behind. If Wang Fingjiao knew that the half jar of lard she had just made was missing, she would surely be furious, but that wasn't something Lu Xiangwan considered. All of this was what they deserved. Occupying the original owner's grandfather's house and not treating the owner well, she thought they should be struck by lightning. Lu Xiangwan felt her childhood had already been tough enough, but she never expected the original owner's life to be even worse. Indeed, people are not equal. She even pried open the lock on the food cabinet, collecting the flour, rice, millet, cornmeal, and more. She even cleaned up every grain of rice that had fallen into the corner, leaving none behind. The living room and the room belonging to Lu Guiqing were stripped clean. Nothing was left. Next was Lu Hongxing's room. Lu Xiongwan entered and found that this room's belongings were even better than Lu Guiqing's. The quilt looked thick just by looking at it, no need to touch. It seemed that this couple truly loved their son. The items in this room alone could not be found in many houses in the entire courtyard. But what did that have to do with her? This time, Lu Xiongwan didn't even spare the bed and collected everything into her space. When the time comes, after arriving in the countryside, she will chop firewood and cook, saving her from having to go back and forth up the mountain to gather wood. There is plenty of coal in the space, but in the countryside, some surface projects still need to be done to impress outsiders. Suddenly, Lu Hongxing's house was empty and bare, except for a pile of trash on the ground. Lu Xiongwan, feeling disgusted, left. Since she was acting, she decided to do it completely. Lu Xiongwan waved her hand and moved everything out of the room she was sleeping in, except for the bed, into her space. Looking at her now empty, bare, and impoverished home, Lu Xiongwan was very satisfied with her work tonight. By tomorrow morning, when Lu Guiqing and Wang Fingjiao wake up, they will see the big surprise she left for them. They will definitely be very happy. Lu Xiongwan took out a watch from her space, checked the time, and saw it was only 1 a.m. There was still time. When she stocked up on supplies, she thought the world might end, and surviving was the most important thing. So, she didn't bother to stock up on cosmetics or similar things. After all, the spiritual spring in her space was much more useful than any makeup. But now, she couldn't find anything suitable for disguising herself. In the end, she focused on the pile of coal she had bought. Lu Xiongwan didn't mind and took the coal directly to use. In no time, her face was covered in black. She even coated her neck and hands. Any exposed skin was painted over. She covered herself from head to toe in black. As long as she didn't smile, she looked like someone from a remote place, completely dark and unrecognizable. To be safe, she also pulled out a pair of black stockings she had never worn and put them over her head. At this moment, she looked like a bank robber. After her disguise, no one could recognize her as the poor girl Lu Xiongwan. Finished preparing, Lu Xiongwan checked the time. Half an hour had passed, so she quietly tiptoed out. Nowadays, there were no streetlights, and the road was dark and empty, with no one in sight. She hadn't been idle these days. She had already figured out where Hu Yuqian lived. He didn't stay in the staff dormitory but had his own small yard, which was a bit far from them. With her 2 legs, she didn't know how long it would take to get there. So Lu Xiongwan quickly took out an electric bike from her space without thinking and, under the moonlight, rode away quickly, disappearing in an instant. If she was accidentally seen, she would just enter her space with the bike. Later, people would think she saw a ghost late at night. She was very scared and worried, and she didn't care about anything else. After that, Lu Xiongwan rode her small electric bike for about 20 minutes and arrived at Hu Youqian's house. She quickly stored the bike in her space. She circled around the yard and found a slightly lower wall. It took a lot of effort, but she finally climbed over it. Then she jumped down carefully. Luckily, her movement was quiet enough not to wake Hu Yuqian and the 2 children inside. Otherwise, she would have had to hide in her space again. She tiptoed to the door and heard the steady sound of snoring inside. She felt relieved and quickly went into the kitchen, grabbing everything inside without even looking, and put it into her space. This included the bicycle locked at the door. Now, Lu Xiongwan was worried about how to get into Hu Youqian's house. She tried the door earlier and found it wouldn't budge, probably locked from inside. Breaking the door would make too much noise and disturb the neighbors, ruining her plan. Just when she didn't know what to do, she heard some movement inside. She quickly slipped into her space. From inside her space, she saw the door open. Hu Yuqian came out groggily and headed toward the bathroom. As luck would have it, everything went her way this time. While he was in the bathroom, Lu Xiongwan sneaked out of her space, entered the house, took a quick look around, and then hid back in her space. Hu Yuqian finished and went back to sleep. Soon, he started snoring loudly. Only then did Lu Xiangwan come out of her space. She took a syringe and injected something into him. Hu Yuqian, still asleep, felt in his neck. He was about to open his eyes to see what was happening, but his eyelids felt heavy as if filled with lead, and he fell into a deep sleep. If she delayed any longer, it would be dawn soon. Lu Xiangwan didn't hesitate and started searching like a bandit raiding a village. In the end, she found the money Hu Yuqian had hidden in a mouse hole, along with some gold bars. Lu Xiangwan took everything without hesitation. When she couldn't find anything else to do, she stopped and quickly opened the door to slip away. This trip was truly rewarding. Lu Xiangwan returned home, quickly slipped into her space, took off her dirty clothes, and stood by the spiritual spring. She washed herself repeatedly with soap until all the dark, dull dirt was gone. Only then did she stop. However, when she looked in the mirror, she noticed she looked a bit whiter. After drying her hair with a dryer, she applied a scentless essential oil, braided her hair into 2 pigtails that hung over her chest, and changed into the clothes she had worn before. Looking at the locked metal box she found under Lu Guiqing's bed, Lu Xiangwan grabbed a hammer and smashed it. She didn't have much strength, so it took several hits before the lock broke. She threw the hammer aside and quickly opened the box. Inside, there was a thick stack of banknotes and 6 or 7 gold bars. But what caught her eye the most was a jade bracelet. Even someone like Lu Xiangwan, who doesn't know much about jewelry, could tell it was valuable, probably worth at least a few million. But it was useless to her now, and in 2 years, it would only bring trouble. Whoever had it would be unlucky. So she found a box, stored it away, and kept it. Time in her space was frozen. Lu Xiangwan sat on the ground, counting her assets, more precisely, the combined wealth of Lu Guiqing and Hu Yuqian. But she didn't feel guilty. These belonged to her now, and she had no remorse because she was inherently cold and selfish, only wanting to live a better life. Moreover, all of this was owed to the original owner. 1 life in exchange for these things was not too much. Lu Xiangwan happily counted the money in her hands. From Lu Guiqing and Hu Yuqian's bride price, she had a total of 4,300 yuan. Hu Yuqian's side also had about the same, around 4,500 yuan. In total, after subtracting other expenses, she now held nearly 9,000 yuan in cash. Plus the banknotes and gold she had, she was definitely a small rich woman. Lu Xiangwan processed this good news alone, then left her space, still holding a small, white pill. She stared at it for a long time before swallowing it directly. Since that greasy, bald, and creepy old man likes her face, why not just ruin it? Being harsh on herself helps her be even tougher on others. She must live like a wolf. Anyway, the type of beauty-altering and ugly-altering drugs her senior developed are temporary. Plus, her space's useless spiritual spring that only makes people more beautiful means she can return to her original look in less than a month, maybe even become more beautiful. In a short while, the drug's effects kicked in. She didn't expect it to have side effects. The moment she felt her body change, a deep pain ran through her bones. The pain was so bad, she wanted to hit the wall and call her senior back to beat him up. But right now, she could only quickly take out an ibuprofen tablet and swallow it, which barely eased her pain. She didn't know how long it took, but the pain in her body finally disappeared. Her pillow was soaked with sweat from her head. She didn't have time to look in the mirror and fell into a heavy sleep. After all, she had been busy sneaking around all night. Suddenly, a loud voice broke the silence. Wang Fingzhou opened her eyes and saw her room was completely bare. No blanket, no furniture. She instinctively thought she hadn't woken up yet, pinched her thigh hard. It hurt. She wasn't dreaming. The shock made her scream out loud. Lu Guiqing, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by her noise. Without opening his eyes, he kicked her and said, "Shut up," then turned over and kept sleeping. Wang Fingzhou ignored the pain and hurriedly shook Lu Guiqing. "Old Lu, wake up. There's a big problem. Someone broke into the house. Are you done? So annoying. I can't even sleep peacefully."
You.
Lu Guiqing, tired of her fussing, sat up and started to get angry. But before he finished speaking, he was stunned by what he saw. He instinctively reached into the pillow to find his hidden money. But the pillow stuffing was all gone. He didn't notice the 2,000 yuan inside. He didn't bother to put on shoes. He just got out of bed barefoot and crawled under the bed. Wang Fingjiao thought he was going crazy and quickly grabbed his leg to pull him out. But Lu Guoqing, annoyed that she was wasting his time, kicked her to the ground. Only after he crawled under the bed did he realize everything was gone. Not only their usual shoes, but also the shoe where he hid his money was missing. He didn't have time to think much and quickly placed his hope in his secret hiding spot. As long as he had that money, he still had hope. But when he went to check, he found the wooden boards he had nailed were torn down, leaving a big hole. The metal box he hid was gone. Unwilling to give up, he crawled out and flipped the bed onto the floor. But he didn't find anything. Suddenly, Lu Guoqing's face showed a look of despair, as if he had lost everything. Just then, Wang Fingjiao, who had been kicked by Lu Guoqing, sat on the ground clutching her aching stomach and couldn't stand up. "Old Lu, what's wrong?" Wang Fingjiao managed to say, struggling to speak. They had been together for many years, but she had never seen him like this. Even if he lost something, he wouldn't look like this. "Tell me, did you steal my money?" At this moment, Lu Guoqing realized what was happening. His eyes turned fierce as he grabbed her by the neck, pulling her up from the ground and pushing her against the door to question her. Wang Fingjiao, already feeling sick from her stomach, couldn't breathe when he grabbed her. She desperately tried to loosen his grip, but it was useless. The more she struggled, the tighter he squeezed. I didn't. Say it or not. Really didn't. By now, Wang Fingjiao was almost out of strength, her eyes rolling back like a dead fish. Just when she thought she was about to die, Lu Guoqing let go. She fell to the ground with a thud, a look of relief on her face, as if she had escaped death. Lu Guoqing, as if possessed, was frantically searching everywhere. The living room was now empty. Even the most valuable bicycle and the things Hu Yuqian sent were gone. Even the items in his son's room were gone. It could be said that except for the wall paint, everything else had been taken. In just one night, everything disappeared without a trace. Suddenly, as if remembering something, Lu Guoqing went to Lu Xiangwan's room to check. He found the door wouldn't open. Frustrated, he kicked it several times before finally forcing it open. "Stinky girl, is it you? No one else could have done this." Hearing no response, Lu Guoqing went to pull her, but as she turned around suddenly, he was so scared he almost peed himself.
Who are you?
"Why are you in my house? Are you talking nonsense? This is my house. If I weren't here, I'd be sleeping on the street." As Lu Xiangwan opened her eyes, she saw Lu Guoqing wearing big boxer shorts. She felt annoyed and quickly turned her head to look out the window to clear her eyes. "Are you Lu Xiangwan's deadbeat father?" Lu Guoqing's voice sounded somewhat familiar, but the woman in front of him, covered in bruises and looking as fat as a pig, was hard to recognize. "Just say what you want. If there's nothing, then get out. Don't parade around in big boxer shorts in front of me. You're shameless, but I still have some dignity." Lu Guoqing looked down and realized he was completely only wearing his sleep shorts. At this moment, he clearly didn't care about anything else. After all, money is his lifeline. Without it, he didn't want to live. He immediately asked Lu Xiangwan if she had stolen his money. "Are you crazy? Why would I steal your money? Idiot." Lu Xiangwan showed no guilt at all and even scolded him for causing trouble early in the morning. "Then why are the things at home gone?" "What's gone?" she asked knowingly. Angrily, Lu Guoqing pulled Lu Xiangwan to the living room to check. "Where are the things? Where did they all go?" "My 3 turns and 1 horn, my 108 legs." "Lu Guoqing, you're too much. I didn't even want to give you the 2,000 yuan, and you still greedily took my dowry. Do you have any shame?" Lu Xiangwan, acting like a drama queen, rolled up her sleeves to fight him. But when she saw her own arm, she screamed in shock like a frightened rabbit. "What's wrong with me?" She hurriedly ran to look in the mirror, already mentally prepared, but still was shocked by her own ugly face reflected back. Did that senior student get some kind of shock and want to take revenge on society? She, a delicate beauty, had just slept and turned into this disgusting monster. She was ugly, but not to this extreme. Following her principle of doing a full performance, Lu Xiangwan, seemingly unable to handle the shock, suddenly fainted. At this moment, Lu Guoqing also completely dismissed his suspicion of Lu Xiangwan. After all the things at home were gone overnight, and she, a young girl, couldn't have done it. She had also become this hideous figure. Frustrated, Lu Guoqing sat on the ground, pulling at his hair in agitation, unable to figure out what was going on. He angrily punched the wall. The wall was unharmed, but his hand was bleeding a lot. At this moment, Wang Fengjiao finally calmed down. She stepped outside and saw what was happening in the living room. Her heart was pounding like a drum, and she held her breath, unable to believe her eyes. "Where are the things?" she stammered, as if determined to get an answer. "Things? Are you blind? Didn't you see they're gone?" Lu Guoqing said, tears starting to fall. He had worked hard to save that much money, and now it was all gone. The mice had entered his house, and they had taken everything. Wang Fengjiao felt like she had been struck by lightning. She was stunned, walking back and forth through the rooms, confirming that Lu Guoqing was right. "Call the police." She trembled as she spoke. Then she started hitting Lu Guoqing, urging him to report the theft. It was clear that burglars had broken into their home. Lu Guoqing finally regained some clarity. He quickly got up from the ground and tried to go outside, but Wang Fengjiao pulled him back. If he went out like that, he might be accused of misconduct or worse. It would be embarrassing for him. She told him to put on some clothes first. What clothes? All his clothes had been stolen, leaving the wardrobe empty. Even the clothes drying on the balcony had been taken. Lu Guoqing cursed the thief in his mind. When he found him, he would punish him severely, no mercy, no escape. Meanwhile, Lu Xiangwan, who had fainted on the ground, sneered mockingly. Did she think calling the police would catch her? That was just a pipe dream. But without clothes, she couldn't go out. Finally, Wang Fengjiao had an idea. She tore off the only bedsheet from their bed and wrapped it around Lu Guoqing. Wearing that was embarrassing, and Lu Guoqing, proud and stubborn, refused to go out like that. They argued for a while, but in the end, Wang Fengjiao went to find the police. Meanwhile, Hu Youqian's family was in the same situation. When he woke up, he saw that his house had been robbed. All his hidden money was gone. But he was too guilty to call the police, knowing that the money came from illegal sources. If the police caught the thief who stole his money, he would be in trouble too. Hu Youqian tried hard to figure out who he had offended, but he couldn't think of anyone. Someone had stolen his money, and he felt upset and frustrated, swallowing his anger. As long as he kept his position, he believed he could recover the stolen money later. Thinking this made him feel a little better. At least he lost the money after paying the bride price, so his marriage wouldn't be ruined. Lu Xiangwan, who had fainted and was now asleep on the ground, woke up to find many people sitting by her bed, all looking at her with sympathy and pity. Knowing her situation, Lu Xiangwan seemed unable to accept that she had become less attractive. She stood up and tried to hit the wall, but police officer Xiao Lu and Granny Wang quickly stopped her. She curled up in the corner, crying softly and holding her head. Xiao Lu saw this and knew he couldn't get much information, but he still asked about her situation in a formal way. Lu Xiangwan only knew that her family was in this state after Lu Guoqing woke her up. She looked at him with confusion and innocence. Xiao Lu felt sorry for her. They chatted a little more, and then left. Granny Wang and the others didn't know what to say. They all felt uncomfortable about the situation and could only comfort Lu Xiangwan, telling her to stay positive. News about the money loss spread through the courtyard and even reached the factory. Wang Fengjiao kept crying at home, while Lu Guoqing was still dazed and went to work as usual. Even their clothes and food were borrowed from neighbors in the courtyard, and they planned to return the money once they received their wages. The police came several times but found no clues. The stolen items seemed to have vanished into thin air. They even asked higher authorities for help, but the result was the same. In the end, they told Lu Guiqing and his wife to go home and wait. When there was news or a result, they would be notified. This was basically a way of making them accept that the money might never be recovered. Lu Guiqing was unhappy with this and started causing trouble at the police station. Although the police felt sorry for their loss, they were powerless because the case was too strange, something that seemed impossible for a person to do. Taking advantage of their soft-heartedness, Lu Guiqing and his wife intensified their threats, saying they wouldn't leave until the money was found. It was almost like challenging authority. The two of them being so shameless, the police couldn't stand it anymore and detained them. Even if Lu Guiqing begged for mercy, no one paid attention. In the end, they called his workplace to pick him up. The person to pick him up was naturally his good son-in-law, Hu Yuqian. Hu Yuqian didn't want to come at first, but since he wanted to see his woman today, he used that as a reason to come. When he saw Hu Yuqian was going to take them home, Wang Fengjiao became anxious. She knew that he had insisted on marrying that girl because he liked her face. Now, if he went into the house, it would expose everything. Hu Yuqian definitely wouldn't recognize her. Wang Fengjiao quickly grabbed Lu Guiqing's arm and whispered in his ear. Lu Guiqing's face darkened immediately after hearing this. If Hu Yuqian didn't marry her, he would want to take back the bride price and other things. But those had already been lost, and even if they weren't, he wouldn't want to give them back once they were in his mouth. Anyway, that girl was now in a terrible state. Staying at home would only prevent her from getting married and waste food. It was better to ask for one last payment before they got married. Once they were married, he couldn't return her. So, after walking just a few steps, Lu Guiqing pretended to have a stomach ache and squatted on the ground, refusing to move. But who would have thought Hu Yuqian wouldn't follow the usual rules? He looked at Lu Guiqing with disdain and said, "You all can go back once you're done. I'm leaving first." After saying that, he walked away on his short legs. Why walking? Because his bicycle had also been stolen by that nasty thief. Seeing Hu Yuqian leave like that, Lu Guiqing and Wang Fengjiao became anxious immediately. They didn't even pretend to have stomach pain and chased after him. But no matter what they did to stop him, Hu Yuqian kept walking without stopping. Instead, he looked suspiciously at the couple blocking his way to the house. Hu Yuqian only acts foolish around women. He's sharp in everything else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been a deputy director for so many years and made a lot of money without being caught. So, he was sure they were hiding something from him. He had to go into the house no matter what. He didn't care about anything else. He told them to step aside and strode toward the staff compound. Lu Guiqing and Wang Fengjiao also resigned themselves to it. They sadly led the way, praying in their hearts that the girl wouldn't be home today. Recently, with the help of Aunt Wang and others, Lu Xiangnuan has gradually come out of her sadness. Her face no longer shows as much pain and sorrow. Now, she is munching on Aunt Wang's sunflower seeds and listening to their chatter. She doesn't know how, while talking, they suddenly started discussing the factory workers' housing arrangements. Hearing this, Lu Xiangnuan becomes thoughtful. Suddenly, in a place where they can't see her, a mischievous smile appears at the corner of her mouth. She plans to cause trouble. After sitting with them for a little while longer, Lu Xiangnuan gets up and goes home. She prefers to sit when she can, lie down when she can, and only stand when necessary. She doesn't have much leisure time left. The blanket she is using was given to her by Widow Lin. When she leaves later, she will return it. Just as she is about to close her eyes, she hears some movement outside. I told you, since Xiangnuan isn't home, look at her, probably off somewhere playing again. Really? Hu Yuqian frowns suspiciously at him. Nearby, Lu Guiqing tries to smooth things over. The urgent thing is to persuade him to leave quickly. I'll check her room, Hu Yuqian says, annoyed that he can't see his woman. Just as he is about to go to Lu Xiangnuan's room, Xiangnuan, looking disheveled, opens the door lazily and asks, "Are you looking for me?" She has been waiting for this moment. Wang Fengjiao and Lu Guiqing see her come out, panic rising in their hearts. Afraid she might cause trouble, Wang Fengjiao quickly tries to push her back inside, but Lu Xiangnuan pushes her away. "Why are you pushing me in broad daylight? What are you doing?" Lu Xiongwan crosses her arms and looks sharply at Hu Yuqian. This has nothing to do with you. Go back inside and lie down, Lu Guoqing says with a threatening look. But Lu Xiongwan ignores him, treating his words as nonsense and not paying attention. Hu Yuqian is a bit confused. Looking at this unattractive woman in front of him, he seems not to recognize her. Are you mistaken about who I am? Hu Yuqian, regaining his composure, looks at her impatiently. He came here to see his woman, not to chat with stray dogs. Did you forget to take your medicine today, Hu Yuqian? You said you wanted to marry me, but now you want to back out? I tell you, no way. You must marry me today, crazy woman. Don't you dare smear me. I want to marry Nuan, Lu Xiongwan. Who do you think you are? Get out of here. Hu Yuqian was about to curse, feeling annoyed. He came to see his woman but ended up being bothered by this person. He quickly signaled to Lu Guoqing to take the crazy woman away. Seeing that Hu Yuqian didn't recognize her, Lu Guoqing and Wang Fingjiao felt a bit relieved. This is a relative from the countryside, here to visit me. She's a bit slow in the head, Lu Guoqing said. Then, he and Wang Fingjiao each grabbed Lu Xiongwan's arms, trying to pull her into the house. But Lu Xiongwan, who was stronger than her thighs, took out a Swiss Army knife from her space. It was part of her outdoor survival gear. Using her quick hands, she stabbed Lu Guoqing's arm with a sharp knife, causing a wound. Feeling the pain, Lu Guoqing suddenly let go and clutched his bleeding arm, crying out loudly. Wang Fingjiao, at this moment, forgot everything else and hurried to check on Lu Guoqing's injury. You're the one with the bad brain, Lu Xiongwan cursed, then spat at him disrespectfully. Turning to Hu Yuqian, who was staring blankly, she said, You better stop wasting your time. It's no use. You can't even recognize the woman you're supposed to marry. Hu Yuqian looked at her in disbelief. Are you Lu Xiongwan? He looked left and right but couldn't see any resemblance. His voice sounded somewhat familiar, though. Lu Xiongwan nodded lazily, not wanting to waste words on such a fool. Are you lying to me? He still couldn't believe it. If you don't believe me, ask them, Lu Xiongwan said, pointing to Lu Guoqing and Wang Fingjiao. Lu Guoqing, tell me clearly. Is she Lu Xiongwan? Is she the woman I'm supposed to marry? Hu Yuqian shouted angrily. Lu Guoqing, holding his arm, looked guilty and hesitated, but he still insisted she wasn't. Lu Xiongwan was amused. He was still stubborn, but it was obvious Hu Yuqian wasn't easy to fool. He spent so much money to marry a young, beautiful girl, not this middle-aged woman with a big waist and pimples who could crush him in her sleep. He immediately grabbed Lu Guoqing's clothes, demanding his money back. He didn't want to marry this person anymore. Whoever wanted to marry her could do so. Before Lu Guoqing could speak, Lu Xiongwan became worried and said, Are you going to break off the engagement?
How can I live then?
The engagement can't be broken and neither can that thing. Get lost, Hu Yuqian said, feeling disgusted by her. Return my money, return the thing, hurry up, don't waste time. Hu Yuqian turned to demand the bride price from Lu Guoqing. You insisted on marrying this girl at the start. The wedding was already set. Everyone knows about it. Now you want to break off the engagement? No way, Lu Guoqing replied. Since he knew the truth, he decided to give up and not care anymore. Anyway, he didn't have the bride price anymore. If Hu Yuqian wanted to take her, he could. If not, forget it. No one dares to be rude to me. You think you can do it? You have the skills, Hu Yuqian said happily when he heard Wang Fingjiao's words. He was sure they were trying to cheat him and decided to act stubborn. But he, Hu Yuqian, was not afraid. With a slight movement of his finger, he could handle them easily, like crushing ants. Lu Guoqing, hearing what he said, was a little scared but still stood firm with Wang Fingjiao. Seeing the couple acting like a pair of sneaky rats, Hu Yuqian was so angry he wanted to smash something. But the room was empty, with no broom or anything to use. He left a harsh word and walked out. Lu Guoqing and his wife thought he wouldn't pursue the matter anymore and were about to breathe a sigh of relief when they heard a devilish voice whispering in their ears, This is just the beginning. Just wait. Xiongwan finished speaking and went back to her room. Hu Yuqian, being a narrow-minded, selfish, and petty person, would never let himself suffer such a big loss. These two fools didn't even realize it. She was using Hu Youqian's own trick to ruin Lu Guoqing's work. When Lu Guoqing heard this, he got angry and wanted to teach her a lesson. But just then, he heard a loud bang as the door slammed shut, trapping him outside. He could only stare angrily at the door. He hoped Hu Youqian could get rid of that girl. After leaving the courtyard, Hu Youqian went straight to the police station to report the incident. Officer Xiao Lu, who had just spoken with him earlier, took the matter seriously. He and a few colleagues went with him, but the situation was the same. Nothing was recovered, and the money was stolen. They were still victims. They also attracted the attention of the people in the courtyard. Although they cursed Lu Guoqing and his wife for being no good, they still felt some sympathy for Xiangwan. This girl's biological mother is gone, and now, at such a young age, she has also been disfigured. She was also rejected by that terrible old man, and with the current family situation, her future looks difficult. Hu Youqian saw that things with Lu Guoqing weren't working out, so he asked Lu Xiangwan for money. But before she could speak, the people in the courtyard stepped forward to defend her. That money, the girl never even touched it. It was all taken by Lu Guoqing in front of everyone. No matter how you count it, it doesn't fall on Lu Xiangwan. Lu Xiangwan originally let Lu Guoqing take the money to make Hu Youqian resent him. She looked very wronged, hanging her head and not speaking. In the end, there was no choice but to accept that the debt fell on Lu Guoqing and his wife. But they refused to admit it, firmly saying the wedding was cancelled and telling him to take Lu Xiangwan away. Hearing this, Lu Xiangwan quietly sobbed on Granny Wang's shoulder. Granny Wang, feeling heartbroken, didn't know what to say. This girl's life is even more bitter than the roots of a yellow lotus. The police couldn't do much. The house had been completely robbed by thieves. The thieves were so wicked they didn't even leave a pair of underwear. They could only try to negotiate peacefully. Negotiation? Forget it. If they really took this woman home and wasted food, or she got scared to death sleeping there, Hu Youqian could only accept his bad luck and leave. At the same time, he secretly vowed to Lu Guoqing and his wife. Since they're suffering, he wouldn't let them have an easy time either. He had ways to get back at them. A few days later, Lu Guoqing was fired for a major mistake at work. Everyone in the courtyard saw clearly. Usually, people made mistakes, and the higher-ups turned a blind eye. But no one had ever been pushed to such an extreme as him. It was all because he had offended Hu Youqian. Although Hu Youqian was just a deputy director, he had a lot of power. It was easy to target a small employee like Lu Guoqing. No matter how much Lu Guoqing protested, it was useless. The decision was final, and his job was quickly taken by the factory director's wife's brother. Lu Guoqing, who couldn't compete with him, could only cry and swallow this bitter pill. He lost his job, so the family had less money coming in. Not only was their home robbed, but they also owed a lot of food and money outside. Lu Guoqing and Wang Fingjiao looked so worried every day, their faces long like donkeys. Moreover, Lu Guoqing couldn't borrow any more food or money. The Lu family was now barely eating enough to survive, often going hungry for 2 days after one meal. Because of their situation, they knew they couldn't borrow more, and the people in the big courtyard didn't have extra food either. Everyone was just getting by, eating irregularly, tightening their belts, and not bothering to help others. However, Lu Xiangwan ate well. Wang Dajie and others worried about her, so they always gave her a cornmeal bun. She took a bite and found it harsh and easy to choke on. She almost suffocated trying to breathe, but she didn't throw it away. Instead, she carefully stored it in her space. After all, wasting food is shameful. Having experienced frequent hunger as a child, she knew how precious food was. So, these days, Lu Xiangwan relied on the supplies stored in her space. When she had free time, she would hide there to drink milk tea, eat skewers and spicy hot pot, and find ways to improve her meals. Seeing their worried faces made her feel especially happy inside. Just as she was feeling pleased, Lu Hongxing, who hadn't been seen for a long time, returned. He looked like a bossy older brother, shouting loudly for his parents. Wang Fingjiao, lying on the bed, heard her son's voice and quickly put on her shoes and ran out. Of course, the shoes she wore were borrowed. Whether they fit or not didn't matter. Her toes were sticking out. "Son, where have you been? Mom missed you so much," Wang Fengjiao said tearfully, looking at him. Lu Xiongnuan sat nearby, resting her chin, watching this touching mother-son scene. But she was disappointed. Lu Hongxing, showing disdain, pulled his mother's hand away and said, "I'm starving. Hurry up and make me something to eat." Before Wang Fengjiao could speak, he turned back into his room. When he opened the door, he found that everything in his room was gone. Wang Fengjiao quickly explained, "The house was robbed. Everything was stolen. Even my bed was stolen." Lu Hongxing looked incredulous. Wang Fengjiao wanted to say no, but she had no choice. She helplessly nodded. Lu Hongxing still thought his mother was joking. Just as he was about to insist she give him his bed, Lu Xiongnuan crossed her arms and shattered his last hope. "Forget your bed. Even your dad's hidden money and my bride price have been stolen. The family can't even feed itself now. Young man, I advise you to accept reality, work hard, and pay back what you owe," Lu Xiongnuan said, giving him a thumbs up. "Mom, who is this ugly person? Why is she here?" Lu Hongxing didn't believe her words. He looked at her, then quickly looked away. She was too ugly. He had never seen anyone this ugly in his life. "Stinky kid, can you speak properly?" Lu Xiongnuan kicked him the backside. He winced in pain, clutching his, and angrily raised his hand to hit her. At this critical moment, Wang Fengjiao stopped him. She still remembered that this girl was a bit mischievous. "She is Lu Xiongnuan." "What?" Lu Hongxing thought he had heard wrong. He looked at his mother with disbelief. "Yes, it's her." She woke up and turned into this ghostly appearance, Wang Fengjiao said, happily gloating. "Ha ha ha." When Lu Hongxing was sure the person in front of him was her, he burst out laughing. Lu Xiongnuan, cold and silent, immediately struck back. Lu Hongxing convulsed and fell to the ground, then casually clapped his hands and left. Lu Xiongnuan had originally planned to set a trap and send Lu Hongxing to jail for a few years, since he had bullied the original owner countless times since childhood. But now she changed her mind. She would let him go this time, but she still wanted some revenge. Before going to the countryside, she planned to ruin his legs. At the same time, she wanted Lu Guiqing and Wang Fengjiao to see how their spoiled, pampered child would treat them. That would be true heartbreak. Lu Xiongnuan calmed her emotions and left the house. She didn't want to delay anymore. She decided to go to the youth cadre office to sign up for going to the countryside. She wanted to use this time before leaving to thoroughly deal with the annoying Lu family so the original owner could rest in peace. As she walked, she asked around. In half an hour, she reached the youth cadre office. The wall of the office was covered with slogans characteristic of that era. Young educated people should go to the countryside to receive re-education from poor farmers. Go to the countryside, to border areas, to the places most needed by our country. Lu Xiongnuan glanced around briefly and then went inside, now volunteering willingly. In a few years, every family must send someone, and at that time, it will be even harder. When Lu Xiongnuan arrived, the office was empty except for a neat, short-haired woman sitting at the desk, seemingly busy with something. Lu Xiongnuan politely knocked a few times at the door. "Come in." Gao Hongxia heard the sound, looked up and saw a woman entering. She quickly put down her work. Lu Xiongnuan was not shy and exchanged a few words with her. Then she clearly stated her purpose, to sign up to go to the countryside as a young worker. "Young lady, are you sure you're not here to sign up your child?" It's not that she looked down on her, but nowadays, few people volunteer to go to the countryside. The higher-ups keep urging them to persuade the people to go and help build the country, but no matter how much they try, it's hard to succeed. Not only others, but even their own families can't be convinced. Now, everything about this is frustrating. Wherever she goes, she feels disliked. Thinking about it keeps her awake at night. And this young woman looks like she's married and has children. Maybe she's just joking around? Thinking this, Gao Hongxia's previously cheerful face suddenly became more serious. Lu Xiongwan heard this and mentally scolded her senior for creating such a terrible medicine. But she quickly explained what had happened to her recently, trying to win her over emotionally. Gao Hongxia, usually a sensitive, honest, and kind person, was moved when she heard that the girl was only 18, about the same age as her daughter, and had suffered so much. She started crying and scolded her irresponsible parents. In the end, Lu Xiongwan managed to comfort her. Girl, going to the countryside is fine. Although the conditions there aren't as good, it's a way to escape that dangerous place. Life is what you make of it. Better days are still ahead for you. Lu Xiongwan nodded obediently and said, "This is in response to the national call. Aunt Gao, the countryside is a vast world. I will definitely make a difference there and also receive re-education from poor farmers." Lu Xiongwan raised her thoughts to a higher level. After she finished speaking, Gao Hongxia looked at her with a different expression. Look at this girl, living such a hard life, yet her awareness is so high. Even if we had 10 horses, we couldn't catch up with her. She decided that later she would use this girl as a model and hold a mass mobilization meeting. Girl, with your level of awareness, Aunt Gao will also find you a good place, Gao Hongxia promised confidently. If it were someone else, it might be difficult, but this girl, she was willing to swallow her pride and ask for a favor. Aunt Gao, I have a place I want to go. Lu Xiongwan weakly raised her hand. Then tell Aunt Gao where you want to go. Gao Hongxia quickly looked at her eagerly. I want to go to the northeast. Where exactly? What do you want to do there? Honestly, that place is very cold. In winter, you might not even be able to go outside. You're just a young girl, and you'll suffer if you go. Listen to me, I'll find you a good place just nearby in Lin province. Gao Hongxia, seeing her young age and lack of understanding, kindly explained. Aunt Gao, I just want to go to the northeast. I want to stay away from them for good and never come back, Lu Xiongwan said, starting to cry. Going to the northeast sounds good. In winter, staying at home for a few months isn't bad. It's better than anything. Staying home, having hot pot, eating grilled meat, just thinking about it makes her happy. Then we'll go to the northeast, Gao Hongxia agreed, thinking it made sense. If they stayed close and her life got better, her family might cling to her like vampires. Wouldn't that be like jumping into a fire? When they arrived in the northeast, although it would be tough, it was far from Beijing, more than 80,000 miles away. Even if they wanted to go, it would take a lot of effort. She made the decision to send her to Hongqi Brigade in the northeast city. Because Lu Xiongwan was eager to go to the countryside, Gao Hongxia started to follow the rules and asked her to bring her household registration book. Still need the household registration book. Lu Xiongwan hadn't brought anything when she arrived. Without an adult nearby, things didn't go well. Seeing the young girl who didn't understand much, Gao Hongxia quickly explained to her. It turned out that when young people went to the countryside, they also had to transfer their household registration to the rural area, changing from city to countryside registration. This was one reason many people didn't want to go to the countryside as young workers. They preferred staying comfortably in the city and didn't want to move to the rural areas. Of course, some people with strong beliefs volunteered to go, but very few. Lu Xiongwan thought this was perfect. It would help her cut ties cleanly with that family. She told Gao Hongxia to wait for her and hurried to get her household registration book. She had looked in her space earlier but couldn't find it. After all, she had already searched her home thoroughly before. Since the household registration book wasn't at home, it must be outside. When Lu Xiongwan returned home, Lu Hongxing was happily eating eggs he had somehow gotten. Seeing Lu Xiongwan, Lu Hongxing immediately looked like a mouse seeing a cat. He quickly turned back to his room, holding his bowl, afraid of getting scolded again. Meanwhile, Wang Fingjiao looked at her with a resentful face, angry but unable to speak out. She was just about to lie down in her room when she saw that stubborn girl reach out and block her way. Where's the household registration book? What do you want that for? The girl, always causing trouble, looked at her warily. Aren't you unhappy seeing me? I'm going to sign up to go to the countryside as a young worker. Really? Wang Fengjiao's eyes widened in disbelief when she heard this. If you believe it or not, I will go or not go depending on your answer. Yes, yes, yes. Wait at home. I'll go get it for you. Afraid she might change her mind, Wang Fengjiao quickly ran off. Oh heavens, the troublemaker in the house was really leaving. Half an hour later, Wang Fengjiao came back breathless. Lu Xiangwan, impatient, snatched the household registration book and left immediately. Wang Fengjiao, worried that Lu Xiangwan might be lying, secretly followed her to see if she really went to sign up for the Young Workers program. Before she had taken many steps, Lu Xiangwan noticed her little tail behind her. She turned around and saw Wang Fengjiao, who couldn't dodge in time. People should be honest and straightforward. If you want to know if I'm lying, just follow behind me, Lu Xiangwan said, and then left. Wang Fengjiao was scolded so much that her face lost its shine, but she still obediently followed behind her. Girl, you're back so soon? And Gao, here you go. Lu Xiangwan handed over the household registration book, then looked back at Wang Fengjiao. Clearly, Gao Hongxia also noticed Wang Fengjiao. She had a sharp face and a strange look that made people dislike her immediately. Girl, what's this? She's my stepmother, Lu Xiangwan said very calmly. When Gao Hongxia heard stepmother, her expression changed instantly. Wang Fengjiao felt her face burning with embarrassment. She was really bored and annoyed. If she had known this girl wasn't lying, she wouldn't have followed her here. But now, she couldn't leave, and staying wasn't good either. She could only force herself to say, "This girl, I trouble you." Trouble? Not at all. She's very thoughtful and a good example for us. Unlike some people who treat their stepchildren badly, Gao Hongxia said sarcastically. People say that appearance reflects the heart, and this seems very true. Big sister, are you joking? Do you think I'm joking? You should know yourself, Gao Hongxia said and then ignored her, turning to focus on her work. Wang Fengjiao was so upset she left immediately. Lu Xiangwan just sneered and didn't bother with her. About half an hour later, Gao Hongxia came out holding some things. This is your proof. Don't lose it, she said, handing her a thin piece of paper and reminding her. Lu Xiangwan took it, then casually stuffed it into her pocket, knowing that no safe in the world was as secure as her space. Seeing that Lu Xiangwan was listening carefully, Gao Hongxia finally handed her the ticket for the rural work subsidy and 50 yuan. The ticket is for the 5 p.m. train on the 6th. When you get there, take that proof to the train station to get your ticket. Thank you, Aunt Gao. Lu Xiangwan chatted with her for a while longer until someone entered and then she left. But she didn't go home. Instead, she headed straight to the steel factory. It was still before work hours, so she sat on the busy street waiting for someone. Until she saw a middle-aged man wearing glasses and a Zhongshan suit come out pushing a bicycle. Lu Xiangwan immediately stepped forward to block his way. The man, Wang Mingfa, looked at her confused and asked, "Who are you?" Lu Xiangwan quickly and directly explained her purpose. The house they currently live in was allocated to her grandfather when he was working there. Now her grandfather has passed away, and no one in their family works at the steel factory anymore. Plus, housing is very tight now, so they can't stay in this house without trouble. On the surface, she spoke as if everything was fine, but secretly she wanted to sell the house and exchange it for money. Wouldn't that be better? However, the ownership of the house belongs to the factory. They only have the right to use it. They can't sell it. Since Lu Xiangwan is about to leave, she would rather give the house cheaply to outsiders than to her family, but she couldn't say this openly. So, she told Wang Mingfa that she wanted the factory to take back their current house and give it to those in need. Wang Mingfa was shocked but kept his composure and said, "If that happens, won't you have nowhere to live?" Master Shin Bagua had died protecting public property, so the factory treated his children especially well. Even now that Lu Guiqing has been laid off and is at home, they never thought of taking back that house. I've already signed up to go to the countryside as a youth volunteer to support rural development. It's also my father's idea. He and my stepmother have decided to take my sister and younger brother back to our hometown.
So, the house is empty anyway.
It's better to give it to someone in need at the factory, Lu Xiangwan said confidently, making up a story. If the Lu family found out the house was taken away, they'd be crying and begging desperately. Just thinking about that makes her feel better. Going to the countryside? You signed up as a youth volunteer? Wang Mingfa didn't pay much attention to that, only focusing on her previous words. Yes, I want to respond to the country's call, be a good young person of the new era, and contribute to rural development, Lu Xiangwan said proudly, sounding very noble, which moved Wang Mingfa to tears. Girl, with your awareness and understanding, our country needs people like you. You are the hope of our nation, as expected from the descendant of Master Shen Baogua. Wang Mingfa immediately agreed to Lu Xiangwan's request. At the same time, he also expressed thanks on behalf of the factory. After all, he was anxious about the housing allocation too. If everyone had the same awareness as their family, he would feel much more at ease. But it was just a thought. Seeing that her goal was achieved, Lu Xiangwan didn't waste more words with him. She urged him to hurry up and then headed straight toward the workers' compound. Although Wang Fingjiao was publicly mocked earlier at the youth office, she was in a good mood. She had been holding back for so long, and finally, she could vent her feelings. That foolish girl going to the countryside would suffer hardships and be unable to return to the city, becoming a rural person under the yellow earth sky. Lu Guoqing was also happy because whenever he saw Lu Xiangwan, he thought of her late mother. He felt she only ate and ate at home like a pig. So, after Lu Xiangwan returned, Lu Guoqing and Wang Fingjiao showed her a better attitude, but it wasn't much. Lu Xiangwan was too lazy to argue with them now. Soon, they would be kneeling and crying painfully. She went out to tell Granny Wang and others about her plans to go to the countryside. Although she had spent these days with them, she didn't dislike them, but she couldn't get close either. Because she was not the original owner, she made sure to inform them properly. When she saw them wiping tears and trying to be emotional, she slipped away early. Later that night, when everyone was asleep, Lu Xiangwan took out the prepared tools from her space. She was dressed in white, with bright red lips, heavy black circles drawn with coal under her eyes, and long hair flowing in front of her. She looked like a vengeful ghost coming to take revenge. In front of the mirror, she made a grimacing face, almost scaring herself into a heart attack. Good, this was the effect she wanted. In the quiet of the night, Lu Xiangwan quietly opened the door and tiptoed into Lu Guoqing's room where they were sleeping. Return my life. Return my life. Yes, she suspected that Xin Yulan, her mother, might have been involved in her death along with Lu Guoqing. Because she went to the hospital and found the doctor who delivered Xin Yulan that year, and she also bribed him with 2 large pork and scallion buns. She found the records from that time, which showed that Xin Yulan's difficult labor and heavy bleeding were not caused by her own health issues. All the tests during Xin Yulan's pregnancy at that time indicated that both mother and baby were healthy, and this was recorded in the archives. Later, after eating 2 big meat buns, the delivery doctor also felt embarrassed and tried to recall the scene from back then. Fortunately, she remembered it. She remembered that when the mother was brought in, her head had already been hit by something unknown, and her back of the head was bleeding. So, there must be some secret involved. And don't forget, Lu Xiangwan is a gynecologist herself. She has seen many cases of difficult labor and heavy bleeding in the operating room. Give me back my life. Lu Xiangwan kept repeating this phrase over and over. Lu Guoqing, who was sleeping, was awakened by the noise. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw the face in front of him, which scared him into a scream. He immediately jumped out of bed, ready to run away, but found that the door seemed to be working against him. No matter how he tried, he couldn't open it. In the end, he was so frightened that he could only shiver in the corner, hugging his head, muttering something in his mouth. Then, Wang Fingjiao, who had just woken up, saw Lu Guoqing crouched in the corner through the moonlight coming in the window. She was about to speak when Lu Xiangwan suddenly turned her head, gave her a strange smile. Wang Fingjiao, scared and helpless, fainted. Lu Xiangwan let out a soft sigh in her heart, then turned her head back and focused her attention on Lu Guoqing. I died with a lot of injustice. Come down and keep me company. Come down and keep me company. Before Lu Xiangwan finished speaking, she smelled a foul smell of. She instinctively looked at Lu Guoqing's pants and found that he had unexpectedly wet himself. Are you Yulan? Lu Guoqing recognized the voice as somewhat familiar. He trembled and managed to say 4 words, but he still dared not open his eyes. You still remember me, then come down and keep me company. I died with a lot of injustice. Seeing that the young man was quite cooperative and could guess her meaning without her saying more, Lu Xiongnuan continued to play her role without hesitation. Upon hearing her voice, Lu Guoqing was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground and bowed his head. Yulan, it's all my fault. I deserve to die. Please forgive me. As he kowtowed, he also slapped his own face. He hoped she would see his sincerity and let him go. But I died a terrible death. Come down and be with me. I'm not human. I'm a beast. I shouldn't have pushed you. Please forgive me. Lu Guoqing's head was bleeding from the beating. So, if he really pushed her, then he should pay with his life. Shen Yulan's death was truly caused by him. Lu Xiongnuo reached out, ready to strangle him. Seeing the blood-stained hand reaching for his neck, Lu Guoqing was so scared he lost control of his bladder. Even in his final moments, he didn't forget to drag someone down with him. Shivering, he pointed at Wang Fengjiao, who had fainted on the bed. It's her. She seduced me. She made me push you. It's her. Yulan, please, for the sake of the children, let me go. Seeing this ironic scene, Lu Xiongnuo thought to herself that men are truly selfish and unreliable. Just to stay alive, he was willing to sell his wife, who had been with him for years. Although Wang Fengjiao was not a good person, she at least fought to give him a child. She carried the baby for 10 months, went through childbirth, especially in these times when medical conditions are poor, just a slight fever could be deadly. Now that she knew Shen Yulan's death was related to them, Lu Xiongnuo didn't hold back. She pressed step by step, frightening Lu Guoqing into complete unconsciousness. When she was in college, there was a saying in the community, never date someone studying medicine because knowledge is power. Her senior from medical school was a perfect example. She stabbed her cheating boyfriend about 30 or 40 times with a knife, each strike hitting vital points. Although the boyfriend was seriously injured, he was still considered only lightly hurt. Initially, she wanted to imitate her senior and deal with Lin Hao, the cheating man, but later thought that was too light a punishment, so she gave up. But now, she could take out a fruit knife from her space, its sharp blade shining coldly under the moonlight. First, Lu Xiongnuo gave both of them an anesthetic shot, worried they might wake up and scream from pain later. Then she avoided the vital parts of their bodies and started stabbing each of them more than 20 times. The bed was full of blood, and she finally stopped. She really disliked animals that think with their lower bodies. Shen Yulan's death was directly related to him. Before leaving, she also used an axe to break both of Lu Guoqing's legs. Lu Xiongnuan only heard a muffled sound, but when she turned her head, she saw that neither of them had woken up. She threw the murder weapon into her space and left without looking back. Back in her room, she went into her space and washed the blood splatters from her body with spiritual spring water. Lying on the lounge chair in her space, she leisurely sipped a little of her family's green yogurt and ate a beef tongue biscuit she bought from Daoxiang village. Life was very comfortable. When she had rested enough, Lu Xiongnuan came out of her space and lay on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. She was awakened the next day by knocking on the door. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, put on her slippers, and went outside. When she opened the door, she saw Aunt Wang and others. Girl, you're going to the countryside in a few days. Today, we'll take you to the department store for a walk. See if there's anything you want to buy. Some things still need to be prepared. After all, her home now had nothing left. She couldn't rely on her biological parents or step-parents. Everyone in their courtyard had some savings, and they had pooled a little together. They were just trying to buy some things she would need for going to the countryside. Lu Xiongnuan agreed. Going to the countryside still required some supplies to make things easier. Otherwise, if she arrived empty-handed, people might get suspicious. She asked Aunt Wang and the others to wait a moment, then quickly tidied herself up and came out to join them. They all knew that going to the countryside as a youth was part of the program, and the youth office would give subsidies. So when Lu Xiongnuan took out money and tickets to buy enamel bowls, no one said anything. But afterward, when buying more things, they all stopped her, eager to pay and grab the tickets themselves. Lu Xiongwan appreciated their kindness. She tried to refuse, but eventually accepted. She planned to find some items in her space and send them to them later when she arrived in the Northeast. She didn't want to take advantage of others' kindness. Even if their help was unconditional, she didn't want to accept it. If nothing unexpected happens, she plans to live peacefully alone in this era. If given the chance, she still wants to find her senior. However, he hasn't been born yet. After all, his father was still a little tadpole at this time. After leaving the department store, Lu Xiongwan carried a lot of bags and followed Aunt Wang back home. But just as they arrived at the workers' courtyard, she heard someone say that Lu Guoqing and Wang Fingjiao, the couple, had an accident and were taken to the hospital. Lu Xiongwan pretended to be calm and quickly ran toward the hospital. Aunt Wang and Widow Lin, who were behind her, also sighed about what had happened. When she arrived, the two had already been pushed out of the operating room, wrapped in thick bandages all over their bodies. Even the doctors who performed the surgery kept saying they must have offended someone, as the attack was so severe. The police came a few times but found nothing. Instead, Lu Guoqing kept shouting that ghosts had come, that ghosts had arrived. The police couldn't do much. They thought Lu Guoqing might have lost his mind. In the end, the matter was left unresolved. Wang Fingjiao was resting well and probably wouldn't have serious problems, but she did suffer some minor injuries. Lu Guoqing, however, was very unlucky. Both his legs were disabled, and he would likely spend the rest of his life in bed. Lu Xiongwan heard this news from the doctor's office and felt very happy. But she didn't have time to rest. She spent a little money to find Lu Hongxing and Lu Kailian, hired people to beat them up, and then threw them into the countryside. Whether they live or die depends on their fate. Moreover, unsurprisingly, Wang Ming would come tomorrow to take back the house. But that no longer concerned her, because she had already boarded a train heading to the Northeast. To avoid Aunt Wang and others getting emotional when sending her to the station, Lu Xiongwan left her home early in the morning. She carried her few belongings and waited at the train station. She also found a quiet spot and took out 2 thick quilts, each about 8 jin, a Chinese weight unit, packed them up and carried them in her hands. They were surprisingly heavy. Her current body found it a bit difficult to carry them, but she had no choice. Like before, she still needed to do the proper social face work. 5 men and 2 women are traveling with her to the countryside. Maybe they dislike Lu Xiongwan's current appearance or something else, because since they got on the train, they haven't paid much attention to her. Lu Xiongwan is quite relaxed and happy about this. She hopes it stays like this. Soon after boarding, she closes her eyes. She gets carsick, which is frustrating. The train is still the old green train, slow and clattering along. Even though she took 2 motion sickness pills before boarding, she still feels unwell. She has a 5-day, 4-night journey ahead, which makes her worry that she might not make it through alive. Finally, she takes an orange from her space, peels it, eats some, and then smells the peel to feel better. It helps her feel a little better. After a while, she drifts off to sleep. She doesn't know how long she sleeps. When she wakes up again, the people who came with her on the train start talking excitedly. Seeing their happy faces full of hopes and dreams, Lu Xiongwan doesn't bother to say anything to discourage them. Later, they'll learn that going to the countryside isn't a happy vacation. She's awake. Yang Tianjin sees Lu Xiongwan wake up and quickly tells the others. She smiles and shows her small teeth, introducing herself. "Hi, I'm Yang Tianjin, Lu Xiongwan," she replies calmly. "Your name is really nice, Xiongwan. Which commune are you assigned to?" Yang Tianjin is very friendly and starts chatting with Lu Xiongwan, regardless of whether she wants to or not. "Xianjiangua commune. I'm from Xianjiangua commune too." What a coincidence. She had asked all the other young people, but none of them were from her commune. She feels very sad. It's exciting to find someone from the same commune, and she even wants to jump for joy. But then she remembers they're on a train, so she holds back. Lu Xiongwan hears this, but doesn't say anything. She feels that the girl in front of her is very noisy and hopes she won't be assigned to the same group. Otherwise, she might lose control and want to hit her. Which team are you from? I am from the red flag team. I want to see if we're close enough so that we can help each other later. After all, traveling so far to a new place is not easy. Red flag team. Lu Xiongwan didn't expect it to be so lucky. She was assigned to be with this young girl, which was typical, fear of everything. Nowadays, China is vast and rich in resources, but few people are willing to go to the countryside voluntarily. Being assigned to a team as a youth is very rare, even rarer than pandas. Yang Tianjin was surprised to hear she was also from the red flag team. She was so shocked, she couldn't close her mouth. Wow, this is such a coincidence. But soon she reacted and took Lu Xiongwan's hand, talking excitedly. Lu Xiongwan didn't dislike her. She just didn't like others touching her. She pulled her hand away and listened with a cold face, not saying anything. The other young people nearby looked at her with envy. Why didn't they have such good luck? After Yang Tianjin finished, she quickly started introducing the other young people to Lu Xiongwan. Jia Yaogua from the Kaituba team of Hongxing Commune, Lu Hongjun from the Haiting team of Pingshan Commune, Wang Yiwei from the Yigongjing team of Daqiao Commune, Lu Benhua from the Dongfeng team of Pingshan Commune, Lu Chongwen from the Xinhe team of Zhuanglidong Commune, Wang Xiaoling from the Yuqiaoling team of Daqiao Commune. Everyone whose name was called greeted Lu Xiongwan and introduced themselves briefly. Lu Xiongwan nodded and, after briefly introducing herself, went to find the restroom. After she left, the others started chatting again. I feel like she doesn't want to talk to us, Wang Xiaoling said, only daring to speak once she saw she was out of sight. She was just carsick and feeling terrible.
She didn't want to talk.
Wang Xiaoling, you're overthinking, Yang Tianjin, a middle school classmate of Wang Xiaoling, said. They had known each other since childhood, so they spoke casually. Really? Maybe I was overthinking, Wang Xiaoling said shyly, touching her head. She almost wrongly accused her. When Lu Xiongwan opened the bathroom door, a strong smell hit her. She took a deep breath, covered her nose, and went inside. After closing the bathroom door, she quickly slipped into the space. Drinking a little of her family's Yakult green milk tea, she finally felt like she had come back to life. Lu Xiongwan took out the military-style water bottle her sister Ma De had given her last time from the space. She washed it thoroughly with spring water, then added 2 bottles of electrolyte water until it was full. Only then did she carry it out of the space. When she opened the bathroom door, she saw several people waiting outside. After apologizing, Lu Xiongwan left. Where did you go? Why did it take so long to come back? Yang Tianjin saw Lu Xiongwan return. She swallowed her bite of food and quickly started talking to her. Since she heard it was the bathroom, Yang Tianjin stopped talking, realizing it was not polite to mention the bathroom during mealtime. Seeing that it was mealtime and everyone was busy eating, she hadn't eaten yet. Yang Tianjin quickly took a pork and scallion bun from her backpack and handed it to Lu Xiongwan. This bun was bought by her mother from a state-run restaurant before she arrived, just in case she couldn't eat well on the train and would be hungry. Seeing the bun made her miss her parents a little, but she remembered her father saying she was grown up now, so she held back her tears. Lu Xiongwan saw the bun in front of her and refused it directly, even subtly moving a little farther away. This bun was made by the master chef at the state-run restaurant. It's pork with scallions and very tasty. Try it, Yang Tianjin said, still holding the bun and not discouraged by her refusal. Other young workers who were busy eating looked at the bun and couldn't help but swallow hard. Especially Wang Xiaoling, who was holding a small piece of cornmeal bun. Her eyes turned red at the sight of the bun. She had gone to the countryside because her family was so poor they couldn't afford to eat, and her mother wanted to marry her off, using her bride price to pay for her brother's wedding. If she married into an average family, she might have accepted it and given up, since her own conditions weren't great and she couldn't choose her partner. But when her mother was talking to her brother, she accidentally said something wrong and she overheard it. That's when she found out that the person she was supposed to marry was actually a fool. Yes, a man in his 20s who drools and wets his pants every day and acts silly. The reason he was willing to pay 500 yuan to marry her was partly to carry on the family line, and partly so she could take care of him like a free maid. She couldn't accept this kind of life. Out of anger, she secretly signed up to go to the countryside as a youth, thinking that living in the countryside would be better than her current life. When her parents found out, it was too late. The list had already been made, and there was no way to change it. They were so angry that they beat her badly. Finally, they kicked her out of the house and even took away her ticket and money for the youth program. Fortunately, a kind neighbor next door couldn't stand to see her suffer. They gave her an old blanket and 3 or 4 steamed buns. She packed these and took the train. From Beijing to the northeast, it took several days. Wang Xiaoling had nothing but these buns to eat. She didn't dare to eat too much at once, only a little each time, even though her stomach was growling loudly. When she couldn't hold on anymore, she would pour water into her stomach to feel better. Seeing those white, plump buns, her eyes almost stuck to them. "Tianjun, if she doesn't want to eat, then give it to me," Wang Xiaoling said, reaching out to grab the bun. But Yang Tianjun quickly protected it with her arms. "Aren't you holding something to eat? This is for Xiang Nuan," Yang Tianjun said, frowning and looking at her confused. Then she forced the bun into Lu Xiangnuan's hand. The bun was like a hot potato. If Xiangnuan took it, the two of them, who were both youth sent to the countryside, would be tied together. That's not what Lu Xiangnuan wanted to see. She came to the countryside originally to survive those dark years. But later, when she was chatting with Granny Wang and others in the courtyard, she learned that the original owner's grandfather had once gone abroad. This made her even more determined to go to the countryside. If she didn't go and stayed in the city, someday someone might dig up her grandfather's experience abroad. As his granddaughter, she wouldn't be able to escape that either. Instead of being thrown away with rotten vegetable leaves, sweeping the streets, or being shaved with one side hairy and the other smooth, she would rather pack her belongings and go to the countryside early. Now there are fewer people, and she can choose where to go. If this matter is brought up later, people will only praise her for her high sense of awareness. So, going to the countryside isn't about making friends. Without hesitation, Lu Xiangnuan pushed the bun back to her. To prevent her from forcing it again later, Lu Xiangnuan quickly took out a slightly warm bun from her bag and said to Yang Tianjun, "I have one." After saying that, Lu Xiangnuan took a bite. Honestly, she had already eaten several thousand buns like this. The shopkeeper didn't skimp on ingredients, and the fillings were generous. If she could go back, she would visit more often. Unfortunately, she doesn't have that chance anymore. Yang Tianjun saw that she really had a bun and could only shyly put it away. "Tianjun, since she won't eat it, give it to me," Wang Xiaoling pleaded, not afraid of losing face in front of everyone. "I'm really hungry." Since Wang Xiaoling had reached this point, and considering the bun had been thrown back several times, Yang Tianjun couldn't eat anymore either. Wasting food was wasteful, so she simply handed it over to Wang Xiaoling. Wang Xiaoling took the bun, thanked her, and then carefully put it away. She continued nibbling on the small piece of cornbread in her hand. The other young workers looked on with envy and jealousy. They couldn't bring themselves to ask women for food. They came to the countryside not because they had high ideals, but because their families couldn't support them anymore. As young men, they often said they'd work themselves to death, and many families had several children. They hoped to find work in the countryside. In the first year of going to the countryside, the government provided each person with a monthly subsidy of 35 jin of grain. With careful planning, they could get by. But some among them started to have bad ideas. Wang Yiwei glanced at Lu Xiangnuan, who was eating her bun, and gave up without hesitation. He couldn't bring himself to eat something so ugly. His eyes then landed on Yang Tianjun, and he started to try to get closer to her. Yang Tianjun is really innocent and naive. She asks whatever she wants, and she says whatever she thinks. The two of them talk happily, laughing and joking. In just a minute or two, she completely reveals her family background. Even Liu Benhua and Jia Yaogua, who are nearby, are moved and join in the conversation. Lu Xiangnuan watches the scene and just frowns slightly. She doesn't say anything. She finishes her bun, takes a few sips of water from her bottle, then closes her eyes and goes to sleep. Yang Tianjin is clearly very naive and innocent. If someone were to sell her out, she might even help count the money. I wonder what her parents are thinking. This delicate flower from a warm greenhouse shouldn't be kept in the city. Instead, they send her to the countryside. But Lu Xiongwan won't remind her because she's not her parents and has no obligation to do so. Moreover, the road ahead is long. Going to the countryside will bring many problems, and she doesn't want to cause herself trouble. So, if they can't be friends, Lu Xiongwan plans to keep her distance once they arrive in the countryside. Just as Lu Xiongwan's back is about to break from sitting, the train finally slowly heads toward the northeast. She secretly checks the clock in her space and finds that there are only about 2 hours left before arriving. She quickly packs her things, then sits in her seat, looking out the window at the scenery outside. During these train days, Lu Xiongwan feels she has been very clear. She doesn't want to be friends with Yang Tianjin, but she is like a cockroach, hard to get rid of, always sticking to her. She simply can't stand it anymore. She is fed up with her pestering her so much that she openly confronts her in front of everyone. The result is obvious. When Yang Tianjin hears this, she starts crying, and Lu Xiongwan's ears are finally quiet. If she had known it would be so effective, she would have done it earlier. Tianjin is truly as innocent as her name suggests. She doesn't understand right from wrong or the complexity of human nature. Just a few sweet words from others can make her confused and unable to tell north from south. Wasn't she like this in the past? Her original family caused her to feel extremely unloved. A scumbag appeared at just the right time. Wanting stability and a home, she easily believed his lies. Fortunately, she realized early. Relying on others is unreliable. Mountains can fall. Pigs can run away. In life, only oneself can be truly dependable. She decided to be the main heroine of her own life. No matter what, she would never let morality pressure her. Lu Xiongwan has never accepted that kind of control. During the train ride, she didn't neglect herself. Whenever she had free time, she would hide in her space, enjoy some good food, and rest enough before coming out again. So, the 5-day, 4-night journey wasn't too hard for her. Recently, she had been drinking spiritual spring water from her space, which helped her recover somewhat. The improvement wasn't very obvious, but it was there. Lu Xiongwan estimated that in about half a month, she would be back to her old self. As she was thinking this, the train arrived at Jiangshi City. She took out the glasses she had prepared in Beijing and put them on. When most people had already left, she slowly carried her luggage and got off the train. Yang Tianjin saw Lu Xiongwan struggling to carry her luggage and wanted to help, but Jia Yagua stopped her. Yang Tianjin, she just treated you so badly. Why are you still trying to be nice? She's acting all proud and doesn't care about our help, Lu Benhua added, speaking harshly. He didn't like her probably because he was jealous. At the same time, he wanted to leave a good impression on Yang Tianjin. On the train, Yang Tianjin had cried several times because of her. He was just trying to stand up for her.
But
Yang Tianjin bit her lip, unsure of what to do. What but? Let's go, Yang Tianjin. Someone is waiting outside for us, Jia Yagua said, carrying his own luggage and holding Yang Tianjin's things. He led the way toward the exit. The other men behind them couldn't help but urge Yang Tianjin to hurry. She looked at Lu Xiongwan apologetically, then, with empty hands, followed them. Lu Xiongwan didn't bother to give them even a glance. Arguing with people like that was just a waste of her time. As for Yang Tianjin, her things were being carried by others, yet she still wanted to help her. She was just foolish, unable to see her own situation clearly. However, carrying those things was indeed heavy. Over the past few days, with the help of the spiritual spring water from her space, she could feel her strength gradually diminishing. She now had to suspect that this spiritual spring was heaven's way of punishing her for enjoying life. It was meant to harm her, and this useless spring, which only made people more beautiful, was of no real use. If she were in modern times, it would be different. With her beauty, she could defeat anyone. But these days, looks don't matter much, especially in the remote countryside. She was often chased and scolded behind her back by people holding her old shoes, called a fox spirit for trying to attract men. Now, she had to accept her fate. She used the spring as a cover, so Lu Xiangwan slowly moved her luggage a little at a time, exhausted and breathless, unable to speak. She thought, if only she hadn't drunk so much of that useless spring water on the train these past few days. It already drained her strength, and now she had even less. As she dragged her clumsy luggage forward like a turtle, someone blocked her path. She looked up and saw Wang Xiaoling, a young person from Beijing. Lu Xiangwan frowned and looked at her with some confusion. Before she could speak, Wang Xiaoling spoke first. "I'll carry it for you.
Just give me a bun," she said.
On the train, Wang Xiaoling had been watching Lu Xiangwan. She noticed that Lu Xiangwan often ate white flour buns, which made her guess that her family was much better off than hers. That's why she had been waiting and not following Yang Tianjin and the others earlier. She was waiting for her. The small steamed buns and a white bread she had snatched from Yang Tianjin had already been eaten. If she didn't find a way soon, she would really go hungry. The journey from the city to her rural destination was still long. Lu Xiangwan was weak, and she had offended all the men around her, so no one was willing to help. Relying only on herself to drag the luggage was impossible. She didn't know how long it would take. So Wang Xiaoling was gambling. She believed Lu Xiangwan needed her help. Wang Xiaoling was grabbing any chance to survive. Only by staying alive could she hope for something better. "Are you sure?" Lu Xiangwan looked at her. For some reason, she could see a bit of her own shadow in Wang Xiaoling's eyes. Wang Xiaoling nodded. "The plain steamed buns I ate up, but I still have 2 small steamed bread rolls. If you're willing to help carry them for me, I will give you those 2 rolls." Lu Xiangwan took out 2 small steamed bread rolls from her bag for her to see, then put them back. "Think carefully. My luggage is very heavy. If you give up halfway, I won't give you any of the rolls." Lu Xiangwan said everything she wanted to say and left the choice to her. Even if she saw her own reflection in her eyes, so what? This society is a place where the strong eat the weak, and only the fittest survive. So she won't feel sorry for anyone. Wang Xiaoling didn't expect her to use 2 small steamed bread rolls to fool her, but better something than nothing, so she gritted her teeth and agreed. Lu Xiangwan immediately threw down her luggage and strode forward, taking a sip of electrolyte water from her bottle to regain her strength. Wang Xiaoling carried Lu Xiangwan's luggage on her shoulder and held her torn blanket in her other hand. The blanket was very heavy, but for those 2 small rolls, she clenched her teeth and kept going. Lu Xiangwan occasionally looked back at her, but she didn't plan to help since she had already paid for those 2 small rolls. After about 10 minutes, they reached the station and joined the main group. Wang Xiaoling quickly took off Lu Xiangwan's luggage and, without resting, reached out to her, worried she might change her mind and not give her the rolls. Lu Xiangwan was pleased with her effort, so she quickly took out the 2 rolls she had promised earlier from her bag and handed them to her. Those rolls were originally given by Granny Wang and others, worried she wouldn't have enough to eat. She found them a bit scratchy to eat, so she didn't eat them and kept them in her space. Now they finally came in handy. Actually, Wang Xiaoling's space was full of plain steamed buns, several thousand in total, but she refused to give any. Because in this year of food shortages, even those small cornmeal rolls are precious treasures. And her pork and scallion-filled steamed buns are even more valuable. She understood the principle of hiding wealth. She didn't want to look like a rich fool, constantly being watched by others. "Thank you." Wang Xiaoling took the bun and didn't want to eat it immediately. She quickly put it away. "Wang Xiaoling, go help her carry the luggage. She only gave you 2 buns. Is she trying to send you away like a beggar?" Jia Yagua couldn't stand it anymore and snorted. He also rolled his eyes at Lu Xiangwan. "This is a matter between willing people. It's none of your business. If she doesn't want to do it, can I force her? Stop showing off here and pretending to be a big shot." This person kept testing her patience again and again. Seeing such an annoying person, Lu Xiangwan wanted to slap him to make him see that the Lord of Ma has many eyes. "Jia Yaogua, it's not your place to give me advice. I approached Lu Xiongwan to help her. Wang Xiaoling also got angry and couldn't help but retort. She couldn't see that he was doing it for her. This man was very bad. He was just using her to get attention. At the same time, she was worried that this matter would anger Lu Xiongwan and she might lose this chance to help her in the future. But when she turned her head to look again, she saw her expression was normal. Only then did Wang Xiaoling relax. Wang Xiaoling, you don't know how to appreciate kindness. I helped you speak, but you turn your back on me. You. Jia Yaogui didn't dare to argue directly with Lu Xiongwan because he was there when she scolded Yang Tianjin. He was quite talkative and unreasonable, always trying to argue his point. So he looked at Wang Xiaoling, who had been quiet all along. But unexpectedly, she also seemed to be in a bad mood. What's all this noise about? I hear you arguing from far away. Are you here to help with rural development, or just to fight? If you can't behave, go back where you came from. Wang Guan had just gone to the bathroom and came back to hear them arguing non-stop. He was annoyed. His impression of these young people had already worsened, and his face darkened. But Jia Yaogui hadn't noticed. When he saw Wang Guan, he acted like a savior and started complaining first. Leader, you don't know. I was just trying to be fair to Wang Xiaoling, and I was. Before Jia Yaogui finished speaking, Wang Guan cut him off. You're a grown man, arguing like a woman. Are you a real man? When Wang Guan shouted, Jia Yaogui's face turned a little red, feeling hot and burning, like a wilted eggplant, drooping and sad. The others didn't dare say anything more. Lu Hongjun and Lu Benhua felt quite happy inside, because they were rivals. Yes, all three liked Yang Tianjin. As the daughter of the textile factory director, she was a very desirable person. Everyone wanted to get close to her. During their time as educated youths in the countryside, all three planned to win her over. When they returned to the city, they believed they would be successful. Seeing everyone quiet, Wang Guan started calling names. Yang Tianjin, Wang Yiwei, Lu Xiongwan. Wang Guan looked at Lu Xiongwan and liked her. She looked sturdy and capable, someone who would work hard and not complain, much better than the skinny young people. Plus, she was very talkative, so even in the countryside, she wouldn't let herself be bullied. He was increasingly pleased with her. If only he hadn't insisted that his son marry so early, maybe she could have been his daughter-in-law. But he was disappointed. Lu Xiongwan was pretty, but not very useful, a decorative flower. All her strength was not enough to even match a 10-year-old child. That was her main worry now. She wasn't short of work points for food, but going to the countryside meant working hard. She was delicate and fragile, and if she had to weeds, she might faint. So, when she arrived in the countryside, she planned to find a good excuse to get by. Lu Chongwen. There were also educated youths coming from other provinces by train, plus the 8 from Beijing, making a total of 15 people, all heading to Honghe County. Wang Guan, as the director of the Educated Youth Office, came today to ensure they arrived safely at the county guest house, waiting for the next day when the local commune teams would come to pick them up. After calling the names, led by Wang Guan, these young people, carrying their luggage, headed toward the big bus. Lu Xiongwan thought there was still some distance ahead. With her current body, it would be hard to travel, so she sacrificed a bun and asked Wang Xiaoling to carry her luggage for her. The car was crowded with many people and lots of luggage, making it very tight. Especially for Lu Xiongwan, her body took up the space of 2 people. Others felt a bit annoyed but tried to hold it in. Lu Xiongwan, come sit over here. There's a seat for you, said Yang Tianjin warmly, patting the seat next to her. She had specifically saved that seat for her. If others wanted to sit there, she wouldn't give it to them. Lu Xiongwan pretended not to hear and found a corner seat on the edge, then closed her eyes to rest. Wang Xiaoling, who had helped carry Lu Xiongwan's luggage onto the bus, sat down without saying a word. This made Yang Tianjin very angry, but she couldn't do anything about it. In the end, she could only look sadly at Lu Xiongwan, who was sleeping peacefully. Why didn't she like her? Her mother had told her before that she was loved by everyone, like flowers blooming everywhere. Everyone who saw her would like her. From the moment they first met, It seemed Lu Xiongwan didn't like her. Yang Tianjin tried hard to remember why, but couldn't find a reason. Even if she emptied her mind, she couldn't find where she had offended her. Maybe it was because she had just left her parents and felt upset, unable to get over it. Yang Tianjin thought this and understood. She also missed her parents, but her father said going to the countryside was good for her. She didn't understand why he said that, but she listened. Besides, going to the countryside meant she could meet new friends, which made her happy. Because of her trip to the countryside, her mother argued with her father. But for some reason, her mother eventually gave in. Before leaving, her parents gave her a lot of money and tickets, worried she would suffer in the countryside. Her mother even packed a lot of food into her luggage, including her favorite little dress and shoes. They packed 4 big bags, and her mother had already sent the rest of her things ahead of time. When she arrived at her destination, most of her belongings would be there. On the way, luckily, a few of them helped her carry her luggage, or she wouldn't have known what to do. Yang Tianjin felt very grateful to Liu Benhua and the other men. Liu Benhua noticed someone looking his way. He looked up and saw Yang Tianjin. He was happy and gave her the most gentlemanly smile. Compared to others, he still had hope. Otherwise, why would Yang Tianjin look at him instead of him? Yang Tianjin also smiled back. Then her gaze shifted to Lu Xiongwan, hoping she would feel better once she arrived in the countryside and stopped disliking her. Since no one was talking or shopping with her, she felt very sad. About 20 minutes later, the car stopped at the guest house in Honghe County. Wang Guan opened the car door, jumped out, and called the educated youth to get out. Lu Xiongwan, who was sleeping, was awakened by the noise. She blinked her sleepy eyes and looked around. Luckily, it wasn't as bad as she imagined. That way, her days ahead could be a bit more comfortable. Under everyone's pushing, Lu Xiongwan jumped out of the car. Just as she was about to turn around to get her luggage, Wang Guan stepped forward. "Which one is your luggage?" "These 2. Lu Xiongwan quickly looked him over, then looked away and pointed to her luggage without hesitation. The luggage looked okay, but she didn't know what was inside. Since he came over eagerly and she didn't ask him to, she figured she might as well take it. Wang Guan liked her straightforwardness, so he immediately carried her 2 pieces of luggage off the car. "Thanks, uncle," Lu Xiongwan said very politely. She would have many chances to deal with the educated youth in the future. As long as they didn't offend her, she was happy to show kindness. After all, saying thank you wouldn't make her lose a few pounds. Why be so polite? "It's just a small thing," said Wang Guan. The young girl spoke softly and sweetly, making him like her more and more. He even wanted to hold her and cherish her. He and his wife had worked hard for many years, only to have a child like her. Now that they were married, they even had a daughter-in-law, forgetting their parents. They, an old couple, had always dreamed of having a girl like her. But unfortunately, fate didn't allow it. Thinking of this, he felt so wronged he wanted to cry. Others saw Wang Guan do this and also asked him to carry their luggage down. After sitting on the train for so long and bouncing back and forth, they were already very tired. Since they came to the countryside to help with construction, this request was not unreasonable. Only Wang Xiaoling took her luggage off the train herself. Everyone else was waiting like they were waiting on someone, expecting to be served. Wang Guan simply gave up and said, "If you want to move, move. If not, wait until I leave. When that happens, don't come looking for me if your luggage gets lost." "Then why are you helping her carry her stuff?" Liu Benhua asked, feeling unhappy. Lu Xiongwan looked calm and said nothing. She just stood quietly, as if everything around her didn't matter. "Because she is my niece, I want to help her," Wang Guan snapped, losing his temper at the little troublemaker. The others didn't have much to say after hearing this. Instead, they looked at Lu Xiongwan with envy. Lu Xiongwan couldn't help but smile when she heard Wang Guan's explanation. She didn't know when she suddenly had an uncle, but she didn't want to expose him. After all, having that title made her work easier. "Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and help me move." "Stop dawdling," Wang Guan shouted, losing his patience again when he saw them still standing still. The others were startled and quickly started to carry their luggage. Within 2 minutes, all the luggage was unloaded from the train. Wang Goen checked the number of people again, confirmed everything was fine, then easily carried Lu Xiangwan's 2 pieces of luggage with one hand and led everyone into the guest house. Behind the group, Wang Xiaoling was a bit unhappy because Wang Goen had done her job, causing her to lose her bun. But because of his status, Wang Xiaoling didn't dare say anything. She could only sadly carry her own things and follow them inside. When they arrived, everyone followed Wang Goen's instructions and took out their invitation letters, which they needed to check in. The youth office had already paid the money, and they were assigned to rooms, 2 people per room. They could arrange themselves. Wang Goen finished speaking and left because he had to go back quickly to report to his leaders. Of course, before leaving, he also greeted Lu Xiangwan. There are 2 people sharing one room, with a total of 15 people, 9 men and 6 women. The male youth workers have 1 person living alone, but they are not picky about sleeping arrangements, so this was quickly settled. However, the female youth workers caused a big fuss. Lu Xiangwan was getting a headache from their arguing. When she decided to pay extra to rent a separate room, the receptionist told her all the guest houses were full, except for a few pre-booked rooms. Lu Xiangwan had to accept this fact with a frown, feeling very upset. Lu Xiangwan, I'll stay with you, said one of the female youth workers. Only the 3 of them came from Beijing. She didn't know the others from different provinces and didn't want to share a room with them. Moreover, Wang Xiaoling had a bad smell, and she definitely didn't want to share a room with her. If she had to share a bed with her, she was afraid she might feel sick and at night. So, Lu Xiangwan was her last hope. She pouted and looked at Lu Xiangwan with big, wet eyes, hoping she would be kind enough to agree. Lu Xiangwan, Yang Tianjin has begged you. Why don't you just say yes? Lu Benhua couldn't hold back anymore and spoke out. He couldn't stand seeing Yang Tianjin look so pitiful. Just watching this made him feel sad. He wondered if Lu Xiangwan was made of stone, heartless and without compassion. No wonder she was so ugly and nobody wanted her. Seeing Lu Benhua steal the spotlight, Lu Yiwei and Jia Yaogua also stepped forward, trying to get Lu Xiangwan to agree. If I told you to die right now, would you really agree and go die? Lu Xiangwan clenched her fists tightly, afraid she might lose control and hit someone. This man was like a dung beetle in a cesspool, challenging her patience again and again. Lu Xiangwan, what are you saying? What did I do that makes you tell me to die so harshly? Lu Benhua immediately got angry, hands on his hips, glaring fiercely at Lu Xiangwan. If you're going to argue, go outside and do it. If you don't want to stay, just leave, said the staff at the counter, unable to hold back any longer. This is just a place to stay. Tomorrow morning, I will leave after waking up. I am tired of all the fuss and arguing, and nothing has been decided. It's so annoying. These men are not real men. They are bullying a young girl. Suddenly, the atmosphere became quiet. Lu Xiangwan walked straight over to Wang Xiaoling, who was alone. Wang Xiaoling didn't expect her to come, so she quickly nodded and agreed eagerly. Now, her situation was settled again. She wanted to see if she needed any help tonight. Lu Xiangwan took the referral letter from her and then handed her own referral letter to the staff. Lu Xiangwan Yang Tianjin tugged at her arm, acting cute. At home, she often did this. Her parents couldn't stand it but always agreed to her requests, and her tricks always worked. Lu Xiangwan felt goosebumps and coldly said, "Let go." She hates being touched by others. When she gets to her room, she will change clothes again. Yang Tianjin was so scared by her shout that she hiccuped. Seeing her serious face, she instinctively loosened her grip. Her pitiful look made everyone feel sorry for her. Lu Benhua and the others could only comfort her while secretly giving Lu Xiangwan disapproving looks. But Lu Xiangwan ignored them completely, as if she was watching a clown jumping around for fun. After finishing, Lu Xiangwan held the key to the room and returned Wang Xiaoling's referral letter. Wang Xiaoling carefully put it into her pocket and looked at Lu Xiangwan eagerly. Her expression didn't make Lu Xiangwan uncomfortable, and she guessed what she wanted to say. Looking at the stairs of the guest house, Lu Xiangwan decided that she really needed to leave her luggage to her. She told her terms. Today and tomorrow, Just one simple meal. Okay, that was a fair deal. After Wang Xiaoling agreed, she carried Lu Xiangwan's luggage upstairs. The other young workers looked on with disdain. They thought Wang Xiaoling's behavior was no different from begging. Just one simple meal, and she was so eager. As for Lu Xiangwan, she was seen as a typical ruthless person. When others looked at her, their eyes were full of contempt and blame. Cultural person Lu Xiangwan cursed herself silently after calling him an idiot, then walked away quickly. She was in a hurry to go back and rest. As she got closer to Lu Benhua, she discreetly took out her life-saving device, an electric baton, from her sleeve. She aimed it at his thigh and gave him a sharp shock, out of sight of others. Suddenly, Lu Benhua twitched all over and fell to the ground. His face twisted, and he trembled uncontrollably. Everyone was shocked and quickly kept their distance, afraid they might catch whatever he had and become like him. "What's wrong with him?" Yang Tianjin asked nervously, pointing at Lu Benhua. He looked really scary now. "I don't know," someone replied. "He was fine just a moment ago, then suddenly changed. It's really frightening." No one dared to go near him, only watching helplessly. The staff were also stunned by this sudden event. They shouted for someone to find a doctor to help. Lu Xiangwan quickly stepped forward and said she had a way to help. "You have a way?" Everyone looked at her doubtfully, not sure if they believed her. "He's having a seizure. If we don't treat him quickly, he might not make it," she explained. "I think I've heard of this before," someone said, trying to remember. "When I visited my grandma's house, her village's Guzi had this too." "What's it called?" "Seizure," Lu Xiangwan prompted her. Yes, it's a seizure. But Guzi never got better, and his wife became a widow," the staff member said with a sigh. Her grandma said Guzi was a good person. Usually, he helped neighbors with their problems. He finally saved enough money before turning 40, married his wife, and was about to start a happy life, but then he suddenly died. It's really sad when good people don't live long. Hearing this, everyone became more scared. Although they didn't like each other much, no one wanted anyone to die. After all, losing a young, healthy person is very painful. "Do you have a way? Are you sure you can cure him?" Lu Chongwen asked urgently. "I think there's an 80% chance," she replied. Lu Xiangwan tried to make herself look serious and said with a stern face, "This isn't epilepsy. Clearly, this is the result of her using an electric baton," but she wouldn't tell them the truth. Otherwise, how would the show go on later? She was determined to treat him because he kept bringing her bad luck every now and then. There's only about a 20% chance of success. "What if you end up killing him?" "Fine, I'm leaving," Lu Xiangwan said and headed upstairs, acting as if she didn't want to serve them anymore. "Miss, I believe in you. Please save him." The staff member, seeing the person getting worse, started to panic and hurried upstairs to stop her. Others also begged Lu Xiangwan to save Lu Benhua. "All right, there's only one way," she said, deliberately teasing them to keep them interested. If they doubted her medical skills, they could just wait and see. "Miss, please tell us. Saving a life is more important than building a 7-story pagoda," the staff from the county guest house pleaded anxiously. Other young people also looked at Lu Xiangwan with hope. If she really had a way to save him, it would be a good thing. "Lu Xiangwan, everyone is waiting for you. Please save Lu Benhua. He's about to die." Yang Tianjin, who liked Lu Benhua, kept begging her to help. "This treatment method might seem a bit unkind, but I don't know if Lu Benhua can accept it," she said. Since he couldn't control his mouth, she decided to help him generously. After all, she was a kind-hearted, beautiful girl. "Forget about whether it's unkind or not. As long as it can save him," she replied. With the fire almost burning his house down, there was no time to think about anything else. Saving his life was the most important thing. The other young people nodded eagerly. Seeing how anxious they were, Lu Xiangwan kindly explained her plan. Just pour fresh young boy into his mouth. The more, the better. Actually, she was thinking of a more extreme method, using human feces in simple terms. However, in front of her, she still cannot accept the scene of feeding someone feces. Just thinking about it makes her feel sick and disgusted. To avoid vomiting herself, she chose to punish him with instead. Don't say she's cruel. He was the one who provoked her first. She hopes this time he will learn his lesson. Otherwise, she won't be so kind next time. Everyone else present was stunned when they heard this. Even the air around them fell silent as they looked at Lu Xiongwan in disbelief. They had never heard of treating someone with to cure an illness. It was completely unheard of and unseen. Even the staff member, who had just shouted for Lu Xiongwan to save the person, was stunned. He hesitated for a long time, unable to speak. This method of treatment was really too harsh. Lu Xiongwan didn't care about their reactions. She had already told them her way of saving him. Whether they accepted it or not was their own choice. However, Lu Benhua, who was lying on the ground, was about to recover. Afraid her plan would fail, Lu Xiongwan stepped down the stairs. During the checkup, she took out an electric baton and harshly shocked him again. One shock wasn't enough, so she shocked him twice, then 3 times, until his eyes rolled back into a dead fish expression. Only then did Lu Xiongwan stop. Lu Benhua, who was almost better and able to crawl up, was now worse than before, convulsing all over and foaming at the mouth. Lu Xiongwan discreetly retracted the electric baton into her space, pretended to check his eyeballs, and then stood up. Seeing the hesitant crowd, Lu Xiongwan delivered another harsh warning. If you hesitate any longer, you can just prepare to declare him dead. Hearing her words, everyone instinctively looked at Lu Benhua twitching on the ground. Finally, the staff member patted his thigh and, with the straightforwardness typical of someone from the Northeast, said, "Save him." Yang Tianjin was stunned when she heard this. She looked at the staff member with her bright almond-shaped eyes and asked, "Isn't that too disgusting?" As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a wave of nausea rising in her stomach. She covered her mouth and leaned aside too. However, after a long while, she didn't anything. This made Wang Yiwei and Jia Yaogui feel heartbroken, but they couldn't do anything. They could only comfort her verbally. No matter how disgusting it is, life is more important. That's final. The staff looked at Yang Tianjin, who was lying on the ground vomiting, and for some reason, they just couldn't bring themselves to like her. They thought it was spoiled and careless to stay in their own place and come bother them. When they got to the countryside, they probably would be disgusted enough to just from picking up cow dung. In comparison, the chubby girl seemed better. Since it had come to this, they felt they had to help. The few young workers present didn't ask the person involved for permission but agreed to help. They agreed, but where could they find a young boys? Everyone looked at each other, finally glancing at the staff member's head. "Why are you looking at me? Young boys, young boys. I'm a woman, and my daughter is grown up. If you want it, I can't give you my. Do you all eat for nothing? Aren't there any unmarried men here? Hurry up and go urinate." The staff member was annoyed by their antics. They hesitated, not acting like real men. The big girl was quicker and more efficient. If Lu Xiongwan knew what they were thinking, she would definitely say, "Thank you." Married men wouldn't leave their wives and children to come all this way just to suffer for no reason. So all the young men there were just boys. After the staff member yelled at them, they finally understood. Following the principle of saving people and treating illnesses, the young men tightened their belts, ready to act. "Where do I urinate?" Wang Yiwei, who was coaxing Yang Tianjin, asked with his head tilted. In the end, the staff member, feeling unlucky, took them to the bathroom. They found a ragged old bucket, handed it to them, and then hurried to the counter to guard. Knowing they had this trouble today, she wouldn't have swapped shifts with that little brat. She was exhausted. When she returned to the counter, she saw the girl lying on the ground still twitching helplessly. She could only pray silently that the young men would finish urinating soon. Looking around again, she saw that the chubby girl was still happily munching on sunflower seeds. Her mouth twitched at the sight. Clearly, Lu Xiongwan also saw her. Lu Xiongwan was cracking sunflower seeds as she approached her, then took a small handful from her pocket and, without hesitation, shoved them into her hand. "These were given to me by the people in the big yard when I arrived. They're really tasty. Try some." "That's too kind of you." The staff member quickly tried to return them. Lu Xiongwan didn't want to take them back. The two of them pushed and pulled, and in the end, that small handful of seeds ended up in the staff member's pocket. "How can I accept this?" the staff member said awkwardly. The chubby girl was very kind-hearted. She didn't have much on hand right now to give in return. There's nothing to feel bad about. Meeting each other in this life is a kind of fate. When I see you, I feel close. Maybe we were sisters in our past lives, Lu Xiongwan said. When she was in school, she often did part-time jobs to earn her tuition and living expenses. The hardships she faced in life had long since sharpened her skills in talking to people and saying what needed to be said, depending on her willingness. Maybe we really are destined to meet. Perhaps we're even family from hundreds of years ago, the staff member said, laughing loudly. This chubby girl really suited her taste. After chatting warmly for a while, Lu Xiongwan took the opportunity to ask her about something. "Who is the person from the youth office who brought us here today? He seemed pretty nice." "You're talking about Lao Wang? That guy has a really bad temper. Only you think he's good. If he heard you say that, he might be so happy he'd jump for joy," the staff member said, smiling. This chubby girl was still young and couldn't see through Lao Wang. "Really? I think he's quite nice." "What does he do at the youth office?" Lu Xiongwan asked casually while cracking sunflower seeds and chatting. "He's the deputy director of the youth office. He used to work at the county government, then was transferred to the youth office. Now he's always running around, but no one really knows what he's doing every day. A few days ago, his wife even complained to me. Ever since he was transferred to the youth office, he's been busy and hardly at home." "Does his wife not work?" Lu Xiongwan asked, surprised that the man had such a high status. After getting useful information, she pressed further. "His wife also works at the county government, and her job is quite relaxed. They have a son who recently got married. He works at the police station, and his wife works at a textile factory. Everyone says that old Wang is very lucky." The staff member finished speaking and sighed with envy, wishing she could have such good luck someday. The daughter-in-law they found is the only child of a factory director, and the whole family treasures her. Surprisingly, she is not spoiled. "That is truly lucky." Lu Xiongwan just finished her compliment. Just as she was about to ask more, she saw Wang Yiwei holding his nose and carrying a bucket. From how hard he was struggling, it was easy to guess that the bucket was filled with a lot of. Seeing them come over, the staff no longer paid attention to chatting with Lu Xiongwan, as saving the person was more important. "Is it enough? If not, we can go again," Lu Chongwen said. Lu Xiongwan moved a little closer and felt the strong smell hit her head. She wondered how Lu Benhua could endure it later. But that wasn't her concern. She took a quick glance. The bucket was almost full. "That's enough. These people are really honest. Now Lu Benhua will feel better. Pour it all in. Once he's full, he'll be much better." Lu Xiongwan looked at Lu Benhua with a hint of sympathy, then quickly looked away. Everyone started helping without caring about the dirt, pouring into Lu Benhua's mouth. Although Lu Benhua was shocked by the electric shock from Lu Xiongwan's stun gun a few times, he was still smart. Even though he couldn't speak clearly now, he clenched his teeth tightly and refused to drink. They kept flowing out of his mouth. Yang Tianjin was so disgusted by this scene that she carried him upstairs and shared a room with the lonely female worker. "Open his mouth. If he doesn't drink, his illness won't get better. Maybe someday he'll accidentally die, and his family might blame you," someone said. "Refusing to drink?
Dream on."
Lu Xiongwan pinched her nose and watched coldly as everything unfolded around her. The other workers, hearing this, no longer remained calm. They all started helping, each showing their own skills. With their teamwork, they easily pried his mouth open into two parts. Lu Benhua stammered but couldn't speak. He was passively enduring everything. They poured 1 ladle, 2 ladles, 3 ladles for ladles. They didn't know how many ladles they had given him, but finally, the bucket of was used up. Even Lu Benhua's stomach was swollen, like a ripe watermelon. "Is that enough?" Lu Chongwen looked at Lu Benhua still twitching, but he seemed much better than before, showing that her remedy was working. Since there was improvement, she decided to keep going to try to cure his epilepsy completely. "That's enough," Lu Xiongwan said, feeling sleepy herself. She stretched and yawned. She wanted to finish this quickly and go back to bed. Although she secretly slept in her space on the train, she was worried about disappearing for too long and making others suspicious. So, she only rested a little here and there. Why isn't he better yet? Is your remedy not working? Wang Yiwei frowned as he looked at Liu Benhua, who was in a mess on the ground. He felt nothing but disdain. Thinking about having to sleep with him tonight made him feel like he might lose it. If his eyes are a problem, go treat them. Which of his eyes shows he's not better? He's not twitching much now, Lu Xiongwan replied directly, challenging him. Wang Yiwei was speechless, unable to argue back. Everyone else agreed that Lu Xiongwan was right. Looking at Liu Benhua, he was much improved than before, so they all waited eagerly for a miracle to happen. After about 3 or 5 minutes, Liu Benhua stood up as if nothing was wrong. But when he remembered what he had just drunk, he quickly squatted down and kept vomiting, even throwing up bile from his stomach. He couldn't anymore, so he gagged himself. No one said a word, just watched him silently. This is his doing. Let him clean this up before going upstairs, Lu Xiongwan said, and then turned to go upstairs, leaving a big mess for Liu Benhua to clean. The other young workers hurried to wash their hands with soap again and again, but no matter how many times they washed, the strong smell of still lingered. They were in this state, not to mention Liu Benhua, who had drunk a bucket of. His whole body reeked like a cesspit, and anyone who smelled him would pinch their nose and run far away. Liu Benhua, a grown man, was feeling very sad and wiped away tears. Looking at himself covered in dirt and mess, he realized he had never been this embarrassed in his life. It was a deep shame that he would never forget. Lu Xiongwan hated the idea she had come up with. He owed everything he had today to her. One day, he planned to get revenge. He also wanted her to experience the discomfort of drinking. But in the end, he forced himself to ignore his disgust and carefully cleaned up the mess he made. No young workers came to help him. Everyone had been on the train for days and nights and was too tired to do anything. They just wanted to lie down and sleep. The effort to save him earlier had exhausted all their energy, so there was nothing left to help. Even Yang Tianjin didn't come down from the building, let alone help or show concern. By the time he finished cleaning, it was midnight. He asked for 2 more pots of hot water and washed himself from head to toe. He even wore out his toothbrush, and the foul smell in his mouth didn't go away. He was so angry that he threw the toothbrush away. But in the end, he picked it up again. As for the dirty clothes he had taken off, Liu Benhua didn't have the courage to pick them up and wear them again. Finally, he clenched his teeth, pinched his nose, and threw the clothes into the toilet. This made his already tight budget worse. He had no other clothes to wear now. He was hoping to get Yang Tianjin to like him soon. If he could be with her, life wouldn't be so hard anymore. But they weren't in the same team, so it was a bit difficult. Still, he believed in himself. After Lu Xiongwan finished cleaning Liu Benhua, she went back to her room. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Yang Tianjin jumping happily toward her, hugging a small pillow. Lu Xiongwan looked at Wang Xiaoling beside her. She saw her shrug helplessly and wave her hands wildly, as if to say she didn't know anything. Lu Xiongwan, I want to sleep with you today. Is that okay? Yang Tianjin said sadly. The other girl who was living with her was very dirty. Lu Xiongwan could smell it from far away, just like Wang Xiaoling's smell. It made her feel sick. It's just a bed. Lu Xiongwan moved aside to avoid her touching her. She couldn't stand people like this. If it weren't for her respect for social values, she even felt like kicking her a few times. I know, just let Wang Xiaoling go sleep with that person. I'll come over and sleep with you, okay? Seeing her tone soften, Yang Tianjin quickly spoke. Do you agree? Lu Xiongwan didn't pay attention to her, but asked Wang Xiaoling, who was sitting silently nearby. Suddenly called out, Wang Xiaoling immediately understood and replied that she didn't agree because she still planned to earn 2 more snacks from Lu Xiongwan today. There was no way she would agree to swap rooms with her. Sure enough, Lu Xiongwan thought to herself, not disappointed. Wang Xiaoling, since we're still classmates, just agree. Besides, swapping rooms doesn't cost you anything. Just sleep for a while and it's done. Yang Tianjin urged kindly when Wang Xiaoling refused. She really didn't want to share a room with that girl. Why was she so unhygienic? Just sleep for a while, and then you can switch. Why come to me to swap? Wang Xiaoling immediately responded unhappily when she heard this. She didn't want to indulge her. Both of them were raised by their parents, who was more noble. Although her parents weren't much better, and this wasn't in the capital city where the authorities could intervene easily. Anyway, she was unafraid because she had nothing to lose. Her life was all she had, and she just wanted to survive. Isn't it different, Wang Xiaoling? Seeing her so confrontational, Yang Tianjin was momentarily stunned but quickly reacted. What's different? Do you have more arms or legs than me? I just want to be respectful to you. Wang Xiaoling, how can you talk like that? What's wrong with how I talk? You can say whatever you want, so why can't I? For some reason, Wang Xiaoling felt more confident, as if a heavy weight had been lifted from her chest. It was something she hadn't experienced in the capital city. It seemed going to the countryside was the right choice. No, you can sleep anywhere. Weren't you sleeping on the floor at home before? You're noble, and I'm lowly, right? Today, even if you shout to the sky, I won't swap rooms with you. Get that idea out of your mind. This was like stabbing into Wang Xiaoling's heart. Since she could remember, she had always slept on the ground wrapped in a torn quilt, never even had a proper bed. This was her deep pain. Now, she loudly expressed her feelings, and they still wanted her to agree to change rooms. It was like dreaming. Yang Tianjin didn't expect Wang Xiaoling to be such a person. She had truly been blind before, misjudging her. Seeing that her plan wouldn't work, Yang Tianjin immediately pitifully asked Lu Xiangwan for help. If she agreed, it might be okay, but clearly, she was going to be disappointed. She doesn't agree.
You can leave now.
I still want to sleep, Lu Xiangwan yawned, looking at her impatiently. But in her heart, she also remembered Yang Tianjin's weakness. Using someone's pain was what she hated most. Once they reached the Red Flag Brigade, she would cut all ties with her, no more contact forever. Lu Xiangwan, just agree to me. When we get to the Red Flag Brigade, we'll still live together every day. We'll be good comrades of the revolution, Yang Tianjin said as she climbed onto the bed with her short legs, took off her shoes, and snuggled into the quilt. This way, they wouldn't kick her out. She really was clever. Yang Tianjin couldn't help but praise herself silently.
I'm sleepin'.
I can't hear you talking. She quickly covered herself with the quilt and closed her eyes, pretending to sleep. Wang Xiaoling was clearly stunned by her sudden stubborn act. She didn't expect Yang Tianjin to be so shameless. She could only look at Lu Xiangwan with a complicated expression, unsure of what to do. I'll count to 3. If you don't get down yourself, don't blame me, Lu Xiangwan said, not wanting to waste time on a silly girl. All she wanted now was to lie in bed and sleep well. After counting to 3, she saw that Yang Tianjin still hadn't gotten down. She then moved Wang Xiaoling aside and reached out to pull the quilt away with a big sweep. Yang Tianjin immediately felt cold. She opened her eyes and saw Lu Xiangwan's face enlarged in front of her. She quickly closed her eyes again. She didn't believe Lu Xiangwan could be so cruel to her. Playing dead? Lu Xiangwan said softly, then rolled up her sleeves and used all her strength to drag Yang Tianjin off the bed. When Wang Xiaoling saw this scene, her usually small eyes widened in shock. Lu Xiangwan, how could you do this? Yang Tianjin, barefoot, felt dirty and quickly put on her shoes. She clenched her fists and started to loudly accuse Lu Xiangwan of being wrong. She couldn't believe how daring and cruel Lu Xiangwan was. Her arm was red from being pulled, and feeling more and more wronged, Yang Tianjin started to cry loudly. If a man had been there, seeing her pitiful look, he would have held her and loved her. But now, with 2 unromantic women, her tears only added fuel to their anger. Yang Tianjin, we haven't even said anything yet, and you're already feeling wronged. We didn't bully you, Wang Xiaoling said, tired of her attitude. Every time Yang Tianjin was upset about something minor, she used this trick. Wang Xiaoling was fed up and decided to confront her directly. Yang Tianjin bit her lip, tears in her eyes, not speaking, looking very hurt. Lu Xiongwan, annoyed by her noise, grabbed her and pulled her outside. Without saying a word, she closed the door. Suddenly, the room became much quieter. Lu Xiongwan felt much better. Just as she was about to lie down, she noticed Yang Tianjin's small pillow still on the bed. Lu Xiongwan took it, opened the door, and threw it outside, then quickly shut the door. Outside, Yang Tianjin didn't expect her to be so harsh. She had been quietly sniffling, but soon she burst into loud crying. "Should we go out and check on her?" Wang Xiaoling asked. "No need. She'll stop crying once she's tired," Lu Xiongwan said, taking a protein bar and lying on the bed to rest. It felt so comfortable. If she could, she would stay in bed forever, being a lazy person who just eats and relaxes. But reality didn't allow that. Every time she thought about it, Lu Xiongwan couldn't help but sigh. Since Lu Xiongwan said so, Wang Xiaoling didn't bother her anymore and let Yang Tianjin cry outside as much as she wanted. Her crying, however, disturbed others resting in the nearby rooms. They peeked out and saw it was her, especially Wang Yiwei and others who liked her. They felt distressed and their hearts ached.
She
"Kicked me out, Yang Tianjin said, feeling very sad when she saw someone come out. She stammered as she spoke. "Lu Xiongwan?" Wang Yiwei asked. Yang Tianjin nodded while crying, confirming that Lu Xiongwan was the one who kicked her out. This made Wang Yiwei and Jia Yaogua very angry. They knocked loudly on the door, and the other young workers watched silently. Because they couldn't just listen to one person's story in case they wrongly accused someone. "Ugh, so annoying," Lu Xiongwan muttered softly. She got off the bed, opened the door with anger, and almost fell over when Jia Yaogua and Wang Yiwei, who were knocking, rushed to her. "Before the new year, you want me to bow to you? That's too embarrassing," Lu Xiongwan said playfully, with a hint of sarcasm on her face. "Lu Xiongwan, how can you bully Yang Tianjin?" Jia Yaogua said angrily, standing up for Yang Tianjin. "Which part of me do you think is bullying her? You're not bullying her, so why is she crying?" She was crying so much that it hurt his heart. "If she wants to cry, can I stop her?" Lu Xiongwan asked back. "I don't care. Anyway, you made Yang Tianjin cry. You have to apologize to her," Jia Yaogua said, not holding back. "Are you an idiot?" "What?" Jia Yaogua didn't quite understand what she said. "Get lost," Lu Xiongwan said sharply, then slammed the door shut. No matter how loud they were outside, she didn't want to argue with a fool. After a while, the staff heard the noise and came up to stop everyone. They also comforted Yang Tianjin for a while, but seeing her keep crying made them impatient. They finally left, annoyed. Left alone, the two of them looked at each other, and Yang Tianjin, who kept crying uncontrollably, was the most upset. They had no choice but to stay with her. Until Lu Manhwa finished tidying up and came upstairs, she still hadn't stopped crying. They were all at a loss, pulling their hair and not knowing how to cheer her up. Suddenly, Yang Tianjin stopped crying, pinched her nose, got up from the ground, and silently went to another room holding a small pillow. They turned their heads back and saw Lu Manhwa, who had finished tidying up. Wang Yiwei and Jia Yaogua exchanged a quick look, both understanding each other's thoughts, and hurriedly pinched their noses to run into the house. Oh my, that smell was really strong and choking. Even after he cleaned up, it still made their eyes sting. Seeing their reactions, Lu Manhwa clenched his fists unconsciously. Even when his nails dug into his skin, he didn't feel any pain. He had already cursed Lu Xiongwan 100 times in his mind. Wang Xiaoling looked at Lu Xiongwan resting on the bed. After organizing her words, she said, "The bed is yours, and the conditions? Nothing in life is free," so she was sure someone was still waiting for her in the back. But honestly, she didn't like sharing a bed with others. For small buns, Wang Xiaoling gestured with her hand. She thought her request wasn't too much. She wanted the whole bed to herself. Tonight, she would sleep on the floor, which she was used to. Where she slept didn't matter much to her. Her main goal was to fill her stomach first. 3. Lu Xiongwan bargained, feeling that she still had some use. Okay, this was also expected, so she agreed. Later, Wang Xiaoling offered to give Lu Xiongwan a foot bath in exchange for half a bun. Happy, she slept holding the bag of food close to her chest. Lu Xiongwan looked at her thoughtfully but said nothing, just exchanged a glance. Soon, she fell into a deep sleep. Even the next morning, Wang Xiaoling was the one who woke her up. The two quickly tidied up their things. Afterward, with her lips almost worn out, Lu Xiongwan finally agreed to let Wang Xiaoling continue helping her carry luggage in exchange for half a bun. When they came downstairs, the hall was noisy. It was filled with young people who had just woken up and hurriedly packed up. Wang Guan, who was counting people, saw Lu Xiongwan coming down from the stairs. He was so happy that he quickly went over to greet her. However, upon closer look, he thought this girl looked even more beautiful than yesterday. Thinking he might be seeing things because he hadn't fully woken up, Wang Guan rubbed his eyes and realized it was true. Lu Xiongwan remembered what she had learned from the staff yesterday. She smiled politely at him right away. This made Wang Guan feel very happy, and even his usually serious face showed a hint of a smile. His colleague, who has a daughter, said her daughter is very caring and sweet. But he felt hopeless about his own daughter's future. Wang Xiaoling was carrying her luggage and also holding Lu Xiongwan's bag. She watched their interaction silently, her head lowered, lost in her thoughts. Is everyone here yet? Wang Guan was getting a little anxious. He hadn't even had breakfast and came early. An hour had passed and everything was still a mess. He looked around and thought, what kind of situation is this? They're supposed to be working on rural development, but they're all young rich kids, just causing trouble for the villagers. The more Wang Guan thought about it, the more annoyed he became. He felt like his patience was running out. Everyone's here, Nan Xiaoqi called out. Then let's go, Wang Guan ordered. Just as the group was about to leave, a sudden voice interrupted. Looks like Yang Tianjin and Liu Benhua and a few others haven't come down yet, said Lu Chongwen. He looked around and saw that only 3 of the young people from Beijing had come down, with 5 still upstairs. Go upstairs and call them. If they don't come down in 10 minutes, they can go on their own, Wang Guan said angrily, his face turning pale. When I woke up, I called Yang Tianjin several times, but she wouldn't wake up, said Xin Jingjing, who shared a room with Yang Tianjin, softly. She didn't like her anyway. Yesterday, she didn't do anything or say anything, but Yang Tianjin still disliked her to death. They weren't even sleeping in the same room, but she still ended up sleeping there. It was really a servant's life for a young lady. Wang Guan heard her small voice and his face darkened from pale purple to black. Seeing this, the other young people also kept quiet, afraid to speak. Lu Chongwen dropped his luggage and strode upstairs. He knocked loudly on the door, then shouted a few times before coming back down. About 20 minutes passed. When Wang Guan was getting impatient, a group of young men from Beijing, led by Liu Benhua, started coming down slowly, yawning and carrying their luggage. It was clear they hadn't woken up yet. Why are you only coming down now? Wang Guan asked sternly, looking serious. He had no sense of time and didn't pay attention to discipline. In the past, he would have already lost his temper and left if things went like this. He wouldn't bother to serve this group of young masters and misses. We're not fully awake, Liu Benhua replied with dark circles under his eyes, yawning. Yesterday, when he went to bed, Wang Yiwei complained that he smelled bad and wouldn't let him sleep in the bed. In the end, he had to doze off in a chair. Fortunately, it wasn't cold today, or he might have caught a cold from being frozen. Just as he was thinking this, Liu Benhua sneezed loudly. The other young people remembered what happened yesterday and instinctively kept their distance from him. Did I bring you here to sleep? If you're not awake, go home and sleep, Wang Guan said, annoyed. He had waited so long, and now he was met with such a casual remark. He was so angry, he almost lost his temper right there. It was extremely frustrating. Yesterday, I was sleeping. Liu Benhua hadn't finished speaking when Lu Chongwen tugged at his sleeve. He looked at him confused. Don't speak, Lu Chongwen said. We're just here to help with the work, not to argue with anyone. Besides, it's mostly their fault. If he wants to scold, let him, So, Lu Benhua closed his mouth and listened quietly to Wang Goen's reprimand. Finally, when Wang Goen felt he had spoken enough and his throat was dry, he stopped talking. Where is that girl from the youth team? Why hasn't she come down yet? Someone go check. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Benhua, Jia Yaogua, and Wang Yiwei all rushed upstairs, fighting to be the first. This made Wang Goen think even less of Yang Tianjin. When they reached the upstairs, no one wanted to give way. They all frantically knocked on the door. Yang Tianjin, who was peacefully sleeping, was suddenly awakened by the noise. She pulled the blanket over her ears and realized the noise kept going on. Finally, she was so angry that she stormed out of bed, put on her shoes, and opened the door. She scolded with a little baby voice, "You guys are so annoying. You keep knocking, and I can't sleep well. If you keep bothering me, I won't answer the door anymore." After saying that, Yang Tianjin yawned while covering her mouth. She didn't listen to their words and closed the door, climbed back into bed, and continued dreaming peacefully. Hearing this, the three of them were so scared they didn't dare to knock again, afraid she would really ignore them. Finally, they looked at each other and silently went downstairs.
Where is she?
We've been calling her, but she's not answering. Wang Guan frowned as he looked at the discouraged trio. She's not fully awake yet. Let's wait a little longer. When she wakes up, we'll talk, Lu Benhua said confidently. To him, it was normal for a young girl to travel far by train to help with rural construction. Why should she be lazy? Even Jia Yaogua and Wang Yiwei nodded in agreement. Lu Xiongwan watched these silly people and couldn't help but laugh. She thought they were at home, but they were really clueless. Now she was curious, what kind of parents could raise such a naive and sweet girl like Yang Tianjin? Someone so delicate and protected that she seemed like a fragile flower in a greenhouse, yet they still sent her to the countryside. Sure enough, Wang Guan suddenly got furious and pointed at them, scolding loudly. This made Lu Benhua so angry he wanted to go to the youth office to complain. But Wang Guan was brave. He kindly told them where the youth office was, then took some people upstairs, found Yang Tianjin's room, and knocked the door. If the door hadn't been made of solid wood, he might have broken it and lost his life. Are you done? So annoying. Can't you let people sleep? Yang Tianjin, awakened again by the noise, opened the door and muttered. Open your eyes and look who I am, Wang Guan shouted.
How?
How is it you? I thought it was them. Yang Tianjin opened her eyes, realized she had mistaken him for someone else, and, frightened, stammered to finish her sentence. Looking at Yang Tianjin, who still didn't know what she had done wrong, Lu Guoqing felt the urge to go up and give her a couple of punches. She should be glad she didn't hit women.
I
am. What are you? If you don't come down in 5 minutes, you can go on your own. The last group of educated youth who came to Honghe County were all good people. Why is this batch different? Wang Guan really couldn't stand these educated youths anymore and wanted to give up and stop working. Yang Tianjin was frightened by his shout, and right after, she hurried back to her room to pack her things. Just 5 minutes passed, and Yang Tianjin stuck out her tongue and jumped down from the upstairs. I can't carry my luggage. It was too heavy. She had been trying to carry it but couldn't. Before anyone else could speak, 3 people led by Lu Benheo rushed upstairs to help her carry her luggage. Wang Guan, this time, surprisingly didn't say anything. But he also ignored her, instead turning his head to look at the chubby girl next to him, feeling a bit better. 10 minutes later, Wang Guan, as the driver, drove the open-top car with this group of educated youths to the youth office. Soon, the car stopped steadily. However, Lu Xiongwan almost felt carsick and almost vomited. The youths all carried their luggage off the car, and Wang Xiaoling quickly helped Lu Xiongwan with her luggage. Then, she secretly pulled Wang Guan aside, whispering something. Anyway, the two talked for a long time. When Lu Xiongwan saw her again, she looked with red, swollen eyes, as if she had cried, but she was smiling so broadly that her smile almost reached her ears, denying her previous thoughts. But, curiosity aside, Lu Xiongwan didn't want to waste time asking her, because she wasn't interested in other people's gossip. I'll help you carry your luggage later, so you don't have to carry those little buns, Wang Xiaoling suddenly stuck her head out, showing a big smile with all her teeth. She was very happy inside. After much persuasion, she finally convinced Wang Guan to agree to change her place. She almost kowtowed to him just now. Her small goal was to earn 100 little buns to fill her stomach because she felt that 35 gene of grain each month wasn't enough for her alone. Wait, what? Soon she will go to the Red Flag Brigade in the countryside. They are not in the same team, and Wang Xiaoling is helping her carry her luggage, Lu Xiongwan thought. Lu Xiongwan looked at Wang Xiaoling with curiosity, and Wang Xiaoling smiled mysteriously, as if she knew something. Soon she would find out. Guan first went to the director's office. He carefully took care of the small task the young girl asked him to do. This was a rare exception. He still owed this troublemaker a drink. His secret savings were about to be spent again, all because he couldn't stand to see that dark-haired girl crying in front of him. She was also a poor girl. If he could help, he would. Then Gua and led the team to pick up the people. But everyone looked reluctant and unhappy. The educated youths sitting on the ground saw Guan return, and they quickly brushed off the dirt and stood up. Everyone, carry your luggage and stand properly, Guan said, checking the list. He was satisfied that no one was missing. I will call out the names. Those who are called, come out, Guan announced, then started calling names. Jia Yaogua. Lu Jianxi. The first people called were taken away by the team from Hongxing Commune, Kaotoba Brigade. Before leaving, Jia Yaogua looked at Yang Tianjin with deep affection. Under everyone's watch, his intense gaze made Yang Tianjin blush. She kept shrinking behind Lu Xiongwan, clutching her clothes for comfort. Lu Xiongwan didn't spoil her. She simply pulled her out and stood behind Guan. Suddenly, she realized no one was in front of her. Yang Tianjin felt so embarrassed, her face almost buried in the ground. Fortunately, Lu Benhua and Wang Yiwei heroically stepped forward to shield her. But this scene didn't leave a good impression on others, especially the teams waiting to take their people back, who secretly hoped Yang Tianjin wouldn't be assigned to their team. Until Guan finished reading the list of the Oil Grass Ridge Brigade from Daqiao Commune, Lu Xiongwan didn't hear Wang Xiaoling's name. With her good memory, she couldn't be mistaken. Seeing her eager expression and recalling what Wang Xiaoling had just said, Lu Xiongwan already had a bad guess in her mind. As expected, Wang Xiaoling's name was on the list of the Red Flag Brigade in the Sunflower Commune, where Wang Guan was working. It seems she went to find Wang Guan about this matter. If she were sensible, Lu Xiongwan wouldn't mind. Having someone who can control Yang Tianjin and prevent her from bothering her would be the best. But since they are friends based on interests, their relationship can still continue. Hu Daqing from the Red Flag Brigade saw the young girl coming toward him and looked as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. Why was this little troublemaker assigned to their team? He must have gone out without checking the almanac today, otherwise, he wouldn't be so unlucky. He could already imagine the scene of taking this girl back and villagers gossiping behind his back, which made him want to cry even more. Wang Guan looked at him with sympathy but couldn't do anything. Who asked him to be so unlucky? Comrade Hu Daqing, everything must follow the organization's arrangements and accept its tests. Wang Guan patted his shoulder and earnestly advised. This cunning old fox, though saying nice words, would probably run away if he had such a troublemaker. But since he's now the leader, he had to pretend to be brave. I promise not to betray the trust of the organization, good comrade. Hearing this, Wang Guan felt relieved and let him take the girl away. Hu Daqing took a deep breath, then turned to look at the few young people assigned to him. There were 2 male and 3 female young workers, all delicate and fragile, unable to carry anything or do farm work. Even a strong wind could them away. They already had 4 such troublesome people in the team, and now 5 more. How could he survive this? However, when his eyes fell on Lu Xiongwan, they lit up. This chubby girl was strong and healthy, just the kind of person he liked. Plump and lively, maybe life would get better with such a person. But then he sighed heavily, resigned, and led the 5 of them away. He and his second son had woken early today, took a cart to pick them up, and just wanted to finish quickly and go back early. The result was that it was unexpected to be delayed this long. Because Wang Xiaoling had just promised Lu Xiongwan to help carry her luggage, she didn't wait for Lu Xiongwan to speak. Instead, Wang Xiaoling took her luggage and hurried ahead. Lu Xiongwan watched her back, a small smile on her face, and quickly caught up with the main group. A few people carried their luggage and followed De Qing, who were out of the youth office. After turning right and walking a few minutes, they saw a strong man about 1.8 meters tall and broad, waiting with an ox cart. Dad, Hua Construction saw his father coming and hurried to greet him with the ox cart. Hua Daqing replied, then called the young people to put their things on the cart. Why are there so many people again? Hua Construction whispered to his father, complaining. It wasn't him. He really didn't understand why these city folks, who were fine living in the city, insisted on going to the countryside. Last time, a young person from their village was sent to the field, but he couldn't tell the grass from the corn seedlings and pulled out a large patch. His father was so upset that he couldn't sleep for days. The organization arranged it. What can I do? Should I send them back? I don't have the face for that, Hua Daqing said. While they were loading the luggage, Hua Daqing squatted on the ground, worried. He took out a shiny pipe from his waistband and packed some tobacco into it. Hua Construction quickly took out a matchbox from his pocket and lit the tobacco. Hua Daqing put the pipe to his mouth, took a deep breath, and looked satisfied and content. Lu Xiongwan, standing nearby, suffered. The strong smell of smoke made her cover her mouth and sneeze repeatedly. The smoke made her tear up, and she instinctively moved away from him. Seeing this, Hua Daqing realized the girl was choking on the smoke from his pipe. He stopped smoking and put the pipe away. Then he stood up, looked at their packed luggage, and was about to leave with the ox cart when he noticed someone was missing. It was that little troublemaker. If she was lost, he would be finished. So, Hua Daqing quickly told his son to go find her. Hua Construction listened to his father, hurriedly ran off in a rush, but after a few steps, he came back, scratching his head awkwardly. What does the young girl look like? Forget it. You stay here and watch. I'll go look for her, Hua Daqing said, tossing the whip to his son, and then running off himself. He returned along the same path and found that the little girl was still at the same spot. Hua Daqing felt a bit annoyed. Why are you still here? I can't carry it. Yang Tianjin looked at him as if he were her savior and quickly handed her luggage over. Why are you bringing so much if you can't carry it? Seeing her big and small bags, Hua Daqing felt a headache coming on. Someone unfamiliar might think she was moving her whole house. My mom packed it for me. It's all stuff I can use in the countryside. So, how did you carry it when you came? And now? Hua Daqing wasn't planning to spoil her. If she can't carry her luggage, how can she expect to do anything else with the educated youth? When I came, they helped me carry it, Yang Tianjin said shyly. After speaking, she lowered her head. Hua Daqing felt like a flock of crows was flying over his head. He didn't know what to say. He looked at Yang Tianjin and then at her bags. In the end, he could only accept his fate and help her carry them. He carried one of the large bags on his back and held the other in his hand. She should be able to carry the remaining 2 small ones, right? But he was proven wrong. My mom said girls shouldn't carry heavy luggage, she said. Hua Daqing, who had lived most of his life, had never heard such words. If carrying this small amount of luggage was considered heavy work, then the women in their village who carried 2 big bags of corn during harvest were doing heavy work too. This girl was just being delicate. Comparing her to the others waiting for him, she suddenly looked more appealing to the educated youth. So, why did you come to the countryside? To support rural development and make some new friends, Yang Tianjin said, with a faint smile showing her little dimples. Supporting rural development? You don't even want to carry your luggage now. How are you going to do development work in the countryside? Hua Daqing was amused by her. It's not that I don't want to carry it, it's just too heavy for me, Yang Tianjin quickly retorted, like a small hedgehog puffing up her spines. Hua Daqing didn't bother to argue further. If he had to say, this girl was either a bit slow in the head or spoiled by her family. So, he put down his luggage, then went into the youth office to find Wang Guan and asked him to take this little girl away. You're teasing me. Where can I find her? Quickly take that girl away. I have other things to do. Don't hang around in front of me. When Wang Guan heard this, he became very upset. Since the educated youth moved to the countryside and their household registration was transferred here, returning to the city would be even harder than climbing to the sky. If she decided to go back, it would be a big problem for him. Moreover, she was just one person. Wang Guan would never agree, even if she cried and clung to his pants today. He ignored her, muttering to himself, "Such a stubborn girl, not even carrying her luggage. How can I expect her to help me with farm work? Is she just a goddess to be worshipped every day?" Seeing that he wouldn't agree, Ho Daqing sat on the ground and started acting stubborn. Anyway, if Wang Guan, this old rascal, didn't agree today, he wouldn't leave. Compared to being carried back and criticized behind his back by villagers, what was his face worth? "This is the organization's trust and test for you, Comrade Ho Daqing." "I don't need this trust and test," he replied, tired of hearing the same words over and over. Their conversation was overheard by Yang Tianjin outside the house. Tears of grievance streamed down her face. In Beijing, she was so popular. Why, after coming to the countryside, did everyone dislike her and no longer want her? Lu Xiangnu was the same, and now the team leader was too. They argued in the office for a long time. In the end, Wang Guan agreed to get a fertilizer factory permit for him next year. Only then did Ho Daqing reluctantly agree. But his cheerful steps betrayed his true feelings. He opened the door and saw the little girl standing at the door. When Ho Daqing saw her, he wasn't as angry anymore. After all, because of her, their team would have fertilizer next year. But he still didn't give her a good look. He simply carried her luggage away. Yang Tianjin didn't follow. Instead, she stayed to watch her luggage, worried someone might steal it. "Dad, why are you so slow? Did you find the educated youth?" Ho Jianxi quickly took the luggage from his father and helped load it onto the ox cart. Ho Daqing was too lazy to bother with his foolish son. He knew very well that if he couldn't find the person, how could he carry 2 big bags of luggage himself? Then he resigned himself and went back to carry the luggage again. Hu Jianxiu felt very sad because his father ignored him. He thought he hadn't done anything to upset his father today. "Follow us," Hu Daqing said as he carried the last 2 pieces of luggage. He spoke to Yang Tianjin, who was dozing on the ground, then walked ahead. Yang Tianjin was worried she might fall behind, so she quickly followed. "Is this the young worker?" Hu Jianxiu looked at Yang Tianjin with dislike and turned to talk to his father. "Yes, let's go." Hu Daqing nodded at him, then told his son to hurry up and catch up with the ox cart. The other young workers heard they were leaving and quickly got on the cart. But Hu Daqing saw them and made them all get off. It was a joke. These people together probably weighed about 350 to 400 pounds, especially that big girl, who was nearly 200 pounds. Plus, they had many bags and things, which could have made the ox tired. The ox was more precious, especially the few oxen in their team. They were used for important work. If they hadn't come to pick them up today, Hu Daqing wouldn't have wanted to use them. The young workers were shocked by this bad news. Yang Tianjin was especially upset. When she found out she couldn't ride the cart and had to walk back, she started crying again. But crying didn't help. The people who cared about her had been assigned to other places. The 4 remaining young men didn't have any feelings for her either. She cried for a long time, but no one comforted her, so she gradually stopped. Only Lu Xiangwan stayed calm. She politely asked, "Captain, how long will it take to walk to Hongqi Brigade?" "Maybe 4 or 5 hours if we walk fast," Hu Jianxiu answered quickly, but he was scolded by his father and shrank back, afraid to speak. This made things even worse for the young workers. They had already been on the train for several days and nights, and last night they hadn't rested well. This morning, they hadn't even eaten before being called together. Their stomachs were growling loudly. If they had to walk for another 4 or 5 hours, it would be too much for them. 2 young workers couldn't sit still. Su Jian quickly stepped forward and said, "Captain, can we eat something first before we start walking? We haven't eaten anything for 2 days." Since riding the ox cart didn't seem possible now, he looked for another way. At least he wanted to have some strength, so walking wouldn't be so hard later. The remaining 4 educated youths nodded in agreement with his words. Hao Dacheng had nothing more to say. Since it was just a meal, it wouldn't take much time. He let his son drive the ox cart, and he led them to the state-run restaurant for dinner. When they arrived, everyone headed inside the restaurant, except for Wang Xiaoling and Hao Dacheng's son, who sat at the door and didn't go in. "Girl, why don't you go in? Aren't you hungry?" Hao Dacheng looked at them going inside and noticed only her, the dark girl, staying behind. He was a bit curious. "I have food," Wang Xiaoling said, pulling out a steamed bun she earned from Lu Xiangwan from her pocket and took a big bite. Hao Dacheng looked at her patched-up clothes. Seeing her like this, he quickly understood the situation. He didn't ask more and instead told his son to take out a pickled cucumber from his bag and hand it to Wang Xiaoling. "Captain, I won't eat it. Keep it for yourself," Wang Xiaoling said. For some reason, she felt ashamed to eat food that was given to her freely. She felt she could eat what she earned herself with confidence, like this bun.
Eat it.
It's not anything special.
Don't be polite.
When you learn to pickle your own, you can send some to me, Hao Dacheng said. Since it was a reasonable request, Wang Xiaoling accepted it, said thank you, and started eating. The first bite made her eyes light up. "It's delicious. Next time come to my house. My wife can teach you how to make it. Her pickled cucumbers are famous in the village," Hao Dacheng said. Hao Dacheng felt good about these honest, educated youths. They would naturally help each other out. Leaving home to come to the big Northeast wasn't easy for anyone. Honestly, he felt a bit worried for them. "Then I thank you," Wang Xiaoling said. She didn't want to finish the bun and only ate 2 bites before putting it away, planning to eat it later at the educated youth station with some porridge and the pickled cucumbers. Hao Dacheng smiled and started eating his own steamed bun with his son. They didn't think about going into the restaurant for a full meal. Xiangwan Lu glanced at the notice board and saw that today only steamed buns and noodles were available. The buns were made from white flour. Xiangwan Lu asked for 10 buns and a bowl of shredded pork noodles. This surprised the other 3 educated youths. "Lu Xiangwan, why are you packing so many steamed buns?" Su Jiaming asked curiously. "To take home and eat. We just went out, so we'll need time to rest later, and there might not be time to eat," Lu Xiangwan replied, taking out ration tickets and money from her pocket and handing them to the waiter. Su Jiaming and Shen Dongliang, who were nearby, agreed with her reasoning. They also took out ration tickets and money, just like Lu Xiangwan. The buns were packed, and they planned to eat the noodles here. While they hadn't started eating yet, Lu Xiangwan took the opportunity to ask the waiter where the bathroom was, citing a sudden need to. She then carried her military-style water bottle and left. When she reached the bathroom and closed the door, Lu Xiangwan quickly slipped into her space. She had already finished her electrolyte water, so she took this chance to refill it. This time, she chose to drink a popular soda, knowing she would be walking a lot later. Her small body might find it a bit tough, so she needed something to boost her energy. Then, Lu Xiangwan took out a large pack of sanitary pads she had ordered from Taobao. She took out 2 night-use pads and stuck each one inside her shoes. She put on her shoes and stood up to try them. They felt soft and comfortable.